He imagined the worst-case scenario. A group of people in black clothes armed with knives directly stabbing Gehi to death. He probably speculated that an attack might occur in the middle of the night. Kanglum slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, this is too much. Damn Jiumiya, he gritted his teeth. I'll never forgive you. I'll definitely put an end to your ridiculous acts, he recalled when Julami handed him the club report. Sunbae, since you're the president, please fill this out. Kanglum laughed cheerfully and stared blankly at them. The longer the repetition loop gets, the harder it feels, and many distracting thoughts fill my mind. Kanglum sighed inwardly. But still, let's try to keep everything the same as much as possible. Touching unnecessary things will only make it complicated. I'll keep everything the same until the day before the performance, he thought of Jiumiya. I will definitely, and on that day, stop Jiumiya's conspiracy. July 23rd, Idol Goddess Performance Showdown. Shirin stood trembling in front of Kanglum. But Kanglum, if I don't practice, I keep trembling with anxiety. Kanglum nodded. Yeah, I know. Lami, standing next to him, opened her mouth. Sunday, could you at least give us some words of encouragement when we're in top condition? Kanglum shrugged. Encouragement, of course, but not here. Lami was suspicious. Kanglum repeated what he had said before. Everyone seems anxious. Do you all think you can go home and get a good night's sleep? Instead, let's all play together all night. Yanga was startled. All night, all of us, Kanglum nodded. That's right, as part of club activities. If we sleep together outside, we won't worry anymore. Shirin's eyes sparkled as she agreed. Oh, that's a really great idea. Before big competitions, I always relaxed by talking with my teammates. Lami raised her hand and laughed. I'm totally in favor too. How about you, Ani? Gehi was lazily playing with her phone. Okay, if everyone agrees, I'll call Nari and ask her. Eun-young nodded. I have no reason to refuse either. But she offered her opinion. But with so many people, where should we go? You know our room is quite cramped. I can't invite you because of procedures and security issues. Kanglum laughed and replied, Oh, it's fine, I've already booked a place. Yangsu stood in front of everyone and said loudly, Come, my loyal subjects, enter, and he let everyone in. Gehi's face turned pale. Chana, you've always been like this. Julami looked around and observed, This is probably the most expensive house in this neighborhood. Shirin mumbled shyly at the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yanga turned her head and gave a wry smile. I was really surprised when I came here with Kanglum too. Eun-young thought it was very ordinary. Oh dear, is it that ordinary? He pushed up his glasses. Our parents have been away for a long time. There are a lot of rooms here, so feel free to rest in any room you want except for the last locked one. He was curious. The last room, he mumbled. I was surprised this house was better than I thought. Julami stood in front of an open room, seeing countless posters and figures, and said nonsense. He laughed. It's my room. They cut him off. No need to say, we all know. Saying that, everyone sat together. Shirin was playing a game. Yanga and Lami were eating pizza. Then they all gathered again and played cards. Kanglum had just come out of the restroom and was wiping his face. Gehi appeared and asked, Hey boss, you're worried, aren't you? He raised an eyebrow. Gehi said, suddenly suggesting we play all night, and your expression has been strange all day today. It's like you told me as if you knew beforehand. Kanglum asked himself. Me, really? It's probably just your imagination. Gehi crossed her arms and asked somewhat accusingly. No, anyway, don't worry too much. Saying that, she turned and left. What else should I worry about now? Everything will be fine. He nodded absently, saying time flew by and night deepened. Yanga and Gehi fell asleep in the same bed. Kanglum sat on the sofa lost in thought. Yangsu's house has very strict security. No matter what Jiumiya tries to do, we'll safely reach the morning of the second day. We just need to be careful during tomorrow's performance. He yawned broadly. But still, I'm sleepy. I want to stay up all night, but tomorrow is also very important. And Kanglum picked up the remote control. Can I fall asleep with the TV on? I think it'll be fine. As soon as he turned it on, breaking news appeared. The announcer exclaimed in surprise. We just received breaking news. Kanglum listened, feeling a little curious. The announcer said, flustered. Famous actress Jiumiya. Kanglum stared blankly at the sound coming from the TV. Has been found dead. According to reports, she was discovered in her apartment. Footage of Jiumiya's private residence appeared on screen, but no further details were provided, based on the condition of the room when she was found. The announcer continued. Police are currently speculating that this may be a case of extreme choice. The image of a corpse flashed in Kanglum's mind, and he heard the voice say, This may be a case of extreme choice. Kanglum's eyes widened in surprise. What? What did she say? He kept asking. Who what? Suddenly a loud noise echoed. It's July 5th. Kanglum sprang up, covered in sweat. What is this? He sat there and thought. This never happened in ESW. It shouldn't be this serious. Jiumiya died. Suicide. The next moment he got up and rushed out. Is that why the repetition loop occurred during the performance? Nonsense, it's too absurd. Why her of all people? She did very well in ESW. Gehi won despite all the accidents and conspiracies, and even though she went mad because she couldn't accept it, everything ended with the protagonist's unique lines, he thought to himself again. Even if readers disliked it, she was still almost one of the heroines, so without any problems the story moved on to the next chapter. That was the plot. So how could this happen? Kanglum stood leaning against the table. His mind was in a whirl. Why did she make such a terrible choice right before the performance day? Could this be a murder disguised as a suicide? Who would dare harm the villain? I don't understand at all. He rubbed his head with his hand and sat on a chair. It has to be suicide, but how could such a successful person do this? Of course, famous and talented people often make headlines in tragic ways. Kanglum leaned back in the chair languidly. Of course, everyone has their own story. He recalled the previous events by thoughtlessly reminiscing about her past. The part where the author reminisced about Yumin's past had been cut. That was why the rest of Mia's story had not been fully revealed. Then were there hidden stories I didn't know about? Kanglum pondered. If there had been any signs of her death, they would surely have been here. Minjong slowly walked in while brushing her teeth. Oppa, if you're up, eat. Oppa, are you awake? Minjong went out. Oppa is awake. The woman in the apron looked at Kanglum puzzled. What's wrong? He stood up when he heard the sound. Regardless of how much he disliked her, even if he was trapped in a repetition loop and had no choice, his gaze softened slightly. Her life still needed to be saved. The scene changed and Ju Lamy excitedly held up the club activity report. Sunbae, since you're the club president, please fill this out. Kanglum sat still, resting his chin on his hand and looked at the people. I can't keep going the same way. I'll act differently regarding Mia, he thought. But for everyone else, everything will still be the same. That way I'll know what changes happen with Mia. July, immediately after the Idol Goddess movie audition. Kanglum was walking and talking on the phone. Yes, Hyun Nuna, I'm sorry. I suddenly felt unwell. I don't think I can participate in today's Idol Goddess audition. Hyun cheerfully replied, it's okay, Gaehee will go in your place. Hearing that, he continued. Really? Thank you. Yes, I'll hang up now. After the call, Kanglum felt relieved. This way there won't be a showdown between you Gaehee and Ji-Yu Mia. So how should I go about meeting Mia? He saw Mia's manager standing talking on the phone. Kanglum looked over from his motorcycle. So Mia's house, which I saw in the news, was here. I got my driver's license during the downtime from working as a team manager. The manager fidgeted, pacing back and forth, tearing at his hair. Please, Mia, please answer the phone. Please, I don't want to get scolded for being late for the audition. Should I go home? No, what if Kanglum watches from outside but she's really self-centered? The poor guy is in trouble again. I need to find out her story, but the real problem is how do I approach her? After a moment of thought, he looked at the item placed in front of his motorcycle. The only thing I can use is this Romania root and nutmeg soup I prepared. Romania root and nutmeg soup is a drink made by boiling Romania root juice, then adding alcohol or honey, and then sweet-smelling powder and musk. It is a drink rich in vitamin A. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and his expression became more excited. A parking lot full of black cars. Kanglum walked around looking. Why are there so many black cars? It's probably in this parking lot. He stopped in front of a car and shouted, this is it. Mia's manager's car. It looks exactly like the online photos. He held a stone in his hand with a chilling expression. I'm truly sorry. In his hand was a stone he had picked up. He added, I'm only doing this to save someone. Immediately after he scratched the car with the stone, Kanglum took out his phone and checked the number. The phone number is, he dialed the number and shouted, hey you, move your car quickly. Is this how you treat a celebrity's car? Come out quickly. It was the manager's car, and he rushed out to check the situation. What? I parked properly. What's wrong? When he arrived at the parking lot, the man was no longer there. Hey, who called? When he went to his car, he widened his eyes in surprise. What is this? Who scratched this car? Damn it. He fumbled for his phone and quickly made a call. Could it be that guy who just called? Damn it, this is a company car. At this moment, Kanglum was walking leisurely. Ji-Yu Mia stood at the door talking on the phone, looking slightly annoyed. Don't joke around, I can't believe it, she shouted angrily. Where are you, manager? Still busy? It's the audition today and you're this late. Just then, Kanglum approached and greeted her with a smile. Oh, aren't you Ji-Yu Mia? I'm a fan. Wow, it's really you. My friend saw you nearby, so I came. Mia was puzzled but politely replied. Yes, he enthusiastically handed her something. That's right, please take this. It's Romania root and nutmeg soup. I heard you like it because it's rich in nutrients. Mia awkwardly replied. Yes, Kanglum pretended to be innocent and said, by the way, is there something wrong? Thus he achieved his goal. Kanglum was riding Mia on his motorcycle and Mia said, which industry are you from? If you're here to take me to an audition or cast me, forget it, Kanglum hastily denied. No, even if I work as a manager, it's just a side job. I'm truly a fan of Mia SSI. When I heard you might be late for the audition, I couldn't do anything. Mia thought for a moment. All right, since you brought the Romania root and nutmeg soup. Anyway, I only mentioned it once in an interview. He awkwardly smiled and asked her. By the way, are you going to the hair salon, or should we go straight to the audition venue? Mia continued. I do my own makeup and hair. No one else can meet my standards anyway. She held her helmet and was annoyed. Besides, if I go there, I'll have to fix it again, right? So I don't want to wear a helmet. Why do I have to ride something like this and wear something like this? If we go slowly, there won't be an accident. Kanglum seriously reminded her. No, you can't. You could die that way. I can't let you die while I'm watching. Hearing that, Mia laughed and said, you like me that much? I think I'm falling for you. He froze. No, that's not it. They were passing a group of male students. They were loudly talking about going to a buffet and Eun-young was among them. A man reminded from outside the door. Then get ready quickly. When Kanglum and Mia were in the room, the phone rang. He said, it seems like the manager is calling. Mia coldly replied, a manager who can't arrive on time should be fired. If they keep bothering me, I'll just block them. Hearing that, he approached and picked up the phone. But Mia SSI about this, you haven't even locked your phone? Should an actress not care about phone security like this just in case someone tries to snoop? I wouldn't even do that. Mia casually replied while doing her hair. That's my work phone, it's nothing special. I don't really care about it other than for calls. He asked, puzzled. If that's your mindset, then your wallpaper must be quite flashy. Kanglam looked at her phone and thought to himself. She set her own photo as the wallpaper. She's really narcissistic. How could such a person make such a choice? Suddenly he seemed to realize something and his expression was surprised. Mia SSI usually wears earrings, right? Hearing that, she shouted irritably. What? Why do you care so much? Just do your job. Kanglam stood silently, thinking. Now that I think about it, it's quite strange. I just thought of it as a character prop and didn't think deeply. Thinking about this, Yu also often didn't wear earrings when working, right? He looked at the photos again. But why does Mia always wear earrings and bracelets in all her photos? Kanglam looked back at Mia and organized his thoughts one by one. At home, wrist, extreme choice. Finally he realized. No way. Kanglam immediately ran and grabbed Mia's wrist tightly. Mia's earring fell to the floor. He grabbed the bracelet and opened it, but there was nothing there. He shouted in surprise. Oh no, he hastily said. I'm sorry. I checked it as a precaution. I thought there would be a scar underneath. As the two were reflected in the earring on the floor, Kanglam was flustered. Are you angry? Mia had tears in her eyes. Oh no, she picked up the earring in a panic. What do I do? My earring? Mia's face flushed and she awkwardly shouted, don't look. He stood silently. Kanglam was puzzled. What? His face turned pale. What? Kanglam broke into a cold sweat. I thought simply, not only are the Webtoon contents unfolding before my eyes, but I've also traveled countless times through a time loop. I thought I wouldn't be surprised by anything anymore. He was struck as if by lightning, not knowing what to do. But what is this? What did she just say? Kanglam couldn't understand what had changed everything from the past. Isn't this still that annoying heroine who did whatever she wanted? She swayed back and forth. What do I do? This is something I can't help. Is this the Mia who kept telling me to obey her? It turned out she was looking for the item she had dropped. My earring, where did it go? Kanglam couldn't believe his eyes. Hey, what's wrong with you? No, what is this? Why are you talking like that? Mia looked truly innocent. Is this really how I usually talk? He vehemently disagreed and tried to convince himself. What, usually? No way. Isn't this Mia SSI? You weren't like that a moment ago. Could it be another personality? No, that can't be right, she said, flustered. No, that's not it. My usual demeanor is just acting. Kanglam was speechless at the answer that completely deviated from his expectations. Acting? So she's like you, Gehi? Mia suddenly cried and pleaded with him. No, don't tell me. In Kanglam's understanding, as mentioned before, Mia was originally created as a character similar to Yu Gehi, but with contrasting features for the rival role. Designed as a character similar to Yu Gehi, but with contrasting features for the rival role. Or you should have picked me up earlier. If Yu Gehi is a type of light that illuminates her surroundings, Mia is a type that absorbs all surrounding light with her acting. To become a rival, she transformed into a character with completely contrasting qualities in many aspects. He evaluated the two girls by their personalities. So when I found out about Yu Gehi's cute personality, oh really, do you want to die? Boss, I should have considered this possibility. Yu Gehi was likely to have a grumpy interior and a kind exterior. Kanglam looked at her and thought, could Mia be mean on the outside but soft on the inside? But he shouted at Mia, who had a soft interior. Are you kidding me? Is that your real personality? She was startled by Kanglam's question. What? Why are you reacting like that all of a sudden? He struggled to understand what was written in the webtoon. I also had doubts about Yu Gehi. But this must have been the author's preliminary stage, right? Not a change that happened after merging with reality. He began to get confused. Why didn't they show that in ESW? Even though they ruined the Yu Gehi character from the start, they would have had many opportunities to reveal this side of Mia after this happened to Yu Gehi. Shouldn't they have been more careful with characters created later? Some scenes were missing, so Kanglam couldn't grasp the time. That ambiguous flashback scene. The scene that was cut after the soy-marinated crab recipe comment. Did they remove it because they couldn't convey the original intention? Someone outside knocked on the door, urging her. Excuse me, Mia SSI, please hurry. The director and others are waiting. Mia was at a loss. Not now, I don't have my earring, I can't go in without my earring. Charm mode. Kanglam had no choice but to follow the plot. Alright, let's find it now. Charm mode. The instructor was satisfied with the students' acting and said, alright, everyone did well. Mia confidently walked out the door. Follow me. He was very confused. Where is she going now? Is she saying that because she's angry? Where is she going now? It must be somewhere private. Kanglam was confused again. Why does this situation feel like deja vu? Oh no. He and Mia entered a small alley in a residential area. She looked unhappy. Her face was full of sadness. Mia's earrings were truly beautiful. She started crying to maximize the effect of her ego. Please keep this a secret. Keep what you saw today a secret. Kanglam was still not used to this scene. I still get shocked every time I see it. It's more than just surprise, it's really interesting. Mia needs to refine her skills more. Please, I'll do anything, please. He had no choice but to stop her. Hey, stop it. Some passing men were curious. What's wrong? Who's crying? She's pretty. He hoped Mia would stop out of embarrassment. Hey, you idiot, people are watching, stop it. Anglum didn't fall for her trick. I have many questions for you, but you're too conspicuous. Can we go somewhere quieter to talk, or we can go to your house? Mia said irritably. No, you can't go to my house. He was still patient. All right, I can understand this much. She probably dislikes it too. Kanglum was glad he could maintain his composure. Then how about my house? In the end, he convinced Mia to leave that place. I'm usually at school at this time. No one's home now. Kanglum doubted his thoughts. Anyway, it's my first time being home alone with a girl. And I never imagined it would be with Gu Mia. The bag suddenly fell to the floor. She was acting, making others unable to follow her. Then what are you going to do to me now? I've never been on a date before. Please be gentle. Kanglum got angry at the misunderstanding. What are you talking about? Someone's going to think I dragged you here. Are you crazy? As if the situation wasn't complicated enough. Mia really didn't understand, or was she pretending not to? But taking me home means that, doesn't it? You said you'd do anything earlier, and now there's no doubt this happened because of that. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Here she was trembling with fear. No, it's not like that. I just wanted to talk. I wanted to know why you acted that way. The two were finally able to sit at the table and have a drink. Mia was surprised but quite pleased. You're a year younger than me. I thought we were the same age. You look mature, so I thought you were older. So Kanglum, can I speak informally to you? He didn't mind at all. Yes, speak informally. Mia's at it again. Kanglum, you speak informally too. Kanglum froze for 5 seconds when he saw her. Really? If you say so, thank you. To be honest, after seeing you like that earlier, it's a bit hard to talk like before. Mia stammered. I'm really sorry. He understood the pressure Mia had to endure. You don't have to apologize, just explain. Yes, people say the entertainment industry is full of lies, but how can you change 180 degrees like that? She defined it. Have you heard that the entertainment industry is a battlefield? He knew this wouldn't be easy. Yes, I've heard that on the internet. Competition is fierce, and it's very difficult to make a living in various ways. This is why Mia acts hypocritically. What industry doesn't have difficulties? Yes, everyone pretends to be happy in front of the camera, but very few of the 10 survive after a year. Everyone works with the anxiety of not knowing if they will still be here tomorrow. She wasn't as outstanding as others, so she lacked confidence, but I've always been weak since I was young. When I first got a supporting role, I was told I wouldn't survive in this industry. Kanglum finally understood her pain. So you tried to act strong. Mia poured out all her past grievances. But it probably wasn't this extreme from the start. Mia clutched it tightly in her hand. I thought I had to borrow courage from this earring. That's how it started. He still didn't understand what effect it had. What's special about this earring? Mia began to talk about her situation. Yes, my family history is a bit complicated. I was mainly raised by my grandmother. She was next to her grandmother as she received an IV in the hospital. Mia admired the girl on TV. I want to be a shining person like that too. Her grandmother smiled brightly. Can our Mia do it? She was worried because she had no talent. But I don't think I can shine like that. The salesperson took off her earring then. Then Grandma will cast a spell for you. She was surprised to hear her grandmother's words. You always shone in Grandma's eyes. And now with this, everyone will see you shine. Grandma smiled. Kindly look at our Mia, isn't she cute? Every time she said that, Mia's eyes sparkled. It's my grandmother's keepsake, so it's like a symbol of courage to me. She started to change, but after going through various things, everything spiraled out of control. Kanglum was also surprised that everything started from the past. It was truly a heartwarming story, but it was hard to offer any opinion or words about it. He thought she was overusing her body, but I know what you mean, but shouldn't you tone it down a bit? Mia was still a little hesitant. I am sorry, that's all. Currently, when I reflexively wear my earring, her mood suddenly changes. It'll be like this, is that okay? He also flinched. It's fine, but it's still impressive. This is almost like a scene from a comic book, isn't it? Mia quickly took off her earring. Yes, I don't want to be a burden to others. I tried to fix it a few times, but it didn't work out. She doubted Kanglum's sincerity. Are you disappointed? You said you were my fan at first, but you look a little different now. Before he could explain, Mia slightly bowed her head. I am really sorry. Kanglum felt more at ease than before. Oh, it's not like that. Should I say I'm relieved? I was a bit worried and angry because of the previous loop, but he will try to remain calm. I mean, we can talk more normally than we expected. It's a good thing if my attitude changes. In other words, it means I feel more relieved. Don't worry, she was so embarrassed that her cheeks turned red. I understand. Mia seemed to have shed all her burdens. Thank you. Now that I've gotten everything off my chest, I feel a little relieved. He was curious and wanted to know more. Is this the first time you've told this story to someone else? She was suddenly startled by the question. Mia quickly explained, No, there was more than one person besides Mr. Kanglum. A question mark appeared in his mind as the phone rang. She hurriedly left her seat. I'll go answer the phone quickly. Kanglum was blank. Okay, I feel relieved that Mia isn't here, but it was a bit overwhelming, and now it's like this. Kanglum was surprised when Gehi called him. I'm getting a call too. Why, a video call. Cafe APC club room, holding 6 cell phones. Gehi was playing a game. I've used up all my ult, let's go. Young-soo was enthusiastic. I'll use mine too. Shirin gave it her all. I blocked the healers behind me. She took off her headphones and answered the phone. Hello. Her friend next to her was still engrossed in the game. We need a tank, please. Gehi was quite surprised. Idol goddess, yes. Gehi suddenly stood up and slammed the table. Wait. What? A challenge. The information was conveyed to her. So you're saying there'll be a showdown at Gon Festa for the Sanhee role? She quickly sent a text message. I should let boss know. Alright. That kid said she was sick today, didn't she? Yoon-moon was suddenly ignored. I offered to visit that kid earlier but she refused. She said the symptoms were mild and not serious. Lammy wondered, a cold in this weather? She's really like Kanglum Sunbae. She suddenly felt uneasy. Say summer colds are really bad. I'm worried. Young-soo immediately came up with an idea. Then how about a video call? Everyone can give him energy. His friends were busy getting ready too. Wait, I need to look in the mirror. Shouldn't we do this? He was flustered. Just then, Gehi called. Kanglum wasn't ready yet. Why a video call all of a sudden? He was flustered to see all his friends gathered. What? What's going on, everyone? What's going on? Everyone immediately offered their opinions. What opinions? We called because you were sick, boss. The girls seemed very concerned about his health. Didn't you say not to visit, but you look fine now? Kanglum was somehow angry at them. I took some medicine and got better. Through the phone screen, Gehi also felt somewhat relieved. You look good, okay. By the way, there was a team audition today, wasn't there? I received a call. She wanted to ask his opinion, what to say about the showdown for casting. It was then that Kanglum realized he had missed a few details. Right, there was that too, I wasn't concentrating enough. Then the call Mia is getting right now. Wait, now that I think about it. I'm home right now. Kanglum didn't know what to do. Oh no, I shouldn't have answered this call. She thought he didn't know Mia yet. Besides, isn't Gu Mia calling? You might not know her. Gu Mia wanted Kanglum to find a way to end this peaceful call. Anyway, I have to go now. Youngda suddenly got curious. Kanglum, where are you right now? Are you home? Yoon wanted to use this opportunity to increase intimacy. If you're sick, I'll send a house call. Shirin. Before she could finish speaking, if your condition gets worse, Lammy continued. Sunbae, why are you sweating so much? He froze for 5 seconds, almost getting caught. I'm home. Stay home, just rest. I'm fine, don't worry too much. Everything went awry when Mia shouted from outside, Kanglum, can I use this cup here? Gehi smelled danger. What? Whose voice was that just now? He casually explained. I was watching YouTube anyway. Well done. So she reacted to everything. He fabricated it unfairly. Kanglum's Romania root soup. I poured it for both of us to drink. Let's drink together. A scream erupted from the phone. Kanglum quickly muted it and whispered, no, wait, stop. If you come in now. Mia didn't understand him. Why? She suddenly tripped on the rug. She was so surprised when she tripped. Mia's carefully prepared drink was now spilled, speechless. She fell on Kanglum or she would have hit her head on the ground. Oh, I'm really sorry. Mia froze before she could explain. I tripped. No, it was like the girls were frozen, staring intently at the phone screen. They all shouted at him and made a fuss. Mia, why are you there, honey? What's going on? Kanglum, you said you were home. Kanglum, you said you were resting. Sunbae, who's with you right now? My maids indeed. Kanglum couldn't deny it, this matter. She was still embarrassed there. I shouldn't get caught like this right now. He was worried people would misunderstand. Hey, don't add fuel to the fire with strange explanations. Gehi looked angry as if she would fly there right now. What are you doing now? Kanglum eventually had to hang up. I don't care anymore. I'll clean up this mess later. Mia wiped the spilled drink from the floor. She kept blaming herself. I'm sorry, I should have worn my earring earlier. He immediately comforted her. Don't worry too much, they'll be fine, there won't be any rumors or problems. She blamed herself. No, it's my fault, but if Kanglum's friends misunderstand, this is nothing to Kanglum. It'll be fine. Just leave it alone even though I'll blame it on coincidence again. Mia felt guilty. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. She was also in great pain. Tears kept flowing. I don't have my earring now, so my confidence is completely gone and I can't work properly. But if I keep wearing it, everything will get worse. I become rude and prickly. Mia was helpless because she couldn't confide in anyone. I just want to be kind to others, but I can't, so I'm really sorry. I shouldn't be like this, but I keep being like this. Kanglum understood Mia's feelings. She didn't really mean to harm others, so he wasn't angry with her at all. No problem. Misunderstandings are just misunderstandings, Mia kept insisting. It's definitely my fault. He couldn't persuade her anymore. So try to reduce it little by little. She was very surprised by his solution. Reduce it? Kanglum had an open mind. Yes, like when people say they're going on a diet or quitting smoking or drinking, it's better to gradually reduce it than to suddenly give up everything. He suggested a solution for Mia to develop self-control. So when Mia is in charm mode, she should gradually reduce her temper. It might not be easy, but if it's okay, I'll help you. She gained more confidence. Kanglum will help me. How? He will enthusiastically help if Mia allows him. Did I tell you I'm working as a manager? Shall I be your manager and be with you? I'll stop you when you seem to cross the line. He could only soothe her until she stopped crying over time. Certainly Kanglum was flustered. Hey, why are you crying? Do you dislike this? Did I cross a line? Is it because Mia was touched by his heart? No, I just wanted to hear those words. She looked at Kanglum with an unfair expression. No one really cared. Everyone, especially managers, avoided me. They didn't tolerate my bad behavior for long, so Kanglum thought she should ignore these words. But hey, you shouldn't cry because of this. You'll surprise me. Others don't know you're like this, so you shouldn't do that, he said firmly. But I know you now. Are you the real Mia? Even if you're a little rude to me, it's okay. Mia spoke comfortably with him. Thank you. Honestly, I always tried to hide this from my manager too, so I couldn't take off my earring even after filming, but Kanglum said he would help me. She fully trusted Kanglum. So Kanglum, I'm asking you, she should be playing with the white clouds fluttering in the wind against the blue sky. He was on the phone. So a separate contract isn't necessary. Yes, it's fine, like a lease agreement. Yes, Yu Wang, thank you for your help. Yu Wang informed him of some important information. Kanglum, I know you're smart, so I'm not too worried, but be careful. Red Moon Company also has a lot of bad rumors. They don't seem to want this matter to be known to the world, Kanglum explained carefully. But isn't that natural? So I came from her side. She's competing to become an idol goddess. Maybe I'll coincidentally look like a spy. Yu Wang still hesitated. Right, it's a bit different, but Mia insisted on this, so I agreed. But while he was talking, she suddenly stopped by. All right, I have to go now. Yes, Mia said, cheerfully laughing. Kanglum, goodbye. I know, I've taken measures. Kanglum couldn't understand what was on her mind. What measures? Did you bring a blanket? Mia often came up with eccentric ideas. Yeah, just in case it gets cold during long shoots. I mean, how to more concretely reproduce my enchanting style. Kanglum was speechless at Mia's forgetfulness. I forgot the notes I organized all night. She acted like a sage. Then if I were to explain it in words when I'm being mean to others. Mia was very confident. Kanglum, step forward and pinch me back. Then I'll consciously try to stop myself. He was really worried about her method. What, is that really okay? Isn't this a bit too much? Mia tried her best to overcome her weakness. Yeah, that's right, especially with Kanglum's help. Only then did Kanglum speak his mind. No, not her, I mean me. Is it okay for me if she's wearing her earrings and I pinch her back? I'm worried I'll get hit. Got it. Mia froze for 5 seconds. I'll do my best. She took out a thick wad of cash. Kanglum, here you go. Today's pay. How could he resist this temptation? It's really thick. Kanglum stared blankly at the money but pretended not to care. I heard it came from personal expenses. What do you take me for? I can't accept this much. She pinched Kanglum's weak spot. Your words and actions are different. Mia pouted, knowing his bad habit. You didn't skip class today, did you, Kanglum? This is from the boss. Take it. Kanglum wondered why the boss was suddenly acting that way. He was riding a motorcycle without a helmet. Kanglum presented a series of reasons proving he was a skilled driver. It's been more than a week since then, and it's gone. But despite being a student with a driver's license, he traveled to many places with Gu Mia. Memories came flooding back into his mind. I went to the night market with Park Yanga during that time, and the day I cheered on the helpless Yu Gehi. I tried to eliminate unexpected changes and keep the plan between these two incidents the same as in the previous loop. But in the end there were small changes, especially regarding Yu Gehi. It's unknown what Kanglum will do next, but the final outcome will be somewhat similar. So let's put this aside for now. He knew her efforts were never small, and he was worried that there were many strong competitors. Anyway, even though the idol goddess performance was modified, Mia's schedule was still packed and all the actors around her were people he had heard of before. They must be the best actors. In this awkward situation, Kanglum could only smile broadly. But even so, Gu Mia's personality was truly unique. Whether strong or weak, she was a bit confusing no matter who she communicated with. So every time she started getting angry at the people around her. I'm sorry, do you really not understand? To stop her from speaking recklessly, Kanglum pinched Mia's back. I need to give a little more direction here. She blushed but didn't dare to get angry. This created an awkward silence between him and Mia. The camera lens was prepared for today's schedule. Already she was shouting at someone else. Hey, what company are you from? How much did you pay for this pathetic actor to substitute as the lead? He pinched her from behind without needing to say much. Kanglum started to get interested. What am I doing? This work is surprisingly addictive. Mia's icy personality didn't seem to have changed. Another day passed, but she still got pinched by him. Mia didn't get angry, she just shouted. Seeing him prepare to act again, she hurriedly explained. Wait, I didn't do anything, and I wasn't angry. I was just giving some acting directions. The red-haired man felt it was inappropriate. Damn it, what should I do now? Feeling ignored, she immediately shouted, Who do you think you are to dare? Kanglum knew his actions were wrong. I started getting unconsciously drawn in and I thought I had gone too far. He looked at Mia's expression, but she seemed satisfied with it. She was delighted like a child. Kanglum, you're amazing. Today I only got agitated 84 times. It seemed to be working. His head ached just listening to it. Still a long way to go. Only 84 times. The sun set below the horizon and the afternoon ended, giving way to night. She conversed with Kanglum. You worked hard today. But he was not fine at all, and everything was getting stranger and stranger. Kanglum changed his mind and didn't believe the things that had happened. In the past, the conspiracies that appeared in the original work, like the sexual harassment scandal and the drug-laced drink, didn't seem like something Mia would do no matter what her outward appearance. That wasn't her personality, was it? Numerous questions swirled around him. There's something I still don't know. Besides, why did she make that choice on the day of the performance? I still haven't found the reason. Kanglum was also relieved, but still there has been some progress. Let's watch a little longer. He was startled to see Mia standing waiting for someone. She didn't know why, but Kanglum seemed puzzled. Why is she here? Why did she come here? And why is she sneaking around like that? Only Mia was seen walking step by step into the parking lot. He was startled to see that. Today's schedule is over. I haven't received any other travel schedule. Kanglam mumbled. Perhaps he remembered what Lammy had said. I heard Mia's schedule today is mysteriously empty. If she shows up at V, we'll infiltrate and record everything with a camera. Worried, Kanglam chased after the black car. Mia then entered a place guarded by bodyguards. He took off his helmet and asked in surprise, she really came to V, but why? It's not even time to meet the red-haired woman yet. Kanglam noticed one room. The door said no entry. He seriously made up his mind, I have to see for myself. A person stumbled, mumbling, I'm drunk, where's the restroom? A tall bodyguard stopped him. Guests cannot pass here. Please turn back. At this moment, I am approached. He emphasized in a low voice to the waitress, I told you. I only like that woman from last time, she replied awkwardly. Yes, I'm sorry, of course. I just contacted her. Mia approached just in time and she said arrogantly, hello, thank you for coming back. Mia suppressed the disgust within her. At first it was disgusting, but now I can only laugh and ignore it. She comforted herself. Yes, so I'm fine. Mia looked at the lewd group in front of her and thought bitterly, I was called to a place I hate. She could only endure the discomfort. Forcing a smile and speaking, Mia scoffed and got used to the unfamiliar smell of alcohol. She had a slightly contemptuous, nasty smile. Mia mumbled, I can endure this disgusting atmosphere. She unconsciously clapped her hands in agreement. I can endure it, I can endure it. Mia kept repeating this in her head. I'm fine, I'm really fine. If I can protect them, I'll be fine. Kanglam suddenly lied. He took off his glasses and asked her a question. I can hear everything you're thinking in your head. Got it. She pretended to be fine, but in reality she wasn't at all. What on earth are you doing? Mia looked up, her eyes full of confusion. Kanglam continued. Do you also think your earring is some kind of magical item? He pointed to her tightly clenched hands under the table. You're trembling right now. Then Kanglam immediately grabbed her earring. He painfully scolded her to look at herself. I am was slightly flustered by Kanglam's sudden action. Who are you? He immediately shot back. You won't know, so shut up. Mia stammered to Kanglam. Kanglam, how did you get here? He didn't want to answer her immediately. That's not the issue. I worked here in a small loop before. I'm just using the information I got from last time, Mia exclaimed in surprise. What? Kanglam said seriously. More importantly, you came here to keep doing this bullshit. I told you. If you can't handle it alone, I'll help you, but if you don't want to talk, I can't do anything either. Then he frowned and emphasized each word. So be honest now, what do you want to do? Mia stammered tearfully. I am couldn't stand it and grabbed her shoulder. Hey, what is it? Mia gathered her courage and shouted. I hate this place, I want to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, Kanglam hit Im's head with a liquor bottle. He fiercely urged her, then let's go. He fell from the sudden attack. The others saw that and exclaimed in surprise, what are you doing? Kanglam didn't stop and continued to pick up ice. He resolutely threw the remaining ice at the other person's face. The blonde man clenched his fists and shouted, you crazy bastard. He punched Kanglam hard in the face. Mia screamed in fear, seeing him fall. Blood flowed from Kanglam's mouth. The people outside heard the commotion and opened the door to check the situation. What greeted their eyes was a large blonde man bullying a small waiter. Kanglam immediately immersed himself in the role, put his hand on the floor and said weakly, I'm sorry, but sir, we cannot fulfill such unreasonable demands. He shot back, not understanding anything. What? No, you. The bodyguards quickly approached, subdued the blonde man and dragged him out, where he shouted in a panic, what are you guys doing? It's not me, it's that guy. Why aren't you grabbing that guy? Kanglam wiped his mouth slightly and said to Mia, all right, let's go. The two left together. Mia lowered her head and said in a small voice, Kanglam, because of me, I don't know how to thank you. Kanglam said gently, isn't it a bit early? We just barely escaped a crisis, but there are still more serious problems remaining. That's also why I need to be here. She poured out her heart. They exploited my weakness. He asked curiously, what weakness? Who? Mia replied, my company, Red Moon. She recounted what happened when she first debuted as an idol. I didn't even know places like this existed. Mia and other group members were dragged here. Mia painfully recalled that initially everything ended there, but later they started threatening us, Kanglam said indignantly. What company does that to their own idols and actors? Won't they get into trouble too? What kind of company is it? She shook her head. This isn't an ordinary company, especially the person who is the CEO. Mia bowed her head. If I don't show up obediently when I'm called, my career will end because of some nonsensical scandal. Moreover, if I refuse, it won't just ruin my acting career, but lead to more serious consequences. Before that, she had pleaded with him. I really can't do this anymore, please. But what Mia received in return was a threat. That's not for you to say. Their contracts will be terminated too. Hearing that, Kanglam exclaimed in surprise. Nonsense. What about the members who debuted as idols with you? She hesitated and replied. Well, I was able to help them terminate their contracts with that cheap company. The condition was that I follow the higher-ups' orders. But those bastards kept holding them hostage and threatening me. Mia sighed. Some left the entertainment industry and lived ordinary lives, but some stayed, and when I couldn't take it anymore. Her next words pained him deeply. Every time they said this was the last time, but it was always a lie. There's no end here. Mia looked at the glittering city and said regretfully, from that moment on it was too late. She was deeply immersed in her past story. So gradually, Kanglam. Kanglam couldn't remain calm any longer. So in the end you were continuously threatened using your weaknesses and the other members, weren't you? he gnashed his teeth in anger. He was very displeased that she had to fight the world alone, but this incident wasn't even mentioned in ESW, and the author ignored it and continued the main plot. Kanglum clenched his fists. But like her personality change, the character setting can remain as it is, right? If so, no way. Could that still happen? He remembered Mia's two contrasting sides throughout ESW. Kanglum, without realizing it, exclaimed, "Nonsense, how could you endure all of this for so long?" Mia was startled by the question. Mia forced a smile and replied, "It's probably because I like acting. Even though my personality is like this, I like expressing myself in front of many people. That's why I wanted to be an idol, and then I wanted to try other fields like acting." She looked up. "You probably won't understand, but I worked hard and received many awards, so as long as I can act, I can keep enduring." Kanglum looked at the other person with slightly widened eyes. He rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Ah, everything's connecting now. Can you take off that bracelet?" Mia, surprised, pointed to the hairband on her hand. "Ah, Kanglum, why? There was nothing there in the end, was there?" Kanglum asked seriously. "Why do you think there's nothing there? You always wore it like your earring. There's no reason for me not to suspect it." Mia was right-handed, so if someone asked, she could make excuses. Kanglum quickly grabbed her hand, but on her left wrist as he pulled the bracelet, terrible scars were revealed. She was embarrassed to face Kanglum. He sighed deeply, suppressing his anger. "I understand now. What happened on the morning of July 24th in the previous loop? What made Mia make that choice?" Kanglum thought to himself. "And that's what led to a different ending from ESW." And he recalled the scene at the Superstar concert venue. Mia's performance was truly amazing. The MC's voice livened up the program. Amidst the enthusiastic emotions of the people watching the performance, 5 girls said backstage, "This is really crazy. We're actually going to stand on that stage." Another girl added, "Mia, what do we do now? What do we do now?" The red-haired girl said with a joyful and excited expression on her face, "Now we really feel like idols." The red-haired girl added, "Our album will sell like hotcakes, right? We'll be able to send money to our parents, right? Isn't this great, Mia?" The girl said loudly with a joyful expression. Mia smiled brightly and said, "Yes, everything will continue smoothly like this. But this industry isn't so rosy." After a few music show appearances, the group was forgotten without a trace. Paper boxes filled with the group's albums were shown on screen. As time passed and album sales plummeted, only a few members received calls. Someone called the blonde girl and Mia received a text message. It was the first day she was summoned to that place. A pink room appeared in Kanglum's mind with a table holding a wine glass she had been drinking from. At first there was nothing special, but the group's senior was offered a personal contract. Someone wanted to meet her privately. A man handed a postcard to the blonde girl making some kind of offer. It was truly terrifying. It was like looking behind a dark drab curtain. The screen focused on Mia, who was trembling, watching something, her body involuntarily shaking. And it didn't take long to realize that the group's agency was not an ordinary entertainment company. After that, the screen showed a tall mansion, with the name Red Moon written in its center. Red Moon Entertainment was a subsidiary of the Yakuza. The screen changed again in Kanglum's mind. Yakuza bosses and the name Red Moon Entertainment appeared. He investigated further later, but to strengthen Yakuza control within Japan, foreign companies needed to invest by funding them. The funding source moved to maps of the two countries. So on the surface, Red Moon was an entertainment agency, but in reality it was connected to red light districts. They operated the 5 area, famous in the underworld, and lured innocent people into a swamp of lies through enticing contracts. Pyramid scheme fraudsters always wore fancy suits and shook the girls' minds with eloquent language, so much so that the victims didn't realize they were trapped in the mud they created. And if they didn't succeed, if deemed unsuitable, or if they succumbed to pressure, they would be summoned. And the victims, lured and contracted by the pyramid scheme fraudsters, were subjected to temptation and suffering if they became their targets. They were transferred to domestic branches for other services, and their whereabouts became unknown to everyone. On someone's desk there was information on countless victims. How can such a company exist so brazenly? I thought about it, but the day I discovered the truth, I gave up all thoughts of reporting or arresting them. It was a person who appeared to hold a high position in the company. The man held a wine glass in his hand and smiled. "The only way we can succeed is by releasing a hit song, but that's never easy." The third room appeared on the screen. "What is this, 2 more people? Why are they constantly pushing only 2 people?" The pink-haired girl said. "Are the 2 of you secretly seducing or flattering the higher-ups behind our backs? Answer me." "Mia, we promised to reach the top together. Are traitors only saving themselves?" Internal conflict and the pink-haired girl's conclusion. I myself broke down, but at the same time I was relieved that the seniors knew nothing of the other side of the story. This was Kanglum's thought as he recalled Mia's train of thought. It seems the group's time is also over. Now it was the words of the company CEO of Mia's group. Mia opened the door and entered with sharp, resolute eyes. "President, I'll do everything you said. I set conditions and terminated the members' contracts. From then on, everyone started to express their displeasure towards me. Thanks to the president's protection, no one touched or harmed me. But this pain and suffocating feeling remained." Mia was shown sitting in a dark corner, hugging her knees. "Even if belated luck brought money and fame, as long as they held my weaknesses, I would never be free." People who appeared to be fans or reporters spoke to Mia. "I really can't do this anymore, please." "What? That's not what I said. Their contracts should have been terminated." The scene shifted to her, and Mia cried, struggling to explain. Everything got worse for Mia. She had the intention to free herself, and Mia uprooted that crazy idea. She used her earring to hide all emotional shackles. From then on my dependence grew. So she became arrogant or unreasonably picked fights with her colleagues. It went beyond being ill-tempered, reaching a level of unreasonable anger. Mia's face was always filled with anger, like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Kanglum, without realizing it, recalled the past. He and Mia fought many times. Each time Mia's face was always filled with anger. And that's when Mia realized she was no longer herself. The images in Kanglum's mind still flashed quickly, even the people who tried to love and protect her. As Mia tried to leave the table, the pink-haired girl stood up about to say something but was splashed with water and had to close her eyes. Mia splashed water on the red-haired girl's face and said with an indifferent expression, "Let me give you some advice. You don't have a shred of talent, so leave this industry as soon as possible." But the reason she didn't completely break down was because of her firm spirit for her vulnerable inner self. Mia's image was reflected in the lenses of cameras and photographers. To keep her promise to her grandmother and for the moment she could become someone else through acting. It was young Mia and her grandmother. And acting was the only time I truly felt alive. She was wearing a dazzling red dress and a fake smile. That pride kept me from the brink. As she went up to receive her trophy, the genuine smile that radiated from the depths of her heart shone again. But as she yielded the spotlight to others, she returned to her own darkness. She sat in a dark corner quietly reading articles about herself. Later, the morning before the Idol Goddess performance. After a lively performance, Mia and the blonde girl presented their own stage together. Mia sang, performing an elegant and somewhat understated dance. The editors looked at her with different eyes. They watched carefully until her performance ended. She turned her face away from the editors as if uninterested and walked backstage. She walked, laughing inwardly. After walking for a while, Mia passed the stage. At this point everyone had left. She looked at someone else. 3 girls were happily watching the stage. They carefully watched the performer. The blonde girl was still singing, smiling at the faces of the last 3 audience members. Mia stood blankly watching the blonde girl's performance. Sweating profusely, the blonde girl tried her best to finish the performance. A blank feeling and strange thoughts arose in Mia's mind. It was as if something buried deep inside me was crumbling. When the performance ended, the blonde girl received praise from the young audience. Kanglum recalled Mia's train of thought. What was that emotion that just passed? Jealousy over talent, inferiority. No, that's not it. She kept walking, but thoughts still arose. It must be a combination of self-love and despair. Only after seeing that light did Mia realize. I was immersed in darkness, and I would never reach the place I so desperately desired. Mia looked down in disappointment. To think I could traverse that dark path and reach the light, it was a foolish thought. Mia quickly turned and walked deep into the darkness. Night deepened, the room was filled with darkness, and the sounds of the night could be heard outside. A photo of Mia receiving her trophy looked even more ridiculous. The room was messy and the phone was ringing. The bathroom was bright. Mia was sitting by the bathtub, continuously stirring the blood in the bathtub with her hand. Her eyes were blank. She seemed to be thinking about something. Her lips were red, but she seemed to have no lingering attachment to this world. The 2 words, "I'm sorry," appeared in her mind. I couldn't even imagine the pain she went through. What made her make that choice and lead to a different ending than ESW? But I speculated quite a lot. Kanglum's face turned pale thinking of the terrible situation Mia had to endure. Because Yu Gei was no longer an innocent girl. I intensified the competition with Gu Mia, leading Gei to prepare more passionately for the Idol Goddess performance. And only one Idol Goddess performance rehearsal was scheduled on Mia's calendar. Kanglum was slightly flustered to see Mia's face turn purple. If her mind had broken down then, Mia's image and words appeared in Kanglum's mind. So as long as I can act, I can keep enduring. She looked up at the sky, gazing somewhere, and that was the reason she made a different choice from ESW. Mia's past images appeared, ending with the news of Mia's death. Even if the villains did bad things, the reason the main plot changed was because of me. So Kanglum bowed his head, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. I killed her. I led her to her death. Mia was slightly puzzled by Kanglum's excessive emotions and asked why it wasn't an exaggeration. All my words and actions during the past loops, I was the only one who could have stopped it. I shouldn't have done that. Amidst Mia's worries, Kanglum continued to recklessly ignore her, carelessly blurted things out, and made hostile declarations. Simply because I read ESW without knowing anything, and because I was too overconfident for having solved a few problems and missed the opportunity to realize it. By continuing to act as if I knew everything, by pressing her too hard, images continued to flow from the past and moments of conflict, and Kanglum judged a person through the plot of ESW. The repetition loop continued until Kanglum checked the latest news, which was that Mia had committed suicide. I put Mia in this situation. Seeing Kanglum's excessive emotions, Mia said, "Kanglum, I'm fine. This is just something from the past." Without a word, Kanglum cut Mia off and hugged her. "I'm fine now." On a bridge in the evening, Kanglum hugged Mia. "Ah, Kanglum." Mia blushed at this somewhat intimate gesture. Kanglum said, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry for everything I did to you, okay? I'm sorry for leaving you alone, Ani. I'm truly, truly sorry," Mia said, her face flushed. I really don't know what Ani is saying, but it's warm," Kanglum said. She truly is a legend. Everyone always wonders if there has ever been such a player in history. The commentators are always in awe. Player Rosenty, what on earth is she? She possesses overwhelming power that cruelly obliterates her opponents. She is player Rosenty Cha Shirin. Despite always getting what she wanted since childhood, Shirin was in training, but her manager stopped her. Thump thump, she sighed. Cha Shirin, am I really that bad? Always successful. Now she faced a big problem. It was a normal practice for the idol goddess performance. Her manager Uni sincerely advised her, I don't usually say this. Uni thinks you should give up on this performance and leave it to the other three, Shirin retorted. Why I want to perform too. Ai took the remote control without a word and rewound the video. What? Look at this, she said coldly. Do you think we can prepare in time? Shirin couldn't say anything more. Lamy interjected, Sunday. Shirin Sunday even does extra practice privately, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. The manager sighed. What's more frustrating is that her practice time is similar to Eun-Yang's. Really, please give up, Shirin tried to explain. I'll somehow manage before the performance. Gehi said, no, I really appreciate the help, but do you really need to be on stage? You could do a live broadcast or something. That way, you'd attract fans and protect everyone's viewership, right? Shirin stammered. But me too. Eun-Yang reconciled. Calm down, everyone is being too harsh. Shirin just wants to be with us, right? I can understand if the choreography is too difficult, but for the scale of this performance there's still enough time, isn't there? Nothing is insurmountable if you try. Shirin's eyes welled up with tears. Eun-Yang was suspicious. What? Haven't you seen her dance and sing? Eun-Yang said confidently. The lyrics aren't long, right? The melody is pretty easy too, Gehi sighed. That's true, but there are some limits. I'll play the instrumental. Look at this. The music started and Shirin's voice was truly mechanical. Eun-Yang was also dumbfounded. Shirin said awkwardly, how is it, Eun-Yang? Eun-Yang covered her face. Shirin, everyone has different strengths and weaknesses. Don't force yourself to do something you're not good at. Shirin said sadly, Ani too. Eun-Yang Kanglam also had a headache. This is the situation. Even if we reduce her singing part or have her lip sync, her dancing is still a problem. Yura took a sip of coffee. Okay, so Shirin was depressed all this time. Kanglam agreed. Right, I thought so too, Yura said calmly. But why? Do you want me to comfort Shirin? He nodded. That's right, I don't think I can do this job. But Yura Ani, you're special to Shirin, plus that's your area of expertise, she said before he could even start. That's a difficult task. Kanglam was surprised. How why? Yura continued. In such cases no amount of comfort helps. The only way to overcome it is to overcome it yourself. Kanglam was distressed. But we're almost out of time, isn't that too cruel? I heard that giving her more time won't help either. Yura crossed her arms. Have you heard of the 10,000 hour rule? Kanglam recalled. Ah yes, thanks to the YouTube algorithm. Roughly, if we put 10,000 hours into something we'll succeed, right? But honestly that's a bit of a stretch. There are people who were stuck in bronze after 10,000 games and have only just reached gold, Yura explained. That's how it's usually understood, but just as Edison's famous quotes are often misunderstood, it's usually thought of in reverse. The 10,000 hour rule isn't about blind effort but mainly about methodology and environment, Kanglam guessed. Oh, do you also have such a great methodology, Uni? Plus, as a sports consultant, you must know a lot about this field. A 21st century state-of-the-art training program, or a super scientific secret, or some kind of shortcut, Yura smiled. If you want to help, I'll prepare something. Bring Shirin tomorrow. He became much more excited. Of course, thank you, Yura Ani. The scene shifted and Kanglam stood blankly at the door. Since when did this become a VR game room? Yura said excitedly. Welcome. Today we're going to have special training to help Shirin overcome her clumsiness, Shirin said excitedly. Oh, this looks fun. I've always wanted to try it. Kanglam was suspicious. Is this the right place? Yura asked. Why? Do you have an opinion? He explained. No, I expected something more scientific, advanced and professional. I expected such training, but in the end it's a VR game room? Yura burst out laughing. My goodness, VR games are at the core of advanced science, you know. Especially these days, the metaverse, AI, blockchain, EGS and NFTs are the future, Kanglam said quietly. Just hearing those things makes my trust in you drop a bit. She ignored him and said, and for today's practice, Uni rented this entire space for a day. Kanglam said calmly, trust comes from money. Now I believe you again, Uni. I even noticed you changed your car, Shirin said excitedly. Kanglam, look at this. This is new. It supports an advanced version of wireless HMD. Previously, it supported basic hand tracking, full body motion tracking via third parties and proper haptic feedback. They said the field of view and movement were improved compared to the trial version. And the pancake lenses in particular integrate mini LED technology to provide true blacks through synchronized local dimming and improve contrast. This is the first stage of construction. Do not touch unless you are a major company. Kanglam looked surprised. Really? I've never tried it before. In his heart, he thought happily, whatever, as long as it makes her feel good, right? Shirin swept through the game alone. She laughed out loud with joy. Kanglam reminded her, you messed up, you missed a combo. She denied it. It's not over yet. We can still clear the stage. This result surprised him a little. What? It's more effective than I thought, Yura explained. VR games are like physical activity games, right? Even if she's not good at physical activities, playing games is another story, Kanglam realized. Ah, so they complement each other? That kind of effect, Yura agreed. That's right, but that's not all, you know. The two quickly entered the game as well. Countless zombies stood before them. Yura grabbed Kanglam's neck and warned, "It's dangerous. Be careful on this path. There's a trap ahead." Kanglam hastily followed. "Ah, okay," he exclaimed. "Wow, amazing. Yura, what is this? You cleared a stage that even Shirin couldn't pass in one go." She forced a smile. "I didn't know I'd be better at this game than Shirin. It's fun, isn't it?" she hurriedly insisted. "I'm just not used to it yet. I can do better." In her heart, she was filled with burning determination. "All right, Kanglam, you've rested enough. Let's play again." He was flustered. Wait, I haven't even rested yet." She started the game again, and in her heart the desire to help Kanglam and become beautiful arose. Shirin realized. She smiled. "Now I understand. I think I was overdoing it a bit," Yura said proudly with a mature expression. "As important as the right method is the mindset and way of thinking, and the most effective of these would be something much purer and more innocent than money or fame." After that, Kanglam said he would show the training results to Yu Gehi. "I've taken care of everything." But the next day, things returned to normal. Shirin cried out for help. "I'm sorry, Gehi, my body still can't move." Gehi was flustered. "What?" At this time, Kanglam was holding Mia tightly. She kept stammering. Hey Kanglam, what are you doing?" he commanded. "You don't need to know. Just tell me. I might be nothing, but I know that time is always on my side, so no matter how long it takes, no matter what it takes, I will crush everyone who made you suffer." He grabbed her neck tightly. "So tell me who it is," Mia stammered. "Oh no, Kanglam, you shouldn't get involved in this. They're not ordinary people." Many cars arrived in front of them. Large men got out of the cars. Their faces didn't look very friendly. A car suddenly stopped and Hong calmly got out. "Hey Mia, why are you so surprised?" she said arrogantly. "You're not trying to run away, are you? This woman is the president of Red Moon Entertainment, and a direct descendant of Ishin Magetsu, referred to as the president." Mia was terrified. "These people are Yakuza." Kanglam was startled. "What did you say?" Kanglam thought to himself. That's right, what was next? Human trafficking, a mentally ill family. "And now in the end Yakuza," Hong said. "This is happening again. Want to run away with the love of your life? Really, these kids are so cliché." Mia denied. No, President. Kanglam is not that kind of person. He's just a manager," Hong said. "Manager?" Ani thought he was just a warehouse employee. Mia, realizing her slip of the tongue, stammered. "Ah, well, something like that, no problem." She approached and lifted Mia's face. "More importantly, are you hurt anywhere?" Hong laughed. "You still look fine. Ani should thank you, right? I heard there was a rude guest. Thank you for protecting my daughter-in-law. And as long as you act your age, Ani won't forbid you two from dating. Ani is quite open about relationships these days." Hong cut her off. "Now that we're talking about this anyway. Mia, will you come with Ani?" She pointed her finger. "Just the two of us. It's been a long time." Kanglam stepped forward and blocked her. "Hey, what are you talking about? You were that vice president," he retorted. "Using weaknesses and blackmailing others, free dating, and what's this ridiculous talk about a daughter-in-law?" Mia said quietly. "Hey, na Kanglam." The bodyguards also tried to rush forward, but Hong stopped them. "Enough," she scoffed. "What a headache. Even a manager has no right to know about my internal affairs." After that, she turned to the bodyguards. "What did these two exchange?" "He was a temporary manager." "Then it's even more serious. He also knows about the earring?" Hong asked. "I'm really jealous. Should I eliminate him?" Mia was horrified. Kanglam just scoffed. "HMPH, that would be convenient." He thought he knew nothing because he had read this part in ESW. The word Yakuza alone sent shivers down his spine. Kanglam smiled. "In the end, Ani is just a classic third-rate villain." "That's a relief." She was silent, her face looking very angry. "Kneel." A bodyguard approached, grabbed Kanglam's shoulder and pushed him down. He resisted with all his might, but the bodyguard only used his left hand to exert this much force. The bodyguard landed a punch to his abdomen. Kanglam fell, gasping for air. Mia was restrained and gagged, unable to scream. Hong clucked her tongue. "These kids are really talkative," she said dangerously. "Listen, my ambition is much greater than a third-rate villain's. Understood? Because I want to create my own harem paradise, a place with only women to my taste." Kanglam looked up at her. In the end, Hong liked the same sex and was mixed race. "I lived a lonely school life. My only friend was otaku culture, and there I found the great and glorious harem culture. A world where no one gets hurt. In other words, this is a project to build a paradise, but unfortunately in our world that's illegal," and I prayed. "Oh God, please let me create a harem," Kanglam asked again. "You're not saying that's why you became Yakuza, are you? You borrowed the power of an illegal organization to achieve an illegal goal," Hong said proudly. "That's exactly what's happening. If this year's performance is recognized, I'll be appointed to a key position at the headquarters. And there I'll build my own paradise. Mia will be one of the first brides in my paradise." She turned back and asked, "And what do you think? Isn't my dream really magnificent?" Like today's youth, even her subordinates didn't understand her strange ideas. Kanglam hastily stood up. "I understand everything, but can I ask one more thing?" He wiped his mouth and said, "How old are you, Ani, to still be talking about kids' stories like that? Don't you know it makes you look even older, ma'am?" At these words, Hong's anger flared. Kanglam sneered. "Now that I see you up close, I can even see the caked-on makeup on your face, Ani. So, what's your dream, Ani, that disgusting dream that makes me want to puke just thinking about it?" He added, "And Ani, why don't you stop pretending to be an otaku? People like you lower the average and set a bad example. By the way, do you also carry a dakimakura around? Oh, and is it really an otaku thing to happily talk about your own characteristics? Or should I just see it as a trait of a third-rate villain?" Hong gasped and showered him with furious curses. "Die!" The bodyguard heard this and grabbed Kanglam by the collar. A loud thud echoed. Hong said calmly, Honestly, I'd like to cut off your head and hang it up, but I have to prepare for dinner soon. His neck was squeezed. Kanglum said defiantly, go ahead and try. Mia furiously resisted in the car, continuously banging on the window. Kanglum laughed. All right, now I know everything. I may not be special, but I promise. So wait for me. I will definitely find you. Kanglum free fell into the cold water. White splashes erupted. Kanglum sighed. I won't die immediately. Of course the loop will activate again. He suddenly realized something. What's this? A girl. She swam towards where Kanglum was and pulled Kanglum out of the river. She shook her wet hair, breathless and exhausted. The girl in front of him asked with a curious expression, who's that woman? Should I chase her? It was Nari. Nari shook her head. I should worry about him first. She rubbed Kanglum's chest. His heartbeat seems fine. Nari's hand moved towards his nose, but his breathing doesn't seem very good. Nari sat blankly, touched her lips with her hand, then leaned down. She seemed to be trying to give our male lead CPR. Kanglum suddenly opened his eyes wide, scrambled up and bumped into Nari's head. Nari clutched her head in pain, crying, ouch, ouch. Kanglum asked with a curious expression, what? You Nari, why are you here? Kanglum was puzzled. Wait, what's going on? I definitely drowned. The loop isn't working, Nari said. I happened to see Oppa fall while passing by. I immediately pulled him out and checked if he was breathing. Kanglum nodded. So that's what happened. She's worried. So Oppa, are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? Kanglum refused. Really, no, I'm fine, thank you. I think so, thank you, but you're amazing too, swimming in the river, Nari replied. I learned to swim in school when I was little. She quickly changed her expression. But more importantly, did something happen to Oppa? You're talking about it so calmly. From what I saw, you seemed to be fighting someone on the bridge. Were you involved in something dangerous? Kanglum turned his head, embarrassed. That's, Nari continued to ask. Oppa, what happened? Kanglum reminded her. I can see your clothes. She looked down and felt it wasn't good at all. Nari's face turned bright red. She shouted, pervert, how can you look at a place like that? Kanglum hastily corrected her. Hey, I didn't mean to. Don't act recklessly. Don't act recklessly. Kanglum gave Nari a ride. It's great that the loop isn't working, but I'm worried I'll put Nari in danger too. Nari looked up and asked, you're telling the unnies, but weren't you keeping it a secret from me? Kanglum denied it. No. Kanglum felt, why is she suddenly so yandere-like? She's telling me not to involve you Gehi in dangerous situations. Kanglum agreed. All right, I'll explain it to both of them later. To put it simply, a friend needs help, but I can't handle it alone. I can't handle it alone. Of course, there won't be any information in ESW, whether it's about incidents or other characters. In other words, I have to face the loop without being able to predict anything. But thankfully, everyone likes me. That's what I learned last time. He realized there were many people around him who could help. That special person was, but as soon as he brought it up to Gehi, she scoffed. What, you're asking me for help? You have the nerve to say that? Did Mia fire you or something? Kanglum was blank. What happened all of a sudden? She asked Nari. Nari, why are you so wet too? What did this trash boss do? He was startled by the strange reaction. Why are they reacting like that? Then he remembered his sin. All right, I forgot about the video call. But as mentioned before, when Kanglum was Mia's temporary manager, he went to meet Yu Gehi the whole time. At that time, Yu Gehi was in a slump, of course, after her relationship broke down due to the competition with Mia. I thought she'd be fine, but when I suddenly went to her, she looked so sad and she even blamed me because of what happened during the video call. She accused me of being on the enemy's side, called me a traitor, and even said I was on the side of the beauty world, just because I went home with Mia. The excuses in this case wouldn't work. He couldn't explain everything to her because there wasn't enough information about the current situation. He promised to explain everything later, but it's okay. Let's forget about throwing the towel earlier. I might die with this feeling. Kanglum excused himself. I came to you because I heard you were in trouble. Of course I'm on your side, so don't think otherwise. Don't think useless thoughts. It's okay to be angry. You're always someone who can get things done. Gehi's eyes changed. She recalled old memories and her face flushed with embarrassment. Kanglum called out, hey you Gehi. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit squarely in the face with a pillow. Gehi said, embarrassed, I don't know, you're a fool. Kanglum was angry. What, you're calling me a fool? What did I do? Gehi stubbornly said. Shut up, fool, fool, fool. Kanglum didn't back down. Someone who keeps calling others a fool is also a fool, but just like with Yanga, everything happened the same way. Everything was the same except for having to make Mia understand. Even coming back on the bus was the same. Anyway, many confusing things happened after that. Completely forgot what he hadn't explained yet. Gehi pressed him. I'm waiting for you to explain and tell me what happened all of a sudden. You seem to have forgotten that you ignored me earlier, haven't you? You really were a traitor after all, Kanglum stammered. That, Nari asked curiously. Unnie, what does traitor mean? She laughed and replied. Nari, that trash boss is playing tricks. He even has the Unnie's rival actress at his house. Nari scoffed. Wait, I understand. He hastily said, wait, I'm sorry, I'll explain everything right now. Gehi's two younger siblings staggered out. That Oppa is here again. Hello, son Bainim. Then the two younger siblings quickly fell asleep. Finally, this time, Kanglum was able to tell all the truths he could. He coincidentally bumped into her, helped her, and learned her secret. So he ended up finishing his temporary manager job and getting involved in this Yakuza-related situation. But he couldn't explain his own mistakes. It's related to the loop, so I need to be a little careful. In any way, Gehi said gloomily, not surprised at all. Boss is still just boss, Nari said excitedly. That's right, perhaps Unnie is also quite pretty. Because she's an actress, Gehi sympathized, but if it were you I would have acted the same way. I would have tried to hide and eliminate my true self. I'll do the same so I can somewhat understand. Now I understand the situation. I want to help you, Nari said, embarrassed. Me too, although it's a bit personal. I can't just leave Chairman Hong alone. Kanglam was surprised. Personal? She shook her head. It's nothing. I'll get some more water, Gehi asked curiously. Then are you going to tell other people about this too? You'll need more help. He hesitated. But this isn't a big enough problem to tell that many people. I feel like it would burden the people around me, Gehi frowned. What? So it's okay for me to bear the burden alone? Kanglam shook his head. No, it's just, you know, when something like this happens to me, you're the most trustworthy person. Gehi felt a little better. All right, and I'll contact Unyoung-Uni first. We need to use all the abilities we have, the male lead asked. You mean Unyoung-Uni? Gehi denied it. More like Chun Jimon Sunday. You decide on the others. Nari listened from outside. She said to herself, then I'll have to execute plan B now. At Hong's house, Mia was shown receiving an award on TV. Mia knelt in despair. Hong said arrogantly, Mia, Uni is going to confiscate your phone. Stay quietly at home until the Idol Goddess performance. Do you know how much money Uni spent to make you win that competition? Cancel all your schedules except for that day. Of course you're invited to the party so you can go out. Uni will strengthen surveillance. Don't ruin Uni's mood with your foolish intentions. Oh, and quit your job right after the Idol Goddess performance ends. We're going straight back home. Mia resisted. Chairman, that's not what we promised. Uni said she'd wait until I became an adult. Uni said she'd let me continue being an actress. Hong cut her off. You broke the promise first, Mia. Mia, you leaked company secrets, didn't you? Of course there would be a punishment for this crime. Hong lifted Mia's chin. If you need love, Uni will give it to you. My first bride, understood? Unyoung said. I have a quite reliable informant. The information collected by that informant and Chun Sunbei's investigation can be said to have an accuracy of 90. She hesitated. But there's a slightly troubling question. How did Sunbei get involved with such people? This time they are truly bad people. They're even larger in scale than our family. Kanglam was surprised. That big? That's really impressive influence, Unyoung said. They are the Ain Majetsu, the largest Yakuza organization in the Kano region. They are the largest Yakuza organization in Japan's Kano region. They have countless subsidiaries and can earn hundreds of millions, even trillions of won every year. And one of their subsidiaries is Red Moon Entertainment. And their main goal is to transport physical goods and what they call special personnel internationally. In short, they supply women for entertainment. And Chairman Hong is known to be the daughter of a lower-ranking member. She seems to be growing rapidly by exploiting loopholes in suppression and resistance, Noah reminded him. Anyway, they're real Yakuza. So Mia's situation is quite bad. But it's not good for us to directly intervene with them either. The best we can do is turn public opinion around. Our government won't stand idly by, but there will definitely be some difficulties. They already have a strong position and their influence is enormous. Even if a large-scale investigation is conducted, they'll probably easily evade it. Of course, if it's just for Mia, if it's just saving one Mia, it will be enough, Kanglam said firmly. No, we must never expose this. Mia's secret that she's trying to protect will be exposed. If we expose that, she's in such a place. And Chairman Hong will definitely be one of the Webtoon's villains in ESW2. They've already calculated in advance so that even if public opinion is stirred, they won't gain anything. They'll have made a loophole to escape somehow, Kanglam said. So actually I was going to ask Unyoung Sunbei for help, she refused. I'm sorry, but I can't step in directly this time. When I used Miss last time, I really hit my limit. Aside from the results, there are many procedural problems, and it will have a bad impact on diplomatic relations with other countries. Because it was entirely for personal purposes, Kanglam was surprised. What, I did something that crazy? Unyoung frowned. So now we need to find a more compelling reason, but if we do that, the problems we experienced before will recur. Mia's secret will be exposed, he said. Then the answer is already clear. We'll have to solve it ourselves. Need to pull her out and let her participate fairly in the idol competition. Anyway, I've practiced a lot too, you know. At this moment, Yang-soo also appeared. Hey, I'll lend you my strength. Nari was also determined to help Oppa. Oppa, Shuren chimed in. We can't forgive such people, Yanga agreed. Right? Such things shouldn't happen, Unyoung asked, not understanding. Sunbeinim, I thought you only asked me to call a few people, but why are all the APC members here? I heard Gehi Sunbei's younger sister was coming. Kanglam stammered. It just sort of happened. Everyone greeted each other warmly and shook hands. Whoa, long time no see. Nari, you all knew each other. No, I just introduced you. Long time no see. Unyoung-Uni Kanglam Oppa got a lot of comfort from Yanga-Uni. Shuren said to let her know if anything similar happened. Gehi and Nari already knew each other, right? So I called everyone except Yang-soo, but I couldn't not call Yang-soo. It felt like I was abandoning him. So I ended up calling everyone. Anyway, thank you all for coming, but the situation is really dangerous. I won't blame anyone. If anyone wants to back out now, please say so, Gehi wondered. So what do we do now? Unyoung stood up. I'll explain from now on. Everyone listened intently. Mia is currently being blackmailed. So the plan is to remove that weakness first. This hard drive from Chairman Hong contains detailed information about many people's weaknesses and the corruption of high-ranking executives. In short, this is a weapon and Chairman Hong's lifeline. If we eliminate this, not only Mia but everyone can be free. Gehi was surprised. Huh, so we don't have to fight? Sharon seemed quite surprised. It sounds simpler than we thought. But Eunyoung replied, in reality it's not that simple. The hard drive is kept in a safe at Chairman Hong's house. That villa is used for special entertainment purposes for VIP clients and of course, the security is so tight that it's impossible to even get close. It's not even a place where ordinary people frequently come and go, but fortunately, an opportunity will arise soon. A party will be held at that villa soon. If we can infiltrate and steal the hard drive without confronting them directly. Nari agreed. We can choose which information to expose. Yang-soo was very confident. Oh, espionage is my specialty, Lammy offered her opinion. Wait a minute, Chun Sunbaenim, what if there's a copy of that hard drive? In that case, Anglim said firmly, there's no way. Chairman Hong is the villain of ESW. She was designed not to be easily defeated. On the other hand, there must also be a way to defeat her. This was probably the original development of ESW. First, the protagonist raids the villa. Next, there's an intense battle with the Yakuza and finally they obtain the hard drive. With this kind of development, there's no way there would be a copy. Gehi accepted. Alright, let's assume there's no copy, so what's the next step? Eunyoung continued, and from that point until now, everyone listened with concentration. On the day of the party, countless bodyguards in black suits were stationed. Hong greeted them. Welcome to the Loken Paradise. Since we have a few VIP guests, I will now explain the procedures. First, a performance is prepared in the main hall. All the performers are young women personally selected by me, and both their minds and bodies are perfectly prepared. After the performance, you can move to the rooms upstairs with those you are interested in. A guest asked, but they'll be wearing masks until the performance ends, right? So it's a bit difficult to choose, Hong said firmly. That's precisely my discerning eye and the trust you place in me. Even without seeing their faces, you can tell they are perfect individuals. The attending guests smiled slyly. As the music played, dancers began to perform. Hong and Mia watched from above. She warned, it's fortunate that I don't have to deal with those pig-like bastards early on. But it's a bit of a shame that I can't watch this performance anymore, isn't it? Mia, let's move on to the next stage. As the music changed, she was startled. Wait, what's going on? Everyone didn't understand. The stage lights came on. Gehi greeted them. Hello everyone, thank you for coming today. Let's start and have some fun now. The guests were surprised. What is this? Are those properly selected individuals? Why is there a sudden circus act? Chairman Hong was surprised. What is this? Outside the door, Yanga and Nari were walking. Nari spoke. The performance must have started by now. We have to do our best too. Yanga agreed. Right, Unni, I trust you, Nari suggested. We need to use this opportunity to let Kanglam Oppa sneak in. We'll solve this situation according to the plan. But Unni, aren't you going to change your mind after this? What you said earlier, while we're hesitating, the situation is getting worse, isn't it? Right, if you think about your younger sister too, that's something to consider. Besides, it seems like a new obstacle has appeared. Yanga denied the obstacle. That doesn't matter. I just have my own way, Nari replied. Then I'm the same. I also have my own way. Inside the ventilation shaft were Yang-soo and Kanglam. Whoa, it's time for the players to participate. This is the spirit we need, the guests, surprised by the situation, exclaimed. What is this? Where did all those glamorous performances go? And who are these unfamiliar faces? This is ridiculous. I've decided. I'm going home now, they evaluated. Has Chairman Hong really lost her touch? Only young people would like this kind of performance now, they asked each other. Assemblyman Kim, don't you think so? But unlike their exaggerated reactions earlier, they were now completely engrossed in the performance on stage. What youthful energy! Their expressionless faces from earlier have now changed to joy. Why am I suddenly tearing up? It's such a warm feeling. It's like my dark desires are being purified. They realized the truth. I understand. It was the intense longing for an idol in my youth, watching heroes in movies, seeing outstanding celebrities, sports stars, and robot cartoons. Everyone was still performing passionately. The fresh and new youthful energy, the time when they sincerely cheered someone on, the children inside them came alive again. They cheered and shouted, APC is the best, the best. Gehi sighed. Alright, it seems to be working. Sharon sighed. Oh my god, the special training paid off, but they knew this wasn't enough. They had to buy as much time as possible. Gehi shouted and asked, everyone, shall we continue? Below, the cheers grew louder. Gehi said, you can't get tired yet. The next song is. Chairman Hong seemed surprised. Who are they? She sighed. But if the VIP clients like it, then it's fine, isn't it? Mia opened her mouth, flustered. Chairman, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Nari jumped out of the ventilation shaft. Yang-soo immediately went into acting mode. Alright, let's part ways here, my beloved. As promised, if you encounter any difficulties, contact us immediately. We will always be waiting around you. You can report anytime. Don't forget that your safety is our top priority. Kanglam nodded. Alright, same goes for you. Don't get too close. We don't want to draw the attention of the bodyguards, Yang-soo said confidently. Hey, are you worried about me? If I use the Dragon Clan's rain? Kanglam closed the ventilation cover without a word. He dusted his hands. Alright, let's go now. Seeing the two people's reactions, Kanglam was slightly surprised. Why are their reactions like that? The atmosphere is a bit different. Did something happen during the infiltration? Yanga was startled and stammered. Nothing happened. Nari also agreed. Yanga, Ani and I look quite good together, don't we? Nari turned around and boasted. More importantly, how do these clothes look? This is my first time wearing a hanbok. Konglum praised her. It suits you well. I didn't recognize you at first. It's like the clothes were made for you, Nari giggled. Sometimes shall we go on a hot spring trip? I want to see Oppa wearing these clothes too. She suddenly seemed to realize something and shouted. A pervert? What are you talking about? Me going to a hot spring here? Konglum retorted. You suggested it first. Why are you making a fuss now? Yanga said. A hot spring trip sounds good, but it's summer now. Besides, we already made plans for this vacation, they said. Right, we decided to go to the pool this year. Konglum reminded them, but before that we need to complete this mission. We need to move quickly. You, Gehi, and the others can't buy us any more time. All the VIP clients are on stage now, and all the Yakuza personnel are also concentrated there. And we've identified the location of the safe. The plan is to sneak in and steal it during this opportunity. Konglum went ahead to check the situation. Some guys are still guarding. As expected, there are still guards remaining. That's right, the safe is in this room. But it's okay if it's the two of us, we can do as we expected. We've thoroughly prepared for all situations. Everyone was surprised to see what Konglum took out. Now Konglum, is that a real gun? He nodded. Yes, actually, Unyoung gave it to me beforehand. At that time she reminded him. This matter cannot be taken lightly. It's serious and dangerous. If we get caught, no one knows what kind of torture awaits us. Unyoung handed him the gun. Use it if necessary. Protect yourself if necessary. Honey, Konglum reassured her, I received it but I don't intend to use it. I won't create such a situation. He put his hands in his pockets. So let's start things our way. Ta-da, I pulled out a coin. I'll toss this coin to lure those guys. While they're distracted, we'll sneak in. Everyone doubted whether it would work. Konglum didn't hesitate and tossed the coin. The guards followed the coin with their eyes and then shouted, Who's there? Come out. How dare you trespass? Are you playing around? Do you want to die? Konglum was surprised. Why is it different from what I imagined? It worked well on the bald assassins. Nari spoke. Of course this is the only possible outcome. Hurry and run. If we come back now they'll be more vigilant. Yanga suggested. Instead of a game, how about we use a trick we saw in a movie? The two guards were surprised. Yanga pulled Nari and pleaded for help. Please help me, my sister is hurt. They came closer and asked, What's wrong? Yanga said. There was a suspicious person over there just now. Suddenly, Konglum rushed out and punched the blonde man. His fellow guard was surprised. But Nari also had an electric gun in her hand, ready to attack. The two guards were knocked out. Konglum infiltrated the safe. He had discussed the password with Gehi last night. Gehi was quite anxious. Boss, will it really be okay? You know, that ending is the key to this action. He reassured her. I know, it'll be fine. I'll take care of it myself. Just as we hope there are no copies of this hard drive, we're guessing the password. Although the ending didn't appear in ESW, it was destined to appear someday. So he collected all the numbers related to Mia and Chairman Hong. This was likely the password. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure, but even in the worst case, there was a way to guarantee accuracy. He could use his loop ability, just like he did in the intermediary incident. He looked down at his gun. The reason Konglum didn't want to use his death was because the loop might not activate. But now this would definitely be an ESW episode, since all the heroines were around. Right, even if the loop doesn't activate this time, Mia's image once again floated in his mind. Suddenly the room door opened. Konglum was startled and looked back. Unyoung wiped her sweat and said, I'm really tired from singing for so long. Gehi asked, Really, what? Already tired? Then I'll tell a story to buy more time. She raised her head and looked up, but no one was above. Konglum was startled and looked back only to find Chairman Hong and her group in front of him. She snapped, How dare someone crash a party they weren't invited to? You're not just a rude brat but a filthy, cowardly scoundrel, aren't you? Nari stammered. Konglum Sunbae, I'm sorry. He was quite surprised. What? How could they get here so fast? Yu Gehi's performance isn't even over yet, is it? Chairwoman Hong said, seemingly quite surprised. I ordered them to dispose of you by throwing you in the lake, so I didn't expect you to be alive until today. So I started investigating, and I found out you're quite an interesting fellow. Your police record shows not only stalking incidents but also involvement in human trafficking cases. Mia said she saw you frequently appearing around us, and I saw your rude behavior through CCTV. Moreover, the most interesting thing that drives me crazy is that a blonde girl and a cute third-year gaming expert transformed into charming ladies and swarmed around you at school, seducing you. The harem I've craved my whole life is always surrounding you. And an unknown brat like you achieved it. While I, at this age, am still trying to achieve my dream. Damn it, I'm really jealous. I'll never forgive you, she said calmly. Anyway, I always wanted to kill you, and luckily, thanks to you I didn't miss the chance. Mia was silent. Konglum wondered, What did you say? Chairwoman Hong laughed gleefully. He. She told me during the performance that with your friends on stage my hard drive was very likely to be stolen. Nari was surprised that she had betrayed them. He demanded, Why Mia? Mia struggled to explain. It was just for Sunbae. She turned back to Chairwoman Hong. Chairwoman, please keep your promise. Forget all talk of murder. Let them go and don't play any more tricks, she scoffed. Oh, of course, I'm not like today's kids, especially if it's a promise with Mia, I'll definitely keep it, Julami consoled him. About convincing Gu Mia, he said. Sunbae, you've saved her once, but this will be harder than you think. I know from experience, it's really hard to ask for help if you don't have the will to resist for a long time, she said. Sunbae, this won't be easy, but I think you can do it. Mia took off her earring. Konglum, I'm sorry. Chairwoman Hong is a truly scary person. It's too late for me. I can't do anything, what Sunbae said last time. He cried like rain. Just those words were enough to comfort me. Konglum despaired. Damn it, I failed again. It's okay. This is just the first loop anyway. I'll repeat and try again as many times as I want. I'll do it. No matter what it takes. Konglum was startled and stared at them blankly. Suddenly, Konglum quickly ran and hugged Mia and they both fell. He shouted, Gee you Mia, you fool, open your eyes. Chairwoman Hong held her stomach and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, what's with that naivete? Do you think you're a hero from a comic book? She sighed. Indeed, it's truly a shame. How can you not help at all? Mia didn't choose you, Chairwoman Hong ordered. Grab those three. Her many bodyguards quickly pursued them. What are these idiots doing here? Why are they here? Gehi's group quickly fled. Gehi shouted, Boss, we failed, didn't we? If anything happens to Nari, I won't let it go, Eun-young reminded him. You know what? Our masks are off, Shuren said in disappointment. They're on this side too, Eun-young sighed. Phew, can't be helped. It's time to use my trump card, Gehi urged. Anyway, hurry up, hurry up. Are you posing right now? The stage lights came on. Chairwoman Hong spoke. I sincerely apologize for the delay in entertainment due to some minor carelessness. I will soon escort you to paradise, the rich sighed. Damn it, I'm going to chase my dream again. Fine. Who would come to watch such entertainment? Let's go home. This was warmth. The warmth of a human, Chairwoman Hong said to report as she left. Did you catch all the rats? The subordinates bowed their heads. Sorry, madam, not yet. We are having difficulty because of one maid, she was surprised. Ha, a maid, you say. At this moment, Eun-young's maid was fighting everyone alone. She swept away and knocked down several men in a row. They shouted, What are you doing here? It's just one maid. Everyone rush in and grab those bitches. Eun-young was very proud. Ho ho ho. How's my strategy? Gehi retorted. What strategy? That woman is amazing, Ju-lami reminded them. This isn't the time for that. Let's go quickly, a subordinate reported, excluding the sub-team leader who is guiding the VIPs. All other personnel have been mobilized, so it's only a matter of time before we catch them. Mia shouted in a fluster, Unnie, what are you doing? You didn't say you'd do this. Why are you catching everyone instead of letting them go? Chairwoman Hong said calmly. I'm just going to lock them up for a while, that way they won't cause any more trouble. She gritted her teeth. This is ridiculous. Are you not going to keep your promise? She came closer. Actually, it depends on your goodwill, Mia. Chairwoman Hong scoffed. You've worked hard, haven't you? Want a shower with Unnie? Mia reminded her. At least go somewhere more private to talk, Chairwoman Hong said proudly. You know what? No one else but Unnie can set foot on the third floor. And one more thing you should know, the main reason Unnie hasn't done anything bad to you is because you're at the peak of your youth. But since you've backed down, there's no longer any need for that intention. She threw a sailor collar. Now it's time for us to be together. This is the beginning of eternal paradise. Mia bravely held a gun and threatened. She said firmly, I'm tired of Unnie's nonsense. Let's end this now. Chairwoman Hong wondered. What do you want? She was very confident. Even if you kill me, nothing will change. You know that. Besides, those kids will die too, and the secret you've hidden will be exposed. Don't think I'm crazy for looking at the safe. Do you think you can solve everything with that hard drive? Then try it. Open that safe, Konglum entered. No. He replied proudly. In other words, there's no need to open the safe. Chairwoman Hong was startled. How dare you? Konglum said calmly. Now shall I tell you how I was one step ahead of Unnie, but why I don't know either. He looked back at the person next to him. Because this was all Yonga's plan, Yonga said shyly. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, Konglum. To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. That's why I couldn't tell you beforehand actually that day when we were discussing the plan. Yonga was already formulating her own plan. She was very serious about this plan. Gehi was very worried. Boss is the same. He seems confident, but I wonder if he'll be okay, Ju-lami agreed. That's right. I'm worried because Sunbae seems to have no support for the safe password. Yonga thought that the reason Konglum didn't need support was because this incident was partially related to the Webtoon content. If you think of everything humorously, the moment they defeat the monster, all incidents and problems will be resolved. That's the rule and principle of stories. But if you think that way, it will mean nothing. I haven't seen this before either. Because before we told Shuren about the bad things that would happen, Konglum was very confused. In other words, even if it's Webtoon content, there are things Konglum doesn't even know. If that's the case, the current plan won't work, she decided. I need to become Konglum's strength right now. Yonga returned home. She immediately called Eun-young. Eun-young said the safe used a dial system. All this news was leaked by employees who had worked there before. My lover said he had an idea for the password, Yonga smiled. Ah, really? Thank you, Eun-young Unnie. Wow, I thought it would be really cool if we succeeded, and I was thinking about a lot of things. Good night. After the call, she fell back into thought. As if he had received support beforehand, Konglum will definitely find the password like in the Webtoon. But this problem won't end with just the password, because if you think of it humorously, obtaining the password is like receiving a reward after defeating the final boss, which is unnatural. It would be more reasonable if there were more clues. With just one clue, we could easily infer where to defeat the monster and receive the reward, but we can't do anything with the password. Defeating the monster is meaningless, and in fact we can't say that we knew beforehand, especially when reconsidering the series of reactions immediately after seeing Konglum's call list. Webtoon genres generally involve a lot of shonen horror or blockbuster elements, so there can't be no action, Yanga was trying. Now I'm thinking about why the author did that. If I were the author, why would I add that character? She got an idea. Shall I try sketching it out? Yanga started sketching, and after that, she organized all the incidents. Protagonist is a typical weak type, safe, party, yakuza, chairwoman Hong, rescue operation. Organizing the missing keywords, combining them again and looking at the characteristics of the characters, the final lines were completed. Then there's only one answer. The safe is empty, this is just a fake safe. The real hard drive is in another safe. The setting would be that they hid it in two places as a precaution due to their old rival relationship. But where could a safer safe be located? Yanga made some conjectures, but she had to confirm it additionally, to do it alone. After infiltrating the villa, Yanga went to the place she suspected. She went to the chairs and inserted a secret message inside. The guests were still very excited from the performance. Mia was sitting when she felt something in the chair. She took it out and opened it. The letter only said, "We are Kanglim's friends. We are trying to steal Chairwoman Hong's hard drive." When the stage lights came on, everything proceeded as planned. Yahi opened her mouth. "Hello everyone, thank you for coming today. Let's start and have some fun now. Let's have fun." Chairwoman Hong was very flustered at the time. Yanga's plan was, when everyone is performing on stage, we need to let them know that we have infiltrated here. Need to tell her that the hard drive is in danger. She will definitely react. She will probably rush somewhere, order someone, or go check it herself. Back in reality, Yanga realized, now I know. She really carried it on her person. Kanglim couldn't understand. Then what is this, Yanga? How could you? She denied it. Of course, I didn't plan for this situation. This is all thanks to Mia's reaction and acting. Chairwoman Hong assessed, none of you kids seem to have problems. Is it because of this generation? You made a bet and you proudly talked about it. You're trying to save Mia, but you don't understand the current situation and you're gambling with your friends' lives. If I change my mind now, you'll all die, Nari denied it. No, Ani, you don't seem to have noticed, but have you thought about how we're going to get out? Chairwoman Hong was surprised. What did you say? Nari continued. If this plan caused danger to Oppa and Oppa's friends, I wouldn't have helped from the beginning. What Kanglim Oppa said during the meeting, I thought I could use that opportunity. So throughout Yanga Ani's plan, I offered that idea, and I didn't participate personally. Now Gei's team was still fleeing at full speed. Damn it, why are those guys chasing so hard? The maid was still fighting everyone alone. A group of people appeared from somewhere and blocked their way. Stop, you guys have nowhere left to run, Gei exclaimed. Damn it, they're really persistent. Eunyoung retorted, you guys are cowardly making a two-pronged attack. Gei and Ju Lami were disheartened. Cowardly or not, it's all the same anyway. It's no use, I'm too tired because of Shuren. I can't run anymore. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed Ju Lami's shoulder. She asked, kids, you're you Gei's friends, right? Come this way. The bodyguards arrived in time and asked, what? Where did those kids run off to? The woman pointed in that direction and told them to chase after them. The guards were overconfident. Do they really think we can escape today? Gei and her group crawled out of the closet and said, thank you for saving us, but who are you? The girl removed her mask and said, no need to thank me. I was dragged in here anyway. She recalled their conversation at the time, the laughter, the fist bumps, everything gave her goosebumps. The rest was to atone for Mia. Kanglim was confused but couldn't believe it, although his plan had succeeded. I could also lose my own joy just like Ani, if Mia hadn't informed me at the last moment. She was surprised. Mia told you, he nodded. Yes, with a secret signal only we know. When Mia cried and placed her hand on her chest, Kanglim felt something was off. It was their secret signal, created through conversation and understanding each other's personalities, so he recognized it immediately upon seeing it. He quickly ran and pushed Mia away. Mia put her hand to her ear and said, it's really scary to stand up against the chairwoman, but abandoning the people who helped me in this situation, abandoning someone like Kanglim will only hurt me more. The two looked at each other. Kanglim opened his mouth. It's over. Hand over that hard drive. Chairwoman Hong took it out and scoffed. Here it is. What you call a hard drive is fake. Actually, this USB bracelet is what you're looking for. But why do you think I have this? Isn't it safer in a safe? Chairwoman Hong asserted, because my body is the safest place in the world. Mia was surprised. A bodyguard suddenly appeared. Heart rate is abnormal, Chairwoman. Mia and Kanglim were startled. What? Since when? This is the person who hit Kanglim and threw him off the bridge. Nari's eyes widened. He broke the gun in half. Chairwoman Hong was satisfied. Perfect, then the emergency lockdown, the bodyguard replied. It's already activated. It has to be. An earthquake-like tremor shook the entire villa. As if an earthquake had struck, the sword rack broke in half and the walls seemed about to crack. Nari was surprised. Oppa Yanga honey? Kanglim shouted loudly. Park Yanga, you Nari, can you hear me? Are you okay? Mia was scared. Now what should we do now? Kanglim she realized she had fallen into a trap. Chairwoman Hong picked up her scarf and explained. This is an emergency lockdown in case the police suddenly raid. It won't open for 10 minutes no matter what you do. It was originally made to buy time for escape, but now it's being used to trap rats like you. All my subordinates will gather within 10 minutes. She was very confident. But don't worry, you'll die before that. Chairwoman Hong ordered. Finish them. The bodyguard received the order. Kanglim pushed Mia away and said, it's dangerous. Get away from me. Kanglim remembered the cruel strength that had gripped him then. That person is definitely a character from ESW. With that terrifying strength he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the protagonist. He was annoyed. Damn it, this fight unfolded too suddenly, plus that person even has a weapon. Kanglum's eyes went to the sword on the floor and he decided, first, I have to deal with that. He ran quickly to avoid the subordinate's blade. I can't believe it. Is he crazy? How can a concrete wall be destroyed so easily? Kanglum grabbed the sword. Damn it, right now. The assassin jumped up, about to deliver a decisive blow. A single slash aimed at the protagonist's neck. Kanglum froze. I can't believe it. Kanglum just died but is still alive. I've entered a loop. It's impossible to confront that person directly. I have to step up to fight myself. Maybe I shouldn't have entered that room, Chairwoman Hong ordered. Finish them. The man received the order and attacked. Kanglum was helpless. Damn it, why am I here? Mia was terrified. Her heart almost stopped. Chairwoman Hong was very confident. All my subordinates will gather within 10 minutes, but don't worry. You'll die before that. Kanglum tried to calm himself. Calm down, there's always a weakness to find, and since then there were a few reasons. This damn thing always happened. It's like someone is intentionally causing this. This is an opportunity. If I defeat that person, all of this will end, right? The loop started again and Chairwoman Hong ordered, finish them. The subordinate received the order. He scoffed. This time Yanga and Nari stole my cool spotlight. He decided, alright, I need to shine a bit too, right? Outside it grew dark. Geihi's group's car was moving. Ju Lami worried if Kanglum's sunbae was okay. Eun Young was worrying about Yanga and Nari. Shuren suggested, I think we should go back and check. Geihi reassured her. He'll be fine. I know the boss well. He'll always find a way in situations like this. On Kanglum's side the loop kept repeating. He kept attacking him, and Kanglum could only dodge everything, and quickly grabbed the sword and fought to the end. Kanglum didn't know blocking a real sword would be so difficult. He thought, this isn't going to work soon. The sword broke in half. Kanglum died once more, but the loop brought him back again. Kanglum tried, I have to forget this fear, everything is just a game, plus I have infinite time. I can keep learning little by little. The assassin interrupted his thoughts. A sharp blade swung. Kanglum died again. He was disappointed, but with his physical condition it was difficult to find a way. No matter how many loops I use, the loop doesn't work on my body differently from what I thought. In other words, I could spend hours honing my swordsmanship during the time trapped in the loop and become a true warrior to defeat that person. Like pressing a button and becoming a champion or something similar. But unfortunately, I can't use such a trick. The way Kanglum trained was by learning movements. I was able to dodge his first attack because I knew he would do that. He decided, so I'll remember everything. Just like when I played Dark Souls, every move I can make, every one of his movements, every action. No matter how hard he tried, Kanglum didn't expect to be attacked from behind. One more hit for the protagonist. Kanglum started the loop again. If I move to either side I won't be able to dodge the attack and will get hit by the sword, but there's a wall behind me. But if I turn around I'll be stabbed like before. Then the only way to go is a frontal attack, but unfortunately the bodyguard quickly sent him flying. Kanglum clicked his tongue. Tisk, I have to calculate the timing too. I need to duck lower. This time Kanglum succeeded in dodging the attack. Now's the time. This is the time for a counterattack. The blade grazed the bodyguard's face, drawing blood, but it was no use. He stabbed once and killed again. The fight continued and Kanglum died as soon as he let go of his hand. Every time he did that he was pushed back further. Mia watched him in surprise. Kanglum blamed himself. Damn it, this move already failed. For every one of my moves there are 10 possibilities for him to counterattack. There are countless techniques I need to remember. He died again from the assassin's blade. The loop started, and Chairwoman Hong ordered the assassin to kill the protagonist. Kanglum decided, if my brain finds it difficult to remember, my body will remember. Even if I'm trapped in a loop, my senses are still more flexible. It's me who got into this mess again. Everyone helped me as much as they could. At least I have to give everyone a good ending, right? He continued to resist. The assassin couldn't understand. What the hell is this guy? He hasn't trained and he doesn't know basic swordsmanship, so why can he read all my swordsmanship? The assassin couldn't understand. Why can he read all my swordsmanship? This can't happen. An ordinary guy would have died with one slash. Chairwoman Hong was annoyed. What are you doing? Finish him quickly. Mia was terrified by this sight. Kanglum, the assassin decided. Since it's come to this, he lunged at the protagonist with incredible speed. Kanglum stood still in surprise but quickly raised his sword to block and pushed him away. Kanglum's blade grazed the assassin's face, drawing blood. He had to retreat. The assassin was curious. Who the hell are you? It's like you're predicting. Kanglum interrupted him. The future. It's like I can see the future. All your movements, don't you think so? He didn't deny it. Yes, I can see all your slow movements. Everything unfolds before my eyes. Kanglum thought, even at that level, I only have a little left. If there's even a small chance, I definitely will. The assassin didn't believe it. How could you? Suddenly a sharp sound echoed. Why? Kanglum was surprised. Mia had tears in her eyes. Why are you sacrificing so much for me? Kanglum, why are you going so far? Are you sacrificing yourself for me? He said gloomily. Because that's the only way I can atone for you. Mia was surprised. What? He continued. Because I heard the news that you were going to retire from the entertainment industry or something similar before leaving this room. Don't do that. Don't give up acting. You did so well and everyone was moved. You loved that profession so much that you had to endure disgusting things. You shouldn't give up because of trash like them. Of course, if this gets out, some people will blame you, but for now I will support you, no matter the cost. Mia was surprised to hear such words. Chairwoman Hong assessed, no matter how much I want to act like a child in this era, I can't tolerate such blatant flirtation. And you're not unaware of the situation you're in now, are you? You won't survive here, Mia screamed. She headbutted Chairwoman Hong. She was surprised. Mia, what are you doing? Mia screamed. I can't take it anymore. I've truly had enough. It might be too late for everything, but I won't let you control me anymore. I'll stand up and fight like Kanglum, she cried and punched Chairwoman Hong repeatedly, and Chairwoman Hong was furious. Tisk, who do you think you're doing this to? The bodyguard was surprised. Miss, Kanglum seized the opportunity. Well done, Mia, now's the time. He ran and slashed the bodyguard hard. Blood splattered on his clothes. Kanglum thought, even if I know all the tactics and his movements, I'm still not strong enough to end the fight, so I put all my strength into this one attack. Even a small scratch will gradually build up and make a person unbearable. Indeed, the assassin was furious and screamed, this damn bastard. He wildly swung his sword and lunged at Kanglum. The wall already had cracks. Kanglum was satisfied. I provoked him, ridiculed him, and induced him to attack at the only part of the wall. I need his blade to carry maximum force. The wall couldn't withstand the pressure and cracked. Kanglum suddenly appeared from behind and his eyes were losing patience. He recalled them again. The beautiful girls who were enjoying the game. They were truly enjoying the game right now. Gehi was excited after defeating gamer Shuren. Everyone was surprised. Gehi won. Her persistence is truly commendable, but this victory was a bit of a time-wasting and dirty trick, Gehi gloated. He, pushing people off the platform is also a legitimate tactic, Shuren opened her mouth. I have to admit that's a clever tactic, but it won't succeed forever, Gehi denied it. What? I'm not playing with you anymore. Cha Shuren, you're really bad at this game. How can someone with a 49-game losing streak say that to a pro gamer after only winning their first and last game just an hour ago? Shuren exploded in anger. Gehi suggested to everyone to finish the game, but Shuren didn't seem to agree at all. Kanglum thought, just as there are no useless pieces on a Go board, I didn't know that missing episode would be a hint. The assassin was surprised. Kanglum's resolve was at its peak and he poured all his strength into the attack, but the assassin blocked it. Now Kanglum was sure. What does the original ESW plot matter? The assassin was pushed against the wall. From today, this place will be our turning point. The turning point of ESW. Kanglum asserted. The assassin flew far away and was severely injured. Chairwoman Hong and Mia, who were fighting, were shocked. The assassin fell with a very loud thud. Kanglum smiled and looked back at the two people fighting. Kanglum suggested, Ms. Gu, Mia, just a moment. I have something to say to the chairwoman. Mia agreed. Oh really? All right, Chairwoman Hong said, flustered. Wait, calm down and listen to me. If you touch me, you won't make it past today, understand? Look closely. How are you going to get out of this villa? She kept threatening. If you don't harm me, I will forgive you. I promise not to touch your friends anymore. How about it? What do you think? Doesn't that sound good? Mia watched silently. Chairwoman Hong was pushed to her knees. If you want an apology, here it is. I lost. There's no need for more violence now, right? As you wish. I won't bother Mia anymore, she thought to herself. Damn it, this is truly humiliating, but there's no other way now. This damn guy isn't ordinary. I can't believe I'm going head-to-head with him. Kanglum put down his sword and commanded, Look up, Chairwoman Hong rejoiced. You, he said coldly. The reason I told you to look up is because it's hard to hit you when your head is down. A powerful punch landed. Chairwoman Hong was hit by Kanglum, lost consciousness and fell to the floor, unable to get up. After that, the room suddenly began to move. The door unexpectedly closed slowly and the walls came down outside the room. Loud banging on the door could be heard. Yanga and Nari in the room were flustered upon seeing it. The subordinates frantically pounded on the door, shouting, Open the door right now. You damn bastards, I'll kill you all. Do you all want to die? Kanglum, coming out with Mia through the hole in the wall, sighed. Phew, it seems everyone came here, but fortunately the two of them are safe. The two heard the sound, looked back and were startled with wide eyes. Kanglum, Mia too. Sunbae, are you alright? What are you two doing? He feigned innocence and asked back. What's that hole? It's nothing. I took care of it myself. Now we just need to escape. Mia, let's go. Mia stepped forward wearing a worried expression. But how do we get out of here? Yanga and Nari, standing guard at the door, turned pale listening to their shouting. I'll kill you all. Open the door. He suddenly ignored them. And Kanglum turned his gaze towards the freshly made hole. From a distance a sound was heard with a red light. Kanglum pondered. Then looked back. I have a plan. Open the door. What should I use? The three stared at him in astonishment. Open the door? Kanglum nodded and stepped forward, sword in hand. It'll be fine. This sword is good. Hearing his words, Yanga and Nari no longer blocked the door and let them in. As soon as they entered, they looked around, searching for her. Chairwoman, are you alright? Their gaze fell upon where she lay prostrate on the floor. Chairwoman, you damn bastards, kill him. Kanglum lost his patience and shouted loudly. Shut up and listen to this. At Kanglum's shout, they gnashed their teeth. This is all your chairwoman is, simply weak and corrupt. He raised his sword, ready to fight. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, Kanglum brought his sword down hard in front of them. Afterwards, he looked at them with a taunting, sneering gaze. Oh my, so this is what happens to her. They felt insulted by his gaze and were enraged. You damn bastard. Kanglum, fearless, placed his hands on his hips and stared directly at them. It's no use touching me. The police are outside. My sole purpose is for Gu Mia to benefit. It will benefit both of you, if you let us go. The burly man behind, upon hearing this, became enraged and moved to fight. What kind of nonsense is this damn bastard spewing? But the man in front stopped him and asked, Hey, what do you mean? He scoffed. Why should we let you go? You can pin all the blame on Chairwoman Hong and even appoint someone as the leader to continue threatening the syndicate members as before, he said solemnly. The only thing that made that possible was the hard drive. Now that you've destroyed it, Konglum, listening, shook his head and pointed downwards. No, others really don't know, do they? The real disk was actually destroyed. The three people standing behind him opened their mouths wide, their eyes wide in disbelief at what they were hearing. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you let us leave, there will be no more problems. Even if it's not actually true, you can still keep threatening others as if you hold their weaknesses. He ignored their gaze and continued. But if you touch us, you won't be able to resolve all of this smoothly. They will soon realize that you can no longer threaten them, Konglum shrugged. Not just the chairwoman, but the entire organization will collapse. I wonder if headquarters will let you off. The burly man could no longer listen and clenched his fists in anger. Is this damn bastard mocking me? How dare you, boss? Kill him. The boss turned and left. Stop, he shouted in disbelief. Boss, despite the subordinates' angry accusations, the boss still intended to leave. He gnashed his teeth and turned back in anger. You damn bastard. After that they left, under the astonished gazes of the three. Yanga stared blankly at Konglum. Konglum, what just happened? That. Konglum kept looking at the broken box. Yanga realized it wasn't Chairwoman Hong's item. He held out the USB. Of course, the real one is what we saw before. I kept it a secret. I bought a hard drive model for an exchange opportunity, Konglum explained. I bought it thinking she would really use a USB. Even Eun-young didn't know about it when she collected information from employees who used to work here. He recalled her previously wearing this USB around her neck and then taking it off. Furthermore, Chairwoman Hong was a very strong-willed person, so he didn't believe she would entrust this to others. Konglum looked up at the sky. So even her subordinates didn't know the true nature of this item. That's why I bluffed a little, he asked Yanga. By the way, do you think the Yakuza have loyalty? Look, they gave up immediately. Haha, Yanga was astonished. Nari admired him from the side. Sunday, you really prepared a lot. Konglum sighed. Without it, we couldn't have revealed the truth to the world. We've come this far and gone through so many problems. I'm really satisfied to have caught all of them. He looked at Mia and smiled. Anyway, Mia, I kept my promise, didn't I? When he asked that, Mia didn't understand the question. What promise? Seeing her confused expression, he replied. The promise on the bridge back then after I took you that I'd hit anyone who hurt you. Konglum slung his sword over his shoulder and grinned, showing his teeth. So you do as promised too. The idol goddess performance is still left, right? Seeing his smile, Mia unconsciously blushed and was speechless. When he finished speaking, the atmosphere became awkward and filled with silence. Konglum turned his face, breaking the atmosphere. Shall we go back? He looked at the hole in the wall. Outside, he lay prostrate on the floor looking dazed. He thought to himself, this wasn't supposed to happen. The chairwoman has changed in some aspects, he recalled when he had met her before. I was the chairwoman's friend. No, her friend. She was a carefree child in her youth. Here, catch me. He was now thinking about the days when the two of them played together as children. She was truly innocent. As he was deep in thought, something popped out, pierced through his illusion and hit him directly on the head, making him groan. Everyone asked curiously, what's wrong, Konglum? He shook his head and replied, it's nothing, I just heard someone spouting nonsense. Who would think of you as anything, you scum of society? Forget it, let's go, he said to the three. Let's go back now. The three looked at him with suspicious eyes. The three saw bloodstains on Konglum's hand. What? After that, his eyes gradually darkened, and only the shouts of the three could be heard. Konglum, Sunbae, and he slowly lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor. Hospital. It was an unfamiliar scene. Konglum was hospitalized, bandaged, and receiving a blood transfusion. He couldn't believe this hospital ending that he had feared. He heard that he had been in a coma for several days after collapsing. He lay stretched out on the hospital bed. He had multiple lacerations all over his body, and the doctor said it was a sign of an overworked heart. Mentally he was perfectly fine, but physically he didn't seem to be doing well yet. He got up and looked up at the sky. I finished the training. Indeed, a difficulty level for the ESW protagonist is quite high. Nari came in with a bag from outside the door. Hey Konglum, I bought what Oppa asked for. He took it and was pleased. Good, did you bring the phone charger too? It's more comfortable to play games while charging, she asked, puzzled. What is this? Oppa, are you planning to live in the hospital? Nari sat down. Oppa looks better. You should be discharged now. Did you crash your scooter into a tree or something? You just fell. How could it be like this? He replied. It just happened. Nari raised an eyebrow. It feels like there's a problem, doesn't it? Konglum just thought he should have handled it perfectly, she said, displeased. What did you do again to hurt yourself? Nari stared intently at him and said. But who exactly did Oppa help? Oppa even got a private room because you know the hospital director. Hearing her words, he fell into thought. I explained it that way to everyone. He recalled Eun-young and Ju Lamy. This time, with the help of Sanjun and Ju Lamy, quite a lot of things had to be taken care of. Everyone was able to upload the USB content to the internet, and he had a fleeting image of Chairwoman Hong, the CEO of Red Moon Entertainment. Red Moon was actually a subsidiary of the Yakuza. Anonymously, they exposed the truth about Red Moon Entertainment. All teams revealed evidence of embezzlement and corruption. He recalled the outcome for the idols. Most of the actors and idols who worked for them were coerced in various ways, by posting selected information from the USB to minimize the psychological trauma for them. He said solemnly, that alone was enough to capture public attention. he heard that an investigation began almost immediately, Kanglum speculated, and then in various other places, reporters eagerly reported on the special case of Red Moon Entertainment. Courageous voice, even actress Kim Yi-gong, exposed the truth about Red Moon Entertainment. Red Moon Entertainment's subsequent exposés and surrenders. But among them, and of course as a result, Ji Mia, a famous actress from Red Moon Entertainment, also attracted attention. And no matter how actively she cooperated with the investigation, there were opinions that the idol goddess performance should be cancelled. A noisy press conference was held. Reporters eagerly took photos. A reporter at the press conference raised his hand and asked, "Do you think this competition is truly appropriate for the current situation? Even though she is innocent, aren't there still many problems? There will definitely be issues related to her contract with Red Moon." Hyun found it difficult to answer the reporter's questions. Everyone please calm down." The problem was silence. Mia also opened her mouth. "No matter what happens, the idol goddess performance will continue." After speaking, Mia bowed her head and said nothing. Mia recalled when Kanglum had protected her before. Mia suddenly shouted, "If we stop, it's no different from giving in to wrongdoing. We can't let this happen again." Yoon glanced at Mia and smiled. After that, he also nodded in agreement. "That's right, I agree with that opinion too. I believe in the actress I chose. I'm prepared to stake my career on this. This performance must be held." The reporters listened, looked at each other, and said nothing. Thus the idol goddess performance proceeded smoothly, though in a different form than originally planned. Back at the hospital at the end of the hallway, a girl stood waiting for Nari. As Nari emerged, she opened her eyes wide, as if unable to believe what she was seeing. It was Dahi who had come. The two faced each other in silence. Nari came out of the hospital room. After coming out, she closed the door and left. As Nari left, Yanga and the others approached. Lamy placed a basket full of fruit in front of Kanglum. Gehi and Yanga stood side by side. The two glanced at each other, and when their eyes met, they turned their heads in different directions. In front of the Cardon Festa Stadium, a reporter was filming and reporting. "Yes, I am currently in front of the Cardon Festa Stadium. The idol goddess performance is officially scheduled to begin shortly." The screen showed the faces of Gehi and Mia. The audition for the role of Seonhee, after proceeding as originally planned, was changed to a joint performance by Mia and Yoo Gehi. Following the acting segment, the main performance was scheduled to continue like a music festival. Elsewhere, Jaeon and Yoo were sitting in front of a computer, asking, "Will this be alright?" The computer screen showed Da Soon-hee as Ah-hee and Mia. And Eun-young was also scheduled to play the role of a young MC, but the comments on social media weren't very good. He clicked his tongue and thought, "Tisk, if this is the end, it wouldn't be fun." Yoon looked up and replied, "But we stayed up all night last night revising the script and choreography." After finishing his sentence, he smiled and said, "Alright everyone, please look forward to it." Back on the stadium stage, the people in the audience were amazed. In the back, Nari and Yanga stood with Kanglum. Mia faced Gehi and said, "Today, I will put an end to this meaningless relationship." Gehi said, "Do you think that will scare me? I won't surrender." Kanglum watched them and thought, according to the original plot, the joint performance was meaningless. This performance was just a competition for Seonhee and Ah-hee to show off their skills and attract the audience. He sighed. Even if the competition format changes, the essence is the same. MC Eun-young said, "Everyone please focus on the stage and let's give a big round of applause to our two goddesses." Eun-young looked back at the trembling Gehi. "Our proud Sunbae Seonhee, what will happen now?" Gehi clutched her throat, struggling to breathe. "Sunbae Seonhee, are you okay?" Gehi spoke with difficulty, one syllable at a time. Sunbae's voice, Mia smirked and waved her hand, and a purple aura emanated from it. "Just give up quickly. I'll use all my celestial energy to defeat you. I don't care if I can't return to heaven, even if this left arm is broken. Everything is fine if I can destroy you. Ha ha ha." Eun-young worriedly ran to Gehi. "What's wrong with Sunbae's voice so you can't perform?" Gehi fell to the floor and shook her head. "No, I can do it." Gehi looked up and sneered contemptuously. "How pathetic. Ah-hee, are you really satisfied with that?" Mia was surprised, not understanding what Gehi was saying. "What?" Gehi pressed her. "Are you really satisfied with defeating me so cowardly? Is that really the idol goddess you wanted to be?" Gehi stood up and unleashed her energy, breaking Mia's trick. "I won't give up for your sake too," Mia shouted, blocking with her hand, having no time to defend. "Ah," Mia mumbled, "I will achieve my dream." To explain why the performance was changed to a joint one, director JP said that he and Jaeon were still observing from other places, and what was needed now was harmony, not competition. So they changed the plan, gave Ah-hee more motivation, and changed her mind. The computer screen was still playing the live performance of the two Mia, and there were countless comments about Mia in the comment section. "Is Ah-hee really that good? It's just an ordinary acting script. It's really hard to accept. Haha, Ji Mia would never do that." That's right, this issue has already caused a lot of controversy, and she only got it through her acting skills. Mia stood silently, recalling countless past scenes in her mind. Suddenly, Mia burst out laughing on stage. Ha ha ha. The people in the audience stared intently, not understanding what was happening to Mia. Then the hall suddenly darkened, and when the lights came back on, the two people and Mia appeared in changed costumes. The two sang, and the dance team behind them danced to the song. When the song ended, the two leaned back to back below the stage. Everyone cheered and rooted for them. The two glanced at each other, then winked and pointed forward with their fingers. Kanglam's gaze softened as he watched them perform below the stage. Should I say I expected this? Is this what I still? A red-haired girl wearing sunglasses was observing Kanglam from a corner of the stage. People on the street were still watching the live broadcast. They whispered on the phone and posted comments. The idol goddess performance is really cool. So Mia can act like that too. I want to go see the movie right now. So who becomes Seonhee? Back at the stadium, Kanglam was saying goodbye to Yanga. Go quickly. You still have to attend the meeting, Yanga said with a regretful expression. It would be great if Oppa could come too. Yes, Oppa, get some good rest and don't overdo it. He turned around and sighed. Phew, I really need to rest. Maybe I should have stayed in the hospital longer. As soon as one left, another appeared. Mia was looking around for Kanglam. Again, seeing him, Mia was delighted. Phew, Kanglam, I found you. Kanglam, seeing Mia acting stealthily, asked suspiciously, What are you doing here? Everyone's attending the meeting. Mia signaled him to be quiet and then whispered, Shush, be quiet. I snuck out. He, Mia replied. The real star of this performance is Oppa. Kanglam, I didn't want to go there without Oppa, so. Kanglam shook his head. What are you talking about? The performance succeeded because of you. Mia winked and gave a mischievous smile. I knew Oppa would say that, but soon Mia's eyes saddened. And there's something I want to tell Oppa, she paused and said. I've decided to reveal all the truth, not just about Red Moon but also the truth about me being in such a place. He asked, startled. How, what? Do you really need to go that far? Everyone has already destroyed the evidence. Even if some rumors spread, the APC members will help Oppa. She shook her head. No, it was something I should have done a long time ago. Just staying silent and doing as I'm told won't solve anything. Mia looked at him and said, Kanglam, Oppa told me that, didn't you? Even if everyone blames and criticizes me, he recalled the moment he had protected her before. Now at least Oppa will support me, no matter the cost. As Mia said this, her face began to flush. So if Kanglam really supports me, she said with courage. I will act. Before she could finish speaking, someone called her name. Mia, where are you? The team members are frantic looking for Mia. The meeting is about to start. Mia, are you here? Kanglam was startled and urged her. Hey, everyone's looking for you. Earring, where's your earring? Mia was also flustered. I forgot. I put it in the pocket of my performance costume. Kanglam was worried. What? Judging that the situation was not good, he pulled her and started running. No, anyway, come here. Mia was surprised by being suddenly pulled. What? He said. But there's nothing here. It's like an abandoned stage. Hey, be quiet and hide behind me. Mia, who was leading them, pushed him. Why, Oppa, what? Near them, a man was scratching his head and complaining. This is a big problem. The director told me to bring her. He heard the sound and looked back. Who are you? He approached when no one answered. This stage is not in use. You shouldn't be here. As soon as he approached, he saw a sight that covered his eyes. She was lying on top of him. He clicked his tongue and said, Phew, I don't care what you do, but it would be better to do it elsewhere. Then he grumbled unpleasantly and left. Young people these days. Mia buried her face in Kanglam's chest and suddenly she burst out laughing, surprising Kanglam. He, just as I thought. It's warm, Kanglam asked, blushing. What are you suddenly doing? And more importantly, how can you go around without your earring? How can you forget something so important? Mia replied. I thought so too. I was going to wear it at the most important moment. Not because I really needed it, but because this appearance was a little embarrassing. Then she leaned close and whispered in his ear, I just wanted to see Oppa, and she looked up. So this will be just between the two of us. She patted his chest with both hands and said, Our secret. Hearing her words, his mouth dropped open. Only then did Mia realize. Kanglam, why are you so red? He stammered. You stop talking and get off me. Besides, all the APC members know about this. What do you mean our secret? She was startled. He reminded her again to keep her earrings safe. Back on Mia's shuttle bus, Mia got on the bus. Kanglam left with his hands in his pockets. As he was walking, he heard Gehi's voice. Why didn't you come to the meeting? When he looked up, Gehi was sticking her head out. You Gehi? Kanglam shook his head. The atmosphere wasn't very good. I just wanted to go home and sleep soundly. I guess the side effects of the medicine are making me sleepy. Do as you please. Gehi leaned her hand on the doorframe and said, Right, by the way, boss, I have a confession to make. I think I like you. Seeing him standing blankly, Gehi burst out laughing. He asked blankly. What? Thinking deeply about Gehi's words, he was surprised. What did she just say? She likes me. Then Kanglam looked left, right, and around. No, you idiot. Nah, Kanglam, am I misunderstanding something? Seeing his reaction, Gehi seemed to think he didn't believe her. He must be thinking something strange again, he thought to himself. Judging by the situation, she's probably talking about acting or her role as the idol goddess. Or maybe I misheard. Gehi pointed at him with her finger, displeased. I told you, boss, I like you in a romantic way. So please don't think otherwise. As Gehi confirmed it again, his head buzzed. Then his face gradually turned red. Gehi said angrily and directly, I think it's funny too, but anyway, that's how it is. Nevertheless, seeing your foolish reaction, I don't even expect an answer. Then Gehi lowered her gaze and looked at him. From now on, will you pay a little more attention to me too? Kanglam was surprised, his head full of question marks. And Gehi said no more, closing the door and waving her hand. Anyway, see you tomorrow, goodbye. He watched the car roll away, then unconsciously shouted loudly, What, the moon in the sky is unusually round today. He lay in bed, hands on his forehead, and thought, this is really not the time for this. Kanglam thought he was waiting for the idol goddess event to end. A lot of things are bothering me. So he thought he should check when he had time. His mind was now confused. Honestly, as mentioned before, the recent loop seemed to appear unusually lucky. Kanglum rearranged the images in his mind, even the recent loop time. He recalled the scene after he and Chairwoman Hong confronted each other in the room. It was as if a save point appeared right after the final boss battle began. It felt like someone was intentionally making me do that, and he recalled the bullying scene. It was exactly the same before. For better or worse, the timing was too perfect. He sprang up and thought, it's similar to back then. The loop only happened after I saw the news. Kanglum was startled and froze at this thought. That's really strange, isn't it? If so, by the time the news came out, some time had passed since Mia's death, so why wasn't there a loop during that time? Should I care about that? Then did the previous loops mean nothing? Imagining himself like a doll. Could this not be a supernatural phenomenon? Someone might be intending to cause a loop, right? He opened his eyes wide. And if so, the most likely suspect would be the author of Escape of the Six Wives. Geihi's name, K-Pit King, appeared on the screen. There's no one else but this person. His fingers moved rapidly across the screen. Actually, I thought about this before, but I put it aside because there were no clues to investigate, but this time I found a clue. And he remembered Yanga. It was about the idol goddess author. Although they weren't the protagonists and had no reason to change, this person acted remarkably differently from ESW. Thanks to this now, Yanga had told him before. How did I come up with such a plan? When I was in the hospital, I learned how to look at everything from the author's perspective while finishing this idol goddess project. He sighed and lay down. So perhaps you, Geihi, the idol goddess author, said she liked me, not as a friend, but romantically. What connection does this have with this suspicious person named K-Pit King? And again he sprang up, startled. So I decided I had to investigate. How can I concentrate now? Stop it. Who cares? He recalled again. Wait. You, Geihi, likes me, really? Wow, what on earth is going on? He cursed. Damn it, everything just got quiet and now this again, making a fuss so late? How could he, who once criticized himself for being an otaku, be acting like this now? And when did he start knowing nothing? He frowned. More importantly, what was he supposed to do now? In his imagination, with Geihi facing him, Geihi pleaded, but from now on, will you also pay some attention to me, Oppa? He lay face down on the bed and kicked it with his feet. He just wanted to sleep right now. The next morning at school, Kanglum headed to class with a tired face, having not slept a wink all night. After walking for a while, he noticed students gathered in front of him. It turned out Shirin and Yoon-young were surrounded by students. Inside the classroom, an announcer's voice could be heard. The announcer was delivering news about Mia. Actress Ji-Yu Mia has decided to temporarily suspend all activities and actively cooperate with the investigation. Kanglum walked into the classroom feeling blank. Moreover, the National Assembly is also involved in this incident. As soon as they saw him, all eyes turned to him, and everyone looked at him with unreadable expressions. A question mark appeared above Kanglum's head. What is this? It feels familiar yet strange. Perhaps there's a strange rumor going around that I had a motorcycle accident. Seeing the murmuring crowd, it seemed Yu Geihi wouldn't be coming to school today. She looked busy. Perhaps this was for the best. He pretended not to see anything and sat down. He didn't know how to face her now. As soon as he sat down, the announcer spoke again. Meanwhile, the idol goddess performance received many praises. Geihi's face appeared on the screen. Currently, Yu Geihi is playing the role of Seonhee in a drama. And this morning her interview was hot news. Geihi was being interviewed. I plan to work hard, the reporter asked. Yes, thank you. Finally, many fans want to know more about you. Ms. Yu Geihi, can you tell us more about yourself? The reporter said. Please tell us about your hobbies and what you like. I like to experience many things, so I participate a lot in school club activities. After a moment's thought, Geihi clapped her hands. Ah, right, and her words made Kanglum's eyes widen and his body stiffen. I like boss, Yang-soo sitting next to him said, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Ha ha, boss, Geihi replied cheerfully. He's my classmate. I said I like him, so I confessed to him yesterday. Geihi held the microphone and said, Are you watching? At Geihi's words, Kanglum's face turned red and he started to sweat. The reporter took the microphone back. Ah, this is Ms. Yu Geihi's live interview. Shirin and Yoon-young heard that and opened their eyes wide, their mouths agape. Lamy didn't enter the classroom, standing at the doorway with a frown. It's exactly as I thought. Geihi Sunbae is truly a formidable opponent. I didn't expect her to confess before me. The thought the best defense is offense flashed through her mind. She even planned to prevent others from confessing. Kanglum Sunbae's thoughts. Now that I've figured everything out, it's time to shine. Confessing in this situation would be the worst thing to do. Kanglum Sunbae was affected by that confession. In the end, Lamy stomped her feet in anger. The atmosphere was ruined. It felt like it ended abruptly. It can't end like this. Seriously. I was going to do that too, but the situation changed before I could act. A call came in while she was angry, but she calmly looked at the phone. Lamy was deep in thought. I still have a choice. Shirin came running with an armful of drinks. Lamy composed herself. Yes, Unnie, I was waiting for you. Inside the restaurant, everyone's eyes were probably still on him. He sat there with an expression as if bees had stung his ears, and Yang-soo still sat opposite him, eating deliciously. Just give me an honest answer. Seeing his discomfort, Yang-soo asked, Actually, I thought you already found the answer, didn't you? He looked up and replied, Nothing comes to mind. Then he shared his thoughts. Right, at first I liked her a little, but that was a long time ago for me, wasn't it? Kanglum lowered his head. The time in the loop cannot be measured, and neither can the time that has passed. All this time I just wanted her to be safe, Kanglum confessed honestly. Honestly, look, it's not like I can't detect emotions. You know, if there was something fishy I would have noticed it a long time ago. Seeing Young-soo get up mid-sentence, he asked curiously, Haha, what's wrong? Young-soo picked up his tray and pushed up his glasses. I guess I need to give you some space. Suddenly, Shirin and Lemmy sat down next to him. Kanglum Sunday. Kanglum was startled. Hey, what is it? You two are going to squash me from both sides. What is it? Kanglum looked left and right alternately. The two suddenly said, What's wrong with you two? Lemmy cleverly replied. No, we just came to hang out as usual. Rather, what's wrong with Sunbanim? Sunbanim can't even carry a tray by himself, right? Kanglum's face turned pale and he stammered, I'm not very hungry. Lemmy held out an armful of food to him. I knew it. I knew Sunbanim would say that. So I prepared this, Lemmy's special 7x3 lunchbox. He was speechless. It's not like you're a transforming robot. And where did all this come from? Shirin, who was next to him, grabbed his sleeve. Kanglum, this, Then Shirin pulled out an armful of drinks. I brought too many drinks. Should I share some with you? Kanglum was blank. You didn't bring a little too much, you brought a lot. Is the vending machine broken? Seeing Shirin turn away in disappointment, he sighed. All right, I'll take a sip. Shirin took a sip of the drink with a straw and then handed it to him. Kanglum, it's yours, drink it. Kanglum stared blankly at the drink, speechless. What, then? He doubtfully held the drink as if possessed. Why does she need to take medicine? An indirect kiss could be a big deal for some people. Then this suddenly brings back the conversation from the last episode. Honestly, I don't attach much meaning to emotions. You know, if there was something fishy, I would have noticed it a long time ago. A chill ran down his spine. No, I just misunderstood, didn't I? It's just a misunderstanding. Lemmy suddenly blew into his ear, making his face flush and giving him goosebumps. Lemmy fed Kanglum, saying, Focus on this side. Ha ha ha, oh Sunbanim. Here, open your mouth. He hastily avoided it and didn't eat the food. No, seriously, what's going on? Why are you two doing such strange things? Lemmy brought the food close to his mouth. Why, Shirin, Sunbae and I are acting completely normal. She put on a sad expression but spoke clearly, one syllable at a time. Does Sunbanim dislike this? Ah, I see. Sunbanim is already full from receiving a confession from someone else. Kanglum's heart sank. They already know everything, he thought, his face pale and sweating. But what does that have to do with these two's actions? I mean, if you think about it for a bit, it makes sense, doesn't it? In the end, she too has reached the stage of arrogance. Everyone in the restaurant fixed their gaze on him and whispered, Oh my God, what? That guy is swearing. He saw their murderous eyes and thought, why is the atmosphere around me like this? It's reading like a book. No way, it's just a misunderstanding. Kanglum suddenly froze. I was misunderstanding? Lemmy, give me everything you've got. Kanglum's love cells almost froze. There was definitely a misunderstanding, but then his head suddenly felt like it was splitting open. Kanglum was deep in thought. Or was I misunderstanding in a different way? Students who had just finished gym class walked down the hallway and he walked blankly. When did it start? No, seriously, how can this be? I should have been a loner. That's why I'm called boss, even though I dislike that nickname. Kanglum held his phone and looked at his friend list. I'm not exaggerating. Look here. Besides my family, I have few friends, but there's only one male friend and the rest are all girls. Suddenly, Kanglum shouted, Hey you, be quiet, it's not like that. Why are you making such a fuss? We're only connected because of ESW. As he was speaking, a hand suddenly appeared and pulled him away. Because of Yanga? Is it because of her? As soon as he was dragged into the room, the door slammed shut. The person who dragged him was Yanga. Yanga buried her face in his chest. He cried out in confusion, Yanga, what is it? He recalled when Yanga and Gehi had met in the hospital hallway. Gehi turned her head. That's the situation. I think I should tell you before I tell boss, Gehi said. I said I'd support you, but I'm sorry. I really can't say anything, but if I were there, Yanga cut her off and shook her head. No, don't be sorry. Yanga lowered her head. Only then can I? Yanga grabbed his clothes and pleaded, just for a moment, please stay like this. Kanglum, he was flustered. Ha, what? I'm all right. But then he looked down and saw Yanga's body trembling. Kanglum shouted, Hey Park Yanga, are you okay? What's wrong? Calm down and tell me. Yanga thought to herself, I liked this about you from the beginning because you always looked at me with those eyes. Then Yanga controlled her emotions and began to speak. There was a girl whose emotions were terribly torn apart. Kanglum listened quietly to Yanga's story. She had liked her best friend for a long time, but suddenly many rivals appeared. Kanglum quietly looked at Yanga. Her emotions had been fluctuating ever since. She hesitated whether to directly confront her feelings or to be a little cunning like others. Yanga was talking about her feelings for him, and recently she had a nightmare. She had had such dreams before, but this time it was much more realistic. Yanga once burst into tears in despair. In the nightmare everything seemed to disappear. She saw herself crying terribly. Tears poured out. Then when Yanga woke up from the nightmare and when she woke up she realized helping that person was a one-sided mistake. Yanga slowly let go of Kanglum. She no longer cared if what she did was fair to others or not, for better or worse she didn't care, only winning mattered. She smiled. There's nothing I can't do. Hearing Yanga's words he immediately speculated. Could it be that Yanga too? Yanga hastily cut him off. I was writing a story for a Webtoon character. I'm so glad that blocked story can continue now. He was surprised and let out a sigh of relief. Alright, that's a relief, ha. Kanglum opened the door. Gym class is almost over. Hurry up, ha. The door suddenly won't open. Someone locked the doorknob from outside the door. What, is it locked? The messenger of love will take care of it, Yanga said without worry. Kanglum, sit here. He turned his head. Ha, she patted the seat next to her and said, sit here. This is a good reason to skip class, isn't it? Kanglum, you don't like gym class either. Since your hand is injured, you can only sit and watch. He scratched his head and said, that's true. Then what should we do? Yanga handed Kanglum one earphone. I found a pretty fun game stream yesterday. I think Kanglum would like it too. He took it. Oh really? She started to turn on her phone. He leaned his head curiously. Let's see, it feels like it's been a long time since we sat together like this, Yanga. She was surprised. Really, we used to do that often in the APC room, but now there are many more people. So the two sat next to each other and played the game. Oh, this person is new. Naeun raised her eyebrows. Is this okay? Is she going to hide her feelings by saying this is just a character I imagined? Can't she just be honest with him? She just wanted to sit next to him. This is enough, Kanglum. His face started to blush. Yanga wasn't that insensitive, he thought to himself. It's really strange, but Yanga, it's not gym class now. Besides, if she's really just talking about the character, his eyes darted to her. Then why is she acting like this? Kanglum's first internal trial. The judge sat high up and said, next we will begin the hearing. Looking at Kanglum. Is Na Kanglum an innocent boy or a true playboy? Did he do it intentionally or by accident? The defense may speak first, Kanglum replied. Oh well, boys this age usually misunderstand a lot, you know. In the growing stage, they're sensitive to everything around them, so even a small touch makes them think of marriage. Scenes with Gehi flashed through his mind. In fact, the defendant is proven by his actions in Chapter 3, therefore it is completely unreasonable to call him a playboy con artist. I'm definitely seeing things. He presented the evidence and argued that the defendant was completely innocent. The man resembling Kanglum on the opposite side spoke in opposition, but at that time he knew nothing and was still immature. But now he was much more mature, especially in terms of romance and women's favorability. He was completely different. He claimed Kanglum was guilty and tried to use the old-fashioned term hallucination. How could he refute everything in such a way? Kanglum shouted, then show me the evidence now. You can't, can you? Of course not. If such things had happened I would have known immediately. He stood up from his seat. Receiving numerous photos of Nari, Shuren and everyone else, he suddenly froze. He shouted, they're all here, you bastard. And this was the decisive evidence. The defendant was a crazy playboy. All the people below, waiting for the results, were Kanglum. The old judge Kanglum gently tapped the gavel. At this point, the defendant's heart must have hardened over time. He has become the male lead he always despised and cursed. 100 victimized. I find him guilty. After that, Kanglum was thrown into prison. Guilty? Wait. I never did anything. What? Give me a reduced sentence. Isn't there a juvenile law? I need a psychological evaluation. No, there isn't. Get out. You have no rights. Returning to reality, he was sitting on a park bench. Kanglum mumbled seriously. What am I trying to do? Inside the restaurant. Really? Thank you. I'll work hard. The owner handed Nari the key and said, if you're participating in a competition, at least I should support you, but in return you have to take good care of the store, all right? Nari politely nodded. Yes, of course. It's a really precious key. I'll definitely take good care of the store. Kanglum was sitting on the bench holding his phone. He texted Yu Wang. Hey Wang, you didn't come to the multi-purpose room today. Yeah, sorry. My head's a bit of a mess right now. He sent a message apologizing. Yeah, sorry. My head's a bit of a mess right now, Yu Wang. All right, and what about the others? Yu Wang replied. All right. Then what about the others? No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Kanglum was suspicious. Why is he acting like he knows everything? He stood up, looked up at the sky, and lamented. My head really feels like it's going to explode today. Let's go home. I'll play some games and then sleep. Kanglum packed his bag and returned home. I'm home. He heard the thudding footsteps of someone running. Kanglum's sister appeared in a hurry. She spouted some incomprehensible words at him, and Kanglum couldn't understand. What are you talking about? What? Speak properly. She waved her hand. What are you mumbling about? Are you hot? He impatiently waved his hand and left. Hey, there's ice cream in the fridge. Go get some, or just splash some cold water on yourself. He walked in with his eyes closed and didn't see Gehi sitting in front eating. Finally, peace has come. Gehi covered her mouth and asked, Sunbae, you're back. Kanglum still didn't recognize her and nonchalantly put down his bag. Yeah, hey, what's wrong with my sister? She looks like she's losing her mind. If she's like this already, the AC bill will be high in summer, Gehi replied. Your sister has a bit of a quick temper, but she's still a good sister, isn't she? I'm dressed coolly too. I've been treated very well and I've heard a lot about Sunbae. Seeing him take off his uniform, Gehi asked, Does Sunbae play games right after coming home? He glanced at Gehi. She talked too much. Yeah, but today I'm going to shower first. Kanglum was about to take off his outer clothes. I'm so tired. Then, as if realizing something, his hand stopped. He stammered the same words his sister had just said. What are you talking about? Speak properly. He gasped and his eyes widened. How did you get in here? Into my house, my room. You really make yourself at home, Gehi frowned. Why are you asking such questions? My sister dropped me off here after work. It's nothing. But Sunbae came home early today. Didn't you go to the APC room? I thought Sunbae would come home later. Kanglum shook his head. No, that's not it. I'm just suddenly curious why you're here. Gehi recalled what she had told him before. What I told you yesterday. Anyway, see you again tomorrow. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Kanglum froze upon hearing this. Damn it, was that a confession? Wasn't it just a normal greeting? Gehi stood up abruptly and challenged him. And how dare you ask me such a question? Gehi approached him. You didn't watch the interview, did you? I talked about it the whole time. He flushed and quickly shook his head. Oh right, what are you thinking? It was really awkward at school. He recalled the moment he was surrounded by female students at school. At first everyone just stared at me, but then they came up and asked about our relationship. Gehi raised an eyebrow. So what did Sunbae say our relationship was, he stammered. I can't say what kind of relationship we have, I just told them the truth. That I was helping you with your manager work. Gehi lifted her face. Ah, good job. At this point Sunbae is my biggest fan, he said angrily. Just be honest, what are you hiding? Gehi shouted. Anyway, that's our relationship, but she pointed to his chest and said, starting today our relationship will be redefined as love, understand? She, hearing this from outside, turned pale. Gehi, about an hour ago, Dahi was caught by her friends. Dahi, your brother goes to Manhwa High School, right? Manhwa High School? They held up their phones with Gehi's picture. So your brother knows you, Gehi? Can you ask your brother to ask her for us? Dahi replied indifferently. My brother? You must be joking. He wouldn't do it even if he died 1,000,000,000 times. He wouldn't help, her two friends next to her asked. No, you don't get along with your brother? It's common for siblings to fight at this age. Dahi was displeased, but with that person it simply couldn't be. He was truly a pain in the neck. Dahi shook her head. Ah, don't get me wrong, it's not because he's an otaku. Anyway, I like manga, 21st century. Top 4 popular webtoons: Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Death Note, Full Metal Alchemist. Not distinguishing between anime and manga was an advantage. She recalled a time when the two siblings watched anime together at home when their mother was away. I remember taking care of my brother when mom was out. He wasn't that person back then. Kanglum grew up, but he entered a distant high school, and perhaps because he couldn't make friends he became increasingly depressed. He sat on a chair and was surprised to see his brother, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. I thought my brother had finally become a decent person, but he's mumbling again. Ah, how annoying. Seeing her two friends whispering, she felt annoyed just thinking about that time. Nah, Kanglum, that trashy bastard, I will never become someone like that. And she thought of her damn brother. And from then on Oppa became like this. It seems he plans to just live a useless life and die. They were still whispering about Gehi saying she liked the boss. But who is the person Unnie calls boss? It must be a nickname. He must be handsome. If it's Manhwa High School, maybe he's a senior in the tennis club. No, if it's Manhwa High School, it might be Oppa Hojun, Dahi sighed. Anyway, Oppa lives in a different world from us. So does you, Gehi Unnie. I'll probably never meet Unnie. Returning home, Gehi smiled when she saw Dahi. Dahi was stunned when she opened the door and saw her. Gehi, with a cheerful flowery smile, asked, Is this Kanglum's house? I'm you, Gehi, Kanglum's classmate. Dahi quickly composed herself. Yes it is. Yes, Unnie, I saw you, you're back. Gehi still smiled. Oh really, how embarrassing. Then you already know I came to see the boss. Unnie came to see Kanglum. She had a lot of question marks above her head. What? Dahi hastily asked again. Is the boss Na Kanglum? Gehi replied. What? Oh right. Dahi asked again in disbelief. My brother Na Kanglum, the one with the strange hair. Yes, that's right, Na Kanglum. The one who writes his name as Intense Approach. No, I don't know that, and he always looks displeased and has droopy eyes, doesn't he? She nodded. Yes, that's right, oh right. Unnie and Oppa probably know this. Dating is fatal for celebrities, Gehi sighed and sat on a chair. It's freer now than before, but there are no exceptions for innocent people like me. Who's to blame? Kanglum said. There's no innocent person who calls themselves innocent, she winked. If I were caught dating, the public would react explosively. So I confessed beforehand, before it was revealed. Seeing that he didn't understand, she explained, it's like a war is about to break out and whoever attacks first has the advantage. It's that kind of feeling. Usually the first attacker wins, right? Don't you think so? Sunbae is thinking too seriously. Kanglum raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to make modern society a lawless land? In his mind he thought of how in manga, if someone said they had a girlfriend they couldn't meet her often and had to meet in secret. And they'll break up. I hope I can break this curse. But can I go that far? Gehi held her phone and rested her chin on it. It's nothing. I think all the reactions are positive. I really like that she's so proactive. I like her even more. He was suspicious. Oh really? She looked at a PDF file on her phone. Of course I lost a few advertising contracts, but I also received compensation, so it's not 100 positive. He sat down. Alright, if you're okay with it, it's a bit annoying, but I don't really care. Anyway, everyone's gossiping about me. It's better to have this kind of rumor. After a moment of silence he didn't know how to speak. But what should I say? Gehi finished his sentence. I don't know how to treat Sunbae. Yeah, something like that. She shrugged. Can't Sunbae act as usual? I just think the boss is still the boss. I don't expect anything. In fact, I haven't seen any signs from Sunbae until now. I made Sunbae confess to me first and all the other competitors failed. He frowned. Sunbae's criticism is getting more sarcastic. Do you just need a reason to torment me? Is this the legendary punishment confession? Kanglum scratched his head and asked, Why did you like me from the beginning? Why? Gehi's cheeks flushed and she crossed her arms. I don't want to say, it's embarrassing. Kanglum was speechless. Are you kidding me right now? What's there to be embarrassed about? And this is really important. As he said this, Gehi got angry. What, you don't believe me? After that she stood up and approached him. Do you two want me to prove it with action? Oh no, he quickly moved away. What? Why are you so close? Gehi didn't let go and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Don't worry. Sunbae probably knows I'm the best in close combat. I can't stand this uncomfortable feeling anymore. Kanglum blushed. Wait, Sunbae's eyes are weird. There's something wrong with Sunbae's eyes. Calm down, Gehi smirked. It's fine if it hurts too much, just raise your hand. Before she could finish speaking, Gehi pushed Kanglum onto the bed. Sunbae, wait, no Sunbae, do you think you can subdue me? Gehi said. Sunbae's hand is injured, just stay still. A loud noise came from inside the room and no one knew what was happening. Kanglum's mother had just returned home and noticed. I'm home. Oh, whose shoes are these? Gehi wiped her lips and smiled slyly. That's enough for today. Don't cause any trouble. Kanglum's clothes were scattered under the bed. Dahi quickly ran and blocked her. Mom, no, I can't wake up from this dream. We don't have any antiseptic at home. His mother was confused. What? Gehi came out of his room. Hello, nice to meet you. Kanglum's mother asked suspiciously. Who are you? At the dining table, the four of them looked at each other and the atmosphere was a bit quiet. Gehi picked up a piece of stir-fried anchovies in front of her and said, Mother, these stir-fried anchovies are really delicious. Kanglum's mother waved her hand and was delighted. Oh, she knows too, it's the dish I put the most effort into and my husband really likes it too, Gehi laughed. Really? Then it's understandable. Dahi looked enviously at Gehi's shiny hair. Wow, honey, your hair is pretty. What shampoo do you use? Kanglum's mother covered her mouth and smiled contentedly. How can such a kind girl like my son? I'm sorry, my son is a bit shy. Gehi shook her head. No, I should be the one saying thank you. Kanglum's mother sold her son out. If you want to take him tonight, feel free to take him. He frantically cried out. Mom, what are you talking about? You should be on your son's side. His mother smacked his back and said, Shut up. You never say a word to me normally. If you had told me about Gehi earlier, Kanglum cried. Please. Gehi turned to Kanglum's sister and smiled apologetically. Minnie, I'm sorry to drop by so suddenly like this. She hadn't expected to have dinner with the whole family. Minnie was a little embarrassed. No, honey, it's an honor for our family. She pulled out her phone and hesitated. So, honey, as you know, can I take a picture of you? I want to post it online. Gehi readily agreed. Of course, it's fine, anytime after dinner. Kanglum watched the happy conversation, puzzled. What is this? My whole family liked her in such a short time, his mother suggested. Next time bring your sister too. Anytime feel free. Kanglum frowned and said, Mom, that's enough. Calm down. His mother smacked him again. You calm down. Aish, how can this boy not appreciate such a pretty girl? He turned pale. You're joking, right? Why are you doing this to me, Mom? The next day, as soon as Kanglum stepped out, he was surprised. Mia had been waiting for a long time. She was slightly annoyed. You're late. You should go home earlier, he exclaimed in surprise. Mia, why? Are you here? She held out a water bottle and clicked her tongue. What? I come all this way and that's your reaction? Tisk, drink it. It's a health booster. Kanglum asked curiously. Wait, weren't you busy with the investigation? He looked at the water bottle with a slight frown. Thanks. And is it okay for you to be walking around like this? You're confronting the Yakuza and they mentioned witness protection. Mia glanced at the two police officers behind her as she opened the cap. Once the statement is over, the responsibility is over. Witness protection is no longer effective. They told me to be careful during this period. Kanglum chugged the water and asked, why the sudden irritated tone? What happened? She glared at him. What happened? You ignored my texts, Kanglum explained. Hey, that's because I saw the text too late, and it's not appropriate to reply in the middle of the night. Mia demanded. That doesn't matter, okay? From now on, you always have to reply. Got it? He scratched his head. Are you just angry for that reason? All right. She became even more annoyed hearing that. Just for that reason, you know I saw that too, like you Gehi's sweet confession that spread nationwide. Kanglum was still curious. It seems like it, but why the name? And why were you watching something like that when you're busy? Mia sighed. How could I not watch it? It appeared in the most popular trends on KakaoTalk. I don't understand those rankings. He gnashed his teeth and cursed upon hearing that. Damn information age perish. Fourth Industrial Revolution. She pulled up her hood and asked, So how are you going to react? Do you like her? Are you two going on a date? Kanglum was blank. Are you really asking that question so mercilessly? I'm so tired. Can you stop chasing me? The two police officers heard the noise and turned to him and he waved his hand. Oh no, it's just a misunderstanding. Kanglum sighed exhaustedly. I'm so tired, my head's a mess, I can't understand myself anymore. Every night I wonder if this is a scam campaign, Mia teased. Really, doesn't your heart keep pounding deep down? He shook his head and asked again. No, it doesn't. Hey, but why are you doing that? She said honestly. Then of course it's because I like it. Kanglum hastily raised his hand to stop her. No, don't say it, everything's gotten confusing. Please forgive me. As the two police officers rushed over, he hurriedly exclaimed, it's nothing, I swear. It's not that. Kanglum leaned against the wall and said, Don't worry, I'm not indecisive anymore. I know it's a sin to live indecisively, but still, give me some time. Everything happened so suddenly. Mia brushed her hair back with her hand and took off her earring. I know it's an inevitable situation. She hesitated and said, Everyone around Kanglum is attractive. I understand you're confused. Mia lowered her head slightly. But there's one thing I want you to know. Whatever choice Kanglum makes, she lifted her head and her honorific changed. This Unnie will always be by Kanglum's side, he chuckled. Same goes for you. You only take off your earring and call yourself Unnie at times like this. After a moment, the two waved goodbye. On the way to school with Kanglum, Cha Shuren's eyes sparkled the entire time. In the classroom, he was bombarded with texts from Gehi. During break time, Ju Lami chased him. After school, Youngda asked him for help. Walking down the hallway, a text came from Eun Young. Honey, do you have plans for this vacation? The screen showed countless messages about vacation. The scene shifted to a villa in Osaka, Japan. A young woman in a kimono was meticulously pouring tea. Eun Young picked up a teacup and took a sip. It's truly a luxurious problem, isn't it? The problem of who to spend your vacation with. Kanglum raised his hand to stop her. Wait, are you showing off again? Why did the scene suddenly change so foolishly? She said calmly, what do you mean? It's just an after-school tea party. Something normal students often do, isn't it? And after the last incident, we all became interested in Japanese culture. He shook his head. No, that's not it. I was at school just 30 minutes ago, okay? But now I've flown to another country to drink tea. Eun-young chuckled. Why would you take a limousine when you're busy? You'd take a private jet or a helicopter. It's really fast and convenient, Kanglum thought differently. For me, taking a taxi is basic, but our standards are too different, she said. Oh my goodness, hearing that. My advice to you is that an open ending is likely to cause confusion. So consider your situation. He lowered his head and thanked her. I didn't know your heart. Thank you. After that, Kanglum frowned and asked, but you don't seem that surprised, do you, about Yu Gei's grand declaration? Did you know beforehand? Eun-young didn't hide it and admitted, yes, I realized before she acted. Her voice told me everything. He fell into thought. By normal standards, she also forgets things often, but fortunately others forget more easily, while others take a long time to realize and act. Gei is annoyingly innocent. Hearing this, it's like I just committed a sin. She put the teacup down hard on the tray, making a heavy sound. So I waited until she realized and then created a fair competition. Kanglum was blank listening to Eun-young. But now the issue of loyalty is over. Now it's my turn. After that, she crossed her arms, smiled, and asked, Honey, are you coming to me? He stammered. How that? Eun-young reached under the table, searched for something, and nodded. To be honest, she already had a prepared marriage certificate, which she pulled out with a wide smile. I've prepared the marriage certificate, Kanglum exclaimed in surprise. No, this isn't it. Hey, there have to be procedures and processes, don't there? It's too sudden, Eun-young said calmly. Oh my goodness, we're already engaged, aren't we? He mumbled. I'm all right, I forgot about that. She pushed a piece of paper and a pen towards Kanglum. I'll let you live without want for the rest of your life, including the status of your kingdom and territory, he said seriously. Eun-young, I'm sorry, but they say love can't be bought with money. You know that too. But Kanglum picked up the pen and said, after all, the human heart. Eun-young reminded him. But you've already picked up the pen. Look here. He dropped the pen in surprise. What? That's really amazing. What is this? My hand moved on its own. She quickly pulled the paper towards herself, covered her mouth, and laughed. Hee, I'll make good use of it. Kanglum had just experienced a close call with an ink brush. What mistake did I just make? I feel like something big is going to happen again. Eun-young raised an eyebrow. But honey, the problem isn't just about the confession, is it? Don't you really have any other worries? He was surprised. Why do you know? She glared at Kanglum. Don't you know, honey, it's all over your face. She pulled out a fan from somewhere and fanned herself lightly. To be honest, I'll give you some heartfelt advice too. Although I'm young, I have a lot of experience. Eun-young gave examples like dealing with a former agent who tried to assassinate the head of MIG or preventing plutonium explosions worldwide. Kanglum shook his head and refused. I'm sorry, my worries are in a different field. Besides, these things sound similar to problems I've heard somewhere before. He scratched his head. But the things I and others are experiencing are not something that completely makes your head go blank. Since it's not even a normal problem by my standards, I just hope to be safe during this period. Kanglum fell into thought. If this dream-like life ever ends, maybe, just maybe, everyone will go back to normal. He suppressed a sound and asked himself, but these days I have more doubts. Is that really where everyone should go back? Will they really be happy just looking at Mia after that? He mumbled again. Perhaps here would be better. But once again another thought came to me. Am I trying to justify this because it's what I want? Eun-young sighed. Then honey, she said with wide eyes, I have no idea what you're talking about. Kanglum's mouth dropped open. Did I speak too vaguely? I forgot to mention the loop. Her face brightened. I know that a climate crisis is coming soon and its correlation with food production in South America. But the content that follows is a bit difficult to understand, he said in confusion. I didn't say that. Are you even listening? Kanglum leaned forward slightly. What on earth are you talking about? First, lower the level of conversation to a high school student's, Eun-young innocently said. You're talking about protecting the Amazon rainforest, the lungs of the earth, right? As expected, honey. She seemed quite satisfied. But as expected, I didn't underestimate you. You are facing an important problem. This is truly commendable. But still, I don't understand. A sound of ha was heard. Eun-young was slightly pained. No one wants to see honey suffer for any reason, just one thing, she smiled. As long as honey can smile brightly, I'm happy with any problem. Will that be okay? Kanglum paused. I'm sorry, was I too serious? Eun-young shook her head. As I said, being serious is good, but I don't want you to suffer. We all feel that way. After that, the two went out and walked down the hallway. He thought as he walked, yes, the heart is the most important, because you're not just a simple character, but is the heart real? Is their kindness real? Suddenly she said, anyway, going back to the abnormal temperature caused by El Niño, Kanglum cut her off. Don't go back to that topic, you have to lower the level. I'm struggling. A large door opened and Eun-young said firmly, anyway, I will definitely help you. Outside, a helicopter whirred. She smiled brightly in the strong wind and asked, so you'll trust me with the vacation problem, right? He exclaimed honestly, what are you going to do again? People were busy coming and going on the street. A text came from Nari. Oppa, where are you? Kanglum replied. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon, he thought as he walked. Ever since Nari felt someone was chasing her, I always took her from school to work late at night. Kanglum smiled contentedly. Fortunately, the situation has calmed down since then. but I shouldn't act carelessly because I've been confused by ESW more than once or twice. I must not let my guard down, especially now that I'm spending time thinking about that matter. Haha. He looked at her text saying be careful on your way, and fell into thought, even though we meet often, unlike my previous worries nothing is strange and Yunari doesn't seem uncomfortable either. Kanglam guessed it was probably because they used to play games together. It's really strange how well they seem to get along, he sighed and put down his phone. But thanks to Yu Gei's declaration, or to be precise the facade she shed, he honestly didn't know how to react and was quite confused. He chuckled at the thought of Nari's congratulatory message. Surprisingly, she brought it up so easily, but he soon grew gloomy again. Was it just him being overly sensitive to the issue, or was she really changing the subject so casually? Kanglam nodded. Fortunately, the protagonist in the original story doesn't seem to encounter problems due to obsession. He found it a bit difficult to understand, but even so, judging by her short answers and indifference to her sister, she seemed truly strong and mature. As Kanglam climbed the stairs, he wondered if he could ask her about his recent worries. But seeing the temporarily closed sign, he hesitated for a moment and hummed. Kanglam was curious. Why is it closed today? Didn't she just say she was going to work? Did she hang the wrong sign? However, the door was unlocked and easily opened. Kanglam walked in, calling out, Yunari, caretaker, is anyone here? A light spilled from a nearby open room, and he said hello. A kettle was boiling in that room. A new message notification popped up on his phone. It was from Yunari. She sent, I'm sorry. A long blank message followed below, and he scrolled to the end, humming. The next message was, I love you. Kanglam muttered, what the hell is this? Unable to understand. He didn't notice Nari running up behind him at all. She jabbed his thigh with a taser and he was startled. Then he fell to the floor with a thud. Nari stared blankly at the motionless Kanglam. She recalled her past. Among the 4 sisters, she was the only one with black hair, because the image of her mother smiling brightly in her memory was inherited from her mother. As a child, Gehi was teased by boys called yellow-haired monster and was still living in Korea. Her sister's hair often became a plaything for boys. Her sister was so angry that she even cried. Although it was childhood and just playful teasing, her sister must have been hurt at the time. She saw Gehi staring intently at her hair in the mirror. The next day, after hearing the story, her mother went to the salon. Her mother dyed her hair yellow regardless of what people around her thought and said she had a similar experience. That story was meant to comfort Gehi's sister. And time passed, but she was the only one in her family with black hair. And that made her different when she was with her family. When her mother recognized her, her mother looked at Nari kindly and said, don't you think it's time for Mom to stop dyeing her hair? I'm sorry, Nari. Mom was thoughtless. Gehi Uni seems to have solved her own problems. Mom will go back to black hair. Nari thought for a long time at the time, but then she told her mother, I'm fine, Mom. Please continue dyeing your hair yellow. She remembered Gehi proudly showing her mother an award certificate. In fact, it wasn't for her sister. It was when her rivalry with her perfect sister was at its peak. Nari silently watched her mother stroke Gehi Uni's hair and praise her. I am different from my sister. I am stronger than my sister. I just wanted to show that. Looking back, she realized that she also had a strong desire to win and possess. Now, her sister and I maintain a good relationship. But it wasn't always like that. There were still days when they fought over their favorite toys. Had that desire exploded once again? She thought of that man with the strange hair. Kanglam always acted fiercely like a wolf cub. At first, she thought he was like the others, trying to get close to her sister. But it was different from what she thought. She secretly followed and observed him, wondering if he was a stalker. And oh my goodness, he was more suspicious and dangerous than she thought. They went through many incidents together, but after completing many missions, she realized that he was completely different from other men. Her feelings for him grew more special, and gradually, she grew fond of him and understood her sister's feelings. She recalled that soft voice that had quietly flowed out. He walked slowly, unaware of the words he had casually spoken, and was startled. She was appalled by the words she had spoken, but what was more surprising was that the sincerity in her heart was completely true. During class, her mind was entirely focused on Kanglam. She couldn't take it anymore. She thought of him every day, so unfocused that she wouldn't even know if the teacher called her name. She wanted to see and talk to him more often. At home, Gehi always talked about Kanglam. Every time her sister talked about him, her heart ached for some unknown reason. The search results were full of strange things. She started to take an interest in his hobbies. She began to search for and learn various games. And while playing games, she subconsciously sent hearts. She knew it meant nothing, but she tossed and turned every night, yet her obsession with him only grew stronger over time. She thought about him constantly even while cooking. Wouldn't it be okay to approach him first? He even said I was his ideal type. And surprisingly, she accepted it easily. Nari was now sure of one thing: she liked Kanglam. But she soon hesitated. At the same time, another concern slowly emerged. She stirred the food in the pot and thought, what if she missed him again because of her sister? Nari was experiencing an intense internal conflict. Of course, she genuinely cared for and respected her sister. She sincerely wished for her sister's happiness. She poured water into the pot and boiled it. Her mind also tangled like a ball of yarn, but she didn't want to, not this time. She didn't want to. Her sister still hadn't realized her feelings. The boiling flames were like the boiling determination in her heart. Kanglam was the only person she didn't want to miss. She didn't want to lose him. Nari walked, looking around. After thinking it over carefully, she immediately acted. She went to places where she could meet him. Observing her surroundings, she looked for the right time to accidentally run into him. After the accidental encounter, she even lied that someone was following her. Thanks to that, she could meet him at least every other day. The two walked down the street one after another. If they liked each other and met so often, wouldn't it be considered dating even without a confession? Nari looked up at the sky, or not, but wouldn't there be something? Kanglam's tired expression came to mind. But every time he talked about school, it was always about other girls. Girls, 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 girls. Her eyes were filled with jealousy, because she had seen pictures last time and they were all really pretty. Her sister said they were all talented. She became a stalker whenever Kanglam was with another girl. Because of this, she started to take an interest in them. And then she witnessed him frowning at them. From Cha Shuren to Yanga and even Ju Lami, the frown didn't disappear. At this point, Nari realized something. They were not just friends, they were all seducing him. She asked herself, "Sister, didn't you notice any of that?" No. He might be taken away. She hated this. She didn't care if it was her sister or anyone else. Nari decided in her heart. She would never back down. She would eliminate all obstacles. Suddenly she turned her head sharply. Nari approached the person in front of her and asked, "You're Park Yanga, aren't you? I have something to tell you about Kanglam." Returning to the present, Kanglam opened his eyes and slowly regained consciousness. He groaned, his whole body ached terribly. He was surprised to realize he was tied up. Kanglam tiredly looked around. "Oh, what's this? My arms have been tied for so long that they're trembling." Countless questions came to mind. What the hell? What's going on? Where am I and why am I tied up? He remembered entering the restaurant. After that, Kanglam's heart definitely pounded. His head ached so much. Something seemed to have flashed by, but what was it? The door suddenly opened and Nari's voice was heard. "Oppa, Oppa, are you awake?" I was so worried. He rushed towards her and shouted, "Ha, you Nari, are you okay?" "Oh no, quickly, forget everything else for now. Untie this rope first." He didn't know who she was, but before the culprit arrived, Nari closed the door and her voice was a little strange. "Oh Oppa, how can I untie you? You don't know how hard I've worked on this project." Kanglam stared blankly. "What?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my goodness, Oppa, don't you remember?" Nari said with a very nonchalant expression. "Our strange Oppa." "It's okay, Oppa, don't be afraid. This is good for us too. From now on we'll spend beautiful and unforgettable days together." She looked around. "Don't you think this room is a bit empty?" Nari's whole body seemed listless. "I'm sorry, Oppa, I wanted to prepare a more comfortable room. But it's okay, we'll decorate this room together. I promise I'll make sure Oppa is comfortable here." Kanglam was suspicious. "Wait a minute, you Nari. What exactly do you mean?" His head suddenly ached again. Kanglam gritted his teeth to suppress the pain. He remembered the scene where Nari secretly tasered him. "I remember now, this is strange." "But how?" Kanglam blinked, trying to clear his head. "Why, you Nari, why?" She looked up at the room and replied, "Why are you asking me why? I couldn't take it anymore. I wanted to make you mine as quickly as possible, but more and more competitors kept chasing you." Nari turned her head and looked at him. "So I thought this plan was much better than eliminating the girls around Oppa one by one. Now that Oppa and I are together, they won't be able to have you, even if they want to." She turned around and approached, asking, "Do you want me to let them go? In my way I could humiliate them. And Oppa, strange people like you are often very shy. I know all about it." Nari looked down at him with alluring eyes. "I'm shy too, but we both like each other, right?" Kanglam flinched and pulled away. "What the hell are you talking about? Absolutely not, not at all." Honestly, Kanglam was more shocked by the fact that someone harbored romantic feelings for him. A past event flashed through his mind. He had also thought about you Nari. At that time it seemed like they were sending positive signals to each other, connecting it to her current actions. But if Nari had romantic feelings for him, she would definitely be too obsessive or even crazy. But he recalled her past shy moments, but until now she had never crossed the line, so he thought she didn't like him. But on second thought she seemed good at hiding her emotions. Kanglam's face was covered in sweat. If it had come to this and if she really couldn't take it anymore, and all her suppressed emotions exploded at once, Nari pointed to herself with one hand and extended the other to Kanglam. "Surely you and I will be dating, right? Everyone will think so." He felt a little uneasy. "Wait, hold on," and she muttered to herself. "But on second thought it's a shame. Then Oppa would be deceiving other girls." And then she raised her voice. "Of course I'm not saying it's all Oppa's fault. The sin lies with those impure ones who tried to seduce a flower that already had an owner." Nari touched her chin and thought, "Now that I've said it, it would be better to let them go, wouldn't it?" Kanglam shouted, "Hey you Nari, what the hell are you doing?" She heard him and was startled, staring blankly. He frowned with a worried expression for some reason. "Ah, but you're wrong. This is no laughing matter." Kanglam struggled, but the ropes holding him didn't move. "So untie me right now. I'm not playing around with you. I'm serious." But Nari remained silent and did nothing. She leaned down and placed her hand on his thigh. "Should I keep being wary of other girls, considering all the things we've done together?" After that, Nari stood up abruptly and said in a scolding tone, "Oppa, I think you've picked up some bad habits. Don't worry, I'll get rid of those bad habits for you, Oppa." Kanglam's face turned pale. "Hey wait, what are you doing?" A sharp scream erupted from inside the room, followed by a heavy thud. Afterward, Kanglam returned to when he first woke up after being tasered. He was very uneasy. Fortunately, he returned using the loop. This proves that someone intervenes when such a situation occurs. Is this really an ESW incident? Fortunately, he returned to the right time, but this part isn't very good either. He actually tried to calm his mind. Anyway, he had to focus on the present. It was an absurd situation that he couldn't even complain about. Just thinking about it made his head ache. Nari used to be obsessed with her sister, but now that obsession had shifted to him, and the symptoms were much more severe, leading her to commit such outrageous acts. Kanglum gritted his teeth in anger. What on earth should he do? How did it come to this? Or was he too foolish to notice? But it was truly awful, he struggled, stomping hard on the floor to break free. Damn it, Nari suddenly opened the door and asked, Oppa, are you awake? I was worried. Seeing the familiar scene, Kanglum thrashed violently and groaned. But what are you doing? No, you Nari, please. No, she calmly replied. It won't happen. Oppa, I'll fix all your bad habits. Loud noise echoed throughout the room once again, and the loop started again. He screamed for help. Help me, isn't anyone there? Nari opened the door again and asked, Oppa, don't you like our love nest? And the room was filled with chaotic noises again, and the loop repeated once more. Kanglum stared intently at her, trying to persuade her. You Nari, calm down, let's talk slowly. Nari pulled on the rope in her hand and smiled brightly. You're the one who needs to calm down, Oppa, I'll help you. Violent noises echoed in the room again, and the loop reappeared. Kanglum trembled and pleaded, please stop. Don't you know this is a crime? Instead of being scared, she scoffed upon hearing him. Do you think a mere law can stop my love for you, Oppa? The thudding continued to echo in the room, repeating endlessly. Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky. Kanglum lowered his head and said gloomily, I was wrong. After countless loops, his face, this time, nothing he did worked. The biggest difference between this loop and the previous ones was that Kanglum was staring at the neatly arranged shelves. Back then, everything would return to normal once I took care of things. But this time was different. It was because of you, Nari. He recalled her happily chatting with Gehi. No matter how much he tried to prevent the worst, it was already too late. Nothing could go back to the way it was. Her mind was no longer normal. That's why it had come to this. An image like broken glass fragments passed by. He had saved himself through time loops and he had been so careful, but what would become of ESW or their lives? He stared blankly at the memories scattered like countless fragments. I messed everything up. The fragments on the ground made heavy sounds. Kanglum knelt on the beach, the sound of waves roaring in his ears. All the strength seemed to have drained from his body, and his hollow eyes suddenly found focus. In the fragments were images of Young, followed by Gehi Shuren, Ju Lami and Ji Mia. They were all smiling brightly. Should he give up like this? Kanglum sat blankly with his head down. Now, not only was his head splitting, but was he tricking himself because he was used to using the loop? Listening to the endless sound of crashing waves, he asked himself if everything was broken and could no longer be reversed, right? Kanglum looked up at the sunset sky. But what if something worse was waiting? Is there another reason for me to get back up? Seeing Nari's smile reflected in the fragments, his heart ached terribly. Fortunately, he was safe, because Nari was trapped in that loop. Kanglum lowered his head and picked up a fragment. Yes, it's not over yet. Seeing such a happy ending, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. It can't end like this. Kanglum recalled the conversation he had with Young in Osaka, and this incident could also be his fault, because Young said, in other words, that he would eventually have to face it himself. He returned to the loop. This time, Kanglum was tied to a chair as usual. No matter how many times he said it, don't treat them like extras. My biggest sin was trying to keep my distance. All of this is my karma. Seeing the firmly closed door in front of him, he resolved to awaken Nari. For you, Gehi, and everyone. Kanglum's eyes sharpened. No, for Nari herself, I have to do it. The door opened again and Nari's voice was heard. Oppa, are you awake? He lifted his head slightly and said, you were here. Nari paused slightly. Yes, but Oppa? Kanglum watched worriedly as she approached step by step. Nari smiled playfully. I'm surprised you're calmer than I thought. I prepared for all situations, worried you might misunderstand this, but I guess I worried too much. Beads of sweat poured down his body, but he had to remain calm. Yes, he knew, of course. He had already gone through this, so this time he couldn't make her angry. Seeing her humming a melody, Kanglum understood that she was currently excited, considering the deception and other things she had mentioned earlier. Any drastic resistance from him would be like adding fuel to the fire. For now, he had to keep everything as normal as possible. He had to think about how to start talking. He tried to maintain the calmest voice possible. Of course, I was surprised too, but in some ways I was also a little excited that you could create an event like this. Nari hesitated for a moment and asked again. An event? Oppa, Kanglum playfully winked. Right, we've had feelings for each other recently, haven't we? So I thought you prepared everything to surprise me just like other couples. In fact, I was always secretly hoping. She heard him and gasped. Ah. Nari's cheeks flushed slightly. She shyly said, yes, that's right. Oppa always hesitated, so I took the initiative. I didn't like us always being in an ambiguous relationship, and I wanted to move forward. Nari placed her hand on her chest and giggled. I wanted more than just going home together after school, feeding each other delicious food, or even going on a long trip or spending a night together. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. If she took the lead, I want to be with you 24/7, every day, all year round. But if that's not possible, I can send you a message every 3 minutes to constantly remind you of our love. Nari thought to herself, actually I want to send one every 30 seconds, but his head ached terribly. This girl's level of obsession was far more serious than he had imagined. He wanted to punch his past self for not realizing this sooner. He muttered to himself, and as he did, she spoke as if talking to herself. Other girls won't even be able to look at Oppa anymore. Not even my sister. Now he understood. Whatever happened, he seemed to be the root of the problem. He finally had to face the essence of this matter. Nari's expression suddenly turned to excitement. Anyway, Oppa, from now on you'll live here with me. I'll bring you everything you need, even money. And Oppa will always wait for me here. Kanglum furrowed his brows and demanded, don't you think this is difficult? What will you tell others? He presented the potential problems to her. No matter how much you try to hide this, what if I suddenly disappear? Won't my family immediately come looking for me? And is this place good enough for us to start together? Nari was full of confidence. Don't worry, Oppa, of course I've prepared everything. Kanglum said, oh, as if relieved. Then he glanced at her and asked, and me, I still have to go to school and to my academy, right? Even if I don't go to college, I still have to graduate, right? She heard this, widened her eyes and looked blankly. Nari looked away and sighed. Don't succumb to that evil educational system. Kanglum furrowed his brows and shouted, hey, that's just because you have nothing more to say, isn't it? Why are you suddenly bringing up social issues? She pouted her lips as if sulking. Besides, Oppa never studied hard anyway. He was slightly surprised. How, what do you mean? Nari said honestly. I saw everything. Oppa skips classes several days a week, and whenever you come to school, you go to the PC cafe during self-study time. Kanglum asked back in surprise. What? How do you know that? He sweated, awkwardly explaining. That's Kanglum quietly tried to find the most appropriate reason, and then suddenly shouted, I won't succumb to the evil educational system. She giggled and asked back. Oppa changes your mind so quickly. Kanglum stared intently at her. But wait, this kid has been secretly following me all this time? That's how she was able to save me immediately when I fell into the river. Nari turned in another direction again. So that's why Oppa was like that. She suddenly shouted, I just remembered, I'll be right back, and quickly ran outside. He sighed. He probably understood everything better now. This was a truly bothersome problem. Kanglum fell into thought. Was she simply wanting to be alone with the person she liked, and that desire transformed into such intense obsession, leading to this extreme behavior? Perhaps because she was always an exemplary student, this girl's breaking point appeared even larger and more severe. He squinted his eyes slightly. He had to comfort her and make her realize. First method that came to mind was Gehi. Bringing Gehi to you, Kanglum. Kanglum remembered that Yu Nari had never shown her true self to Yu Gehi, neither in ESW nor in reality. Perhaps her feelings for her sister had stopped her. He shifted slightly. Yes, escape from here and call Yu Gehi. Of course, everything could get worse, but if he left it like this, Yu Nari would continue to think. Then suddenly a fragrant smell wafted into his nose. Kanglum sniffed. What's that smell? It's fragrant. At the same time, Nari opened the door and came in. In her hand was a covered plate, presumably food. She smiled brightly and said, I thought Oppa might be hungry, so I prepared something. He was surprised. How, now that I think about it, how long have I been here? Nari brought the plate closer and replied, it's probably been half a day. Kanglum drooled at the fragrant smell. So it's already the early morning of the next day. When the lid was opened, golden fried rice appeared. He was surprised. Oh my god, it looks really delicious. Isn't that the legendary fried rice? It was still steaming, so it was clearly homemade, not instant fried rice heated in a microwave. Kanglum looked around. Aha, I see. The structure of this building is familiar. It's probably the same building as Love Peace Restaurant. Is this the back of the second floor? It must have been quite difficult to take him far away when he was unconscious. That's why the food could arrive so quickly. She just cooked and heated it on the spot. Anyway, if he could just untie the ropes, escaping would be a piece of cake. Nari pulled a chair closer because his hands weren't free. Oppa, what should I do? She scooped a spoonful of fried rice and brought it to him. I guess I'll have to feed Oppa like this. Kanglum opened his mouth wide, waiting for the fragrant food. Nari suddenly pulled her hand back, making him miss. I don't like this method. Kanglum asked, unable to understand. What's wrong now? She pouted as if sulking. I don't like just feeding Oppa. Other girls must have done that to Oppa too, right? Nari touched her lips with her hand and said, so I'm going to use this method. He flushed and shouted in embarrassment. You foolish kid, what on earth are you thinking? Are you crazy? She laughed. Oppa, you should see your face right now. Oppa, this is just a joke. It's just a joke. Perhaps he could use it later in a romantic situation. Nari spoke at length about the plan she dreamed of. According to my dream plan, we'll get engaged this year. We'll get married right after graduation, and we'll spend our honeymoon at Marina Bay in Singapore. There, we'll toast together in the magnificent and luxurious billion-dollar infinity pool on the rooftop. Oppa will whisper sweet nothings in my ear. And finally, we'll share our first kiss that will last forever. Kanglum was speechless. Hey, come back to reality. We just held hands and you're already thinking about the wedding, she slowly said. Anyway, from now on I'll feed Oppa normally, but I still don't like this method, it's boring, Nari requested. So Oppa, please tell me Nari, tell me you love me, he exclaimed in surprise. What? No, absolutely not. How can I say such a thing? What a foolish kid. She also got angry and exhaled. What if you don't mean it? Starve to death. He didn't back down and shouted, fine. Do you think I'll die if I miss one meal? Before he could finish speaking, his stomach growled. Kanglum was surprised and realized, damn it, he remembered that she had sent him a text message before he was dragged here. Oppa, do you want to go out for dinner after work? You've dropped by and helped so often, so I should treat you to a meal. But now it was too late, and this was a trap. He had fallen into a trap. Kanglum bit his lip, silent, struggling internally. Then he mumbled, I love you. Nari smiled brightly and teased, I can't hear anything. Say it louder. He mustered his courage and shouted, Nah, I love you. She fed him a spoonful of fried rice, smiling contentedly. So good. I really love you too, Oppa. Oh, a scream erupted in Kanglam's mind. Damn it, defeated by food again? He chewed, frustrated internally. It was worse than being threatened by gangsters or criminal organizations. I'm hungry. Nari pressed the stop recording button with great delight. Wow, now I can listen to this voice every time I fall asleep. The fried rice was so delicious that Kanglam exclaimed in surprise, Oh my god, it's this delicious? Aw, the food is so good, but he sensed a change and soon asked, It tastes better than last time. Isn't the seasoning different from before? She also happily boasted. Oh really? I practiced a lot. I've got your taste figured out now. After that, Nari took out another water bottle. Alright, since I'm in a good mood I'll give Oppa a special discount. If Oppa says I love you again, I'll give you Nari's special nutritional drink. Kanglam agreed refreshingly. Oh really? Great. I can't refuse. I love you, you Nari. The two perfectly matched each other. She handed him the water bottle and said, Here you go, drink it. He sincerely praised. Oh my god, how is it so delicious? One more bite. I love you, you Nari. She fed him another spoonful of fried rice. Oh honey, you have such a sweet mouth. Kanglam continued. I love you, you Nari. I love you, you Nari, she said, blushing but delighted. I love you too, Oppa. Say it one more time. They looked like a foolish couple. A moment later, as Kanglam was drinking water, Nari suddenly said, Oppa, you have something on your face? He replied, drinking water. Was I dreaming just now? Where? But her hand leaned in closer. Oh my, Oppa can't do anything without me. As Nari was about to wipe his mouth with a towel, her eyes suddenly met his. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Breaking the awkwardness, Nari asked, Shall I untie Oppa? Kanglam replied shyly, Oh no, I'm fine. She showed him her hands and said, Tell me if anything happens. I've prepared a bathroom and toilet for Oppa too. He was blank for a moment, then replied, No, I'll decline. Thank you. After that, Kanglam looked away shyly. But I have one request, Nari. Every time I met you, we always ate ice cream together. I want some today. Can you get it for me? Nari quickly turned around. Yes, of course. I'll get it right away. Just a moment. She left without suspicion, and he quietly listened to the door slam shut, his eyes resolute. You Nari, you shouldn't become a bad person. Kanglam rubbed his arms together. She probably prepared everything thoroughly, but there are still some clumsy details, like this. The tightly bound cable tie slowly loosened. He exerted force and the cable tie snapped. In fact, cable ties were quite easy to break. The kind used by the police and military were made of different materials than those found in regular stores. Kanglam twisted his body, trying to loosen the ropes if he was tied that way. Then he stomped hard on the floor, losing his balance. He fell backward and the ropes also slipped from the back of the chair. With a thud, Kanglam's head hit the floor hard and the ropes were almost completely undone. He sighed in relief. Anyway, I've escaped. Kanglam rummaged through his pants pocket and as expected, his phone was gone. I guess I'll have to call you Gehi directly. He approached the door and opened it. I need to get out of this building and be more careful about traps, but Kanglam hesitated slightly. But will it really be okay? Kanglam pondered a bit. Surely calling you Gehi will solve this problem. But then Nari's former image flashed in his mind. Kanglam took his hand off the doorknob, crossed his arms and looked up. Damn it, this fate. Alright, let's give it a try. When Nari returned to the room, the door was open. Light leaked from inside. Her eyes were filled with surprise at the sight. Nari quickly ran into the room and found him sitting very calmly in the chair. Did you bring it? My ice cream, I mean. Nari paused slightly. What do you mean? Where are Oppa's ropes? You weren't planning to escape, were you? Not even now. Kanglam extended his hand. No, quite the opposite. Look, I could have escaped while I was out, but I'm still sitting here quietly waiting for you, right? After that, his voice became serious. I want to talk seriously. Kanglam frowned slightly. Honestly, I want to know why you did this. She was very displeased. What? Why are you still pretending not to know? It's because I like Oppa. Oppa, isn't that genuine? He frowned slightly and said, Isn't that even stranger? Kanglam stood up. This method is too extreme. Nothing will go as planned this way. You're not so foolish as not to know that. Nari was silent, hearing him ask. Then why do it this way? Kanglam's voice was somewhat subdued. He admitted he had been utterly foolish, but sometimes only by speaking frankly can everything become clear. She suddenly screamed, Then what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? He was blank, hearing this. Nari clenched her fists but couldn't suppress her emotions. No matter how I think about it, this is the best I can do, but you Gehi, she's really admirable and cool, no matter how you look at it. Childhood memories resurfaced. Every time I competed with when I saw Gehi's warm smile, I always knew I couldn't win. Always let me win. I knew that someday I would gain more on my own than acknowledged. Nari watched everything blankly, but wished for nothing more than that. And then I thought it would all end with me being the younger sister who was jealous of her outstanding Then one day, the day Nari was lying in the hospital bed, the day I was competing with for the festival representative selection, I suddenly caught a cold and couldn't go to school. Mom took my temperature and announced, You have a fever, take medicine and rest. Mom will cook some porridge when she gets back. I felt a hand placing a wet towel on my forehead. Through blurry vision I saw Nari exclaimed in surprise. Gehi put her hand on my forehead to compare the temperature and said, How are you feeling? Nari hesitated and asked, did you participate in the audition? Gehi wrung out the towel and replied, No, I dropped out, Nari was surprised. What? Gehi nodded. Yeah, without you, Nari, it's a bit less interesting. After that, Gehi grinned impishly. So get well soon and let's compete together next time. Hearing this, tears welled up in Nari's eyes for some unknown reason, but even though her heart felt warm then, tears poured down like rain afterward. A part of me fell into self-loathing. I only thought about winning against Uni, but Uni was seeing Geihi's lonely yet strong back. From then on, Uni became someone to admire, not a rival. Nari realized, especially after the accident where they lost their parents. And growing through experience, I no longer fought or competed with Uni. But that was only in the past. But now, with Kanglum Oppa, we ended up liking the same person. Nari froze completely. I wish Uni didn't know, but it's too late. Uni is already starting to realize it. And now, thinking about all this is meaningless. She felt lonely amidst the busy people. What should I do? How can I make this situation better? Nari lowered her head in silence. I always knew that if I competed fairly, I wouldn't have a chance and I would lose to Uni again. Suddenly she screamed, "That's right, because I thought I would lose to Uni." Nari almost shouted at Kanglum, "Because I'm not as good as Uni. I'm too greedy, and I didn't want to lose Oppa, that's why. Are you satisfied now?" He kept approaching Nari. "No, not at all. How many more times do I have to say this?" Kanglum took a step closer and asked, "That's not the reason. What's the real reason?" Nari took a step back. What do you mean? I just told Oppa." He lowered his head and said, "It's all nonsense. You're lying." He said he knew what the truth was. Kanglum awakened the good person within Nari. Even if she might act obsessively, he realized it always stemmed from good intentions. She was more like her sister than her sister herself. Whether intentional or not, his memories of her were still good. Kanglum came closer, took one of Nari's hands and lifted it. "And you're a kinder person than you think." Hearing the two words kinder, Nari was startled and her eyes widened. Earlier on the street she was severely conflicted in her mind. What should I do? What's the best way? I always knew that if I competed fairly with Uni, I wouldn't have a chance and I would lose to Uni again. Nari clutched the strap of her backpack. "But I won't give up." She bit her lip and asserted her feelings for him. "I will never lose." With a crash, thunder and lightning struck and then rainwater poured down. Nari crumpled to the ground. She buried her face in her knees. Everyone had umbrellas except her. A strange black figure appeared behind Nari. That person looked exactly like her, but their expression was slightly darker. "What did you just say, kid? You won't give up and will still endure. Your heart won't admit it. Is this the time for childish talk?" She leaned down and whispered in Nari's ear, "If you do that, you'll really lose him, won't you? Even your close position with him and all the fun times you had." Nari was startled to hear that voice continue to echo. "Tell me honestly, you know a better way, don't you?" "That's right." "No," the woman continued. "You really need to look pitiful." Nari was blank, listening to the woman tell her to pretend not to know her sister's feelings, ask for advice and ask her sister to help her be with him. The woman sneered, "Play the role of a naive younger sister blinded by first love. You know how much your sister loves and cares for you, right?" The woman leaned in closer. "If Uni hasn't fully realized it yet, she'll give up and Uni will acknowledge that Kanglum Oppa is ours." Nari squeezed her eyes shut, covered her ears with both hands and screamed, shut up, be quiet." She opened her eyes and mumbled, "Uni might do that, but in the end Uni will be sad." Nari recalled Geihi's smile. "I'll just watch Uni endure all that and in the end I'll cowardly accept it." That image gradually faded in Nari's mind, and someday I'll hate myself. After that it turned into a black shadow. "So Uni and I will both be part of a story where no one is happy." She lowered her head and mumbled, "I don't need that, I'm not that pathetic. It's different now. I won't lose to Uni." The black shadow enveloped Nari. "I'll do it myself. I'll have Kanglum Oppa." Nari's once clear eyes were now dark. "Because that's the way for all of us." Back in the present, Nari let go of Kanglum's hand. She sat on the floor, depressed. "So if I do this," he looked at Nari glumly. "I can comfort her with sweet and moving words," but he had no intention of doing so. Sadly, he had no right to. It was his responsibility that Nari had come to this point, and he was the one who had made her despair. Kanglum finally spoke. "But there's one thing I want to fix. It doesn't matter if it's you, Geihi, or anyone else. It doesn't matter what relationships he has with other people." He said firmly, "This won't take anything away between you and me. If you're okay with this situation, it can last forever." Nari looked up and asked what. Kanglum scratched his head and explained, "I like every moment I spend with you because it's you and no one can take that away or replace it, not even the almighty you, Geihi," she said in a trembling voice. "But what if it's Uni?" He shook his head. "So what? You're you and you, Geihi, is you, Geihi, right? If that doesn't make sense." "Perhaps I should ask you a question instead?" Kanglum asked Nari with a slight smile. "If someone superior to me in every way appeared, would you like that person more than me?" She answered without hesitation. "No, that would never happen, never." Hearing this, Nari was startled. He was satisfied with her answer. "And this is a secret, but honestly my ideal type is somewhat similar to you, Nari," Nari asked, startled. "What, really?" He initially stammered as he had seen in ESW, but now that they knew each other's different sides it was okay. Then she sighed again. "But even if you say that, if you had another girlfriend who wasn't me, we wouldn't be able to meet like we are now. Wouldn't that be like being taken away, right?" Kanglum's mind became complicated. I really can't refute that, but still, even if it was just an empty promise for now." He suggested, "All right, could we meet secretly behind your boyfriend's back?" Nari was still quite sane. Oppa, I don't think that's right, it's not ethically or morally correct, Kanglum said. Hey, don't exaggerate, and are you in a position to say that after all this? How dare you pretend to be human? Are you trying to make me look like trash now? I know I was wrong too. She wiped away tears and forced a laugh. Haha, well that's true too. Nari sat down. She seemed to be in poor physical and mental health. I'm really sorry for hurting you, Oppa. My emotions were jumbled up so I couldn't see anything clearly in front of me. Kanglum replied with a smile. It's okay, you're not like that. I'm really fine, not to brag, but this kind of thing is just a minor part of my daily life. Then he smiled again and said, compared to dealing with old gangsters or criminal organizations, this is fine because you're cute. She covered her face, embarrassed. See, cute? Then Nari raised both hands and said, then prove to me that I won't leave you. She looked up at him. Prove it to me so I can feel safe. At this, Nari acted cute and knelt down. Prove it to me so I can feel safe. Seeing her actions, Kanglum was very surprised and flustered, exclaiming, calm down, nah Kanglum, calm down and focus at this moment. Tried to calm himself, thinking, I just saw a way to solve the problem. Kanglum cleared his throat. He blushed and said without looking at her, I don't quite understand what you mean. Should I write you a sworn statement? When he said that, she exclaimed, Oppa, you know exactly what I mean, don't you? You're really sly. Then he crossed his legs and said, alright, but first you have to promise me one thing. Kanglum looked at Nari and advised, for the sake of your anxiety and doubt, you won't harm anyone else. He continued in a serious tone, this is a more important issue than a romantic relationship or anything similar. Everyone, including you, is a good friend to me. A long time ago, I made decisions based on my own standards. If this can keep you safe, I'm willing to stake my life. His eyes held many emotions and he continued to advise her. So if you try to do something like today's incident to anyone else, I won't forgive you. Hearing that, Nari said, very worried, that. Then she lowered her head and replied with a sad face, I'll do my best. Seeing her like that, he scoffed and said, all right, that's enough, thank you. At this, she looked up at him and stammered, but then what about you, Oppa? Not to others, but to you, can I express these contradictory emotions? Hearing this, he was very perplexed and exclaimed, yes. In his head he thought, isn't this similar to what I thought? Is this kid asking if she can express her obsession and madness to me? At this, he scratched his face in embarrassment. Actually it's better to be honest than to lie. But since I pushed you to the limit. His face turned red and he was shy. I'll do my best to tolerate you too. Hearing that, Nari exclaimed with great joy, alright then, I'll only express my feelings to you, Oppa. He was very worried and sweating, thinking to himself, is everything resolved now? Nothing happened and I got a promise. Then she turned her back and said, so now show me real proof. Hearing this, he exclaimed in great surprise, Then she immediately ran and hugged him. She then lay on the floor and said quickly, pervert. Nari clung tightly to Kanglum and his face turned bright red as he thought, wait, why? Calm down. What should I do now? They're both in the warehouse. At this, he thought, very confused. I mean, of course what I said was sincere, but small part of me said that to solve the problem at that time. But now, this happened again. His face at this time was red with embarrassment. Is this okay? Is this a green light? No, this is definitely a green light. I won't be stupid and emotional like the protagonist, will I? But seeing him still hesitating, she actively hugged him tightly and said, it's okay. She looked at him with sincere eyes. Everything's okay if it's you, Oppa. At this, he realized and exclaimed, Then he turned and slowly touched Nari. The street lights shone into the warehouse. The coffee cup in the warehouse was spilled on the floor at this time. At this, Gehi entered the room with a cold face and exclaimed, HMPH. She opened the door and entered, finding the two intertwined on the floor. The two looked at her, perplexed, and exclaimed, Seeing her, the two were startled and sat up. Nari exclaimed in surprise, honey, how did you get here? Gehi looked at the two with an expressionless gaze and said, because your fabricated lies and deception didn't succeed. Did you think I wouldn't see through it? Then she took out her phone and asked, you seem fine, so I'll let this go. Tonight the boss will stay in Yongchen. Then she turned and left, looking back as she went. And both of you come downstairs. The scene changed, and the three were now sitting opposite each other. At this, Gehi opened her mouth and asked, explain. Kanglum stammered, very flustered. That. She then cut him off and said firmly, now Kanglum, you stay quiet. Then she turned and looked at Nari and asked, you explain, you Nari. At this, she had to ask Kanglum for help. Seeing this, Gehi tilted her head and asked, actually I thought this would happen ever since we were little. We always fought over something, didn't we? Then she described the outcome, making him shiver in fear. Remember what happened to Dad's wrestling character? We fought to play with each other, broke his limbs, and Dad was very sad. At this, she lowered her head and continued. So this time, before everything gets ruined, although it's hard to say, I'll ask you honestly. Then she asked directly, and the two blushed with embarrassment. How far did you go? Seeing this, she immediately explained, don't misunderstand. Even if the boss is single, I believe he has enough discernment to tell right from wrong. Her words pierced his heart like a blade, and the impending situation felt slightly ticklish to him. Then she turned and asked again, what I want to ask is about you Nari, how far did you cross the line? Sometimes you act recklessly without thinking about the consequences. Hearing this, Nari lowered her head and listened to her question. Things like the taser, the cable ties you bought. Seeing this, Kanglum opened his mouth to stop her. That was you. At this, Gehi exclaimed, very angry. I told you to be quiet. Then she said angrily, this is clearly this child's fault alone. If you're okay with it, I might overlook it depending on the circumstances. Hearing that, Nari replied, I don't think I did anything, at least I didn't. Hearing that, she still scolded Nari. But wrong is wrong. As your older sister and guardian I have to scold you. At this Nari was very scared and stammered, yes, I understand, honey, don't worry. Because at that very moment she hugged Kanglam's arm and, startling him, announced, Oppo and I are in a consensual relationship. Those items are just part of our dating game. Hearing this, Gehi exclaimed blankly, ha what? Then she angrily cursed at her sister directly. Hey, what are you talking about? Her sister retorted without backing down. What's the big deal? Adults do that a lot, don't they? We agreed and made a contract beforehand. There's no law saying students can't do that. Hearing that, she turned to him and demanded, a contract? How did you do that? At her attitude, he exclaimed, very perplexed. No, I mean, isn't it? But it's not like a contract. Hearing this, the two girls could no longer remain calm and suddenly stood up, shouting at him, are you crazy? How dare you do such a thing to my younger sister? Are you pretending nothing happened now? Kanglam retorted, very scared at this moment. Hey, why am I saying that? I'm a little ticklish by your words. What am I doing? The older sister at this moment blushed and said helplessly, all right, as your guardian, then let's do that. At this she continued, next is not the best fan but the owner of the best slave. At this very moment he said loudly, you're completely in a superior position, aren't you lying to justify yourself? She did not deny it and replied, that's right, as a rival, I have nothing to say. Hearing that, Nari exclaimed, perplexed. At this, Gehi touched her hair with her hand and said gracefully, because now I know how serious you are about this. Nari, I have no choice but to take it seriously. Her sister was very surprised to hear her sister's words then, so prepare well. Even if you're my sister, I won't give in or surrender. Then she declared with sharp eyes, I'll deal with you using all honest and fair methods. Nari at this moment was very touched, tears welling up in her eyes. She recalled the time she had gone through and then replied shyly, yes, I think so too, honey. Then she said with great determination, even if you're my honey, I won't give in to you. And Kanglam smiled, looking at the two at this moment. At this, the older sister informed her younger sister, actually, we don't even have time to worry about the other 4, now 5 competitors. Nari also agreed and replied, that's right, it's a relief that everything is over. Who knows if another attractive oppa will appear next time? Then the two had a heated discussion. Should I say this is just a coincidence? The younger sister continued. You said it was a coincidence last time too. Then he who was behind them said very helplessly, then why am I the target? Can't you two talk behind my back? Hearing that, the two girls turned and shouted, shut up, I'll clarify this. That's right, Kanglam oppa, you just need to know that. At that very moment the two sisters exchanged sweet words, my dear younger sister, my lovely older sister, I'll never let go of you. Hearing that, he laughed helplessly, thinking to himself, they seemed too close, but wasn't this over? The sunlight from outside was shining into the dining table. At this he said, the sun's up. Today's the last day before vacation, so we have to go to school. This is probably better. There's still a chance. Then he promised the two sisters, let's meet again at the Pop Culture Club today. I have something to say. The scene changed and the two sisters were walking down the street at this moment. Nari looked at her sister with great affection. Then she lowered her head and said, honey, I'm sorry about that. Her sister was silent for a moment, then replied, it's okay, you don't need to apologize to me. Then Gehi continued walking. Suddenly she turned to her sister and asked, what do you want for breakfast this morning? At this, her sister ran to her with joy and replied, I'll eat on the way. Gehi at this moment fell into deep thought. But now that I think about it, Yanga was like that back then too. Returning to the school scene, the girl with the red ribbon opened her mouth. But if Nari immediately cut her off. No, don't apologize to me. Then she said clearly, only then can I don't apologize in the future. After school, students streamed out of the construction site, chatting loudly. Inside the Pop Culture Club, everyone was gathered around Kanglam. Yanga, with a curious smile, said that she didn't even know what was happening, yet everyone was already at the club. Kanglam spoke earnestly. Actually, thank you all for coming here anyway. I have something to say today. Everyone listened nervously as he stammered, unable to form his words. Well, you see, Kanglam didn't know where to start, repeatedly saying, what should I say? Just then a scream came from the tablet PC. Good heavens, it's too long. Mia, her face drawn in frustration on the tablet screen, said, don't beat around the bush, get to the point. I don't have time, don't cut me off after teasing me. Kanglam, with a bewildered expression, asked why they had to video call. Can someone turn down her volume? Lami looked on, perplexed, as Yuahi cut straight to the chase. Indeed, I can't wait any longer. Anyway, this story will be told to me again. Yangsu adjusted his glasses and said, all right, my servants. Though this may not have been an easy decision, if you're feeling doubtful and uncertain, trust me. He put on an arrogant, astonishing gesture and burst into laughter. Exactly, trust me, who always believes in you. Ha, Kanglam asked, surprised. But why are you on the video call? Mia doesn't go to school, so I understand, but why are you here? Yangsu waved his injured hand and replied, I was just so curious about the ending of this romance drama, I was worried that the shrimp's back would break in the bullfight. Kanglam heard his provocative laughter and said, don't worry, I'll take care of your funeral. He angrily slammed the phone down, muttering, this guy he called just to annoy me, damn it. Afterward he spoke in a very serious voice, but anyway, this isn't something to beat around the bush about. I don't want to gloss over it either. Kanglam straightened his back and said clearly, I called you all here because I want to make my position clear. I know you all have positive thoughts about me. He looked at the girls who were listening intently and continued, Honestly, that's more than I deserve. It's a bit awkward and embarrassing to say, but it truly comforts me, thank you. Kanglum lowered his head and said in a low voice, a guy like me isn't like that. He decided he wouldn't say such things, feeling sorry in his heart. Damn it, I'm sorry. His face was serious and his voice was earnest. But there's one difficult point, I can't be sure. The 5 girls surrounded him, listening carefully to the guilt he felt towards them. The affection you send me, I can't be sure if they are romantic feelings. Shirin, Lammy and Mia all exclaimed excitedly at the same time. They definitely are. Gehi quickly stopped an excited Lammy and advised, hold on, let him finish what he's saying. Let's see what he wants. Kanglum raised both hands and confused stated the problem. Yes, I also got caught up in many of your problems. Maybe I helped a few times. Perhaps you mistook the gratitude you feel towards a benefactor for something else. Or maybe you thought I was nice but I was just acting normally. He clenched both hands into fists, lowered his head and said helplessly, but I know you'll say that everything isn't like that, and I think that's right too. Kanglum bowed his head deeply and said in distress, but even though my reason asserts that, I don't really know my own heart. Kanglum, this is unavoidable. He struggled to explain his problem in front of the girls. If I were to gain affection just for saving the protagonist, Kanglum thought to himself, I could barely cope even with the answer sheet that was ESW, and this would become an endless loop. Am I worthy of something like this? He hid his guilt, as if he had copied an answer sheet. That matter always tormented Kongnari's heart. It broke him. Was that really where everyone should be? Would they truly be happy there? But recently, he was experiencing the paradox that reality could be better than ESW. Although that thought was mixed with self-justification and self-doubt, he realized he was in turmoil. But then that incident was the decisive blow. It couldn't simply be ordinary romantic feelings. It made him wonder if his feelings for the other protagonists were the same. Furthermore, he pondered that this was merely a phenomenon created by the news, just a way to advance the story. Someone's intention was intervening in their hearts. He wondered if the affection of others was truly destined love. Although he understood this rationally, his heart was truly confused. Kanglum covered his forehead with his hand, confused in his mind. That's it. He lowered his head and confessed, as a man of course I want to reciprocate your feelings, but if I do that now I think I'll hate myself too much. Kanglum straightened his back and said clearly, syllable by syllable to the girls, so I don't think I can give you an answer right now. I'm sorry, but I need a little more time. The 5 girls listened silently to Kanglum's confession. He remained with his head bowed, lost in thought. The 6 girls, including Mia, spoke simultaneously. Ah, I see, Eunyoung said, intrigued. I thought you hadn't reached a conclusion, Oppa. Yanga also agreed. Yeah, it's Kanglum after all. You, Gehi said proudly. Teacher, did I understand correctly? Let's buy some drinks on the way today, okay? Shirin said with a hint of boasting. But I thought he was informing us about the semifinals, Yura replied. Do you think this is some kind of tournament? Lammy, baring her fangs, said. Then Sunbae, even with things as they are you still going to choose the path of an indecisive playboy? Kanglum, bewildered by the girls surrounding him, hastily made excuses. No, aren't you all overreacting a bit? And playboy, what did you hear? Can't you see my deep and serious feelings? Mia folded her arms and smirked cunningly. That's just in your head, it hasn't manifested yet. You told me to show you a romantic side directly, didn't you? Kanglum listened and replied, if you interpret it that way it'll become a problem. Yura rested her chin on her hand and said, I'll tell myself this story again. After all, a physical confrontation seems to be the final answer. Lemmy listened, raised her hand and offered an opinion. Wait, that story has been around for a long time. Sunbae, you didn't trick my little sister, did you? Kanglum folded his arms, turned his head and said in an overbearing tone, anyway, what I want to say is that we need time and interaction. Then the girls all complained in unison, Ah, Sunbaenim, you're changing the subject again? Even Eunyoung, Shirin and Mia called him at the same time. Ah, Kanglum, he winked and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, but if so, what does he want to say? I need some leisure this vacation. This is the main purpose. Shirin held the tablet PC up to Kanglum, confusing him that he couldn't speak. Oh right, that's the conclusion, isn't it? Eunyoung elegantly fanned herself and replied haughtily, It'll be fine. This was the summer vacation problem you were worried about in advance, Oppa. I just happened to come up with a brilliant idea. Inside the Coffee King Cafe, young people flushed and were flustered upon seeing beautiful girls at the store entrance. The 5 girls exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Resort hotel? She replied as if it were obvious. Yes, no problem. Oppa only has one body, but we're all trying to create our own individual dates, aren't we? So how about we change the approach and all go together? Thinking of the luxury hotel, Eunyoung said excitedly, There's a famous overseas resort hotel my family invested in. It's close to the sea and has good reviews. It also has various amenities. The chaebol. Eunyoung added another word. Of course, I'll cover all expenses. How about it, everyone? Yura whistled and replied, Really? Since it has the sea, that's great. Yanga was too shy to say anything. Shirin's eyes sparkled. I want to go. It sounds so fun, Lammy, who loves to play, replied. Yes, I completely agree, absolutely yes, Mia also replied via video call. Just tell me the date. The rest is fine. Kanglum raised his hand to voice his opinion. I need to know the schedule in advance too, Eun-young cut him off. Honey, you don't have a choice, it's better to just comply, he replied. Okay. Knowing he had no choice, he rushed to the counter and the sales clerk called out, 6 drinks, Eun-young suddenly spoke. But then Younga might be disappointed, don't you think? The girls were struck dumb by Eun-young's words. She said, I heard you promised to go swimming with Oppa, and Younga stammered shyly. What? Ha ha ha. Eun-young covered her face with a fan, a mysterious expression. But don't worry, I have a plan for that trip too. The girls listened to Eun-young's plan. We'll set an 8-day, 7-night itinerary. So after the first day, each of us can take Honey for a day. How about we give Younga the privilege on the first day? Konglum, holding water in both hands, exclaimed. Isn't 7 nights a bit too much? Lammy spoke loudly, and he, surprised, said, Not at all too much. Lammy frowned, an unpleasant expression on her face. If you're worried whether our feelings are real, why don't you give us a chance to prove it? Konglum listened, feeling a little sorry, and said nothing, just, that. The girls drank water and replied, That's right. Mia also chimed in on the video call. Exactly. As Konglum scratched his head, flustered, Eun-young replied, There's a method like a temporary ceasefire. He agreed. Then all I have to do is do what's necessary a little earlier, right? Konglum scratched his head and smiled brightly. He waved goodbye to the beautiful girls. The sound of cicadas announced the arrival of summer. A week had passed and summer vacation began. At the airport, passengers hurriedly collected their luggage and began their journeys. The young men, eyes wide with surprise, watched white, slender legs approach them. Yu Gehi pulled her suitcase and said cheerfully, Wow, we're finally here. An overseas trip with friends. Younga looked around next to her and assessed. Yes, it's even more joyful now that we're here. The resort air is so refreshing. She gazed at one spot with a slightly wistful expression. It would have been great if Jae-hee and Lammy could have come too. My younger siblings are being looked after by sister Hyungju for a while. Gehi's comment was, Fortunately, I'm still single. Mia coolly removed her sunglasses and said, I came here because I thought it would be less known. Next to her, Eun-young said cheerfully and lively, Oh dear, I don't think that's quite right. On the other side, 3 men stood facing 2 small, pretty girls. One man held his phone up to one of the girls and Yang-soo stroked his head, a self-absorbed expression on his face. Finally, my stage has expanded worldwide. In contrast, Younga looked around shyly. It's my first time overseas, so I'm a bit nervous. She looked to the side and smiled. If there's anything I don't know, I'll ask Rahi. She was slightly surprised, but soon replied, Ah, right. Konglum turned around nonchalantly and said, Anyway, we're bound to attract attention wherever we go. Where he looked, a group of men were blushing and staring intently at them. One man mumbled incoherently, Those girls are really cute. Are they models? Did they come for a photo shoot? What country are they from? He said casually. Look over there, their reactions are really typical and predictable. He pretended not to know, saying casually, It's really strange, I understand even when they speak a foreign language. How many times can you appear in this episode? She advised him helplessly. Such fierce criticism is useless. Your loneliness is no longer attractive. Break that habit. He listened, froze, and irritated. Damn it, I haven't given up yet. I'm still single, Sunbae. Shirin and Julami asked him in turn, Oh dear, so should I call you boss from now on? Oppa, you didn't like her constantly teasing you, did you? He helplessly excused himself. No, that's not what I mean. Yes, I don't like that either. But Mia mimicked what he had said before. That's ridiculous. A single man like me couldn't possibly be that famous, she advised him with gentle eyes. If he can't wake up from this dream, even if someone like me likes him, he won't be able to agree, right? He listened, surprised, and asked, Are you still dwelling on that? Yu Gehi rested her chin on her hand, lost in speculation. It really might be his past pain. Until now, he hadn't realized that he knew nothing about this world. He shouted helplessly, Hey, you're not the ones to blame me. The 2 girls completely ignored him and simultaneously turned their bodies, chatting intimately. Don't you think we're quite close to, truly, people who do what we do, these 2 really? Even when they played together in ESW, Nari and he were left behind, unable to say anything. They don't seem very close, will they be okay? Eun-young turned her head and urged. Alright everyone, let's head to the hotel first. 3 luxurious cars stopped in front of the famous hotel. Shirin, Younga, and Ju Lami, the 3 girls, were overwhelmed by the scenery before them. They looked up at the soaring skyscraper and exclaimed in admiration, Wow, are we really staying here for 7 nights and 8 days? I heard about it, but seeing it in person is truly overwhelming. She looked at Eun-young, who was skillfully cleaning like a vacuum cleaner, and sighed. Phew, Eun-young conversed intently with a Western man. Upon entering the hotel room, everyone was amazed and shocked by the comfort. As Yu Gehi looked at her phone, he hurriedly asked, Boss, what are you looking for on your phone? Looking at the phone's search bar, she asked curiously, Are you checking the overnight rate? He, embarrassed, excused himself. I was just curious, and it exceeded my imagination. Shin Young-soo pushed in from behind, curious to sneak a peek. Let's see. Hearing this, Mia and Younga only then realized, since he mentioned it, I'm curious too, but it's peak season now, so it's natural for the price to be high. The 3 crowded their phones, peering at the screen. They hadn't seen much before. All 3 were startled. Just then, Eun-young, having finished her work, returned with a bright smile and greeted them. Thank you for waiting. I just spoke with the manager and they invited us. Suddenly, Young-soo, Mia, and Younga, having changed into maid and butler uniforms, politely asked, Welcome back, young lady. Seeing this scene, she asked, surprised, Good heavens, why is everyone suddenly dressed like this? Konglum, speechless, chided from the side, Hey you materialistic humans. Another servant politely brought a card tray. She pointed to it and explained her situation. As a thank you to the manager, we'll be staying in the suite they prepared for us. Since everyone strongly refused before, I requested regular rooms for everyone, so the rooms are on different floors. Yu-Gi took her room card and thanked them. That's enough. This is more than enough. Nari stared intently at her room card. Nari, looking at the room card, asked, surprised, are you two partners, so you'll be sharing a room? Nari shouted loudly. That meant Kanglum was still calmly staring at his room card. In his hand was the card for room 2703. The four girls pushed and squeezed past each other to see his room card. In the end, the rooms were divided into four. The first room was for Kanglum and Shin Youngsu. The second room was for Nari and Cha Shuren. The third room was for Yuahi and Ju Lami. The last room was for Yanga and Mia. Once the room assignments were done, Yuahi put her hands on her hips, turned around and instructed, all right, other stories later. Now pack your essentials and meet me downstairs. Ultimately, the most special part of this summer trip was the beautiful beach where gentle waves crashed against the shore. Everyone enjoyed basking in the sun, swimming and dipping in the water. The four girls changed into their swimsuits and ran excitedly to the beach, shouting, see. Turning their heads, they saw a group of men, faces flushed, staring ahead and whispering, look over there, are those women actresses? They look familiar. Wow, that guy is really enviable. Shin Youngsu struck a pose, pushed up his glasses and challenged, my servant. Do you have confidence in fighting in the water? Kanglum, disgusted by his narcissism, said, HMPH, a challenge? You must not know how strong I am these days. Youngsu put his hands on his hips and declared, a mere obstacle in front of me is nothing. Kanglum, without even looking at his face, pointed to something in the sea and said, since you started the fight, let's go to that buoy. Suddenly, a strong hand appeared, grabbed his hair and pulled. The person asked, where are you going? Yu-Gi asked in a warning tone, don't you have something to do first? She appeared in a bright yellow swimsuit and shyly asked, how do I look? I put a lot of thought into choosing this swimsuit. Kanglum, upon seeing her alluring appearance, turned his face away before answering, yeah, it's pretty, it suits you well. It's the best. At his shy reaction, she angrily shouted, you're so hypocritical, such a robotic attitude. She desperately grabbed his shoulder and demanded, I put so much effort into choosing it and all you can say is it's pretty? Look properly and give a proper assessment. She shook him, making him dizzy, but he remained firm. I can't look properly. Eventually his face turned red and he barely managed to praise, because you're too pretty. Only then, hearing this, she seemed satisfied, took her hands off his shoulders and said happily, home all right? From a distance, Lami, seeing the two being intimate, crossed her arms and asked, hey, how can you two get so engrossed in your own world without anyone else's consent? She also boldly approached him, leaning close and asked, and Sunbae, I chose this outfit just for you, can't you feel my heart? As she pressed close to him, he quickly recoiled, stammering, CC cute. She even deliberately moved closer, teasingly asking, what did Sunbae say? What was that? How cute is Lami? As she left, he slumped down, relieved, covering his head with his hands. Everyone is really something. A voice was heard and footsteps approached. Kanglum, Shuren approached him and asked kindly, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? He remained unresponsive, still covering his face, and quietly told her, no, just leave me alone for a moment, don't come closer. Hearing that, she took it too seriously and quickly thought, does it not suit me? He heard that, blushed, quickly lifted his head and said the exact opposite. You all need to have your own convictions now. Don't be swayed by others' opinions, stick to your own ways. Incredibly long legs were comfortably basking in the sun. The owner of the legs said kindly, honey, what's wrong? You seem tired after a long flight. Eunyoung lay nonchalantly on a mat, resting, and asked, won't you rest in the shade with me? Next to her, Yu-Gi said, hey, that maid uniform looks hot, it doesn't suit you. Suddenly, like lightning, black smoke billowed around the maid uniform. Then the maid transformed from the uniform into a tight, sexy swimsuit. Seeing this scene, she opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise, what just happened? Why on earth? A bag was gently placed on the mat. Yanga smiled brightly and suggested, it's nice to be here, isn't it? I can't swim without a buoy. Mia, also in a daze, held an ice cream tub and instructed, everyone needs to put on sunscreen first. Not only for skin protection, but the UV rays are quite strong. Lami, out of curiosity, subtly asked the two. Then where are your swimsuits? Aren't you going to swim? Yanga honestly replied, no, actually I'm wearing it underneath, but I'm a little embarrassed. She felt disheartened, thinking everyone seemed to have good figures, and it was heartbreaking. Even after that despairing meal, Mia said, somewhat excited, me too, I feel the same way. I've been completely neglecting exercise lately. Shuren sincerely persuaded, still, since we've come this far, let's all enjoy it together. Yu-Gi also nodded in agreement from the side. Exactly, this is a once-a-year event. Kanglum sat nonchalantly on the beach and said coldly, hey, if you don't feel like it, you don't have to force yourself. Suddenly, the two girls smiled gently at each other, and Yanga's and Mia's jackets were stripped off and thrown into the sky. Mia shyly asked, how do I look? Yanga also cautiously asked, do I look weird? Kanglum slowly stood up and said, what? The outfits you two chose are really pretty. They suit you well. His face was slightly flushed and he said, really pretty. Hearing that, the two girls blushed and felt ecstatic. Thank you. Mia said contentedly, I'm happy to hear that. Yuahi and Lami stood in a corner speechless. Yuahi put her hands on her hips and said, but speaking of figures, you all have surprisingly good figures. Kanglum answered without thinking, yeah. Youngsu, hearing the compliment, strutted and boasted, HMPH, well, it's not surprising. I'm originally a descendant of the Dragon King, blessed by the Dragon God, you see. But someone immediately exposed him. Hey, you Chunibyo, speak without flexing your abs. Only the naive Mia believed his words. Really, dragons actually exist? Yuahi couldn't stand it and shouted, Don't believe that nonsense, Shirin again teased her, whispering, didn't you know, that's a secret I just found out on YouTube, Mia still naively believed. Aha, good heavens, all right, Yanga suddenly opened her mouth. But Kanglam's physique is also a bit surprising, she excitedly speculated. Maybe it's the result of exercising in the past, Lammy opened her mouth and disparaged. His muscles don't look that bulky, she slyly imagined. Is it really true that 9 out of 10 women fall for a well-built physique like this? Kanglam's anger built up. Who's talking about bulky muscles or lean muscles right now? Whether it's muscular or not, we'll deal with that later. He crossed his arms and lectured at length. Lemmy's sister looked blankly speechless. Wow, if that guy keeps spouting nonsense like this, you won't see any serious side of him at all. Yu Gehi also judged with a serious expression. Even if he shows off his exercise, in the end he's just poking around online. Kanglam continued his passionate speech, urging, oh, and one more thing, when you're doing water activities, warm-up exercises are really important. Understand? Don't disregard warm-up exercises just because they look silly. Otherwise you might get a cramp for no reason. Nari suddenly appeared behind him. Oppa, are you done lecturing? He was startled. Nari said cutely. You're so perverted, Oppa. You keep eyeing the girls, but I let it slide because I didn't say a word to you. She grabbed his hand and led him. Give me as a prize, let's play together. The rest of the girls, seeing this scene, were all surprised. Wait a minute, and then they quickly ran to join us too. Lammy and Yu-Ahi collectively mustered their momentum and jumped into the water. Splashes flew everywhere. Shirin and her group still hesitated on the beach. Yu-Ahi and her group were already having fun in the water. Yang-Su and his group were relaxing on their tubes. Mia was diving deep into the sea alone. Yanga was taking swimming lessons. A group of people gradually gathered. The host seemed to be announcing a beach volleyball tournament. The first team consisted of 2 hot-figured girls incredibly confident. Their opponents were Yu-Ahi and Nari. The two were exercising with 100 energy, ready to take on the match. Kanglam and his group enthusiastically cheered. The opposing team's first spike was perfect. Yu-Ahi's group couldn't block it and lost a point. The two immediately collected themselves and focused. Yu-Ahi sent a beautiful spike, no less than the opposing team, as expected. Yu-Ahi's partner won. Shirin and her group cheered and clapped from outside. Several men seemed to be hitting on Shirin, drawn to her. Perhaps that was it. They formed a long line in front of Shirin's ticket booth. Meanwhile, Yang-Su showed an arrogant attitude on the opposite side. Yanga was not idle either. She held a sign for free drinks and many people approached her. After the sandy beach was filled with footprints, both of them exhausted sighed. Elsewhere, Eun-Young smiled and suggested, honey, shall we go buy some snacks? Everyone seemed quite hungry. Kanglam replied, hey, yeah, I'm getting hungry too, but isn't it a bit much to leave them? Eun-Young asked, uncomprehending. What do you mean? He explained. What I mean is you guys attracted a lot of attention, you know, even after everyone had already dispersed. Kanglam motioned for her to look around. Look over there. I don't know how many times this has happened. It's always been like this. Everyone around them was secretly staring at her group. Kanglam scratched his head, perplexed. After all, this isn't our country. So he was somewhat hesitant to leave this place because no one knew what might happen. He pointed to Yang-Su. Yang-Su is over there, look at him. Yang-Su was lost in deep thought at this moment. Why is no one coming to this king? Eun-Young covered her mouth and laughed. Honey, it's good to think deeply, but you don't need to worry too much. The shop is right there and we'll be back quickly. Kanglam hesitated. Alright, shall we go? The two slowly walked past a black man. But the expression of the man accompanying him was quite malicious, as if he intended to harm the two. Eun-Young, curious, hypothesized. Oh honey, and if something urgent happens as you were worried about? The two men from just now could no longer hold back and approached Yu-Ahi's group. Eun-Young continued, our bodyguards will appear everywhere. Kanglam was startled. Bodyguards? She replied nonchalantly. Yeah, they're hidden discreetly. The people around were surprised by the sight and whispered. What's going on over there? Those people look suspicious, no matter how you look at them, Eun-Young explained. As Honey said, it's hard to find a place with more secure security than Korea. Besides, as part of our family business, we're always in dispute with some energy company. She confidently said that since the global monopoly business was in crisis, she didn't know what drastic measures the opposing company might take, so they always had to be careful. Kanglam said blankly, it's a completely different scale, he advised her. Alright, if we're safe. Alright, that's good then, but you know, don't abuse violence, understand? A little flirting on the beach is fine, but if they keep bothering you, that's a different matter. However, she cut him off before he could finish speaking. Don't worry, honey, we'll resolve it very peacefully. As soon as she finished speaking, the two men who had just been hitting on them were dragged into a car and dealt with cleanly. Kanglam asked, unsure, really? Was I worrying too much? Eun-Young replied, of course, we'll just talk to them and make them understand the problem. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thudding sound from inside the car. Kanglam expressionlessly watched the scene from just now. Suddenly, two toothpicks simultaneously poked at apple slices on a plate. Lammy and Yanga simultaneously tried to feed him. Kanglam said, Sunday. Mia and Yu Gehi simultaneously pointed to the middle chair and said to Kanglam, you're sitting here, boss, sit here. Shirin and Nari directly held out sunscreen tubes to him and pleaded, Kanglam, help me out, Oppa, help me out. Kanglam, bombarded by the beauty's onslaught, blushed and didn't know what to do. At sunset, a phone continued to ring from a bag on a mat on the sandy beach. Everyone was enjoying this trip together. They jumped into the sea, took pictures together, and surrendered themselves to the clear water. Kanglam slowly walked out to the shore and with a sigh said to Yang-Su, Phew, they never get tired. He pulled out a towel and wiped his face. It was a week-long trip and they were pouring all their energy into it from day one. If I swim twice more, I'll be exhausted to death. Yang-soo took his eyes off the book and gave him a meaningful glance. But my servant, you look quite strange, he paused and continued. Are you enjoying yourself? Kanglum blushed and turned his head. That, he closed his eyes and confessed, I can't control myself. I kept worrying about issues related to ESW, and I'm sure I'll continue to worry about them in the future. I should have done something earlier or done things differently one way or another. I'll sometimes regret the things I could have done, but one thing is for sure, I don't regret this moment at all. It's the scene I chose, the moment I always wanted to protect. I'm receiving more love and attention than I deserve. Even if I stumble a little, I can't hide the smile on my face. He smiled slightly. So I too, as he was lost in his feelings, a ball flew from somewhere and hit his head. Ack, he shouted. Hey boss, what are you doing? Come quickly and watch the game, Kanglum said helplessly. Hey, I was just engrossed in the moment, Gehi replied nonchalantly. What, is that what Oppa does at the end of the first day of the trip? This isn't the time for that. Her hair fluttered in the wind. If you don't enjoy it now, you'll miss it, you know. Everyone murmured and split into teams. Alright then, you're on my team next. Really? Alright, you loser, Kanglum. Then you'll be on my team? So I too, everyone is still full of energy. Ha ha ha, I guess I'm quite slow. Kanglum strode towards the sound of laughter. Before long, night fell on the hotel. Yanga and Eunyoung said goodbye to the waiter and left. Yang-soo opened his mouth with a satisfied expression and praised. Indeed, a meal fit for my royal status. Kanglum, still looking queasy as if about to vomit, replied with difficulty. Really? I'm sick and full. I want some ramen broth. He looked back and suggested. Shall we go back to our room and shower again? I only got a little wet, but I feel dirty for some reason. You'll probably take longer to shower, so call us when you're done. Kanglum said in advance. We'll spend some time in the lobby. Shirin waved her hand. All right, see you later, Lammy said with a serious expression. All right, now that the first day is over, let's slowly. Shirin also focused intently, deciding who would spend the first day with Kanglum and arranging the order for the remaining 7 days. Gehi wondered. How should we decide? Everyone would want to be with him first, right? Nari suggested. Right, let's do something like rock, paper, scissors. Lammy, with a mischievous grin, suggested. No, I heard the bathhouse here is really great. How about we decide with a competition in the bathhouse? Steam billowed in the hot bathhouse and smooth white legs slowly descended into the water. Smooth white skin along with firm bodies was exposed in the air. Kanglum let out a satisfied sigh. Phew, it's really hot. This is heaven, Yang-soo again with a secretive expression said. Setting that aside, my servant, now that it's just the two of us, tell me honestly, he asked in surprise. What? Yang-soo fired questions as if interrogating him. How does it feel to be so loved by the girls, a popular figure? They're all SSS class top students at school, you know. Kanglum reacted vehemently and retorted. Hey, I can't live in peace and you want to torment me too? You meddle in everything, don't you? He glanced at him and said honestly, if someone else said that, it might be okay. But before he could finish, Yang-soo cut him off and took off his glasses. Oh dear, I forgot to take off my glasses before getting into the tub, Kanglum continued. Isn't it a bit funny for you to say that? If you had an intention beforehand, you could just ask, but your face is so innocent and radiant, he sighed. Let's assume you're keeping quiet. Let's assume you're keeping quiet, Yang-soo asked, not understanding. Why are you emphasizing it twice? Kanglum explained, because last time I happened to see you reject a girl from another class after school. Yang-soo searched his memory. I appreciate her feelings, but I couldn't help it. You know, he stopped there and suddenly changed the subject. Oh dear, the conversation's gotten too long. I'm leaving now. As I said earlier, I'll return home first, so please enjoy your trip comfortably, he asked in surprise. Then collected himself. Yes, all right, Kanglum called out again. Hey, let's go out together. I'll see you off. But he refused. I refuse, my servant, you must do that. Make sure everyone has received the news, Yang-soo calculated. I've already informed the sponsor in advance. There was also a problem with the flight in such a case. Considering she's a noble, I thought she could help. He looked outside, but even she doesn't seem to have a particular solution, he was about to say, when Yang-soo suddenly shouted muhahaha. But no need to worry, I never needed the help of ordinary humans anyway. The loud noise affected the surrounding people who complained in incomprehensible foreign languages. Yang-soo remained engrossed, and as soon as the contract is complete, Kanglum, startled, apologized and stopped him. Sorry, alright, be a little quieter. A moment later, Kanglum was sitting in a chair at the lobby game corner. He heard a sound and looked up. Oh, it's you guys. He saw the girls looking exhausted as if drugged and couldn't help but ask, is everyone okay? Why do you all look like that? Shirin, red-faced, leaned weakly against Gehi. Eunyoung said with a nonchalant expression, it's about the time to spend with your boyfriend tomorrow, our alone time. Yanga said somewhat shyly, hey, we competed to see who could last the longest in the hot springs to decide the order, she said weakly. I got priority because I had an appointment. The order was decided as follows. Yanga, Gehi, Lammy, Nari, Mia, Eunyoung, Shirin. Gehi shouted, Shirin, you're in last place. Why are you acting like you're dying? You didn't even aim properly, Lammy lamented. I almost won. Kanglum was speechless. I really don't know what to say. Everyone go and rest. We've played enough for today anyway, Yanga wondered. So should we go rest? But where's Yang-soo? He awkwardly scratched his head. About that. In the quiet room, Kanglum raised his hand and examined it carefully. After confirming his resolve again, let's just keep going like this. No more fuss about ESW. Whatever accidents or incidents happen, what will happen will happen. I've already finished the investigation I mentioned, and I'm ready for that important issue. Suddenly, there was a knock outside. He sat up. Ha, someone's there. Heroine gulped down a bottle of water refreshingly. She rejoiced. Phew, thanks Nari. I feel like I've been revived. Nari closed the cabinet door and chuckled. I'm really glad to hear you say that, honey. I've put more sports drinks in there. I wondered if I should call an ambulance for you earlier. Heroine hesitated and apologized. Sorry, I unintentionally caused trouble. I didn't know it would make me lose consciousness, but I held out until the end because I didn't want to lose. Then Nari suddenly said, By the way, honey, what do you think about your relationship with Kanglum Oppa? At the direct question, Heroine fell silent. She asked in confusion, Ha, what? Nari said calmly. Ah, of course I know what my feelings are, otherwise I wouldn't have participated in this trip. She lowered her eyes. But I want to know how far you imagine your future with Kanglum Oppa. I'm curious about how far you imagine it. Heroine blushed and stammered. What do you mean? Nari looked at her without a word. Heroine calmed down and said honestly, I want to hold Kanglum's hand and go home after school, or go out on weekends and play games together. Shyness showed on the face of the girl thinking of her crush. Even if it's just small joys and simple fun, I want to share it with him. Those are my feelings, Nari suddenly asked. Heroine, is it really only Kanglum Oppa for you? Heroine asked blankly. What? Nari continued. I don't think there will be any other obstacles besides my sister Gehi. If there's someone else we need to watch out for, it's this one. Kanglum approached the door and asked, Excuse me, is anyone outside? Of course, Heroine would never agree. What? Does it have to be Kanglum? What do you mean? But she suddenly changed her mind. Of course it has to be Kanglum. Nari wanted to know all the truth. Then, how far did you and Oppa go? She asked frankly and unhesitatingly. No, did you at least confess your feelings directly to him? Heroine remained silent. Nari seemed to despise her, meddling unnecessarily. In the end, Ani's ultimate goal is just to be in a romantic relationship with him. But Ani hasn't made much progress either, has she? She didn't understand what Nari was saying. Nari revealed her true intentions. Really, if Ani is also like me, Nari imagined her future with him. Nari simply thought, Don't mind me, Ani, I spoke too harshly. Please forget the mistakes I just made. She didn't think deeply. I'm going to sleep first. Wake me up if you're uncomfortable, Ani. Heroine could only remain silent listening to her words. All right, good night. It was unclear what made Kanglum blank. He wanted to know why she had come. Park Yanga, what is it? Why are you here? Yanga was still full of energy. I just couldn't sleep because of the jet lag, she asked gently without forcing. And you're supposed to be with Kanglum all day tomorrow, right? Came to discuss tomorrow's plans. Were you sleeping? Did I wake you up? Kanglum wondered whether to invite her in and offer her a glass of water. No, I wasn't sleeping. Wait a minute, it's the middle of the night. Is this okay? He thought to himself. I know I can't tell her all the truth. I handled it well last time too. Do you want to come in first? But the problem is Yanga is different from the others. She has nothing to do with ESW at all. Kanglum blushed. He didn't want to hurt a girl. So what should I say? The fact that she harbors feelings for me is even more shocking. I still can't believe it. Of course, it's a lie to say I didn't know at all, that's why. He didn't know what else she would ask for. Thanks, Kanglum. Actually, there's another reason, he asked in surprise. What do you mean? Yanga was awkwardly shy, as if they had never been together before. There's one more thing I absolutely have to tell you on this trip, and I've also finished preparing for it. Can I tell you? He was already starting to have all sorts of idle thoughts. His mind was filled with useless thoughts. That's the reason. I thought we'd talk later, but right now, and even this atmosphere, maybe she'll just manage to blurt out a few words. Kanglum and it turned out Yanga had brought a board game and said, Let's play the game of life with me. That was just his imagination. If he had actually said it, Kanglum would have wanted to dig a hole and hide right now. The game of life? Just that? Yanga was very innocent. Yeah, I brought this game because I wanted to play it with everyone. I thought it would be quite appropriate to play it now, so I took it out. Who would dare refuse when she said that? I just wanted to play it with you, just the two of us. Would Kanglum be okay? He almost lost his mind. All right, my god damn it. I've let my guard down again and gotten excited. Why do I keep getting teased like this? Yanga thought he would refuse. I just brought it so. Kanglum had never said such a thing. Okay, let's play. It's been a while since I played this game. It'll be fun, right? He suggested, sitting on the floor to be more comfortable. We can play here. The game rules were very simple. The models in the game were also decorated to look real. Kanglum seemed to focus as soon as he drew a yellow card. He boasted triumphantly, not noticing her looking a little sad. But soon Kanglum and Yanga were having a blast playing. He was completely powerless, but there was nothing else he could do. Oh my god, I landed on this space again. He spent 10 million coins on a lavish wedding. She teased him, clearly enjoying herself. Kanglum, this is your 4th marriage already, isn't it? He didn't want to be made fun of. Don't say that. I'm really scared to death. Yanga clapped her hands, claiming she had done so well. I won an award. It's a 30 million coin award. Kanglum had a childlike personality and tended to be obsessed with winning. You're really lucky, Yanga. It must be your lucky day today. A box of prize money unfolded before his eyes. Kanglum wanted to continue reading her webtoon. Speaking of prize money, how far along are you with your competition preparations these days? You haven't shown me your comic since the trip started. It's late, but is your progress okay? Seeing Yanga, he could tell she was satisfied with her life. It's fine, it's progressing smoothly. She came up with a new idea in her head. And this time my story will have a newer feel to it. Kanglam thought he had incorrect information. New? I thought you decided to go with the fantasy genre. Just listening to her words was exciting. The genre is right, but my idea has changed a bit. Thanks to that, this story also feels different. He was more excited than the author herself. Oh really? I'm really looking forward to it. When will you show it to me? Yanga wanted to firmly establish her position first. Check the list of award-winning works. Kanglam wanted to be a special person. What? You're not going to show me first? But she gave a captivating answer. But I want to surprise you. Kanglam was caught by curiosity. He asked irrelevant questions. Now you're making me even more curious. But why are you so confident? Is the prize money already set? Is this work really that different from before? Yanga threw the dice without thinking anymore. Besides, self-deprecating thoughts don't help either. Her confident demeanor was enough to overwhelm her opponent. In the end, I decided to fight and win. Kanglam was also speechless in this situation. She rarely laughed and chatted, but she wanted to play with him. I won again. Kanglam, it's time to execute the penalty we promised earlier. He was flustered. Yanga's expression just now, was it real or was I mistaken? Yanga suddenly called his name. Kanglam, you always keep your promises, don't you? We agreed that the loser would buy snacks, right? I'm hungry too. I'll go buy some now. In fact, she wanted to follow Kanglam or go with him. The store is downstairs too. He cleverly refused, citing practical reasons. Oh no, you stay here. I was going to call Mom on the way home anyway. I'll use the Wi-Fi in the lobby to send a voice message. Yanga was bored sitting still. Then I'll tidy up this board game. The apartment hallway was always brightly lit day or night. The knocking on the door grew louder and louder. She knew Kanglam wouldn't open the door to a stranger, so she said her name. Boss, it's me. She didn't know why he had come to see her. It's you, Gehi, boss. I want to talk for a moment. After pressing the bell repeatedly and hearing nothing, Gehi speculated. Are you sleeping? She felt annoyed, realizing she had come too late, so Gehi turned around in anger and left. A moment later he returned with a bag of snacks. Kanglam opened the door with his card key. He was puzzled to see the house in darkness. I bought them, but since they're foreign snacks I don't know what tastes good. Did you turn off the lights? She fell asleep waiting for him. Kanglam didn't know how to explain. Hey Yanga, you're sleeping? You shouldn't. If you sleep here. He carefully considered what to do. Perhaps I should take her to her room, but waking her up might be awkward and there seems to be no solution. He simply remained silent. Kanglam went to get a blanket. At least I should cover her with a blanket. He approached Yanga carefully, so as not to wake her. Even though he was just covering someone else's daughter with a blanket, he seemed to be wary of dark forces. Kanglam was about to cover her shoulders with the blanket. He never imagined that Yanga would grab his arm tightly and not let go. Kanglam was so embarrassed his face turned red. He struggled, but it was no use. Kanglam was tired from walking and now he was facing this situation. I'm dead. Everything he saw turned into question marks. Kanglam sighed and decided to leave Yanga as she was. He reluctantly sat down properly. The arm she held was as if frozen. Yanga quietly leaned on his shoulder. Tonight she truly slept peacefully. A faint, satisfied smile spread across Yanga's lips. Gehi slammed the door shut in anger. Lammy was surprised to see her return late at night. Gehi, honey, why are you so late? She immediately shouted, and in one word she hit the nail on the head. Gehi, honey, you said you were just going out for some fresh air. You didn't happen to go to Kanglam Oppa's room, did you? She had no other choice but to lie on the bed and close her eyes. Honey, I'm going to sleep. I'm too tired. But Gehi couldn't fall asleep. The small bed remained neatly made all night as sunlight poured in. Yanga slowly opened her eyes. She herself hadn't imagined her actions. Did I fall asleep yesterday? Yanga thought to herself. She inadvertently touched his hand. Mia, I need to go back before Mia wakes up. Kanglam was still in a deep sleep. She froze for 5 seconds, unable to believe this was real. Yanga stared at his sleeping face. She quickly got up just in time. Everyone, we're leaving now, Yunyang said softly. Go carefully, Lami also urged. Go early and come back early. Mia was sad but couldn't help it. But Kanglam, your face really. She always worried about him looking pale. Are you okay? Kanglam gave an unconvincing reason. I just didn't sleep well last night. He laughed loudly to ease the awkwardness. Or maybe I'm just not used to this bed. Mia felt it was normal. Really? I slept well last night. Kanglam and Yanga left the apartment. Nari asked when she didn't see Gehi. Where did Unni go? Didn't Unni come down with you? She replied truthfully. Unni said she wasn't feeling well. She couldn't control her emotions and shouted, Our Unni, you mean Gehi Unni? Lammy still didn't understand what was happening. Is this surprising rather than worrying? Mia thought simply, making the problem light. She's probably tired from playing too much yesterday. Let's buy something for Gehi on the way to breakfast. She paused as Shirin brushed past her. Anyone want anything to eat? Shirin was clearly sad that the person going with him was Yanga. Sorry, I'm not feeling well either, so I'll go first. Mia was also flustered. All right, her phone suddenly rang. Lammy didn't take her eyes off it as if updating important news. She quickly left. I have something urgent, so I have to go. Everyone enjoy your meal. Mia thought everyone else was going to breakfast together. Then just the three of us. Unexpectedly, Yunyang refused. Sorry, Mia. I have something to say. She changed the subject to a private conversation and talked to Nari. Just the two of us. Nari was startled. Me. Poor Mia was ditched by everyone at the last minute. All right, I'll go eat alone. The waiter brought hot food. Nari and Yunyang were having tea at a luxury restaurant. She was quite surprised by the atmosphere here. The view from here is really beautiful. I couldn't see it properly like this yesterday. Would Singapore be this beautiful too? Of course she found it difficult to understand. Singapore, what are you talking about? Nari quickly explained. It's nothing, but more importantly, what did Unnie want to talk to me about? Yoonyoung's words had a hidden meaning. Well, Nari, as you know, from Unnie's position, I always have to pay attention to everything. But things like rapidly changing international situations, fluctuations in raw material prices, her eyes didn't look very friendly. Perhaps someone, Yoonyoung seemed to subtly warn her not to touch what belonged to her. Spying around my boyfriend and those kinds of rumors, she was overly confident. You know, Unnie has special feelings for him. The peace of those around my boyfriend is also very important to Unnie. Yoonyoung thought she could stop the other person's actions with words. If there's any action that affects that peace, Unnie cannot just let it go. Nari wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled brightly. I thought I was being careful, but I guess I couldn't escape Yoonyoung Unnie's surveillance. Nari, far from being scared, provoked her. But don't worry, Yoonyoung Unnie. The problem you're worried about has been resolved with me. It was Yoonyoung who was on the defensive. What? She didn't want to make a big deal out of it. It seems Unnie arranged this meeting without considering me. Nari knew well the purpose of her call, but my sister and of course Oppa already know. We even made a contract. During this period I'll act appropriately, so don't worry. She was also no pushover. But what if you made such a plan, what would Unnie do? Yoonyoung took a cup of tea to ease the awkwardness. Yoonyoung always maintained a neutral stance. Unnie should mediate as best as she can. Unnie always prefers peaceful solutions, you know. She naturally agreed with Yoonyoung's positive thoughts. That's like you, Yoonyoung Unnie. So is this trip going to be about harmony and fairness? Nari's will was unstoppable. I'm sorry, Oppa is mine. She confidently walked the path she had chosen. I won't call it an emotional battle. No one is a match for me. Nari didn't drink a sip but still maintained her politeness. Thank you for the tea. The night view from the high-rise apartment. After playing all day, Konglum and Yanga returned, and with them came awkwardness. Yoonyoung still teased them. Oh my god, you two seem to have had quite a fun time. Mia had a question. Where did you two go? She explained, but no one believed her. We just wandered around. Konglum only now noticed her absence. But where did everyone else go? Yuge, he hasn't been around since this morning. Did she go off to play alone? He usually didn't pay much attention to others. I don't know either. Mia was very angry about being ditched. They all made all sorts of excuses to go rest in their rooms. They were in their rooms all day. He scratched his head and thought. Really? Are they just tired from playing too much yesterday, like you said? Gehi had just calmed down but soon worried. Where did Nari go? I haven't seen a shadow of her all day, and she's not answering her phone. She wondered if she should check other rooms, not knowing where her sister had gone. Gehi suddenly fell silent. She clearly remembered something. A memory flashed in her mind. Last night, boss, you Gehi. I want to talk to you for a moment. Gehi kept pressing the bell, but there was no response. Are you sleeping? Now that she thought about it, she realized something. She couldn't understand why Gehi had suddenly left then. There were many lights in the apartment hallway, and Gehi's claim was completely accurate. Wouldn't this be strange? If he didn't hear the doorbell, he wasn't sleeping. He must have gone somewhere. As soon as she said that, she immediately picked up the phone. For example, he might have gone to a convenience store, and she would know if she called. A familiar phone ring was heard. The customer you are calling is not answering. You will be connected to voicemail. Gehi didn't want to disturb him anymore. It's busy, he must have gone out for a bit. So she decided to wait in front of his room. Gehi saw Kanglum return with a bag of snacks. He opened the door and entered the house. I bought them. Kanglum called her name upon seeing the dark house. Yanga, he continued to explain, but Gehi didn't know she was just a few meters away. But since they're foreign snacks, I don't know what tastes good. She couldn't say anything. An absurd incident unfolded under a clear sky. The next night, Na Konglum, Yuahi and Ju Lami, these three, disappeared from the hotel. The next morning, everyone was gathered in the lobby. Yanga, no, there's no time to delay. Shirin, what happened? Did you find anything? She too was helpless with the staff's answers. I asked in the restaurant, but they said they hadn't seen her. She kept tapping her phone. Where did all three of them suddenly go? And no one is answering their calls, Nari wondered with a childlike thought. Perhaps they broke their promise and spent the night secretly with Oppa. Mia tried to remain calm. If so, that would be a relief. She thought this situation was abnormal. This is an unfamiliar and foreign place, so I'm a bit worried. Yoonyoung didn't want to give up halfway. Let's search this area again. I'll contact my security team too. She thought that was the only way. If they don't return before dark, I'll have to report this. The hotel last night was peaceful as usual. Gehi said nothing. She was probably feeling down. She thought in a different direction. Actually, it makes sense even if Yanga wasn't there. He probably wanted to be alone with the boss, so I can understand. Gehi was just worried about her. But now that it's come to this, it's a bit unsightly. She shook her head, but deep down she didn't mean it. Gehi was anxious. Although she sat alone in her room, she worried that her relationships with others would also turn out like this. Everything couldn't continue as before, and she felt like she wouldn't gain anything. She pretended not to care, but actually she was bothered deep down. Fine, it's the boss's fault. Yes, even if it's not a big deal for the boss. Why did he bring a woman to his room in the middle of the night she was planning to go into? Gehi froze as soon as she lay on the bed. Finally, she called him honestly. Boss, let's go out and talk. Outside the hotel, there were green palm trees, beyond them the sea and the moon in the sky. Children were happily playing on the white sand. Kanglam didn't think her advice was unnecessary. Hey, how far do we have to go? Yoon told us to be careful, didn't she? She said not to go too far from the hotel. He felt the situation wasn't good. What do you want to talk about? Why are you hesitating so much? Gehi seemed to have transformed into a different person. I just finally understood why Oppa was worried. Kanglam was very shocked. What are you talking about? What does she want to say in the end? Actually, I thought so before too. Gehi's mood plummeted as if falling into an abyss. She thought with implicit words that I was a bored and lonely person, and that I could contribute to pausing everything for a while. But it wasn't. I think I understand now. She now realized that he was more capable than she had thought. Oppa isn't hesitating, he's thinking carefully, right? Oppa doesn't want our current team to disappear. Kanglam was still thinking something else. If we set ESW aside, the next thing will definitely be that. Only by her side did he reveal his true self. But honestly, Oppa, do you think I'm that kind of person? Do you think I'm hesitating for other reasons, from a foolish protagonist to someone treated like a prodigal son? Gehi was angry. Yes, that's right, what are you talking about? How can you say such a thing while hanging out with 7 girls? Whose words is Kanglam listening to and acting like that? For someone who led the team with an excited heart to blurt out such words. Now she regretted it a little. Oppa should have considered opposing my opinion. Kanglam was helpless with his friend. You started the fire. Did you really keep insisting without thinking at all? She looked much more mature. Anyway, I finally understood, Oppa, why you asked for more time specifically about your feelings. He scratched his head in embarrassment. It was difficult for Kanglam, who didn't want to hurt anyone. Right? If I developed that kind of relationship with one of you, our team wouldn't be the same as it is now. He already knew the outcome. After all, there was a reason for forbidden office romances, but Kanglam looked at the moon and said, I'm not trying to make excuses for this. I've already decided that. Gehi found this hard to understand. Why? Kanglam didn't want to turn friendship into love. Of course, I like and love our team now, and the thought that it could change in any way is terrifying. He knew it well inside, but he didn't dare to say it. But not being able to express one's feelings or forcibly suppressing and ignoring them is not enjoyable at all and is a bit foolish. There will be no happy ending where we ran away. The words that came from deep in his heart surprised Gehi. Instead, I've accepted that there will be changes soon. I consider it a happy problem. Liking someone is never a bad thing, and when those feelings came, she thought the same. Why should we take them so seriously? The sea view captivated her gaze. Gehi smiled as if she had regained her energy. She also hoped it was true and was relieved. Kanglam was all she could see in Gehi's eyes. Because the person I like is Oppa, I'm really relieved. Kanglam was startled by her strange behavior. He kept wondering why she was laughing. Why suddenly? I don't think I said anything special. Gehi had her own way and she didn't complicate things. Just like usual, if I continue to stick to my way, a distant scream caught her attention. The red-haired boy seemed to have a cramp and the blonde and black-haired boys were also in danger. Gehi was flustered by this sight. Hey, those kids in the water? Kanglam leaped over the railing without hesitation. She was surprised to see Kanglam jump into the beach. Damn, he darted like an arrow. To save the children in time, Kanglam grabbed the red-clothed boy by the scruff of his neck and warned him. It's dangerous, get out. Gehi still hadn't come to her senses. Boss, he told her to be careful, to take care of the boy and not to go inside and call for help. She was surprised once again. What? No, boss, wait. The black-haired and blonde-haired boys almost drowned. The boy almost ingested too much salt. Fortunately, he rushed over in time and grabbed both children. Kanglam was very good at calming others. It's okay, don't worry. The 2 boys thought he wanted to play in the water, so they tugged and clung to his head, causing him to stagger. Wait, if you struggle like that, you'll hit your head on the buoy. He was foolish. Gehi had to go to their rescue. Why are you trying to bring the kids yourself? Why are you trying to look so cool? The boss only realized after getting into the water. This place is deeper than I thought. Thank you. Kanglam put the blonde boy on the buoy. Come on, I'll push you now, so sit still and don't move. It's dangerous to flail in the water. Why was she looking so worried? He called her name, but she didn't answer. Hey you Gehi, let's go. Kanglam quickly approached and asked about the situation. You Gehi, she wanted to handle it herself. But in the end, Gehi said my leg had a cramp. He was flustered, not knowing what to do. Damn it, I really don't want to put us both in danger. Why are you doing that? Gehi still thought of others first. Take the children first. Kanglam naturally disagreed. What kind of nonsense is that? And what about you? The waves hit your face. She was still full of confidence. It's okay. He was relieved to see adults coming to help the children. It seemed someone had sunk underwater. Gehi was still stubborn, and instead of blaming her, he teased her. Really, you're so foolish, you just couldn't swim. Gehi was slowly sinking. How could he leave her alone? Why still? Kanglam grabbed Gehi's wrist and he struggled due to the underwater current. Kanglam held his breath underwater for a very long time. The sun was high and white clouds drifted gently in the wind. It seemed Gehi had been carried to the beach by him. She and Kanglam lay motionless on the white sand. Gehi slowly opened her eyes, and opposite her, Kanglam was in a deep sleep as if he had died a long time ago. Gehi quickly shook him. Now Kanglam, boss, wake up. Her eyes darted around in confusion. What? And where are we? An endless sea unfolded before her eyes. Gehi was startled. What? Kanglum now vaguely came to his senses upon hearing the scream. Gehi calmed herself down. First, let's calmly assess the current situation. We can't be sure it's an uninhabited island yet. We might have drifted to a nearby peninsula. Remember what happened before we passed out? Kanglum vaguely remembered. While being swept away by the current, we found a broken life buoy. We probably clung to it and survived. Looking at the debris scattered on the sand, his thoughts became more certain. Yes, there it is. Gehi was skeptical if it was really true. It's completely broken. Kanglum nodded. That means we drifted quite far. If, as you say, this is a peninsula near the beach, we would have seen ships passing by or buildings in the distance. But fortunately, even if I repeat the loop, at least we're still alive. Although Kanglum wasn't sure if he could call this survival, Gehi slumped down, blaming herself. This is my fault. Because my leg cramped then, I shouldn't have rushed in. You were right, he made another excuse. It's more my fault. Because I chose to raise the flag on this matter. She was slightly surprised. Raise the flag? Kanglum scratched his head. Really, no matter what I say, it's always going to happen? Really, these unlucky things always happen to me. His voice seemed somewhat relieved. Oh right, at least I saw the adults rushing over. They're probably fine. This incident will probably be talked about too. Gehi also admitted that was true, but others were also there. They must be confused by now, realizing we've disappeared. Kanglum comforted her. Basically, we'll be rescued soon. The problem is how many days it will take, and we have to survive from now on. Gehi's gaze pierced him, and he felt something was wrong. Why did I say something wrong? She denied it. It's not just when we talked last night, but even now Oppa always seems strangely mature. I've always felt that way recently. Even in this situation, Oppa seems quite calm. He chuckled. Well, it's inevitable. I'm the king of survival games, and I've read all the practical survival guides. Finally, it's my chance to show off my survival skills. Kanglum was confident. You Gehi, you're going to call me Kanglum G, aren't you? Gehi regretted it. I'll take back what I just said about Oppa being more mature. He was still like a child. He was more than that. It wasn't just practical survival. I even read the entire treasure hunting series and even the knowledge. International science series, Gehi suddenly thought. But wait, maybe a change of perspective isn't so bad. Thinking positively, if rescue is definitely going to happen, isn't this a good opportunity? A man and woman living alone on an uninhabited island, nothing unusual would happen, right? And I've already thought, I won't hesitate anymore. Yes, I'll take this as an opportunity. Gehi exclaimed excitedly. Let's go Kanglum, you Gehi, you need this spirit. Let's conquer this island together. A fairy tale was imagined. In a distant land, an island inhabited only by animals with no trace of humans, where countless animal friends lived harmoniously. Even on ordinary days, small joys always existed. The belief that such days would continue persisted until a fearsome being appeared. The belief of the little squirrels was shattered that day with Kanglum's appearance. He was overjoyed. I found it. Kanglum unhesitatingly reached into the squirrel's burrow and pulled out some nuts. Looking at the nuts in his hand, Kanglum was slightly relieved. Fortunately, this island has a rich flora and fauna system, so food shouldn't be a problem. But let's put hunting aside for now. Hunting doesn't seem very recommended. It's not easy to cut and remove the smell either. More simply, if there are fruits or fishing rods, that's enough. Gehi was still lost in her own world. The more I think about this, the more I think this is the only opportunity. I need to approach it strategically, and I shouldn't waste it. I originally prefer a direct approach, but I think I've been annoyed a few times. This time, she decided to use the tactic of promoting natural physical contact as much as possible, facilitating physical contact to induce natural encounters. Gehi remembered what she had seen in a drama before. Yes, that's right, it's really stimulating, accidentally touching hands and falling in love. They'll be shocked and faint when they find out they're half-siblings. Kanglum kept chattering, and she was still lost in thought. Wait a minute, isn't this getting weird? Anyway, the purpose is just to set the mood right, Kanglum said. Alright, let's keep exploring this island together. We need to find a place to spend the night and plan what we need to do during the day. He took the lead and guided the way. Gehi wondered if now was the right time. As soon as she thought about it, she stumbled as if accidentally on a rock, and clung to Kanglum, saying in a soft voice, I'm sorry, boss. My leg probably feels a bit stiff. It seems I suffered a slight injury as an after-effect of the cramp. Kanglum remained silent, saying nothing. Gehi was very satisfied. Boss, what do you think? Did you think I only knew how to directly confront things? If I set my mind to it, I can use as many cunning and natural schemes as I want. But contrary to her expectations, his reaction was rather calm. Are you okay? Be careful. It's not good to get hurt here. Should we rest for a bit? She shook her head. How no, her mind was full of questions. What is this? Why is he reacting this way? Why is he so calm? That can't be. This isn't the reaction he should be showing. Kanglum replied, Then that's good, but if you're too tired, tell me. He walked straight ahead without looking back, then suddenly remembered something. Kanglum said, Wait a minute, sit down. I'll check if your ankle is okay. Gehi hastily refused. No, I'm fine. He lost his patience. Hurry, don't make me worry unnecessarily. Gehi obediently sat down and extended her leg. She felt that something was wrong. This is strange. Why did I end up like this? I know that if I get serious, he'll get serious. But Kanglum's actions are not subtle at all. Gehi was displeased. I'm angry, just wait. I'll definitely see you flustered, the two set off again. This time Gehi deliberately made a loud noise and clung to Kanglam's arm. "Oh look, there's a lion over there." He calmly replied, "How, you probably saw it wrong. Lions can't live in this kind of environment." This was based on the 25-part special edition of Practical Survival. Gehi listened blankly. "What is this guy?" He sat down and drank some cool water. "Let's rest here for a bit, then continue." He drank the water he had obtained from surviving at sea without even offering it to the girl. "This guy is really too much." Gehi sighed. "Alright, do that." She leaned close to Kanglam again and said in a worried voice, "Boss, you must be tired, aren't you? You're a homebody, so you're not used to walking this much, are you? What should we do now?" Kanglam replied, "Well, it would be a lie to say I'm not tired. Everything else is fine, but my feet are starting to hurt." Gehi was disappointed. "Oh, so that's it. What now? This again? It can't get any worse." "Didn't we definitely agree not to do that?" The two were fishing together by the stream. Gehi stepped forward again. "Wow, I think I caught a really big fish, it's so strong." I got even closer to Kanglam. She deliberately caused a small collision between them. Kanglam splashed into the water. Gehi hadn't anticipated this situation. "Oh no, I failed to control my strength again. I actually only wanted a small collision, but I focused too much strength. I definitely only wanted a light touch, but now I've pushed the guy into the stream." She was a little scared. "Will he get angry if I do this?" she said in a low voice. "Hey boss, I'm sorry." But no, he apologized to her instead. "Oh dear, I made the fish swim back into the lake." Gehi lost her patience. "What's wrong? This is my fault. Really, I don't know why he's acting like this today. Did he eat something bad?" Kanglam's face was still wet with water. Kanglam looked down disappointedly. "But my clothes are all wet now. Seriously, this person," the girl put so much effort into planning, "and this is the result." Gehi gripped the fishing rod tightly and thought, Okay, boss, you're intentionally provoking me, aren't you? Unless you're not giving it your all, there's no way all this would happen." She provoked him to test how long he could endure. Gehi threatened. "Ah boss, there's something on your shoulder." Kanglam jumped. "Where? What is it?" The sun was setting. Gehi couldn't believe her eyes. "How can it have no effect? I can't believe it. How can this happen? Why did he suddenly become so calm? If it were the boss I knew, his face would be red as a beet, right? This has happened more than 10 times already. Did I annoy him so much that he awakened? Or is he the king of survival? Is he really immersed in that situation?" Seeing Kanglam's strange reaction, Gehi thought so much that she could write a novel about the entire situation. Suddenly he was surprised and turned around, then approached. "Hey you, Gehi, I have something I'm curious about." Gehi was very excited. What is it finally happening?" But no. Kanglam threw cold water on her. "I think you're hurt or something. If so, don't hide it." Gehi was furious. She was disappointed. Was I the only one who thought he was worried about being surrounded by girls? Maybe he's just too used to this kind of thing. I declared that I would make him interested in me. But even after that declaration, night fell, and the two sat around a crackling campfire. Kanglam grilled fish and handed a skewer to Gehi. "Here, the food's all cooked. Be careful not to get choked on a bone." Gehi politely accepted. Thanks." He focused on the food. "Oh, it looks delicious." Looking at the fool in front of her, Gehi couldn't help but sigh. Why does it seem like the closer I try to get, the further he pushes me away? Is it because I expressed my feelings too easily? So my feelings seem light? But no, Gehi asked herself what she should do. Until now I've always been in the opposite position, so this is the first time I don't know what to do when I like someone so much. She sighed. "Ah look, I'm so emotional. Not like me. We even made a fire on this desolate island." Gehi blamed herself as a disaster. "I shouldn't have gotten a cramp then." She stared blankly at Kanglam, who asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Do you have a cold?" Kanglam denied it. "No, it's just a bit cold at night. I'm actually quite warm because of the fire." Looking at her spot, Gehi came up with a trick. She called out, "Come here." She took off her clothes. "Come here. Anyway, these are your clothes too. And you also fell because of me earlier." Kanglam refused. No, my clothes are already dry and it's not that cold." Gehi cut him off. "Or should I give you the clothes so you can wear them yourself?" As she was about to take off her clothes, he hastily agreed. Alright then, I'll sit next to you." Kanglam moved to a log closer to the campfire. Gehi watched the scene, confused in her heart. "This isn't what I wanted to express." She spoke first. "I have a question. Does my confession bother you?" Kanglam said honestly. Well, a little. There were too many reactions at school and from my family because of that damn broadcast." He remembered. "Oh right, sure, and also interviewed me in front of school last time. They called themselves YouTubers. I don't know why." Gehi's pride was hurt. "Just tell me honestly that you dislike me. If you say you like me, you can be a good girl. I'm sure I can grant you anything you want. Whatever it is." So Kanglam cut her off. "No, what? Wait a minute. I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean?" Gehi hesitated. "Whether you dislike me or dislike my straightforward approach." He was flustered. What do you mean?" She was annoyed. "You've been putting a wall between you and me all day today. When I get close, you go far away. Do you know how worried that makes me?" Kanglam was still talking nonsense. "Hey you," he shouted. "That was your intention, wasn't it?" "I knew it." Gehi was even more convinced. "See, you clearly knew and still kept your distance." The two began to argue. "No, I can't be sure it was your intention. I rushed at you every chance I got." "What's unclear about that?" "It was a natural physical contact tactic." Kanglam retorted. "What's natural when you try so hard? And you clung to me when the bear appeared." Gehi explained. "Everything else was real. I was really scared. It appeared out of nowhere besides. You were trying to keep your distance from me, weren't you? So I said I would give you what you wanted." Kanglam denied it. "No, I didn't mean that." It's just that I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, I guess. There's no such man in the world who dislikes a straightforward style. Gehi was curious. Why, he explained. Especially someone like me. An otaku, no, more than that. I have a passive and introverted personality. I just want others to approach me actively. This is an old legend among people who like classic dating simulation games. From the Tooniverse era to modern libraries, romantic comedy dramas these days are full of standardized heroines. Of course, I really like that kind of thing. Gehi couldn't understand. What are you talking about, you damn otaku? She moved closer. Then why don't you come closer? Tell me if you don't like it, he stammered. That's because, she pressed him. What is it? Tell me. Why are you a man hesitating? It's not like I'm lacking in looks. Or have you given your heart to someone else? Kanglum sighed. It's just, Gehi was gloomy. Please tell me the truth, or I'll get hurt too. He finally spoke honestly. It's because I don't want to make a mistake. The truth was revealed. Last time I asked you guys for some time and explained everything in detail, but then shortly after this happened, so could this be called seduction? If I back down and get involved, it would be truly foolish. It doesn't even seem sincere. Since then, there had been a very dangerous situation. He was actually pondering that, and when Gehi rushed at him, all Kanglum could do was chant the Buddha's name. Nemu Amida Buddha Gwanziam Bozal, the merciful great Bodhisattva, the embodiment of infinite compassion, who liberates sentient beings. The path to liberation exists between the East Sea and Baekdushan. Amida Buddha Bodhisattva, I sincerely offer this to you. So I need to focus on something else like the concept of survival, he said. But what if feelings really do sprout before that? Perhaps it was an overreaction, but he was truly afraid and worried. Anyway, that was the truth. Gehi was completely shocked. What? She shouted. My goodness, that made me so exhausted. Do you know how sad and heartbroken I was? My voice trembled. No matter how much I ate, I didn't gain weight. I still thought I hadn't controlled myself enough for swimsuit season. Kanglum had to comfort her. Hey, calm down. Gehi was still enraged. I thought my feelings were fleeting and superficial. I even regretted confessing too early. Kanglum had no idea she really thought that. She was about to explode and the male protagonist trembled. Oh my goodness, what if she? Gehi brushed him off. Alright, anyway, I have nothing more to say. Since you asked me last time, you asked why I like you. It's a bit difficult to say, but the reason is, she stammered. Perhaps it's because your personality is too straightforward. Sometimes you unnecessarily try to pursue what you think is right. To break down all barriers without caring about what others think. It was the same this time, wasn't it? I like that quirky and stubborn side of you. Kanglum hadn't expected this. His face turned as red as a tomato. Gehi laughed teasingly. Finally, your face is red. She sighed with relief. Ah, that's refreshing. I can finally eat freely. I actually feel like I've been starving for quite some time. She extended her hand. So take this, at least now hold my hand. This is your punishment for ignoring me all day today. Kanglum swallowed. Gehi smiled. You're really foolish. Kanglum was still a little shy. This isn't even a punishment. The two broke down each other's defenses and became more comfortable. Another night passed for Kanglum and Gehi on the uninhabited island, and the sunlight was a little blinding. Gehi woke up first while Kanglum was still sound asleep holding a fishing rod. She poked Kanglum's cheek and teased him, then pinched and pulled his cheek. Gehi was thoroughly enjoying the situation, but suddenly a sound made her turn her head. A boat was approaching in the distance, and it was me. She waved to the two of them. The girls on the boat shed endless tears. They had successfully returned to land, and their survival on the uninhabited island was finally over. But the most important thing was that Mia was still nowhere to be seen. Everyone was mobilized for the search. Eunyoung was quite surprised. Mia, really? If that's true, then I'll deliver the message. Mia's voice echoed on a street in Seoul, Korea. I'm sorry, said the mysterious girl. I was going to wait until everything was over. If you don't leave now, you'll miss something truly important. Mia nodded. It can't be helped. After all, it's just a transaction for them, the mysterious girl calmly said. Really? In that case, get ready and come to the meeting place. Upon arriving home, Mia locked herself in her room. Her bags were already packed. She thought to herself, if this is mental preparation, I've been ready for a long time. Mia knew that unlike Shirin, she couldn't decide this matter alone. Even as she packed, her heart was constantly troubled. Kanglum said that the future cannot be changed. I only have to leave for a while. But now that the time is approaching, I feel a little regret. She imagined a private date with him in the park. If the tarot card prophecy was right, instead of fighting like a game of rock, paper, scissors, I could have had the first opportunity. Even though I had the power to see my future, it's ridiculous that I have to leave if someone blocks me. But at least I should leave a letter. Mia went to her desk and began to write something. It turned out she was writing a letter to the male protagonist. Hello, Sunbae. By the time you read this letter, you've probably come all the way here looking for me, haven't you? Were you worried because I suddenly disappeared? If so, I'm truly sorry. But it was too difficult to tell you this directly. I didn't want to cause a fuss, and I hated this feeling of not wanting to leave. So I'm sending you this news through a letter. Please understand. She went outside and taped the letter to the door. But Kanglum was already sitting on the stairs. Mia, were you inside? Mia was startled. Why are you here? Why? Kanglum innocently said. I thought you didn't come here because you didn't hear the doorbell, so I was waiting, but you were inside? He remembered. The doorbell broke a week ago, but that's not it. Sunbae, why are you here? Kanglum interrupted. Shall we go inside and talk? My butt is getting cold. Mia obediently led him inside. She was quite embarrassed. "This is so mortifying. I thought it was the house I had to leave, so I didn't decorate it much, and I didn't bring anything." Konglum didn't pay much attention. Yang-soo contacted Eun-young. He said he saw you passing by. Mia was slightly surprised. "What, isn't Yang-soo Sunbae busy right now? I thought he had an urgent matter, so he went back early," he admitted. "You're right, he did go back early, but it wasn't because he was busy. He seemed to have seen you while wandering around." Konglum quickly changed the subject. "All right, I've said all I need to say. How about you?" Mia was embarrassed. "Aw, it's not a serious matter that needs such a grand explanation. I just have to leave for a while," she reassured him. "But I'm not leaving forever, I'll come back. So it feels a bit awkward to say goodbye. That's why I was trying to leave quietly. But Sunbae, really, why are you paying attention to everything now?" Mia remembered. "Shirin Sunbae said something similar to me before she transferred schools." "Sunbae," she honestly said. "Actually back then I said that because I saw myself in you. It was similar to my own story, and honestly I wanted to be like you too, but now I know what you'll do. That's enough for me. I'll be back soon. Please see off your junior who graduates before you." With a smile, Konglum was curious. "Where are you going? Is it important?" Her mood turned gloomy. "What can I do? This is a curse of this family." She remembered one last thing. When Sunbae anonymously exposed the family's corruption, the elders of the two families ended up in prison, and my grandfather and those around him quickly went into hiding. Now that public attention has subsided, my grandfather seemed very angry. He swore to capture everyone and punish those who exposed them. After the exposé, the subsequent incidents and investigations further solidified that Konglum Sunbae was the cause of everything. So I knew that Yejimi was trying to use me to meet Sunbae. Yejimi is the reliable source I mentioned before. Yejimi tried to stop them from returning to Korea, but it seemed she was not strong enough to handle this alone. Mia's grandfather went into hiding, but his connections and power remained. Sunbae knows, right? The alliance of the 5 major families of the underworld and beyond, anyway, to stop them from coming in. We need greater resources. But many of them are demanding my tarot card abilities as payment. She was determined. "I will end this long and tedious fate and return. Please don't think it's your fault. So now I have to leave far away, overseas. I have to leave for a while to do tarot card readings." Mia paused. Excuse me, I need to take this call for a moment," she said. "Oh Yejimi, I'm sorry, am I a bit late?" Mia was startled to hear the information. "What?" Mia couldn't believe it. "Sue Sunbae, how could you?" Konglum didn't understand. He was also fed up with this matter. Her awkward smile pretended that everything was fine, "So I ended everything. A few days ago, in a cave in Australia. Mean Heap was very angry." "What are you talking about? Tell me in more detail," Mia's fiancé reported. "I report, Chairman, all our accounts were frozen yesterday under different aliases. It seems to be the result of Interpol's search." Mean Heap asked, "Everyone answer me. What is our family's motto?" They shouted. "Blood for blood. If you cause trouble, repay it threefold." He was angry. "How dare they put our family in such a situation, that arrogant fellow." "Konglum, I cannot let this revenge go unpaid," he commanded. "Immediately send people to Korea as planned." They obeyed. "Understood." Mia's fiancé was cautious. "Chairman, you must be careful. The reason we've been blocked so far is that." Mean Heap thought again. "It's not that they're confident enough to catch us, so they've started to cut off our finances. So it's time for us to act. Besides, isn't Mia in Korea? It would be better to take Mia with us when we go there." He laughed loudly. "That could be an advantage for our family." According to Mean Heap's calculations, "Besides, isn't Mia in Korea? It would be better to take Mia with us when we go there. That could be an advantage for our family." Mia's fiancé worried. "But to do that, we need the cooperation of the alliance of the 5 major families." He hesitated. "But will they agree to this? This is a relationship based on mutual interests, so they won't act if there's no benefit." Mean Heap was determined. "Then we must find a way to open the frozen slush fund vault." The problem was, Mia's mother interrupted, appearing and saying, "Father, do you remember the last words of the 2 chairmen? When they investigated Mia, there was a tarot card prophecy about an unknown man, but he disappeared from the prophecy immediately after that. And we still can't see that person's future. Perhaps by now that boy is preparing to stand against us." The fiancé didn't believe it. "Stand against us? He's just a student, just a kid. Don't worry about useless things. What can a kid do?" Mean Heap denied it. "No, what if that child is also a person from our underworld?" He remembered the deal he had made with the 2 chairmen. "Looking at the way that child resisted us, that arrogant fellow might be from the underworld." Mean Heap even predicted that he also had prophetic abilities like them. "While that guy is hiding his power, perhaps he's a black energy power plant." Mia's mother agreed. "I think so too. There was a rumor before that he was an illegitimate child from our family's CG," she speculated. "The family's bloodline might have leaked without our knowing." Mean Heap pondered deeply. If such a person has hidden his existence until now, he would never be an ordinary individual. He is talented and so special, so raising him is truly a wise idea. The fiancé also agreed. "That's right, Chairman. Not only is that guy connected to us, but he also has an unclear relationship with the American FBI. There are also rumors about his relationship with the Yakuza." He smoked a pipe. "But what I need to do now is predict that child's next move. I saw his future in a dream last night." Mia's mother was startled. "What? Why didn't you tell me?" That's a forbidden technique of the family, the fiancé also worried. Chairman, using that technique will affect your health. Min-heep didn't care. It's fine. Everything is for the family's benefit. Mia's mother was touched. Father, you are truly admirable. But suddenly news came. What? Our secret vault was robbed, he admitted. Yes, I saw this scene in my dream. The fiancé didn't believe it. But there's a password that outsiders can't enter. Mia's mother didn't care. It doesn't matter how strong that guy is, but he would never have acted alone, so he has someone behind him. That person is probably, Min-heep answered on her behalf, one of the traders of the 5 great families. I was curious which family it was, so I personally investigated this morning. A soldier ran in and reported, "Excuse me, Chairman." Min-heep said cheerfully, you came at a good time. Tell me who the traitor is, he reported. It's the Balak family, Chairman. We found suspicious points from them. Mia's mother said, as if it was difficult to understand. They are the family of wisdom, so it's not strange for something like this to happen. Min-heep was angry. To break the 100-year-old promise of the 5 great families and try to harm each other, he commanded. This is a clear betrayal. We must immediately cooperate with the remaining 3 families to eliminate these traitors from the world. A man rushed in from outside and shouted, "Great trouble has struck." They turned around. What's going on now? The subordinate was flustered. An attack on the Ivan family has raided our villa. The fiancé was surprised. What? Why them? Mia's mother speculated. It seems the 2 families have already formed an alliance with each other. They are aiming for our family's wealth and power while we are weakened. Since 2 of the 5 great families have betrayed us, the alliance is over. Min-heep was angry. How dare they touch me, he commanded. Immediately prepare for a counterattack and prepare the troops. Another subordinate rushed in. Chairman, Min-heep said angrily. What else is it? He worried. Our gold transport vehicle has been attacked. It's the chairman of the Shoot family. Another man rushed in with news. Chairman, the chairman of the Sanchez family, according to information, is leading troops here now. Everyone was extremely flustered. What? I can't believe it. All 4 great families are attacking them. The alliance was outwardly friendly, but inwardly it was united by money. Even if our family is weakened, why them? Min-heep trembled. Everyone has turned their backs on us, he shouted. What on earth is happening? What's happening outside? Outside, intense gunshots echoed, and everyone looked on curiously. The entire castle was burning. In the distance, a familiar shadow was reading a newspaper. It was Kanglum. He thought he would wait until they came to harm him according to the ESW storyline. So instead of targeting 2 families, he lured 4 of the 5 great families. Actions such as burning their money and exposing their evil deeds to corner them. Wasn't this how he used the loop? In fact, he had seen through their moves and was always one step ahead, using the fact that the 4 great families were unaware of his existence. He made it seem as if the traitor had prophetic abilities. And indeed they did. Who would think that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes? Consecutive gunshots echoed in Kanglum's ears. The 2 families also tried to counterattack, but they were quickly defeated. Subordinates fell one after another. When the door opened, Mia's fiancé was shot in the heart. Mia's mother trembled. Why? She couldn't believe it. Why are all the chairmen of the allied families here? Min-heep said angrily. What on earth are you all doing? Has everyone gone crazy? They replied calmly. You're the crazy one, Chairman. You betrayed us first. Did you think you could betray us and pretend nothing happened? The old man crossed the line first, didn't he? The loyalty of the underworld has already been trampled upon, it's true. This is no longer an island without laws. Min-heep immediately denied it. Betrayed me? That's absurd. They didn't care. Oh, whatever, no need to explain. Last week's indiscriminate attack on the 4 families seemed like an accidental incident, but it was all your doing, wasn't it? Something impossible without prophetic abilities. No one has as much motive as you. Were you so desperate because you were under international police surveillance and your assets were frozen? Min-heep couldn't believe what they were saying. He suddenly realized that the guy was probably not Dana. But before he could explain, a bullet pierced his leg. The 4 great families alliance warned that bullet was just a warning. It's nothing compared to the pain we suffered. Min-heep struggled to explain. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. I fell into a trap. But no one believed him. They coldly held their guns. Goodbye. Gunshots rang out and the castle burned. People kept murmuring, and Lim was leisurely reading the newspaper. He glanced at the incident, and Mia still couldn't believe the reality before her eyes. The phone kept ringing and security guards were checking the situation. The lack of information and being blocked means this is accurate news. The Yu family has disappeared. Kanglum asked as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? Is everything resolved? Mia stammered. No way, Sunbae. Were you behind this? Sunbae, did you eliminate them? Kanglum sighed and smiled. Anyway, I want to say this first now. You are free. Congratulations. Mia was stunned for a moment. Things happened so suddenly that she didn't have time to react. Well, Sunbae, first I need to cancel my flight schedule. I've already called a taxi and it's outside now, Kanglum reassured her. Okay, I'll tell the taxi driver. Mia awkwardly took out her clothes. Actually, I was so embarrassed for causing a commotion for no reason. Just thinking about these bags makes me dizzy and I've thrown away or sold some items, she said as she took out her luggage. Besides, if I had known this would happen, I would have quietly enjoyed myself at the resort. Oh, what a waste. I wasted both money and time. I really never thought this would happen. Mia was on the verge of tears. She sobbed. I don't know. I really didn't know this day would come. I really didn't know anything. Kanglam sat down and called her name. Mia. Mia turned her head and hugged him like a child. She kept sobbing. Lim was quite surprised to hear the story. Really? Are you okay? Have you found your stability now? Mia calmed down. Much better now, she said excitedly. More importantly, I'll introduce her to Oppa. She's Yejimi, my friend and a reliable informant before. Yejimi also willingly introduced herself. Hello, I'm Bang Yejimi. I've heard a lot about Oppa. I've really been looking forward to meeting you. And finally, we meet again here. Kanglam extended his hand. Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Right, Mia explained. She might be a year older than Oppa, but we've been friends for a long time. To avoid unfavorable variables, age doesn't matter, so how about you two become friends? Actually, if we care about that problem, it will be quite complicated. It's okay. She looks quite scary on the outside, but on the inside. Before she could finish, Lim interrupted. Hey, you have a lot of lint on your back. It's really bothersome, but Unnie told you to wash white clothes separately. I was curious, why is your classroom empty? Did you only decorate the corner shown in the video call? How many times have I told you to tell Unnie if you're short on living expenses? Are you trying to make me feel like I'm neglecting you? Mia retorted. I've told you many times too. Are you my mom? In Kanglam's eyes, Bang Yejimi exuded a cold and unapproachable aura when she was silent. However, despite being a cunning individual, she genuinely enjoyed taking care of others and was a talented student who dropped out of college overseas. She was a hacker genius in both the underworld and on the battlefield. In ESW, she played the role of Decina. She was a supporting character but had quite a lot of screen time as a helper to the protagonist. Furthermore, there's one more interesting fact about her. But let's put that aside for a moment. More importantly, Yejimi stroked Mia's head. There are many important things, but there's one thing we need to resolve first, right? Lim turned to Kanglam and questioned him. What on earth happened? He hastily denied. I don't remember, I don't know. Mia was at a loss. Sunbae, we haven't asked anything yet. Kanglam admitted, it wasn't intentional. It was an accident, and I regret it. But what is it? Lim smiled. Wow, that's exactly what I heard. But what should we do now? I checked everything on my way here, from Oppa's story to the trip to Europe. Looking at what Oppa did there, are you still going to claim you're not involved? Honestly, this isn't just a matter of time, is it? Everything that's happened around Oppa so far has gone beyond the ordinary level. Right? Lim questioned. Actually, who are you, Oppa? What's your real identity? Kanglam smiled. I'm just an ordinary high school student, that's who I really am. But now I don't even know myself. Lim pursed her lips. I'm sorry, but I'm not like you, Mia. I make plans and don't give up halfway. She pouted. It's fine, Lim smiled. If Sunbae says so, it's fine. There must be something Sunbae can't say. Yejimi was surprised. Are you really okay with this? She nodded. I don't want to meddle and I don't want to hear lies. Mia asked again. Right? Sunbae is beating around the bush because you don't want to lie, right? Lim sighed. Perhaps now isn't the right time to talk about this. I'll come back later. You should rest a bit. What? She was surprised. Unnie has to go. Why? Didn't Unnie say she had nothing to do? She laughed. Nothing to do? The underworld is in complete chaos right now. There's a mountain of work to deal with the remnants of the Yu family. Before that, Unnie has one more thing to tell you. Outside the park, Mia sat quietly. She still remembered Yejimi's words. She said she put this matter aside because she had to confront the Yu family. Actually, Mia, I recently received a scout offer. At that moment, she was surprised. Scout? So you received a scout offer? Lim nodded. Yes, it's from a company called ICC. They operate worldwide and provide investor stakes to companies. Kanglam was curious. What kind of company is it? Yejimi explained. Simply put, it's a company that advises corporations and investors on the most profitable choices. Mia couldn't understand why that company would need someone like her. Lim thought it was probably because many of the shareholders in companies ICC advised believed in geomancy and other supernatural phenomena. They must have thought her abilities would be helpful. So they wanted to offer a special advisory position. Another important point was that the newly appointed CEO seemed to have received advice on marriage relationships from YouTube. Mia exclaimed, realizing something familiar. Right, I remember that. Lim speculated that that's probably why they contacted her through the email she managed. Kanglam said, if that's truly the case, they're scouting her for the company, but she's still a high school student. Is that okay? Lim said they wanted to sign a contract right away. This meant she wouldn't be able to do personal activities, including her YouTube channel. But other than that, the terms would surely be better. She handed over the contract. If there weren't a conflict with that family, Unnie would have probably told you earlier. Anyway, this is it for now. Review it carefully. Mia pondered. Oh, okay, Lim emphasized. Of course, if it's too much of a burden, you don't have to agree. It's not like there are no survivors from the Yu family, but you're the only one who can participate in external activities. If you want, there might be better offers. But this offer came a long time ago, and there isn't much time to decide. You need to reply by the end of this week at the latest. She pointed to the computer. Look, let's examine the contract closely. Kanglam thought everything was very good. Even though he didn't fully understand the terms, it looked fine. But in the future, there will surely be better offers. If you don't have enough time to think, you can just ignore it. Kanglam shook a can of soda in front of her face and called out to her. Only then did she snap out of it. Yes. Mia opened the soda can and drank it. Personally, Mia had other thoughts. But I don't think it's a matter of whether I have time to think or not. Kanglam asked, not understanding. How, what do you mean? She continued. To be honest, I've never seriously thought about my future. Since I was little, the family's direction was my everything. Even after Oppa said it wasn't, I just thought about the days I would fight against the family. I never imagined I would have the full right to choose. So it's not simply a matter of joining the company or not, it's like a choice for my life. And it's okay if it's not tarot cards, and there's no longer any reason for me to go to school, Kanglum agreed, thinking, come to think of it, it makes sense. Mia had made her own choices before, but the range of those choices was too limited from the start. But now Mia's future is a completely different page. Everything is possible, but that's why all this feels too fantastical. It's the first reaction to sudden change. Mia suddenly jumped up. Oh, I remembered, Sunbae, this isn't the time for this, is it? Sunbae has to hurry back to the resort. Each of us is going to spend a day with Oppa, right? I'm unnecessarily taking up Oppa's time. Kanglum comforted her. Oh, don't worry, I've already told them. Besides, there won't be any low-cost flights until the day after tomorrow. And I don't want to owe Eunyoung anything either. Kanglum sat back down and said, look, you're here right now, so how can I leave? Mia blushed and he gestured that it was okay. Anyway, where do you want to go to relieve stress? What were your plans to go with me at the resort? She suggested. I heard the zoo here is very famous, so I wanted to go once, but this was Seoul. Mia thought, oh, I've got a good idea, let's go there. 30 minutes ago, Lim was quietly observing. As expected, this guy isn't an ordinary student. Leaving him like this is unsettling. I want to keep an eye on him. She secretly smiled. Aha, will that work? Kanglum was walking when he suddenly received a text message. It was from Gaehee, but it felt somewhat sarcastic. Mia waved from across the street. Oh, Kanglum, Sunbae, she hurried over. I'm here. Have you been waiting long? She laughed. Oh, look at Sunbae's bewildered expression. That's probably because of Mia's cute outfit, right? Kanglum was intrigued. Wow, what is this? This is the first time I've seen so many sparkling accessories on your hand. When did you buy something so cute? Mia sighed. Oh, that too. I found them while tidying up, but Sunbae, you're already too used to things like this, aren't you? Kanglum asked, not understanding. How, what do you mean? Mia retorted, as if it were perfectly normal. Sunbae, you're already used to it. The phrase cute Mia no longer works. The success rate has been cut in half, he said, not understanding. What? I was just honestly expressing my thoughts. She didn't think so. Besides, we only have 20 minutes left until our happy schedule. You know, I left early to arrive first. Kanglum scratched his head. Oh, okay, then I'll play a mobile game while I wait. It's better than rushing at the last minute, right? He had to ask, because he didn't know the schedule. Then where are we going? You said there was no need to prepare. The dog cafe was quite noisy and laughter was endless. The atmosphere was very cheerful. Mia was enjoying herself playing with the dogs. Ha ha ha, stop it, that tickles. Kanglum gave snacks to the puppies, but none of them wanted to eat. Then one puppy suddenly rushed out, snatched the food and acted aggressively. Kanglum couldn't understand why he was being treated this way. Mia saw that and said, these puppies have a very keen sense of smell. Maybe they picked up the scent of another woman on you. Kanglum denied it. No, that's not it. Why do you always interpret things that way? She smiled and said, that's right, you're only suited for clumsy situations like this, senior. Mia smiled. This is a famous pet cafe and it's a good thing I cancelled my ticket. I'm really glad we're here together. Kanglum laughed. You're talking about zoos and acting like a fox. Do you like animals? You said before that you don't like cats. Is it because of allergies? Mia denied it. No, I just don't like cats. They're not friendly at all and not as cute as dogs. This is just my personal opinion. Kanglum smelled something strange. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up. Kanglum wondered. So have you ever thought about getting a dog? Mia admitted. Yes, I have, but I didn't know when I would have to leave, so I only watched them on screen, but that was enough. She stroked a dog's head. Animals are really easy to understand. Mia recalled a past event in her mind. I told you before, right, about dating advice. That's right, when tarot cards don't turn out well, it's hard to be honest or to lie. They all don't believe the truth. If I'm honest or if I complain that things didn't go well. Mia often got such comments on YouTube, so she was always confused and didn't know what to do. But animals are different. You can tell a dog just by looking at its tail. That's also why I really wanted to visit Eunyoung Sunbae's house. But putting that aside, we didn't just come to look around. Kanglum asked, bewildered. How, what do you mean? It turned out they were taking photos. People were lining up to take pictures. Kanglum was embarrassed. Why do we have to wear these costumes at a cafe? Mia said excitedly. A famous celebrity came here and took a picture with animal headbands and it became a hit on Instagram, making it the cafe's symbol. Plus, wearing these animal headbands is considered cosplay. Kanglum made a disgusted face. I can't understand these people. Mia burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Mia Uni seems right. If Sunbae is embarrassed, you'll just look like a bystander. With this headband, Mia will be even cuter. It works well, Sunbae, doesn't it? Kanglum turned his head, looking at the cosplay outfits. I told you I don't like cats. She continued to joke. Kanglum, Sunbae, do you happen to have a cat allergy too? Kanglum immediately cut her off. Hey, aren't you joking too much? Mia enticed. Sunbae, you should try this on quickly. It would really suit you. Every time I went to the salon, that's all I thought about. Honestly, Sunbae, you would look really cool if you swept your hair to one side like this. Kanglum wondered why she cut him off. Nothing. Never mind, Mia thought. Rather, I feel like I've become weaker. It's not that Sunbae has become more skillful. Have I fallen for Sunbae again? the staff called out loudly. Next customer will guide you to the photo zone. Kanglum replied, yes, but at this moment Mia collapsed onto Kanglum's lap and lost consciousness. Kanglum was flustered. Hey you Mia, wake up quickly, the staff continued to call out and Kanglum lost his patience. He lifted Mia. Ah, that's enough, Mia secretly exclaimed. No, maybe Sunbae has become a Casanova. Kanglum retorted, what are you talking about? It's all your fault. The two posed for a photo. The picture was developed immediately. Mia was very excited. He. This is our first photo together. I'm going to frame it and put it on my desk. Kanglum glanced at it and said, take a picture and send it to me too. Mia covered her mouth. It doesn't seem bad to have come back early. Actually, since yesterday I've been thinking about doing something for Sunbae, but I didn't have time to prepare and there was nothing suitable. Please think of this perfect date as a gift. This was my goal for today. Kanglum smiled. Hearing her words, I also feel relieved. I was asking myself if this was the only solution. Maybe in Yumia's heart she linked arms with Kanglum and said excitedly, Sunbae, I'll take you there. Let's go quickly. Sunbae must be hungry too, right? I made a reservation in advance to avoid any mistakes today, but when we arrived the store was closed. Mia said in disbelief, did they miss my reservation? The staff bowed their heads in apology. We are truly sorry. A new employee at the restaurant made a mistake. All tables are currently reserved. Our sincerest apologies. Kanglum changed direction. This won't do. Shall we try somewhere else? Mia agreed. Shall we try another place then? But that place was also closed. She looked blank. Another place was under construction and another shop was on break. The two stood there hungry. Mia said, eating noodles, it's truly a disaster. Why did everything turn out this way? Kanglum comforted her. It's okay. These things happen. Mia covered her head. No, what I just said was wrong. Everything was fine before, but why do I always choose the wrong path? If it were tarot cards I'd know the answer, but now nowhere seems right. Kanglum suggested, shall we go over there? That place is for couples, isn't it? Couples went inside. She asked, disbelieving her eyes. Really? Kanglum nodded. Isn't it great for killing time? Mia denied it. No. I'm too confused, like I'm competing with a colleague or I'm unprepared. Kanglum waved his hand. Just as a doctor has to go to the hospital when sick and can't operate on themselves and a hairdresser can't cut their own hair, you can't read your own fortune. But the fortune teller spoke. Oh ho, come in, don't hesitate. Are you too curious about love? That's right. She was still enthusiastic. It's okay, this old lady doesn't deceive anyone. It's completely different from the tarot cards they do at school. That's just child's play. Mia smiled dangerously. Really, Grandma, child's play? I'm really curious about your skills. Kanglum looked at that, terrified. Look at that child's reaction. They went into the fortune teller's tent. The old lady was very kind. Good. Let's see. Kanglum was surprised. We haven't said anything yet. The fortune teller cut him off. It's okay if you don't say anything. I can get everything right, she said. Oh young man, you were born with a destiny of hardship. Actually, you don't need any special abilities to tell the situation or environment of customers. Anyone can do it with methods like cold reading and a few techniques. So it's no surprise if I get it right. The fortune teller sighed. Oh dear, you're a college student worried about your grades, I see. Kanglum shook his head. Oh no, I'm still a high school student, she guessed again. You seem to be worried about money problems, he was unsure. Not necessarily. The fortune teller continued to ramble. Oh, I see you're a track and field athlete, he denied it. No, I just exercise to stay in shape. She guessed that he seemed to yearn for something. Kanglum stammered. Not necessarily. The fortune teller was confused by his answer. She laughed loudly. Hey, this is too difficult. The two bowed their heads in condemnation. Isn't Grandma too bad? In Mia's eyes, this Grandma wasn't even at an amateur level. Even saying that was too generous. The Grandma changed direction. All right, now it's this young lady's turn. What's troubling you? Kanglum said in disbelief. So my turn is over? Mia began to explain. Am I loved by too many people? Plus, I don't really have any special interests. The fortune teller asked again, suspiciously. Really? You're not truly lost at the first crossroads you faced? She was startled. The fortune teller said again, you've always been led by fate and family matters and now you're just taking your first steps. You must be flustered. You can't understand everything even if you're born into it. Mia apologized angrily. But what do you know, Grandma? The fortune teller smiled gently. Oh ho, me, I know everything about you. My child, isn't anxiety or dizziness. You'll probably realize soon enough that all this is unnecessary worry. She said theatrically. Let's meet again next time. We're open 24 hours, Kanglum admitted. That's right, she's really unique, Mia complained. It was a complete waste of time. I told you it was a scam. She suddenly hid behind Kanglum as if something had occurred to her. Kanglum wondered, what's wrong? From a distance Mia saw a girl. The girl kept staring at an object. Kanglum wondered, is it because of that girl? Who is she? Mia explained. She's my Unnie. A senior from our school who came to me for dating advice. She had a crush on a college lecturer and asked me for a tarot card reading, but the result was a bit ambiguous. I just vaguely told her because I couldn't give a clear answer. Her friends probably egged her on to confess, Kanglum asked. But the result wasn't good, was it? Mia continued. But just complaining wasn't enough, it seemed. She started gossiping behind my back. She's one of those troublemakers I mentioned before. Honestly, service industries have to deal with the worst customers, Kanglum said. But there's nothing to be ashamed of. Why are you hiding? Mia said calmly. The reason Sunbae should avoid her is because she's scary or dirty. Let's take another path. I don't want to ruin our date, I'm sure of it. If they see me they'll say I ruined their love life and now Sunbae. Kanglam approached her without hesitation. Mia was startled. Huh, Sunbae, why are you doing that? Kanglam approached the girl and spoke to her. The two talked happily after that. Kanglam pointed to Mia in the distance. The girl approached Mia. Mia was flustered. What is it now? The girl bowed her head and apologized. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. Mia was surprised. Me, the girl said shyly. You know, I ended up dating that college student. Mia was surprised. What? You said everything wasn't going well, the girl admitted. That's right, but a few days ago he contacted me. He said he was so embarrassed for not responding properly to my confession. Hey, we spent some time getting to know each other over the holidays. It's all thanks to you, honey. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I acted so childishly, gossiped about you, and bad-mouthed you in front of people, but I'll take responsibility. I'll correct it. I'll tell everyone that your abilities are truly outstanding and that they should definitely seek your advice. Mia was embarrassed. Yes. Mia wondered, by the way, Kanglam Sunbae, how did you know? How did you tell Ani that? Kanglam said calmly. Well, she was looking around and especially at the men's store she was hesitatingly looking at items like watches and hats on display. There were also a couple items so I figured everything was resolved, the girl admitted. That's right, it's his birthday soon. He. Mia wondered how Kanglam could be so observant. The girl took something out. I don't think this is a reward, but I'll give you these tickets. What? I won them at the 10th anniversary event. I was going to go with my friends to cheer up after being rejected, but I don't need them anymore. Mia recognized the place. She froze, then thanked them happily. It turned out to be Minhyo amusement park tickets. Mia was surprised. I can't believe it. That amusement park we went to before, how can these coincidences keep happening? I thought the amusement park was closed when the booking department got caught. But then I coincidentally met that strange fortune teller. I thought I had wasted money on an amateur. And I coincidentally met that troubled Sunbae, but I received an apology and a gift, and it turned out the gift was amusement park tickets. Seriously, I can't believe it. Kanglam explained, basically our lives are connected by these coincidences. So my casual conversation could also be true, Mia corrected. That doesn't work for me. Sunbae should give up that thought. The reception staff came out and asked, welcome, some of our rides will be closing soon. Is that all right? Kanglam replied, well, we've been here before, so it should be fine. The reception staff said cheerfully, great, come on in, have a good time. The amusement park was quite noisy. Kanglam took out a notebook. If we move quickly, we can ride about 2. What should we ride? But after a moment, I think we should watch the 10th anniversary parade. Mia pointed her finger in the distance. If I have to choose. I want to ride that, Sunbae. I tried to ride it last time, but I couldn't. Kanglam laughed. A classic choice. It was the Ferris wheel. The two waited in line and entered. Kanglam praised, indeed the view at night is truly beautiful. I'd only seen it in stories. Is this your first time riding it? Have you ridden it before when you were little? I can't remember. How about you? Did you want to ride this? Is it as you expected? She fell into thought. Kanglam wondered. Why did she suddenly go quiet? Because of this, I'm suddenly wide awake and so embarrassed. The Ferris wheel is an irresistible spot for couples, isn't it? It's enclosed, quiet, no one around, and it goes on for a long time. And just before going up, excessive displays of affection were prohibited. Lammy spoke up. Sunbae, Kanglam was startled. Why? She looked at him obediently. Outside, 2 guards stood, and inside the sound of knocking on the door still echoed. Lammy's mother slightly opened the door and spoke inside. Remember your wrongdoings. Reflect for 3 days. Lammy sat still on a chair in the room. The noisy sounds from the window caught her attention. Lammy immediately got up and looked out the window. From above she could see children playing. Then she sadly went back inside. She yearned for freedom. Returning to the present, Lammy called Kanglam. Sunbae, he flinched slightly. Why? Lammy looked straight at him and said seriously. About that, I think I've decided what I want to do, whether to accept that offer or not. And what I want to do in the future too. Kanglam asked again, intending to give her more time to think. Oh really? You can think more. As I said yesterday, there's no need to rush. Lammy smiled slightly. I decided a long time ago. It's okay, it's not like that. The answer was always there, I was just hesitant to say it. Lammy recalled the past and spoke her mind. Like that fortune teller Grandma said, I was afraid to move forward on my own, and I was afraid of making the wrong choice like I did with the people I consulted. She sat opposite Kanglam, covering her mouth with one hand and whispering, but today Sunbae showed me. He listened and was slightly surprised. Me, what did I do? I've been quiet all day today, haven't I? Kanglam was quite cautious about saying such things to Lammy. He didn't want to appear too arrogant, and especially didn't want to influence her future. He thought it wasn't right to give advice when no one asked, so he remained silent. He let out a faint sigh and looked at her with serious eyes. Perhaps you want to exact revenge yourself. Am I taking away what you should do? Lammy replied, half sincerely, half jokingly. Hey, don't talk about taking away, it's not like that. Of course I want to scold them and teach them a lesson myself. Then Lammy covered her face with one hand, looking shy and flustered. She continued, but more importantly, the fact that Sunbae tried to do something for me makes me much happier. Kanglam seemed a bit awkward hearing her say that. He scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Really? Then I'm much less worried. She rested her face in both hands and continued. Her fangs were visible. And what's this about giving advice or taking something away? Couples share their lives with each other. In a way, my life is also a part of Sunbae's life after all. This bait was lethal. Kanglam's face turned red with embarrassment. His voice also stammered. Hey, don't say that. Why is everyone suddenly skipping so many steps? Lammy smiled even brighter seeing him say that. Now you're even mentioning the unis? At this he turned his face in another direction as if annoyed. Ah, so you've decided to do that? Lammy looked at him playfully. Sunbae is really stiff, aren't you? But today's a happy day, so I'll let it slide. Returning to a serious expression, Lammy looked out again. First, I'll decline ICC's offer. Not because I dislike it, but because I want to do something else. Konglum asked. Really? What do you want to do? Suddenly, Mia lowered her head and was quiet. Unlike usual, her hands were clenched so tightly they trembled. She hesitated. That, she just shyly replied. I want to travel the world. I want to meet many people and give them advice. Konglum listened and stared at her blankly for a moment. What did you say? Lammy recalled her childhood and continued. From the age of 5, the adults in my family dragged me everywhere, but no matter which country I went to, I was always confined to my room. At this, Lammy was seen staring blankly at the light outside the window. During that time, I was always curious about the scenery outside the window. It was after she saw children playing outside. So after I'm completely free, I want to see those things. Back then, young Lammy stood at the window watching with surprised eyes. Returning to reality, she was also looking out the window, but now with a brighter expression, seeing the world outside the window with her own 2 eyes. Lammy's eyes held many dreams and aspirations. She proudly declared she would become a YouTuber and a digital nomad, and I want to become more perfect by directly counseling people. At this, the view outside the window she was looking at was a bustling street scene. Lammy continued, because while I was reading tarot cards, every time I saw people gain strength, I genuinely felt happy. Konglum, who had been itching to speak until now, quickly explained, I mean not right now. Of course I'm preparing now, and I plan to go after graduation, Lammy explained, still waving her hands in embarrassment. It's just an idea for now, I just thought of it yesterday, it's just a rough plan. But she trailed off and hesitated. Afraid that he might misunderstand, she asked again, How is it? Is it strange? Konglum's lips curled up slightly. He still kept his mouth tightly shut. Suddenly he burst into loud laughter. Surrender, surrender. Lammy, seeing this, was very angry and shouted, What? Why are you laughing? Konglum was still excited but explained, No, I'm not laughing at you. From the moment you decided to dedicate yourself to tarot, I was already thinking about the fate of the world. How should I put it? It's really like you, Lammy. Bold. Hearing him say that, she finally thought she didn't need to worry. Lammy pouted with a gloomy expression. Seriously, how dare you tease me? Seeing Konglum laugh so brightly, she thought to herself, but now I know that hesitation is meaningless. Taking today as an example, and recalling her past self who was angry because of bad things, Lammy thought, good things instantly turn bad and things I thought were bad turn around. That grandma was really right. While thinking, Lammy suddenly remembered something. She exclaimed, and pulled out a few cards, holding them up. That's right, Sunbae, just this once I'll do a tarot reading for you. Konglum asked again, surprised. Here, why suddenly? Lammy looked at him brightly, watching the cards in her hand, and replied, I've never done a tarot reading for Sunbae before, so I think now's the time. Please be my first customer for my new beginning. Konglum hesitated slightly. He clearly thought it was because of the loop. Despite his hesitation, he agreed. Okay, all right, but didn't you say you couldn't see anything about me earlier? Lammy glanced at him and said playfully, That's right, but this is just for fun. She quickly spread the cards on the table. I'll read Sunbae's overall fortune for the year. First, please pick 2 cards from these. Konglum looked at the cards quite nervous and said, This card and maybe this one too. She set aside the 2 cards he picked. Okay, now leave these 2 cards you picked aside and pick one more from here. He asked, One more? Konglum raised a hand to his chin and hesitated. Not this one, this one. The feeling is, that's not it. Konglum looked at her, flustered, and asked, But what's the SSR rate for these? Lammy told him, This isn't a gotcha game, Sunbae. In the end, he closed his eyes and randomly picked up 1 card. Was I wrong? Then let's see. This, Lammy picked up the card he had just drawn and said jokingly, As expected of Sunbae, all the cards you pick are you, Sunbae. Now let's look at the 2 cards you picked first. The Hermit card. People often think of the Hermit as a lonely person or an outsider. But that's not it. More than anything, the Hermit is often depicted in a positive light, like a seeker or a prophet. So the card shows someone holding a lamp and moving forward alone in a place with no one else. If Sunbae wants to understand it as an outsider, it's more like a voluntarily solitary outsider. Doesn't it remind you of a famous character? Lammy unfolded the 2nd card. The Wheel of Fortune card. She analyzed it for Konglum. You see the blue circle behind it? That represents a cyclical life. This card signifies an end and repetition, implying that the current situation will continue in the future. If it appears with a card representing suffering, it could be interpreted negatively. But if you connect it with the card Sunbae picked, it can be seen as a fortunate situation, Konglum guessed. So it means the same state continues. Lammy held a deck of cards in one hand and focused her gaze on the card spread on the chair. Yes, overall, Sunbae seems to have made a definite decision about something and is firmly walking the path you've chosen. Konglum snatched the card and Lammy added a few words to prevent him from feeling anxious. As long as Sunbae doesn't regret or look back, this can be called the most ideal combination. So keep moving forward with more confidence. He looked at the card in his hand, but his face was filled with worry. It's so accurate, I have nothing to say. You didn't see the card in my hand, did you? You just said whatever came to mind, right? Lammy looked at him with a pure and innocent expression, and her lips curled up slightly. Well, I already know what card Sunbae picked. Sunbae, do you know? Lammy guessed that the card Kanglum was holding in his hand was the lover's card. He was so surprised that his eyes widened and he couldn't believe how accurately she had guessed. How did you know? Even outside the Ferris wheel compartment, sounds from inside could be heard. Lammy suddenly rushed into Kanglum's arms and clung tightly to him. Then she asked, how did I know? Lammy gently leaned on his shoulder and whispered, Sunbae, you're the one I chose. The card scattered and fell to the floor. She sat close, placed her hand on Kanglum's chest and continued, to become my fated person. Among the cards scattered on the floor, many lovers' cards were visible. Perhaps this was something Lammy had orchestrated for Kanglum. In the distance, the Ferris wheel still glowed with lights against the night sky. Suddenly a sound came from the speaker. Manhwa Land's 10th anniversary event will be held shortly. For the comfortable viewing of our passengers, our Ferris wheel will be suspended for 5 minutes. In such an awkward situation, a confident smile was all that was needed. It seems I missed this parade, but seeing it from here is suddenly... Lammy pointed forward with her finger and shouted, Ah, Sunbae. At this, several fireworks shot into the night sky. The fireworks soared high into the sky and burst into brilliant colors. Below the spectacular sight of the fireworks, everyone below stood watching in excitement. Suddenly, Kanglum and Lammy looked outside, very flustered. Below, people were flocking towards the street performance, making loud noises. A cotton candy fell to the ground. Lammy said to herself, Thank you, Sunbae, thanks to you I realized. The child who dropped the cotton candy was flustered and crying. That good moments and bad moments can be swapped at any time. Lammy's past self came to mind. It all depends entirely on my choice, just as the shadows of darkness had always plagued her life. The most terrible and worst days I went through eventually led me to Sunbae's side, Lammy continued. But when I decided to stand up and fight for myself, in her memory, a strong Lammy stood up and said, I want to live for myself, not for others. That brought me happy times. At this, the two were enjoying the splendid fireworks together. Kanglum happily watched the fireworks. Wow, this is the second time I've watched fireworks with you. Lammy looked up at him. Like this, then my choice this time. As she suddenly approached him and confessed her love to Kanglum. Sunbae, I like you. He looked back at her blankly. She raised her hand and touched his forehead. Then she stood on her tiptoes. Outside, splendid fireworks were bursting, and inside the Ferris wheel their affectionate figures were reflected. Kanglum bent his knees so that Lammy could stand on her tiptoes and gently kiss his forehead. She maintained that kissing posture for about a few seconds. Finally, Lammy let go. She looked at Kanglum warmly and added 3 words, very much so. Kanglum's face was still flushed and he touched his forehead. He cried out in surprise. Why like that? Lammy said. Oh, and Sunbae start studying English today, he asked again. What? Why? Lammy said innocently. Of course, did you think I'd let my cute junior travel the world alone? It'll be boring if I go alone, so let's go together like companions. Kanglum felt something was wrong and retorted, wait, my future was just decided for me. Outside, the fireworks haven't ended yet. Ah, right, this is an act of violence against our APC oath. Ah well, I've already violated it, so I guess it's fine to continue. Kanglum's scream echoed inside the Ferris wheel. Ah wait, her phone rang at that moment. It was an international call. As soon as she answered, the other person loudly shouted, Lammy, it's me, help me. Quickly, the situation's a bit complicated now. Nonsense burst out. In the past the two mother and daughter fought, but we are family. I'll give you one last chance. Before the other person could hang up, Lammy furiously retorted, What kind of family? Considering everything you've put me through until now, I don't even consider you family. Die, you damn bitch. Even after hanging up, Lammy was still so angry that smoke seemed to be coming out of her, but it felt good to curse so freely. Kanglum looked around uneasily, holding his phone, hesitating. But where should I go? Eunyoung said I'd know when she arrived. While he was confused, someone behind him said, Mr. Na Kanglum, please come this way. Everyone around them judged her, saying, Is she a maid? She politely bowed her head. You need to go through the private gate. I will guide you. Kanglum was bewildered. How, you're here? The woman asked again. Do you have any other luggage? He replied. No, I left everything behind, so I have nothing else. She quickly turned and led the way. Then, please come this way. Kanglum was a little confused and surprised. I thought you'd always be by Eunyoung's side. The maid, with half her face covered by her long hair, turned her single visible eye to Kanglum and said, Don't worry, I'm everywhere. He was quite surprised to hear this. What? You're joking, right? It's not some ominous sign, is it? Kanglum carefully asked again. Oh right, speaking of which, I just remembered. What about Ju Lammy? She said she was going alone, but she hasn't arrived yet. Kanglum sat down and called Lammy. What? You're staying here? Are you sure? Why? Lammy's voice came from the other end of the phone. Honestly, it was really fun. I spent over a day with Sunbae, didn't I? On this end, Lammy was holding a few boxes and talking on her phone. So I don't think I need to go back, and I need to tidy up my house. Besides, about that promise I mentioned, I'm a little scared of being caught or breaking it. On the other end, Kanglum replied, Because of you, I can't even ask what that promise was about. She hugged the boxes with both hands, tilted her head, and replied into the phone, It's about not acting alone. Because think about it, that night in the Ferris wheel, Lammy was wiping sweat with one hand and holding her phone with the other. Anyway, our feelings got heated, didn't they? Kanglum interrupted her from the other end of the call. Don't exaggerate as if you want to be misunderstood. She kept thinking, no, something definitely happened, didn't it? On this end, he spoke cautiously, feeling uncomfortable that the maid behind him might hear. Oh, that's because of you. Kanglum covered his mouth with his hand and spoke very softly. Hey, if I don't go because of you, then what about me? If I get caught, I'll be the only one in trouble, right? Lammy told him how to deal with it. Sunbae is good at that kind of thing. Just say it was a coincidence, he shouted into the phone. Do you think that will work? It's too nonsensical and unconvincing, Lammy in a hurry said into the phone. Sunbae, I have to hang up. The furniture company I ordered from is calling. Sunbae, you too, comfortably. Oh, okay, then I'll hang up. Take care. He hung up the phone. Lammy happily mumbled to herself, I'll invite you properly after I've decorated my house next time. I'm really looking forward to it. Sunbae. People were lining up in front of a takeout cafe. The girlfriends were all sitting together. Eun-young stared at her phone and said, toast and coffee. Honey seems to have just left. He's expected to arrive tomorrow morning our time, Mia stammered with an uneasy expression. Tomorrow morning. Eun-young instead said calmly, there's a problem. Eun-young sighed. Right, the travel schedule has been shortened. Including the return trip, there are only 2 days left, so unfortunately only 2 of the 4 of us can spend a day with Honey, Nari agreed with her. If we divide a day it loses its meaning, and everyone's busy so we can't extend the time. Eun-young brightened up again. Right, so I'll drop out first. Everyone's eyes widened. Mia opened her mouth wide and asked, are you serious? She was still confident in her decision and quite happy. Yes, I can go on a separate trip with Honey anytime. I'm just postponing my turn a bit, Nari interjected. Then now she suggested another method which surprised everyone again. If one more person drops out, the problem will be solved. Nari suddenly raised her hand and suggested, so I'll drop out. Eun-young was bewildered by this decision and inadvertently said Nari. She explained her decision. I kept playing because I didn't want to lose, but I actually thought it would be beneficial in the end. Of course, missing out on a date at the resort is very regrettable, but it's okay. Mia and Shirin were both surprised at the same time by Nari's words, so the 2 unnies can enjoy yourselves instead of me. The scene changed to Kanglum rushing. As soon as he met Mia, she shouted angrily, You're late. Kanglum was taken aback. Late? Why do you always say that out of habit? I arrived right on time. The flight also arrived on schedule. Mia, still angry, pushed a cup in front of him. Don't talk back, drink it quickly, it's melting. He was startled and bewildered. Is that why you're angry? What kind of juice is this time? Thanks. Kanglum chuckled. She said it was mango juice. Kanglum drank the mango juice Mia gave him with relish and said, I always feel energized when I meet you. Mia put one hand on her hip and asked coolly, You heard about the schedule too, right? He replied, drinking the juice. Yeah, I heard it on the way here, but I'm not sure if it's accurate. I don't compare myself to others, it feels like I'm being dragged around by everyone. Even if it's just for now, she said, still angry at him. What, are you saying you don't want to go on a date with me? Kanglum looked at her expression and replied, If so, I'll take it as a good thing. He smiled at Mia holding the juice in one hand and asked, So where shall we go today? He reached out his hand to her. She softened a little and placed her hand in his. Quite brazen, he held her hand and said flatteringly, It's all thanks to you guys. The scene changed to a fruit vendor. The surroundings were noisy. I can't believe there's a place like this near the hotel. Kanglum and Mia were walking down the street. He looked around and asked, This is just an ordinary market. Why are we here? She replied, I didn't come to buy something for myself. I want to buy souvenirs for others, she thought to herself. Maybe because I came with you this time I feel a little indebted. I hope you'll help me choose some fruit. Kanglum said, but usually people buy souvenirs at the airport. It's like an unwritten rule. Mia heard this and turned to him coolly. So you were tired of orange chocolate, weren't you? He saw her expression and immediately flinched. That's also delicious. How should I put it? Mia looked around. Which one should I choose? Then she pointed to a hat shop. That looks interesting over there. She said something to the hat shop owner and the owner also replied to her. Kanglum listened from the side, unable to understand what either of them was saying. He helplessly uttered his true thoughts. Really, you speak English too? Aren't there too many English speakers in our group? Hearing this, she teased him. Sunbae, you can't even speak this much English? Mia, her spirits high, put her hands on her hips and said, It can't be helped. This Unnie will have to guide the way today. He looked at her brazen attitude and said exasperated, Seriously, she's showing off at every opportunity. She put a wide-brimmed hat on Kanglum's head, making him bewildered. She asked, How is it? But is it possible to choose based on size? She still said with an arrogant attitude. Oh, this is Sunbae's gift, Kanglum. Of course it is. I'm giving it to you as a thank you gift for helping me choose things. What's so strange about it? He was still bewildered. Really? She smiled brightly and looked at him. This is why it's good to hang out with older people. Didn't you know? As the two turned to leave, the hat shop owner said something and Mia's face turned red. Kanglum didn't understand and asked, What did the owner say? She, her face flushed, couldn't look him straight in the eye. The owner thought we were a couple. He said he had some couple hats too. Kanglum playfully asked, Why are you embarrassed to be mistaken for a couple with us? Kanglum playfully suggested, Let's also look at the couple items. Are you talking about this? She shouted angrily at the owner, and the owner just laughed loudly. Mia, her face still red, scowled and shouted. Kanglum immediately chastised her. I know you're swearing too. Don't say things like that. She furiously turned to him. That trick won't work anymore. Are you crazy? To calm Mia's anger, Kanglum put a hat on her head. There, does this fit? The two wore hats together, each in a different color. She held up a flashy shirt to his body. Then the two walked past a fruit stall with large durians. Next, the two opened a durian together. The smell was terrible, making both of them grimace. Continuing on, the two walked down the street together. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and wrapped around Mia's shoulder, startling her. Kanglum very naturally put his arm around her shoulder. She stared at him. Then the two tried on couple glasses together. They were stylish black glasses. Mia was sweating profusely due to the pile of gifts. Both of them carried numerous shopping bags in both hands, walking with difficulty. Kanglum held a huge pile of her luggage and complimented her. "You're also loved by older people, aren't you? The freebies we received are incredible." Mia moved closer to him, smiled brightly, and fiddled with her newly bought earrings to attract his attention. They were very stylish earrings. He moved closer and asked, "Do you like them that much?" She still maintained an indifferent and cool attitude. "Oh well, they're okay. I quite like them because Sunbae chose them." Kanglum looked at her and casually continued, "And the owner explained that they're always popular jewelry in this city." "Really? I just picked them because they were pretty." At this, Mia showed a soft and elegant expression. "Lapis lazuli is a gemstone that symbolizes growth, and it's the color of the sea in this city. This is an advanced city surrounded by beaches, so it holds even greater meaning for the people here." She smiled shyly. "So I like it too." Kanglum saw that she seemed satisfied. "It's good to see you smile like that. This is the first time I've seen you with earrings and looking like this." In less than 3 seconds, Mia returned to her original arrogant self. What are you talking about?" She held out her hand to him and said, "Give me the shopping bags, I'll carry some." Kanglum also handed her the luggage and said, There, hide that embarrassed face." She quickly excused herself. "Didn't I say I have a different personality?" Mia said by way of excuse. "I just get more confident when I wear earrings and then I end up saying things I shouldn't." She coolly continued, "Like I like Sunbae, for example. He was always powerless against her. Are you going to keep using that as your trump card?" After finishing their conversation, the two walked together. A hand reached out and quietly followed the two. 3 black-clothed masked men were following them. Mia raised her hand and fiddled with her newly bought earrings. She held and caressed them, then said, "But I feel like the boundaries are blurring." Kanglum, carrying a pile of shopping bags, asked again, "What? Whether you wear earrings or not?" She replied softly, "That's right, I feel empty without earrings, but I also feel relieved." Mia looked up at him with shining eyes. "If everything had gone on as before, my life as a celebrity would have been really difficult, and I might have gotten involved with many people." Suddenly, Mia looked at him and smiled brightly. "All of this is thanks to Kanglum Sunbae, and thanks to our APC friends." Kanglum also gently replied, "No, it's not that, it's because of you." As the two were talking, someone suddenly rushed from behind, cutting between them, startling both. Looking at the back of the person who ran past, Kanglum was puzzled. Did something happen to that person? Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to Mia and asked worriedly, "Are you hurt?" She was still dumbfounded. No, I'm fine. That person must have been in a big hurry." Hearing that, he stepped forward. "Even so, it's not right to leave without an apology." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Kanglum asked again, "Hey Mia, where did the thing in your hand go?" She looked down at her hand and suddenly screamed, "Where's my earring?" It was just in my hand." And the two were still bewildered, not understanding why the earring had disappeared. By the time they realized, it was too late. The two screamed, "We were robbed!" Mia cried out in worry. "What do I do? Was it that person just now?" Kanglum quickly scanned ahead to see how far the person had run. "Definitely. Damn it, I should have been more careful. I was too careless, laughing and chatting." Mia gritted her teeth in anger. He quickly stopped her. "Mia, stop. It'll be dangerous to blindly chase a thief. Usually this kind of robbery involves bringing in others to commit the theft. First, we need to." Suddenly he paused. At that moment Mia's tears flowed, and Kanglum's heart also ached seeing a woman cry. So he put down his shopping bags and said to Mia, "Hold my things for a moment." She still said "Ha" in a daze. He took off his hat and his eyes were cold. "I'll catch that bastard." The thief who stole the earring was running very fast. She held up the earring and it sparkled brightly. Cautiously the thief looked back. Among the people on the street, Kanglum was desperately chasing. His feet blending into the crowd, he ran very fast, chasing the thief to retrieve the earring from Mia. The thief was still smug. "I've done this many times. Do you think you can catch me?" And the thief lowered her head and ran very far. Kanglum was also desperately chasing from behind. At a 3-way intersection, the thief turned in another direction. Kanglum also followed in that direction, trying hard not to lose her. When the thief arrived at a fruit stall, she recklessly scattered piles of fruit to block the way. When Kanglum arrived, he quickly dodged the flying fruit piles, preventing his path from being blocked. The thief ran onto a main road where cars were crowded ahead. The thief risked her life to cross between the busy cars. When she crossed to the other side, a traffic jam had already occurred. A hand reached down and Kanglum quickly jumped over several cars to chase after her. The thief looked back and saw Kanglum closing in. She was startled. "What the hell is that guy? How is he catching up to me?" Ahead, a crowd was bustling. And the thief decided, and she jumped over the people and ran. Having passed through there, she landed safely and easily. She thought she had shaken off Kanglum, who was chasing from behind, and looked back with a sneer. Suddenly, Kanglum leaped forward, lunging to grab her. She reacted quickly and managed to evade him. The thief glanced at him and evaluated internally. "What, damn it, I just wanted to steal and run, but I guess I can't. If you want to get hurt so badly, I won't stop you." The thief quickly turned in another direction and ran away fast. Kanglum chased after her, and he muttered, "I saw this guy enter this alley," carefully observing his surroundings with each step. Suddenly something caught his eye and he froze, staring. 2 more masked men appeared. Were they accomplices of the thief who stole Mia's earring? 1 more unmasked man appeared, and they looked dangerous. Facing these people, Kanglum thought to himself, "All right, I expected this might happen. In this kind of situation, the only thing I can rely on is the loop." But the problem is this isn't an ESW episode. Recalling his text message with Gehi, Kanglum thought that while he might have been very afraid before, he wasn't now. It was certainly true before the trip began and before resolving the issues with the Yu family. He glared at the villains in front of him. At least now I know I can make this into a loop. The masked men suddenly rushed at Kanglum trying to attack him. And facing them, Kanglum now had nothing to fear. One of them punched Kanglum and he quickly dodged. A faint afterimage of Kanglum brushed past and he focused his strength into his fist. There were a total of 5 villains. At this point they had surrounded Kanglum and one of them rushed to hit him again. But he was bewildered, saying, what is this? Why are they so slow? Kanglum's eyes widened and he realized. No, it's not that, it's that I've gotten used to it. He recalled the time when he had constantly fought in the long loop with the Yakuza. Even if not physical strength, his senses or at least his observational skills had improved. At this point all the villains looked exhausted and in pain. Kanglum looked at his powerful hands and said excitedly, "Oh really? So I can get even stronger now?" At this point they said something to each other and they simultaneously pulled out sharp knives, glaring at him with malicious eyes. Kanglum crossed his arms and looked at them with a sneer. "Your knives are a bit short, aren't they? Really cute. Now those knives will be useless." The villain's eyes rolled back and they remained motionless. The sky was still clear and below only the sounds of fighting could be heard as if amidst a thick smoke. The sound of punches echoed continuously. And finally one was struck down and lay motionless. The remaining few were also collapsed as if near death. Kanglum panted, saying, "Damn it, a knife is still a knife. I was too overconfident and suffered some meaningless pain." He looked down at the villains lying on the ground and muttered to himself, "But there was no truly meaningless pain. What if I hadn't had previous experience?" Suddenly a scream was heard. Kanglum rushed towards the source of the sound. He asked Mia, startled, "What's wrong?" Mia was desperately holding on to the person who stole her earring. "I won't let go, give me back my earring." Mia, in tears, held onto the thief and screamed, "Do you know how precious that is to me? Give it back." The thief gritted her teeth in anger. "This girl," she clenched her fist intending to hit Mia, but before she could do anything, Kanglum arrived just in time and grabbed her hand. His eyes were cold. "It would be best if you stopped now. Your gang is finished." Kanglum and Mia cornered the thief against a wall and asked her something, to which she replied. Mia immediately retorted, really?" Kanglum, who was standing next to them, not understanding, hastily asked her, "What's going on? What is she saying?" Mia looked at him with a pitiable expression. "She says her father is very ill and there's no one to take care of him, so she had no other choice." Hearing that, Kanglum with a blank expression reminded her, "Enough, don't believe it. Stop with the nonsense and give back the earring. Who in this world isn't struggling?" Kanglum pressed close to the thief. He saw through her intentions. "No one here, there are people everywhere." The thief started to explain, feigning pity. He didn't understand and Mia translated. "She says she sold the earring to a passerby." Mia's mouth fell open in surprise upon hearing that. "What do I do? She already sold it to a fence?" Kanglum didn't believe a word of it. "Oh my god, another lie. Hey, search her. See where she hid it." Mia immediately searched the thief from head to toe. "It's not here. Maybe she's telling the truth." While Mia cried out in distress, Kanglum's head was pounding. He said, "Hey, take me to that guy." Upon arriving at a location, Mia pointed to a red-haired bearded man in an apron. She said, "That's him. She sold the earring to this person." Kanglum approached and asked, "Really? Are you sure?" When he looked back, the thief was already gone. She ran away again." He threw a money pouch in his hand and thought deeply, "I knew this would happen. Fortunately I came prepared." Thinking that, he said to Mia, "All right, let's ask that man first." She asked, puzzled, "Should we?" Kanglum approached the man and asked in a trembling voice. His voice stammered, "Excuse me, hello, excuse me." The man looked at him and asked, "Are you speaking Korean? But what does it matter if I'm a foreigner?" Kanglum started to explain the story. "Oh, you speak Korean. So this and that, I want to get that blue lapis lazuli earring back," the man said, displeased. "Don't argue. Why should I return something I bought?" Kanglum quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Suddenly his eyes sparkled as if he was about to do something. "But it's fine, I can sell it back to you at a reasonable price. You two don't look like you're short on money," Kanglum said unpleasantly. "You're really brazen. Should I call the police?" The man also provocatively said, "Go ahead and try. Do you think you can find that earring again?" Mia heard that and quickly negotiated. "Oh no, then how much is it?" He winked one eye. "But this is just an ordinary earring, but it's very intricately made." Suddenly a woman appeared from behind and hit him hard on the head. She shouted in anger, "Hey, this girl's Unnie just appeared and is angry, but this guy still hasn't changed." Unnie saw everything. The man immediately rushed. "Unnie, what are you doing now? And what about the store?" she said in a stern voice. "Unnie came to pick you up. Today we're short-staffed at the store." And the Unnie turned to Kanglum's group and smiled. "Oh, I'm really sorry. My brother is rude. I'll return it right away." Kanglum immediately thanked the Unnie and said, "By the way, you speak Korean very well." The Unnie replied kindly, "Well, my father came from Korea and settled here." After finishing speaking, the Unnie did a 360-degree turn and spoke to her brother in a stern voice. "Hey, give back the earring." The man was still stubborn and didn't want to return it. "No, this is legitimate business. Why should I?" Before she could finish, the Unnie threatened, "I'll tell Mom everything." At the mention of Mom, everyone flinched. Thinking again, the man confessed, "I can't return it to you too. I sold it to someone else." The Unnie turned back in surprise and asked, "Really?" Kanglum was also deflated upon hearing that. "Damn it, I'm going crazy." The man still had a very nonchalant expression. I just sold it because it didn't seem like anything special. It might be selling somewhere in that market over there. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Kanglum hastily asked for additional clues. Who did you sell it to? Where can I find them? At this point the man sighed. Enough. You two aren't familiar with this area. I'll find it for you instead. Wait here, Mia shouted excitedly. Really? He raised one eyebrow slightly and made a condition. But in the meantime you two have to help me watch the store. Kanglum stared blankly at him. What? The man seemed to be looking at him sincerely. Honestly, I regret it too, he mumbled again and asked. Do you think I knew it was stolen when I bought it? I also lost money, Kanglum said helplessly. You bought stolen goods from a fence and you don't know it? It's like saying you're drunk when you're not. Kanglum showed a displeased attitude. Are these people playing games with me? Mia had already bowed and apologized. Thank you, this earring is really important to me. I'd be very grateful if you could find it. And Mia innocently turned to the Unny. Unny, thank you. If it's okay, I'll help you. The Unny was also a little flustered. Thank you, but are you sure? She looked at Kanglum asking for his intention. Yes, I also have nothing to do while waiting. Kanglum, are you going back to the hotel first? Since he couldn't leave this girl alone, he decided to stay with her. If you say so, I'll help too. In a bar, many types of alcohol were displayed on a shelf. As soon as they entered the bar, Mia said in surprise, Wow, the atmosphere here is so warm, it feels like I've come overseas. The Unny also humbly replied, Really? Thank you. The Unny told Mia a few more things about the bar. Other people say that too. The shop was quite crowded during peak hours, but last weekend the staff went fishing together and all got food poisoning, so there was a shortage of people to work in the restaurant. The Unny turned to Mia and asked sternly, It would be great if you could help me with the billing and serving. Do you have any experience? She flinched and stammered. Oh, probably. I think I'll be fine. Mia vaguely recalled a scene where she played a chef. I've played a chef before, so I'll be fine. Kanglum, who was next to her, also worried about her. Will she be okay? The older sister agreed as well. Really? That's a relief. First, I need to get your clothes. Mia quickly changed into the clothes the older sister handed her. As soon as she finished dressing, she let out an exclamation. She stared mesmerized at her reflection in the new outfit, complimenting herself endlessly. This outfit is really cute, especially these skirt pleats. Kanglum also changed into different clothes. He walked out and casually complimented Mia. That style really suits you. She gave him a shy smile. Thanks, you look great too, Kanglum asked. Moreover, while you're at it, couldn't you show me something? He asked back, bewildered. Show me what? Mia approached and touched his hair. When we had that contest to see who could last the longest last time, everyone was talking about it. She stroked his bangs and whispered that Kanglum looked more handsome with his hair swept back. But we hardly ever get to see that. Kanglum made a resigned expression. Is that like a legendary Pokemon to you guys? You all really? Mia drew out her voice, speaking more sweetly. I understand what they're saying, but I think Kanglum looks best just the way he is. Then she let go of his hair, slowly backed away and smiled brightly at him. I don't think you've changed much. Kanglum hastily changed the subject. But more importantly, are you okay? It's too noisy here. Can you handle it? She asked back, bewildered. What do you mean? Kanglum worried. What do I mean? You don't even have your earrings. Can you do it? At that moment, Mia realized the reality, froze, understood everything and quickly screamed. Oh my god, I forgot I don't have my earrings. He immediately pressed her. You agreed recklessly without even thinking? Before she could even think of a solution, the older sister shouted, Hey, we're opening soon. Are both of you ready? Outside, Mia was silently crying. What should I do, Kanglum? This is a disaster. I was so comfortable with you that I forgot. She didn't cry in front of him. If I appear in front of people looking like this, Kanglum said casually without any reaction. You can't let this stop you. Then he put his hand on Mia's hair and said, Come here. She didn't understand what he was about to do. Why? Kanglum wrapped his arms around her head and braided her hair. Still dumbfounded by his actions, she stared wide-eyed, speechless. Kanglum worked on Mia's ear with her hair, then gently said, It can't replace what you gave, but it might make you feel a bit more comfortable. He let go of her hair, looked at her, and smiled slightly, encouraging her. Cheer up. Mia was deeply moved and almost cried. All right, I'll have to try to be stronger. It's probably a good opportunity to practice. At least no one here recognizes me, he replied. Oh right. Just then a customer opened the door and entered. Mia bravely went out to greet the customer. Okay, Kanglum, I'm going. I don't need your help, I can do it myself. Mia quickly rushed to the table and took the customer's order. Suddenly, the customer pointed at Mia's outfit and said something. Suddenly he got angry and tried to approach her, startling Mia and making her hair stand on end. Unable to bear it, she ran to Kanglum crying and shouting. He also understood her difficulty. Indeed, if it were as easy as it sounds, I wouldn't be going through such a hard time. Outside it was quite crowded with customers drinking and the atmosphere was very noisy. Mia was frantically serving drinks to customers, confused, saying, I'm on my way. Another customer raised a hand and called her. He said something. Mia hastily turned around and said, Just a moment. Not English, She clumsily stumbled and awkwardly replied to the customer, then unable to bear it, shouted, Please just wait a moment. Kanglum was serving with a very calm demeanor. And I'll help Mia. I'll take the order for table 4, 2 drinks for table 1. She said understood and thanked him. When customers raised their hands and said something again, Kanglum said, Need the bill, I'll be right there. He quickly went to the register and pressed something. They had already left the table and 2 drinks were on the windowsill. Seeing that he could understand the customers, Mia cautiously approached and asked, "Hey Kanglum, you can't speak English, right? But how could you communicate so easily?" He answered honestly. "I just rely on body language and intuition. Nodding means agreement and you use gestures. People don't pay as much attention to others as you think. Or to put it differently, you need to be a bit more shameless." Hearing that, Mia was intrigued. "That's really cool. I didn't think I'd be able to do it." Awkwardness was evident in Mia's face and gestures. "Perhaps I was afraid of making mistakes." Hearing that, Kanglum teased her. "Well, let's hear what the popular actress has to say." She hastily stopped him. "Sunbae, please don't tease me," he said. "I won't tease you anymore." At that moment he looked at her seriously and said, "Now that I'm saying it, perhaps that's why you were so disciplined. But the film production environment is sometimes too suffocating. You must have been used to that kind of atmosphere, right?" Mia looked up at him innocently and asked, "Really? So is it okay to act a bit more relaxed in this situation?" He replied, "Of course. Being serious at work is necessary," but he suddenly turned his back to her and said, "That doesn't mean everyone dies if you make a mistake, does it?" Mia listened blankly to what Kanglum had just said. She thought Kanglum spoke about everything too easily. She placed her hand on her chest and felt, "It might have been a bit scary at first, but that's why I feel it even more now." She looked at Kanglum, moved. "Thank you, I think I can do it." After the customers left, Mia was wiping down the tables and chairs. Just then, the older sister turned to Kanglum, curious, and asked, "Hey, I've been wondering for a long time. She's a celebrity, right?" He answered honestly, "How did you know she was an actress?" The older sister continued, "No, I didn't know that. But you can tell even without seeing it, can't you?" The older sister's lips curled up slightly into a smile. "A celebrity's aura captures everyone's attention." Kanglum glanced at Mia as if confirming the celebrity aura. He saw her slip and fall while carrying a few glasses and sarcastically said to her, "Why can't I feel that?" The older sister also saw it and laughed along. "Just kidding." The older sister sat, propping her chin on her hand, observing the direction of the clinking sounds. "But it's true, isn't it? People who work hard always make you want to cheer them on, and when you want to cheer someone on, your gaze unconsciously turns towards them." Just then, a red-faced man, seeing Mia sitting on the floor with a few glasses, said something and then slyly approached, trying to touch her. Kanglum immediately sensed an unfavorable situation and shouted, startling the man sober. In a moment of fear, Mia stared blankly as he stepped forward to protect her. He stood with one hand on his hip. "Yes, I understand what you're saying," the older sister also said casually. "Right?" The older sister turned back to Kanglum and reminded him again. "But if she's a popular actress, shouldn't your relationship be kept a secret?" "Haha." He blushed and hastily explained, "Hey, it's not what you're thinking, honey." All the customers had left and the dishes were cleared. The older sister laughed happily and complimented, "Both of you worked really hard." She narrowed her eyes, smiled brightly, and handed Mia an envelope. "It's not much, but it's your pay for today's hard work, take it." Mia immediately waved her hand. "Oh, I didn't do it for the money," the older sister continued cheerfully. "Hey, just take it. Thanks to you, all the customers enjoyed themselves. Even though you broke a few dishes. Haha." Since the older sister eagerly gave it, Mia didn't disappoint her and reached out her hand to take it. Honey, thank you." Kanglum, uninterested in money, asked the older sister, "But what about the earring? Did your brother perhaps?" The older sister immediately said, "Oh, don't worry." The older sister reassured both of them. She said they had stopped by earlier. "They'll probably be back soon." Just then a man opened the door and entered. He came back sweating profusely and reported, "Phew, that was really tough. Someone else had already bought it, so I had to pay more." He added, "Wouldn't it have been better to just buy a new one? I don't know why it's so important." But the two of them were dumbfounded upon hearing that. Then the man held out his hand. "Here, take it." He returned an earring to Mia, but it wasn't her real earring. The two reacted strongly as soon as they saw it. Something's wrong. They remembered that when they first met this man he had said, "It wasn't anything special, so I sold it right away." The man still couldn't understand, bewildered. Why, what's wrong? This isn't the earring." Kanglum also swore angrily. "That disgusting thief tricked us this far." He turned to the man with an angry, scowling face. "It must have disappeared somewhere else. Please tell me if there are any other stores nearby, and please watch our luggage." He also kindly said, "Oh, understood." Kanglum and Mia walked together, asking passers-by on the street about the earring, but without much success. Asking one person, they shook their head. Asking another, they knew nothing. Eventually, they went to find the person who stole Mia's earring. Kanglum angrily cornered her against the wall, and she confessed in fear. After that, the two wandered, searching for the earring's whereabouts until evening. Finally, the two met a girl. Mia translated the girl's words to Kanglum. "She says she'll ask her husband and asks us to wait a moment." Kanglum worried about her. But it's too late. Besides, your face has been pale for a while now." Seeing Mia didn't look well, he advised, "Why don't you just go back to the hotel first? I'll keep looking until I find it." Mia still tried to control herself. I'm fine. I'm more anxious than anyone." Worry was always evident on Mia's face. "I want to keep looking until I find it. If I lose it here, I'll regret it for the rest of my life." Kanglum gazed at her thoughtfully, his mind in a monologue. "I don't have the courage to just tell her to go back." Mia's past appearances flashed through his mind. "I know too well what that earring means to Mia." Many thoughts were in Kanglum's eyes. "Damn it, when I decided to go against the direction of ESW, I thought I was prepared for these sudden incidents, but it's still too difficult to resolve them." And he turned his gaze to the couple. "Fighting is another matter, but at least I could deal with it using the loop. But this, damn it. Kanglum stared blankly at the man's mouth. By constantly wandering around and asking the same questions, my ears have become more sensitive, and now I can understand everything that man is saying, even in English. Kanglum fell into a daze again. The blue teardrop-shaped earring he received then he looked back at Mia. The other earring was still dangling from her ear. He realized it had already been sold. Eventually the two left. Mia walked ahead and he followed behind. Mia's back clearly looked sad. Kanglum, I'm sorry for searching with me until late at night. Since it was sold to a tourist, there's no chance of getting it back now, Mia said, as if gently accepting reality. There's nothing we can do now, let's go back to the hotel. Kanglum silently bowed his head. Suddenly, Kanglum grabbed Mia's arm and she asked blankly before he spoke. His face was extremely tense. Then he forced a smile and suggested, shall we stop somewhere? Mia asked back. At this hour, the night scenery of this city was very splendid and colorful. A small corner of the night park was bustling with people, very lively. Kanglum and Mia walked side by side together. She looked around blankly, then inadvertently exclaimed his place. Kanglum looked at her and said, it's nothing special, but it's a worthwhile sight. Kanglum laughed shyly. I was looking for a date spot on the plane. I thought an ordinary tourist spot would be surprisingly fun. Many couples were walking and dating around them, and he added, and it's quite famous, so even this late at night there are a lot of people. Mia unexpectedly stood blankly for a long time. It's quite eye-catching. Suddenly, a deep yearning filled Mia's eyes, and a desire to become such a presence was evident. She recalled a childhood memory. The memory of sitting by her grandmother's sickbed excitedly watching a celebrity on TV and saying, I want to be a shining person like that too. At that time her grandmother next to her encouraged her. Of course our Mia can do it. But young Mia was gloomy. But I don't think I shine like that. Hearing that, her grandmother took off her earring. Then Grandma will work a little magic on Mia. When her grandmother put the earring on Mia's ear, she was silently moved. Mia looked up at the star-filled night sky and thought, Grandma, how are you? Grandma, are you watching over me? Mia looked up and smiled with a fluttering heart. Grandma, am I shining now? Enough to see her there. The night sky was high and twinkling with stars. Mia thanked her grandmother in her heart, but in reality she understood completely. Mia recalled her grandmother's image who used to smile gently at her. Grandma, you always encouraged and supported me, but I lost the gift you gave me. I'm sorry, she still comforted herself. But it's okay, Grandma, don't worry, it's really okay. I won't cry anymore. Kanglum was looking at her. I won't be the old me, because I'm not alone anymore. Kanglum took out his phone from his pocket and asked Mia, hey, should we take a picture too? Everyone around us was taking pictures. Then Mia posed for Kanglum to take a picture. Grandma, don't worry about me and please keep watching me from afar. In any darkness I will continue to shine and I will definitely achieve all my remaining goals. The wind gently brushed through Mia's hair. Yes, that goal was the image of the celebrity she saw on TV as a child. Mia smiled gently and looked at the camera. She called Kanglum's name. Kanglum. She looked around for a beautiful view and then suggested to Kanglum, let's take a picture together, Kanglum. Oh, that photo composition looks good. He asked worriedly, oh, will it be okay? At this moment Mia looked very sweet and charming. Mia asked a passing customer, excuse me, would you mind taking a picture for us? Kanglum watched Mia from a distance. What? Mia suddenly looks different. Under the heart-shaped scenery, the customer took a commemorative photo of the two. Mia excitedly held up her phone and showed it off to Kanglum. Look at this, it's really pretty. Kanglum, you look really cool too. Kanglum also smiled and replied, yeah, then it's fine, feeling good. Mia suggested, since we're here, should we take a few more pictures? Oh, when we go back to Korea, Kanglum, will you come with me? He asked blankly. Where to? To see my grandmother. I want to introduce you to my grandmother. Kanglum heard that and replied happily. Yes, anytime. The scene changed to a high-rise apartment. Gehi playfully held up the earring. Look, it seems like the one you dropped at the market, didn't it? As she spoke, she reached into her hand and pulled out an earring. Earlier when I went to buy fruit, I saw someone selling this and was surprised, so I bought it right away. Kanglum and Mia's eyes widened and they froze. Gehi said in a loud voice, I'm glad I found it. You made such a fuss saying it was really important. Kanglum's face turned beet red and Mia knelt down, sighing in relief. Gehi asked innocently, why are both of you reacting so strangely? Kanglum shouted irritably. Oh, what is this? It's a relief, but come on, at least you should have called to tell us you found it. Mia painfully thanked the heavens. Gehi explained to the two, I didn't call because I didn't want to disturb your fun. What are you complaining about? Why are you both like this? The day Mia and Kanglum went on their date, 3 girls were sitting together talking. At this, Yoonyoung said. Heroine was still resting. How about we each spend time separately today? Gehi emphasized and asked again. Us? Gehi told her 2 friends her plan. I'm going to stop by the nearby market to buy some fruit to eat. It's been a while since I had any. Yoonyoung was also quite interested. Sounds good, buy some for us too. It would be nice to eat with Heroine. I'll take care of work in my room. Gehi turned to her friend who had been sitting silently until now. Oh, Yanga, do you have any plans? Seeing Yanga just looking at her phone and chuckling to herself, she seemed to forget what she was going to ask and looked blank. Yanga, what are you looking at? At this, Yanga was startled and quickly hid her phone. Ah, nothing. Yanga thought of something and laughed to herself. The second day of the trip was Yanga and Kanglum's date. The two were dressed comfortably and Yanga carried only a small bag. Kanglum asked Yanga, so where are we going? We just slept last night and couldn't make any plans, did we? Yanga hesitated for a long time. That's true, then can I ask you a favor, Kanglum? Kanglum asked blankly again. What do you mean a favor? She quietly turned to him. It might sound a bit strange, but I'd like you to help me today. Yanga, who had hesitated for a long time, spoke again. Please take a profile picture for me. When she said that, Kanglum looked blank and asked again, profile picture? Yanga shyly explained to Kanglum, you know I haven't changed my profile picture in a long time. The problem is I'm not good at taking selfies. She added that her current picture was suddenly taken by Nathan. Yanga shyly spoke about taking pictures. It feels a bit strange and I can't do it alone. Kanglum only vaguely understood after listening to her explanation for a while. I see, but I'm not good at it either. At this, he honestly told her, I've been using a basic profile picture since high school too. Hearing that, Yanga laughed. Then should we take pictures together, you and me? Kanglum, he smiled and agreed. Let's do it then, he suggested again. Should we go to a photo zone or something? Hearing that, Yanga closed her eyes, smiled and said, no, I've already decided on a place, let's go. The place Yanga had decided on was a water park. In the men's and women's changing rooms, Kanglum froze as soon as they arrived as if it didn't align with his intentions. Why a water park? Why here? Yanga explained to him again. I dieted for this. I even bought a swimsuit to take pretty pictures. Honestly, going to the beach with other people is too embarrassing and I lack confidence. Yanga looked up at the water park entrance arch with pure and clear eyes, but then I had a few thoughts. I don't want to end summer like this. Kanglum looked a bit uneasy and uncomfortable. Then you should have told me in advance. I didn't bring a swimsuit. Kanglum looked around. I think I can buy a swimsuit at a nearby store, but Yanga was rummaging through her bag. Suddenly, she handed him an envelope. Here, this is yours. Kanglum, he immediately shouted, why is my swimsuit bag in there? Yanga told him about her suspicious actions. I secretly took it when I left the room this morning. I thought it would be a fun surprise. Kanglum was dumbfounded even as he received the bag. It's truly a surprise, but suddenly he found something strange. It feels different from before somehow. He vaguely guessed about Yanga's way of acting. This surprise, Yanga, who was walking ahead, spoke again. And there's another reason I came here. Then she suddenly turned around and smiled brightly. We want to keep our promise. Yanga raised her hand and smiled slightly at the corner of her lips, making the viewer's heart flutter. Just the two of them going to the pool. Kanglum went to the locker room to get ready to change clothes. He still thought he had something to ask Yanga today. As he took off his t-shirt, he fell into thought. Honestly, there's a reason why other people like me. He carelessly hung his clothes and pushed everything to one side. From their perspective, I must be like a hero and a benefactor. At this, Kanglum fell into deep thought again. But Yanga is different. She's not from a goddess background. I don't know about our relationship. The more he thought, the more curious Kanglum became. So I was curious about what Yanga thought of me and what she thought of this trip. He pulled at his hair, feeling frustrated. I don't know. It was a sunny day at the water park and there were many tourists. People were lining up to rent tubes at the tube rental station for customers. Kanglum took out his phone and was about to call Yanga. At this, she approached, calling his name. Kanglum, you were here. Hearing her voice, Kanglum looked in that direction. Yanga appeared in a pink swimsuit with a ribbon, looking both sexy and cute. I just came from the tube rental station over there. There are so many here. Kanglum looked at her, a little shy, and hesitated as he spoke. Yanga, your swimsuit. Yanga, confidently dressed in her swimsuit, showed it off to him and said, It's pretty, isn't it? Actually, I bought it in advance a while ago. As I said, it was too embarrassing to wear in front of people. Then she shyly said, But now that it's just me and Kanglum, I wore it. Suddenly, she stared intently at Kanglum and asked, How is it? Kanglum was staring blankly at her and couldn't answer the question he had just been asked. When he didn't answer, Yanga asked again, Kanglum, what's wrong? Hearing the second question, he finally came to his senses. He turned his gaze away, a little shy, and replied, Honestly, I was really surprised, because you're really pretty. At his compliment, Yanga smiled slightly and replied, Thank you. She also shyly said, I really like it. Okay, let's keep going. Kanglum pointed over there and said, tubes, I thought we were going to rent them. Yanga suddenly turned around and smiled at him. Thanks to you, Kanglum, and what I learned from Yoon, I don't think we'll need them. The two started chatting again. Yanga said, But this place is bigger than I thought. Where should we start? He replied. I don't know, this is my first time here. Even when my family went out to play, I was always alone at home. Hearing that, she laughed. That's Kanglum for you. The two went to the water jet wall and Yanga posed for Kanglum to take her picture. He raised his phone and said, Okay, ready? After taking pictures, the two checked the photos they had just taken together. Looking at the picture they had just taken, Yanga laughed. Not bad, but no, you really didn't take it well. I've never done this before. Yanga taught Kanglum how to take pictures. Everyone's like that at first, let's practice today. Step back a bit, shoot upwards and set the camera to auto mode. Kanglum questioned, Auto mode? Shouldn't I adjust something to match the surroundings? But Yanga assured him that auto mode would yield prettier results than if they adjusted things themselves. After that, Yanga went back to the water jet wall and posed once more. At this, Kanglum truly believed her words. It's really true, as you said, it's really prettier, Yanga. She smiled with her eyes, delighted as if she was quite satisfied with the photo. The concept of composition for photos and drawings is a bit similar, isn't it? But selfies are still a problem, haha. Yanga pointed to another spot again and suggested, Next I'll take your picture. How about over there? At this, the two moved to another part of the water park. This time Yanga took Kanglum's picture. Ready? Smile. Kanglam posed with 2 fingers making a forced expression. Yonga burst into laughter, finding the photo hilarious. Haha, Kanglam's face. Then he still said irritably, "Don't laugh anymore. That's why I hate taking pictures." Yonga struggled to stop laughing. "Sorry, but it's not strange. You look frozen." Kanglam turned his face away, looking angry. "Seriously, the virtual world of Instagram full of perfect photos. Oh dear," he sighed and grumbled. "Isn't our society too focused on appearances? I will break free from my online virtual image and find my true self." Though he said that, he lived more in the virtual world than in the real world. Yonga looked at him, then seemed to remember something and said, "Wait a minute, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be better if the 2 of us took pictures together?" He seemed to think so too. "I think it might be similar to your selfie problem. It's a bit difficult to do it alone, because of the pressure to get the angle just right. Suddenly, she pulled Kanglam closer and grabbed his arm. "Then let's do it together, just the 2 of us." Then Yonga held up her phone and smiled brightly. "Let's take pictures together like this." He was so surprised, Kanglam's face turned red and his heart pounded. "What, Yonga?" She concentrated and exclaimed, "1, 2. Then she laughed loudly to take the prettiest picture. After taking all the pictures, Yonga grabbed Kanglam's hand and pulled him along. "It's all done, let's go over there." Kanglam could only silently follow as she pulled him along. Yonga held up a selfie stick and pointed forward, saying. Kanglam silently followed behind. The 2 sat in a spot with high-rise buildings in the background and took pictures. After that, the 2 dived underwater and took pictures together, after holding their breath underwater for a long time. Eventually, the 2 surfaced from the water. Kanglam was still panting. Yonga was still excited and continued to take selfies. While holding a tube, Kanglam suddenly splashed into the water. Yonga was startled and turned around to see him resurface from the water drenched. Yonga was excited again and took out her phone to capture this moment. The 2 checked the pictures they had taken together. Yonga's pictures showed her energetically playing in the water. Kanglam's pictures showed him smiling with a swollen face. But this was fine too. After everything was over, the 2 got ready to go out to the beach together. They ordered cool ice cream and French fries as snacks. Yonga excitedly checked the photos. She exclaimed, "This picture is a bit bad, this one is too dark." She handed her phone to Kanglam and asked, "How about this one? It looks okay." She also agreed. "Oh, this is good. It's definitely different when people line up to take pictures." Yonga asked Kanglam, "Which one do you look better in, this one or this one?" He stared for a while and then asked again, "What's different? Is this a spot the difference game?" Yonga made a dissatisfied expression. "Doesn't my stomach look a bit out in the right picture?" Kanglam still said with conviction, "No, really, I don't think there's anything different about me." Then he looked at a few photos for a long time and said again, "If you're that concerned, how about this photo, the one we took after we took our pictures?" She inadvertently scooped a spoonful of ice cream and fed it to Kanglam. He unconsciously ate it. "This picture is pretty too." Only after he finished eating did he exclaim, "Ha, Yonga?" Yonga still asked him quite normally, "Are your hands busy or are you full?" His face flushed slightly and he quickly explained, "No, that's not it." Yonga looked at him and smiled with her eyes. "Really? Then that's a relief. There's still a lot left." The 2 sat, and Yonga pulled her chair closer to Kanglam. "Anyway, which picture?" She looked at her phone and said she liked this picture more. And Kanglam secretly glanced at her. "Now, no matter how much I think about it, this is real, isn't it?" "It really is." Kanglam's face was as red as if he had been drinking, and there was no doubt. "Even if I don't pay attention, I can notice it." Of course I didn't pay attention. It can't be a misunderstanding, and if it were, that would be strange. The more he looked at Yonga, the faster his heart beat. Yonga really likes it. At this, Kanglam was truly flustered. "If it weren't for the goddess's problems, I would have been fine with this too." "This is more than I deserve." Kanglam's heart was torn to pieces. He was fighting with himself. "But will I be okay? What does it mean to be in a relationship? But what if something important happens? Is it okay to be comfortable with this? The important thing is that if I'm not careful, I might not be able to create a loop." Seeing Kanglam dazed, Yonga called him. When she called him again loudly, Kanglam was startled. What's going on?" Yonga asked him. "Why are you so dazed?" To change the atmosphere, Yonga suggested, "I think we focused too much on taking pictures. Now it's time to enjoy the water park." Kanglam also came up with a trick. "Okay, then how about this? There's a way to take pictures and enjoy the water park." He told Yonga what he had seen on a billboard earlier. "I saw an announcement about a water slide. They take pictures when you go down the slide." He added an advertisement. Surprisingly, all those pictures come out very naturally. Hearing that, Yonga smiled with her eyes and liked it very much. "Then let's go to the photo spot and take pictures together." Kanglam's expression contorted. "Why are you suddenly saying that? What about the water slide?" Yonga smiled innocently. "We've already played enough at the beach," he retorted. "Why are you suddenly changing the subject?" Suddenly his eyes seemed to spot something and sparkled. "Wait, no way." Seeing Yonga trembling, Kanglam speculated. "You're scared of water slides." In the end, the 2 went to the water slide area together. As soon as Yonga saw other people playing, she was terrified and trembled all over. Seeing that, Kanglam laughed and reassured her. "Yonga, even kids ride these. It's not a scary ride and it only takes a few seconds." Hearing that, Yonga gathered her courage and shouted loudly, "I will no longer be ruled by the virtual world. I will abandon all vanity and live as myself." Kanglam immediately chastised her. "Don't steal my words, and we came here to take pictures, didn't we?" Kanglam walked ahead. He looked back and reassured her. "Look, we can ride it together. I'll sit in front so you just hold on to me tightly. It'll be fine, right?" seeing Yanga still a little scared. No way, Kanglum still encouraged her. Why don't you give it a try? What are you afraid of? She imagined herself flying off the slide and became even more terrified. I've never done it before. What if I fly into the air? He had to explain to her again. That's more like a rocket launch pad. If that happened, the whole water park would have to close. To persuade her, he asked her, but if you don't try, how will you know if it's fun? He told Yanga a past heroic tale. The first time I rode a roller coaster, my younger brother challenged me, and I was scared, but I couldn't help it. After riding it a few times, I got used to it. Now I can ride anything in a water park. Kanglum asked her, what do you think? Yanga thought about it for a bit, then was shy. If Kanglum is that resolute this time. Yanga showed a resolute demeanor. I'll give it my best shot. People were still queuing for the water slide, waiting for their turn. When they arrived there, Yanga cowered in fear. Kanglum squinted and glanced at her. By now that kid must be terrified, seeing her frozen like that. Seeing her afraid, Kanglum asked again, hey, are you okay? But Yanga clasped her hands tightly and said in a trembling voice, I'm fine. The ride attendant called the next person. The female attendant saw the two approaching and exclaimed, a young couple, I'll prepare the tube. Then Kanglum and Yanga quickly sat on the tube slide. Kanglum sat in front and she sat behind because she lacked courage. The attendant blew the whistle. Ready now. Yanga trembled with fear and gripped the tube handles tightly. Slide. Kanglum secretly looked behind. He tilted his head back and encouraged her. Come on, don't worry, hold on tight. He smiled brightly and reassured her. Even if we fly into the sky, we'll fly together. And everything will be fine. Hearing Kanglum joke, Yanga was momentarily stunned. Suddenly Yanga bent down from behind and wrapped her arms around his waist, but the attendant did not allow them to do so. I'm sorry, but you can't do that, it's very dangerous. The attendant counted 1, 2 and they set off. Yanga tightly closed her eyes and a few drops of water splashed strongly on her face. Feeling that it was okay, she slowly opened her eyes. It's not as bad as I thought, Kanglum carefully asked. How is it? Not so bad, right? His face was pale, and he asked Yanga, trembling all over, not scary at all, right? Seeing his complexion wasn't good, Yanga worried. Kanglum, your expression and words don't match. In fact, he had a very hard time the last time he went to the water park with Lammy. But he lied to Yanga. Why is he trying to show off so much? Kanglum closed his eyes in fear but still tried to make excuses. No, it's just faster than I thought. This is when you're supposed to shout with a refreshing feeling. After speaking, Kanglum shouted and screamed at the top of his lungs. Yanga, also relieved of her fear, smiled brightly and shouted refreshingly. As the tube slowly slid down, Yanga silently thanked him. Kanglum Oppa. She looked at his back sitting in front. You always help me move forward, always encourage me, and always watch over me. At this moment the tube slide was already out of the pipe and preparing to fly outside. Yanga winked slightly and smiled at Kanglum. I like Oppa. Finally the slide ended. As the tube slide slowly stopped, Kanglum's hair was also soaking wet. He looked back and asked her, how was it? Fast, right? She pushed back her long hair and a few drops of water on her hair were also blown away by the wind. Her whole body was soaking wet. She looked at him alluringly and said, it was really fast. Then the two came out of the water and rested. Kanglum was gulping down water and Yanga was looking at her phone. She scrolled through the pictures she had taken and exclaimed, this picture is a bit bad, this one is too dark. She handed her phone to Kanglum and asked, how about this one? It looks alright. She also agreed. Oh, this one's good. It's definitely different when people line up to take pictures. Yanga asked Kanglum, which picture do you look better in, this one or this one? He stared at them for a long time and then asked again, what's the difference? Is this a spot the difference game? Yanga made a displeased face. Doesn't the right picture make my stomach look a bit big? So I was curious about what Yanga thought of me and how she felt about this trip. He tore at his hair, frustrated. I don't know. It was a sunny day at the water park and there were many tourists. At the tube rental station for customers, people were lining up to rent tubes. Kanglum took out his phone intending to call Yanga. At this she approached, calling his name. Kanglum, you were here. Hearing her voice, Kanglum looked that way. Yanga appeared in a pink swimsuit with ribbons, looking both sexy and cute. Yanga shyly confided all her true feelings to Kanglum. When I'm ready, I'll always be by your side waiting for you, and when that day comes, Yanga's bright smile as she looked at him was truly touching. In her soft voice, I'll tell Oppa my feelings for Oppa. Suddenly, Kanglum bowed his head and covered his head as if he couldn't understand. Seeing that, she also flustered. What's wrong? Kanglum opened his mouth looking troubled. I just don't know how to react. Facing him, Yanga replied very simply, if that's the case, I think you just need to smile. At this point, they returned to the three girls' room. At this, Gehi asked Yanga, okay Yanga, if you have a plan. Seeing her engrossed in her phone, Gehi spoke again. Only then did Yanga quickly explain in surprise, oh nothing. What made her so engrossed in her phone were the pictures she had taken with Kanglum on the water slide. It turned out that what Yanga was always focusing on and caring about was Kanglum. Kanglum kept knocking on the room door. Shirin, it's me. I heard you were inside. No matter how much he called, no one answered. Kanglum could no longer wait and opened the door. Sorry, I'm coming in. He was startled by the dark room. Kanglum turned on the light switch to illuminate the room and went to ask about her condition, but Shirin seemed unwilling to meet. I heard you've been in your room for a few days. Are you sick? What's wrong? She didn't look very good. Kanglum, I'm sorry to worry you. I just haven't been sleeping well at night, so I'm a bit tired. He thought it was his fault. For a few days in a row. Is that why? Because I was trapped on the uninhabited island with Lammy. My day and night rhythm is completely broken now. I'm sorry, you're having a lot of trouble with jet lag. Shirin tried hard to sit up. No, that's not it. She blamed herself. This is just a personal matter, I have a few things to think about. I'm sorry. After a long hesitation he finally spoke. Is there anything I can do to help? Sharon shook her head in disappointment. I thought you wouldn't want to be with me in this situation. I'll give up my power since there's no other way. She shyly opened her mouth. But it's too bad to miss dinner together. Is it okay? He was happy to have dinner with Sharon. Come on, don't be like that. Let's go out together. She hesitated about something. Kanglum, but he quickly saw through her thoughts. I've also stayed up many nights playing games, so I know you don't sleep well by lying. Kanglum sincerely advised her. How about we go out and get some fresh air? Sharon also had no choice but to agree in the end. Okay, let's go. He couldn't understand why she couldn't get out of bed. Sharon had to say shyly but honestly, I need to change my clothes, can you go outside for a moment? No. Only then did Kanglum realize he had been insensitive. I'm sorry. After leaving the hotel, Kanglum kept joking. He talked happily the whole time, but Sharon just listened and didn't react at all. Kanglum deliberately nudged her with his elbow. Strangely, Sharon turned her gaze to a hamburger. He didn't say anything, but inwardly he was already confused. Why have I been the only one talking until now? It seems her condition is more serious than I thought. No matter how much Kanglum racked his brain, he couldn't find an answer. But what exactly happened at the hotel? Why did it affect only her and not others? He remembered her sharing a room with Nari and started having absurd thoughts about their relationship. Kanglum thought he was responsible for solving this problem. Could this be called a reasonable suspicion? I must say something next time. He scratched his head, wondering what to do. These problems are too difficult for me to solve alone. If I interfere clumsily, I might make everything worse. Kanglum knew her better than himself. Besides, the Sharon I know isn't a weak person. It seems she's just a bit down. It seems she's thinking and hesitating about something. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. But that incident, Kanglum knew she was stressed and wanted to cheer her up. Do you see that over there? Now that we're full, let's go rest for a bit, okay? In front of them was an advertisement for a cruise tour. Sharon couldn't take her eyes off it. He felt her vitality. She's back. Oh, she's finally showing interest. That's a relief. Sharon was surprised by how crowded it was from the morning. But it seems we'll have to wait. Kanglum decided to wait to make her happy. It's already sold out for the departure time. We'll have to wait about 2 hours for the next boat. Sharon was startled to see him pulling her along. Kanglum, he couldn't understand why she was so surprised. Passengers were lining up to board the cruise ship. Kanglum showed the ad scan code picture to the staff. Here you go, he confirmed, and the staff said have a good time, blessing them. Before she could even comprehend what was happening, Kanglum, what's going on? Can't you explain? He urged. You know quickly. Kanglum was as excited as she was. I heard this cruise ship is quite large and its interior is beautiful, but first we need to go to the bow. It was a magnificent cruise ship capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Sharon could admire the sunrise over the vast sea from here. In front of them a beautiful seascape unfolded under the sunny weather. The sea breeze gently brushed against her body. Kanglum had also researched this place. People often say that this is the golden hour, and at this time the light reflected on the sea is most beautiful. Sharon enjoyed the sunshine and fresh air here. Behind them many couples were laughing and chatting. She felt much more relaxed. In fact, Sharon knew everything he had secretly done for her. Kanglum, thank you so much for worrying about me and taking me out. You even booked this cruise ship in advance, didn't you? She could take care of herself. Of course, this wind makes my head much clearer. You don't need to worry about me anymore. I don't want to bother you anymore. Sharon thought she wouldn't have to worry about him like last time. By the way, Kanglum, your stamina seems to have improved a lot despite such a busy schedule. As soon as she turned her head, she was surprised to see him unable to stand properly. Kanglum, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly like this? Kanglum kept his mouth tightly shut, feeling nauseous from seasickness. I'm seasick. Everything's swaying. She couldn't help but be flustered. How seasick? Seeing him getting worse and worse, Sharon was panicked. Immediately after departure, wait a minute, what should I do? Before she could fully enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sea, she had to take him inside the ship to rest. Kanglum, just a little more effort. Come here. Do you have any medicine? Sharon suddenly hesitated. You just need to find a place to lie down somewhere. She found everyone whispering. Senior Unal was also resting on the cruise ship. Sharon called her name. Senior Unal took off her sunglasses. What a coincidence. At this very moment, she was very happy to meet someone she knew. Senior Unal, what are you doing here? Senior Unal was friends with both of them, just taking a vacation. I knew you two were nearby, but I didn't expect to meet you like this. She was flustered. But why is Kanglum like that? His condition made others frightened. Everything's spinning. Senior Unal was sure he was seasick. The two talked while waiting for Kanglum's condition to improve. Senior Unal thought everything would be fine. I gave him medicine, so there's nothing more I can do. But this cruise ship is quite large. He'll gradually adapt. Just leave him alone. Only now did Sharon feel relieved. Senior Unal, thank you. She thought that encountering unexpected events was the joy of travel. Senior Unal saw that she didn't look well. Sharon, how about you? Are you enjoying yourself? She froze for 5 seconds. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Sharon didn't say anything more. Senior Unal always took care of her down to the smallest detail. It's okay, you don't have to say anything, I told you. I can tell just by your voice. Something happened on this trip, didn't it? I already knew it when I called you yesterday. She always blamed herself, thinking she was the cause of everyone's trouble. I'm sorry, honey, I didn't want to worry you. In the end, I caused unnecessary worry to everyone. She could understand Shiren's feelings. You don't need to blame yourself. I won't ask for details. Shiren, Ani will tell you a secret technique. Shiren was curious. What secret technique? Senior Una was really good at teasing others. A secret technique to win in love? You might not need it now, but it'll be useful later. Her face turned red. Is there really such a thing? Please tell me. She was truly an analysis expert. You've probably heard that high school romance is childish play. Positively speaking, it's innocent, but negatively speaking, it's too obvious. Senior Una gave examples of things to avoid. You can't drink alcohol, and the places you can go are limited. At the same time, your time is restricted due to classes. What did she mean by all this? But if you use that to your advantage, it can become more than just childish play. Wouldn't that make you different from others? She said excitedly. Oh, that makes sense, so what should I do? Senior Una told her to remember only 2 things briefly. Make it a fait accompli and move everything quickly. Shiren's mind was full of question marks in the complex situation. She immediately started searching the internet. Shiren's face turned beet red at what she saw. Senior Una, she was truly an expert in this matter. In the past, you had to ask your parents for permission to go on a date, but now if both of you agree, isn't it fine? Just remember what you need to remember. Shiren's father suddenly slammed the table. Chamo sensed something from a distance. Her mother was surprised. What's wrong, dear? He quickly explained. Just a fly passed by. Senior Una didn't expect someone as pure as her to see such an effective secret technique. What's wrong? Haven't you thought about this? Shiren's emotions and actions were contradictory. No, it's not like that. She dared not follow suit. If Kanglum also has someone he cares about, I can't say I've never thought about it. In the past, Nari also asked, Shiren, is Ani truly essential to Kanglum Oppa? Shiren always cherished him. Yes, he has to be Kanglum. That foolish question isn't even worth asking. She couldn't understand what she was so afraid of, but why couldn't I answer that way back then? Shiren pondered why she felt something was lacking. Senior Una could somewhat understand her worries. You've lived a life that only knows games, so it's natural to worry, but perhaps this is a necessary process, she said to give Shiren confidence. The feeling of liking someone makes a person more mature and turns into love. She was surprised while concentrating. Senior Una tried to find a way to comfort her. Ani will go downstairs and buy some candy, something sweet will make you feel more comfortable. Shiren was much more relaxed. Yes, I'll stay here. The men's gazes turned to her. She worried about Kanglum beside her. Shiren didn't want to see him in this state. I need to ask others. Maybe someone knows how to cure seasickness. She immediately sent a text message. Anyone know a good way to cure seasickness? The number on the phone screen changed from 8 to 7. Anyone know a good way to cure seasickness? She answered the phone. Unyoung, what's wrong? How did she get the news so quickly? Shiren, are you on a boat with Oppa? Shiren had nothing to hide. Yeah, we're on a cruise ship together. What's wrong? Unyoung called to warn her. Oppa told you, didn't he? Seasickness is his biggest weakness. He's been seasick every time he's been on a boat since he was little. Shiren couldn't believe she had caused such a disaster. Really? He gets sick that easily? She reopened the schedule to check. That's why we canceled the cruise trip. It was scheduled for either the first or last day. Unyoung was also confused, following her. How could that be? She didn't blame her, but kindly instructed. But now is not the time for that. Instead, I'll tell you how to handle Oppa. Shiren covered Kanglum's eyes with a thin towel. She did as Unyoung instructed. I've blocked his vision. Next is hearing. She became a doctor in an instant. What is seasickness? It's a conflict between the information the body receives and how the brain processes it. By limiting the information received, we can prevent this condition from worsening. Especially activities like looking at smartphones should never be done. Granny Chun's life tips. Shiren decided to use wireless earphones. If I play music for him through earphones, maybe it will work. She suddenly found that there was no internet connection here. There was Wi-Fi, but it had a password. I'll have to ask later, but Shiren never left. I can't leave Kanglum alone. She carefully put the earphones on him. Shiren didn't notice who was calling Kanglum. She whispered into her phone, which was connected to Kanglum's earphones. Can you hear my voice? He seemed to have sensed the sound. Shiren didn't quite believe it, but she couldn't ignore it either. She told him everything. I heard from Unyoung. Seasickness was your weakness since you were little. Shiren knew Kanglum had put himself at risk to please her. But why did you push yourself so hard? You even made a reservation? Why did you go to such lengths? She blamed herself. I'm grateful that you wanted to take me out for fresh air, but it would have been much better if we hadn't taken the cruise trip. Kanglum woke up. I heard everything. Shiren was surprised by the effectiveness of this method. It was a backdrop of a blue sky with white clouds. On this plane, Gehi looked at her with admiration. Really, you must have traveled a lot for competitions. Shiren didn't have much time for herself and had to focus on her career. Yeah, but competitions usually have such tight schedules that there's hardly any time to rest or go anywhere. So enjoying a trip on a plane is a first for me. She was a little sad. I haven't even been to famous places like Jeju Island. Lami gently comforted her. Then let's go to Jeju Island together next time. But she changed her mind again. If I get the chance, I'm just kidding. She was amused by the idea she was participating in. If we go, let's take a boat instead of a plane. Shiren was equally excited. That's a good idea. I've never been on a boat before. She wanted to experience ordinary pleasures. I heard you can play games and have parties on a boat. It's like a hotel on water. I really want to try it. Gehi didn't know that a celebrity shared her tastes. Really? Lami was already worried. But going to Jeju Island by boat isn't a common route. Kanglam was confused listening to their conversation. I've watched many travel vlogs on YouTube with oceans sparkling like diamonds, she said. That's not what I mean. Sharon thought travel was for peace of mind. How is all this just for that? Because of one momentary thought of mine, I don't want you to push yourself this hard. He still had those memories. I didn't push myself, I just thought it would be fine. It's been a long time since I was on a boat and I was fine when we returned from the uninhabited island. She was surprised by what came out of Kanglam's mouth. But he was so exhausted back then that he passed out. He always blamed himself for not being able to protect Sharon, and he couldn't stand being idle. I know you have to face your worries alone, but I can't stand the powerless feeling of seeing you like that. The wall still existed in his heart. If you ask me why I did that, I don't know, Kanglam just asserted without hesitation. I just wanted to. Sharon was captivated by him early on. Her lips were pursed. Just then, Senior Una brought food to the two. How are you, feeling better? Sharon turned her head to see who had arrived. Senior Una, she quickly left. I have to go somewhere for a moment, please watch Kanglam for me. Senior Una stood blankly watching her leave. Where are you going? Sharon went to another place to make a phone call. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, she wanted to talk about a few things. It's me, Uni, can we talk for a moment? Nari wondered why she was calling now. Yes, I'm free now. What's wrong? Uni, weren't you spending time with Oppa? What did Sharon want to say? Yeah, but I have something important to tell you now. I couldn't answer your question before. She gripped the railing tightly. The reason why he has to be Kanglam, Nari was listening. Yes, Sharon confessed honestly. Maybe before I met Kanglam I wouldn't have felt anything, but whenever I had a hard time Kanglam was always by my side, and I'm really grateful to him. She was speechless, listening to Sharon rambling on. Now I don't even want to think about being anyone else. Then she didn't know what was going on again. But this is something I always knew, and I knew it from before. She still couldn't answer the question. Sharon didn't seem confident enough in her feelings yet. Because I thought I needed a grander, more convincing or perhaps special reason, she recalled past memories. Memories of the days I met Kanglam. It was like a video game. She fooled herself into believing that the reason he had to be Kanglam was grand and special. Nari immediately denied it. But that's not it. I thought the reason Sharon likes Kanglam isn't just because of those memories, but because of his cheerful and warm laugh, the way he walks briskly but considers others, and the comfortable atmosphere we feel whenever we're together. Hearing Nari's argument, she felt relieved. It was probably just those trivial things. But those very trivial things made him the only person who brought her joy. So no matter how long Kanglam deliberated, she agreed. Birds soaring across the blue sky, she finally realized. It has to be Kanglam, it just has to be him. Sharon stood on the boat, her heart fluttering. It just has to be Kanglam. She suddenly fell silent, and no sound came from the phone anymore, which flustered Sharon. Nari, that's what I wanted to tell you. She realized she had also said too much. I'm sorry, I think I was too rude. She didn't want others to misunderstand. That's not it, but Nari overthought it. You're going to say you're sorry? Now just enjoy your time with Kanglam. She said goodbye to Sharon. Yeah, Nari looked at the phone screen and smiled. She was also fed up with this situation. My goodness, Sharon finally mustered the courage to return. After the cruise ship stopped, Kanglam felt much better. She was embarrassed looking at him. Senior Una, Sharon and Kanglam appeared together in the picture. The students murmured. Gehi told the other two girls as soon as she came to class. I haven't even had time to play and I already have to go to school. I hate returning to school after vacation. He thought it would be great if everything continued like this, but now even going to school feels comfortable and peaceful. This way no problems will arise, and everything feels like it will turn out smoothly and well. Kanglam looked at the empty chair next to him and thought, but why isn't Yangsu at school today? The teacher will be here soon. Is he asleep? He quickly sent a text message to his friend to wake him up. What? Why isn't he here yet? Yangsu is late on the first day of school? Kanglam was flustered by the language that just appeared. Typical Cheonjin monologue. Wait a minute, give me some loading time. Kanglam knew why Yangsu couldn't come to class. Alright, he has a stomachache and can't come to school. He sent a text message. Did you eat something strange? You've never been sick. Yangsu mentioned the place they met. Yesterday I went to a collaboration cafe with the legendary Yangnam. Kanglam heard this name for the first time. The legendary Yangnam. What? After a moment he recalled. It must be a new mobile game. This is a prequel story to the legendary wizard. Kanglam was 30 powerless and 70 dumbfounded. The legendary wizard is already famous, so they released a new game, and that's why he went to the cafe. Now I know why he has a stomachache. Kanglam teased his friend. You ate too much to get the gifts, didn't you? He quickly denied it. That's right, I got the gifts I wanted, but I didn't eat too much. Oh, amazing. He set a record. I only ate 13 stone pot bibimbap. Kanglam had nothing to say to him. That's enough to get a stomachache, but he's really amazing. Yangsu didn't seem to feel anything. I just wanted to have one souvenir for each character. Why is the human body so weak? He kindly asked. Alright, I'll tell the teacher. Rest up. Did you buy medicine? Kanglam quickly turned off his phone when he just received a text from Yangsu. Don't worry, the power of regeneration flows in my veins. He only speculated in his mind. From what I know, the legendary Yangnam is not a genre of comics that Yangsu would like. Now there's a game out, or does he like everything related to dragons? Kanglam wasn't sure. He was really absorbed in this idea. JP Yoon, where did he hear the rumor? Hey, do you guys know? He looked quite satisfied. The old math teacher from the next class is going to another class. That means we have a new teacher, and this new teacher is. He didn't know whether to believe JP Yoon or not. Lim rested her hand on the study table. Nice to meet you. Her introduction had nothing to do with the subject she was going to teach. I'm Lim, your new math teacher. My blood type is A, I'm an Aries. My MBTI is INFP. Lim was extremely confident. She just said things to provoke others. I'm 168.7 centimeters tall and my weight is a secret. She liked animals and cute things. She heard that this class was full of students who were good at art but not good at math. She even winked at the students. But I won't give up on you guys, so get ready. The boys were enchanted by her, and now he wondered if they could focus on studying. She's so pretty and she looks young, but she looks mature. Kanglam was extremely confused. I expected her to leave like that. Is that outfit allowed? But I didn't expect her to approach in this way, I have to admit. Come to think of it, she also graduated college through special admission. I thought she would avoid the transfer student type of student, but I didn't expect her to appear as a teacher. She quickly approached and greeted. Blonde girl, you're Gaehee, right? Can Unnie get a closer look? Gaehee hadn't adapted yet. Wait a minute. Unnie unwillingly followed her. Unnie knows you've been on TV. She already knows what she has investigated. Mia, from what Yejimi told her, no matter what your appearance, you're quite stubborn. So you need to be careful. Gaehee was at a loss. That is, Unnie didn't hesitate to hug Gaehee, but she also found that trait quite charming. Kanglam was powerless in this situation. Wait a minute, Lim. Are you the older friend Unnie was talking about? Even without the Yu family, her motive for approaching us was very clear. Kanglam, even while watching, noticed her deep intentions. Surely she wants to investigate and monitor me because I'm suspicious, truly a top-tier individual. He wouldn't let anything pass that easily. Yelim didn't hide it at all. You noticed, didn't you? The reason I'm here. That's right. The deeper I investigate, the more suspicious I find it. She blushed, thinking about Kanglam's 6 girls. And the most suspicious are all the girls around you, the boys in the class murmured. Kanglam again, no way, really, it can't be. It seemed she was determined to find Kanglam's weakness no matter what. I won't deny that you're on Yejimi's side, but you're involved in too many incidents and your identity is still unclear, it's obvious. I'll watch you and uncover everything about you. Yelim was truly working for others. I won't let cute Yejimi be in danger again. She always repeated in her mind, that's right, I'm definitely not here for personal reasons. I missed a lot because I got in through special admission. I'm definitely not here to enjoy my youth. He was slightly annoyed hearing Lim speak dismissively of her friend and burst out laughing. Teacher, did you hear that Shuren and Chunja are also in this class? But the male students' reactions were the opposite. The 2 girls were annoyed that the spotlight had been stolen from them. Isn't the new teacher too annoying? What, really? How can she act like that? And what is she wearing? She seemed to have a ghostly intuition for being cursed at behind her back. Yelim quickly rushed over to the 2 girls. Wow, that lip gloss is really pretty. Is that the new shade 25? The student froze. Oh yes, she taught really skillfully. Your lip color is really pretty. Unnie also really wanted to buy it, but it was sold out. Lim thought conquering others was a piece of cake. That's right, Unnie is also choosing eyeshadow colors now. What do you guys think? I think your taste is similar to Unnie's. The 3 suddenly became as noisy as a marketplace. Wow, teacher also uses this brand, that's right, and this. It really is that, Kanglam also had to admit. There was no room for jealousy or gossip there. In terms of charm, she probably far surpasses Yu Gaehee. He noticed the difference between the 2 girls. Yu Gaehee had many relationships around her due to force of circumstance. On the other hand, Bang Yelim seemed to genuinely enjoy socializing with people. How could Kanglam's eyes miss anything? He knew everything, but just didn't want to say it. By the end of the day, she would be a celebrity known throughout the school, and she would surely use that to build a network of surveillance around herself. Kanglam was handsome. It wasn't very important, but it was okay. There was nothing to hide anyway. To be specific, according to the goddess, he was in an awkward state. The only problem is whether I can do it voluntarily. As soon as summer vacation began, Gaehee was always full of energy. Hey boss, would it be okay if we moved our travel date up a few days? Our schedules are all busy. We have to go right after vacation starts. He wasn't free right now. No, I have things to do. No matter what he said, she didn't believe him. Since when did you have things to do, boss? All right, I'll plan the schedule later. Don't complain. He seemed to be tying his shoelaces, getting ready to leave. I'm really busy. Kanglam was already exhausted. Looking back, there are only a few things. Today is the day to meet that person. This person might be the cause of this loop. The author of the goddess, he recalled the awkward moment. After Yu Gaehee's clumsy confession, let's skip that. According to Kanglam's speculation, this suspicious loop might be due to the author of the goddess and might be connected to the original author of the goddess. Of course, he had already made a plan. He couldn't just act recklessly. So this vacation was the perfect time to investigate. He planned to meet the author of the goddess. But he's not foolish enough to contact them with the first email, Kanglam said firmly. If they really have something to hide, they'll surely disappear as soon as I find them. And that's not good. He quickly made a note in his notebook. A plan for quiet approach. Fortunately, thanks to the loop, I lied quite well and was able to get some information. with excellent intelligence. Extracting information by borrowing someone else's name is a piece of cake, yes. Is this Myung-Wi-Wook publishing house where the author of The Idol Goddess works? Kanglam wanted to gain the other person's trust. The author once drew a special short story about my character. Yes, it's author Kim Dong-woo. He seemed very passionate about his job. Because of that connection, I want to visit the author in the hospital. I heard there was an accident. I tried to contact them by email, but there was no reply. Kanglam carefully made a note. It seems they changed their contact information. Then could I get their contact information? It was as he expected. And so he got the phone number. And after getting the phone number for a few days, he could find out a lot. Kanglam investigated very quickly. Here it is. This is the market transaction record. So I found out where that person lives and the apartment's location. He stood below the building looking like he didn't know what to do. Now is the time. Kanglam's phone screen showed Sailor Moon. Now that I've confirmed they're in this apartment, the rest is very easy. He waited until the door opened. Just then, security guard yawned and came out of the room looking frustrated. Kanglam seized the opportunity and approached. He walked very quietly, sticking close to the wall. He took out a folder. My moral principles are shaking, Kanglam thought as he acted. When I was trapped in an endless loop, but now let's put that aside. In an instant he processed the data. Found it. Kanglam stood at the front door of the house, but he didn't have the courage to knock. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Kanglam quickly pressed the door opening switch. Ding dong. Kanglam rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Excuse me, is anyone home? I'm your next door neighbor. He persistently rang the doorbell, but the door automatically opened in front of Kanglam. Is anyone home? I have something to say. Since he was invited, it wouldn't be considered trespassing, would it? Hello, is anyone here? Kanglam opened the door with a suspicious expression and saw no shoes. He looked around and was convinced that this was an ordinary house. What surprised Kanglam? He looked rather pleased. Just as I expected from the author, they've prepared a truly impressive background. It was unclear who had written in red letters, "Don't chase me anymore. For better or worse, in this showdown we're bound to face each other." It was as if reminding him of his enemy. For better or worse, in this showdown we're bound to face each other. Kanglam thought for a while but gained nothing. Outside the door the silhouette of a girl faintly appeared, roughly resembling Pete King. He started rethinking everything. I investigated the house but couldn't find any information. However, I did get 3 clues. Today your trip, as expected, yielded a big harvest in that a certain individual is definitely related to these incidents. And that individual is probably the author of The Goddess of Girls. Although it was a bit suspicious, those 2 pieces of information were confirmed. Finally, Kanglam still had something on his mind. The 3rd clue was that he had photographed a wall with red letters. It was the sentence, "You fought against this text." Kanglam pondered the meaning for a long time. Implicit meaning of that statement is that the outcome of the confrontation has not yet been decided. Whether one wants it or not, in this confrontation we are bound to face each other. And in some way it meant that he still had a chance. He was confident that he could make it, even if he faced unfavorable and unfair situations in the future. It wasn't an unwinnable fight with a 0 chance of success. Kanglam was originally a worrier. Why is this important, are you wondering? Because I always worry that there might be a limit to the number of loops. He could finally relax and no longer had to worry about when the remaining loops would suddenly end. However, he no longer had to worry about that. Kanglam meticulously analyzed the message and tried to understand it in this way. He could understand that the number of loops could change. He started to feel as if he was being psychologically manipulated. It only happened when he deviated from the storyline at first. But perhaps because I acted too early and changed the entire story of the goddess, I now feel trapped in this awkward situation. It was as if someone wanted to bother me but also wanted me to overcome these tests. Kanglam had to be prepared for whatever situation arose. If the loop was that person's life, it was reasonable. I don't know what's at stake or who my opponent is. However, breaking free from the loop is the real confrontation with them. He speculated about the identity of the person behind it, but no matter how much he thought about it, were they a Webtoon artist or a god, Kanglam took great pleasure in provoking his hidden enemy. And whatever the reason, don't say they were angry at that moment. Although he was a bit tired, he always tried to complete every mission given to him. Anyway, I have to see this confrontation through. This situation will probably continue until I catch up with the goddess's episodes. Ultimately, he had to keep working as before. Most importantly, Kanglam already knew that knowing the future in advance was a good thing. Preparing for the Yu family, and when he returned from his trip, preparing for the 5th and 6th heroines to arrive, the advertising costs for the Da Club, and he hesitated, thinking that at least that was the plan. There was no telling what surprises Kanglam had in store for them. Setting a few things aside, there was nothing to prepare for the 5th and 6th heroines. Like everyone else, he was utterly flustered by the results displayed on the computer screen. He couldn't find them. There were no search results. He tried searching with other keywords. Kanglam couldn't understand what was happening. The 5th and 6th heroines of the goddess were twin sisters who appeared simultaneously. Although not as famous as Kia, they were quite well known. Yet the fact that he couldn't find any information about them made him waste too much time. And although he hadn't found anything before, he had only thought it wasn't the right time, so he began to worry. But why is there still no information now? Kanglum didn't give up so easily. Frankly, in the past this would have been a very difficult point. He set the problem aside for a moment to relieve his headache. But who cares now? I'll just leave it. I'll figure everything out when it comes. Problems that can't be solved aren't worth worrying about. This was the mindset that allowed him to keep his wits about him through countless loops. Kanglum had to pay attention to her, no matter what he did. Thanks to that, he didn't need to prepare anything and could avoid Yelim's suspicious behavior. He didn't have much time to worry about trivial matters. If he had to act, it should be in Yelim's episode. But why should it matter if it's not a matter of life and death? Below his feet, Yelim was seen stroking Geihi's head. In his eyes, in the goddess of girls, it was just an episode of cuteness. The next day, she hurried off first. Sorry, I have to go. Let's talk again next time. Her shoulder-length haired friend wondered, what was that just now? Her long-haired friend next to her was also sullen. Who knows, she left like that yesterday too. The three began to chat away, losing track of time. She seems to have a mysterious secret. Even when asked about her hobbies, she evades the answer. It must be a normal hobby, like listening to or playing music. Kanglum knew everything like the back of his hand. Like the other characters in the Goddess of Girls, Yelim also had her own secret. She was still happily singing, and this episode was about revealing that secret. But now Kanglum had no interest in this part at all. Yelim was unusually energetic. Today was the day she had been waiting for, because her secret was simply that she had been waiting a long time to play this game. Welcome, Master. She was a Hataku. To think Yelim had such a lovely side. Today is the release day for lovely Mari-chan's new outfit. Has it updated? Here it is, so cute. She was truly a passionate fan. My god, this child's hair dye is so pretty. She's really my type of character. Dangerous, dangerous. I'm in danger. Yelim listed the things she needed to do. First, I'll finish everything I need to do and then do gacha. He wondered what a Hataku was. The comic provided an explanation. It's short for hidden otaku. A secret otaku refers to someone who hides their hobbies from others. People constantly murmur when they see someone acting suspiciously. This is very common, but the main reason is often social judgment. People inwardly thought, at that age they still liked that kind of thing. One person surrounded by many black threads, critical gazes and pointing fingers, simply because they don't belong to the majority. The tragic past of having to endure such humiliation. She was sitting in Yelim's house casually reading a comic. Kanglum knew this character well. She grew up in a wealthy family, always expressed her hobbies, and her parents respected and fully supported them. It wasn't that he didn't care, but rather he seemed lazy. Thus she didn't struggle with her otaku life. Instead, she chose to hide it herself. Her face turned red with embarrassment. If you ask why, the main reason is that it's too embarrassing. Yelim's thoughts were also somewhat negative. Comments like she looks mature or has elegant hobbies. How can I say my hobby is an anime for children aged 8 and up? How can I say I spend half my salary on games with pretty girls? She was captivated by the smiles of hypocritical people. When someone sees me, it's as if I understand. I won't be able to sleep all night. Kanglum was like the emperor of rumors. But that wasn't the only reason she hid her otaku hobby from her best friend, Yemi. He began to explain again when he reached the climax. Yemi would surely understand and help Yelim. However, due to a big mistake in the past, Lami wanted to show her best friend a cute baby cat. Isn't this character cute? Yelim, what do you think? It's from a comic. Do you like this kind of thing too? Originally she liked it very much. Yelim suddenly became silent but made a mistake out of embarrassment. She lied to appear mature. Actually, I don't really like it. It was as he expected. That's why even now she couldn't reveal that she was an otaku. She was very surprised. Really? Did Yelim not even know what she had said? Why did she do that? For some reason, I felt embarrassed and blurted that out. She debated whether to confess or not, but because it was Yemi, she genuinely wanted to. Actually, Lami excitedly asked, okay, then how about the fireworks the day after tomorrow? Yelim hadn't prepared anything in advance and changed the subject. She froze. No, there's still a chance, I'll tell her later. Kanglum was sure that Yelim had forgotten about this for a long time, and that's why even now she couldn't reveal that she was an otaku. Ungsu sighed in relief as he came out of the room. Phew, my stomach feels better now. Yelim clutched her head. This isn't that big of a secret either. The longer it goes, the harder it is to say. Since the Yu family was a serious problem, I couldn't even dream of revealing that I was an otaku. Yemi would figure it out herself, wouldn't she? Everyone knows she's a hacker otaku. She sighed, calling it her personal opinion. Then she thought, but now is not the right time to say it. Thanks to Kanglum, Yemi started reading comics again. And when the Yu family problem is resolved, I'll reveal it then. Yelim imagined confessing to Lami and apologizing. Yemi, actually, I'm an otaku. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. Lami would listen to her confession and say magnanimously, it's okay, it's common, thanks for telling me. She smiled at hearing Yelim say that, and thought she was really cute. Come to think of it, not only do you have cute hobbies, but you always call me cute whenever you hug me. Yelim was embarrassed, imagining such a situation. She returned to reality, blushing and tapping the steering wheel in embarrassment. No, I'll lose my dignity, because I won't be able to hug Yemi as much as I want. No, just then music suddenly started playing. Lami sighed and leaned on the steering wheel, saying, is the break time not over yet? I guess I have no choice but to put this dilemma aside for a while. She now thought of an evasion method. Yellam took out a book she had just bought from her bag and said, I bought a novel too. I stopped reading last night at the climax. By the way, the title of the book, Next to the Girl's Room, actually means that she is a little origin friend whom I don't love, a baby boost, and I want to make her happy. At that thought she was already happy and secretly smiled. Then she quickly read a few pages and said, but I'm already prepared. Yellam was excited, holding up the book cover titled, What is Economics? An Essential Tool for Hataku Calculation. It was a disguised book cover. I'll be able to read this secretly in the faculty office. At this point, the scene switched to the faculty office and Yellam entered the faculty office. Her colleague teacher reminded her, Teacher Bang, I've been meaning to tell you since yesterday. Your clothes are a bit, according to regulations, you must dress neatly and politely. Yellam was surprised to hear that and turned around saying, Yes, oh I'm sorry. I'll fix it right away. The teacher thought Yellam would stubbornly refuse to take advice but was surprised to see her rather relieved to hear it. Thank you, teachers should be role models for students. And after a moment Yellam took off her jacket, placed it on her chair and said excitedly, Is this okay? Hanging a jacket was certainly not neat or light behavior. She was simply wearing a stylish sleeveless shirt underneath. The teacher who had reprimanded her exploded in anger at the sight. Another colleague teacher approached and said helplessly, The principal said it was fine. That day the principal had said, It's an era of individuality. At this moment a few students outside the faculty office door shyly said, Teacher Yellam, we have a question. Yellam looked at them and happily called them over. Come here kids, what do you want to ask? Yellam taught the students how to solve the problem. She just said to multiply the last numbers. You can get the answer. The students also really liked Yellam's teaching. They happily said, Understood, it's really easy to explain. When asked to a very smart student like Gehi honestly asked her friend again, Sorry, I don't know why I don't understand. Yellam just gave a bitter smile and said, It's okay, feel free to ask. She inwardly thought that she had brought Kanglam home and taught him. Yellam took the opportunity to ask the students, Since you're in the same class as Gehi, are you first years? Then do you know what happened to Shin Yangsu? One student hesitated, seemingly unwilling to speak. Shin Yangsu? Another student was slightly surprised to hear that name. That kid. Yellam inwardly thought of calculating Shin Yangsu. I heard he's Kanglam's best friend, so he's also someone I need to pay attention to. Really suspicious he was absent when I left. She asked Lammy too, but she didn't know anything. He's definitely avoiding my gaze. He's definitely Kanglam's right-hand man. Yellam still asked the two students for information. Just why is he absent? Do you know anything? One student worriedly said, I don't know him. He only hangs out with Kanglam. Another student also stammered, and he's really weird. Talking to him is like reading a comic book. Another student stated his guess. He's probably an otaku. Honestly, it's annoying. He always talks about dragons. Yellam heard that and thought, come to think of it, it's reasonable for him to be Kanglam's friend. Looking at this, it's probably better to keep my secret. Her heart suddenly felt a little empty. One student continued, ever since he started hanging out with Kanglam. The student next to him looked surprised for a moment upon hearing that. Yellam, perhaps not hearing clearly, asked again, Another student, seemingly wanting to hide something, stood up, picked up the book on Yellam's desk and diverted the topic, asking, Teacher, you read this book too? I'm a fan of this author. Yellam was startled when the student recognized her book. The student held the book and said excitedly, Why do I empathize with her emotions so much? Her desperately fighting appearance, Adam Smith. The heroine fighting to win the love of the male lead, Puri. Afterwards she gets amnesia. Yellam listened to that and just gave a wry smile, thinking to herself, I really never imagined from the title alone that it would be about Madang. I only pretended to read it, but the protagonist's reaction is truly. At this, the student asked Yellam again, The protagonist was in a coma from the beginning and never woke up, right? Yellam's mind was full of thoughts like completely useless. Why do they sell these as disguises? Then the student flipped a few more pages. Wait, the student next to her also showed interest and wondered what kind of book it was. Then she pulled the book towards herself and in doing so the cover Yellam was hiding began to fall off. I want to see too. Yellam panicked and raised her hand to stop them. Hold on, returning to Yellam's mind, she knew she had never been discriminated against for her hobby. It was just embarrassment that made her hide her otaku nature. But just because she hadn't experienced such things didn't mean she hadn't seen them. Yellam had to hear a lot of bad things being said behind her back. Even though they were strangers, they always whispered behind her. She's always collecting strange things, and even as a college student she's still immature. Yellam witnessed a friend's comic book being torn and her friend struggling to explain her innocence to others. No, you're wrong. She tried to steal my research topic. Yellam witnessed it firsthand. The more talented and high-ranking a person becomes, the more enemies are lurking for an opportunity. If any flaw or weakness were exposed, they would ruthlessly trample you. If she had closed her eyes to protect everything she had built up until now, to protect her precious otaku passion, she would have suppressed and hidden it. Perhaps her strong support for Yumiya later on wasn't just due to friendship but also due to the guilt she felt that day. But now the secret she had been hiding was about to be revealed here. The cover that was hiding her comic book was also stripped off by the two students. One of the two students asked Teacher Yellam in confusion, What is this book? Yellam was sweating, not knowing how to explain. Just then a voice suddenly said, Stop it, enough. Everyone was surprised and turned to look at the person entering the faculty room. Yang-Su entered like a hero saving a beauty and said, "Do not trespass upon my domain, otherwise you shall regret it. That lady requested the return of the item entrusted to me. You may not possess it forever." Yelim couldn't understand what he was talking about. The two students were also confused by his strange words. Yelim seemed to understand something at this moment and said, "Alright, take it." Yang-Su snatched the comic book from a student's hand, struck a pose and said, "Only the worthy may possess such secrets." The student also gave it up helplessly. Yelim looked at his strange behavior and thought awkwardly, what on earth is going on? Why is he acting like that? It's Yang-Su, but why is he talking like that? I can't believe there's someone in real life who speaks and refers to themselves like Lu Xuan. At this moment, another person stood up from a desk in the faculty room, looking at Yang-Su. "Hey Yang-Su, can you come over here?" Yang-Su, holding the comic book and striking a pose, bid farewell to the three of them. "I have matters far more pressing than remaining here." The two students, unable to understand each other, asked, "What on earth is going on? I don't understand." Yelim was embarrassed and her face turned red because of Yang-Su's actions. As Yang-Su left at this moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Wait a minute, wait for me too." Yang-Su looked back and saw Yelim following him. He asked the teacher, "Is there something you seek from me?" Yelim gasped for a moment and then asked, "Why did you help me just now? That novel wasn't yours. It wasn't confiscated, so why did you act like that?" Yang-Su, like an adult, spoke seriously as if he knew everything. "Did you truly believe I would not discern your facade of pretense?" Then he continued in a student's tone, "I apologize if my intervention caused you discomfort. Though we have not met, I sensed your distress." Yelim heard that and waved her hand, saying in confusion, "No, it's okay, thank you so much, but do you always talk like that?" Yang-Su pushed his glasses up, struck a pose and said, "My apologies, but I have been reprimanded for this matter. I am unaccustomed to respectful forms of address." Here, Yang-Su's words can be understood as his usual Chunibyo way of speaking is not suitable for polite conversation. He had been punished for not listening. Yelim heard his words and, doubting her ears, asked again, "What do you mean by human? Aren't you human?" Yang-Su still confidently thumped his chest and said, "Of course I am a descendant of the dragon race, keeper of the world's secrets." Yelim just laughed at his words. He laughed and said, "You talk like a dragon." Yelim's mind was filled with thoughts like, what on earth is going on? This is really interesting. Yang-Su thought Yelim understood his words and said, "You too can comprehend my narrative? You are quite skilled then?" At this moment, a few students came to the faculty room door looking for Yelim. "Teacher Yelim, we have a request." Yang-Su saw that and turned around again, bidding an eternal farewell. Yelim just laughed and followed him for a moment. "This friend is really interesting." Yelim asked Yang-Su, "Can I ask you one thing?" Yang-Su heard that and looked back. She seemed to want to learn from Yang-Su's confident attitude. "How can you express yourself so confidently?" Yang-Su was momentarily dazed by the question. The two stared at each other. Yelim highly anticipated his answer. Yang-Su smiled and said, "It is simple. I have always believed myself to be a descendant of the dragon race." Yelim was startled for a moment by that answer. Then in a flustered state she called out to him again. "Wait a minute," she mumbled, "I haven't gotten the book back yet." Yang-Su then walked away. Yelim seemed to see something and was surprised. What's that?" It turned out that Yang-Su's bag really had a dragon symbol carved on it. At this time it was already recess in the school library. Yelim whispered, calling someone. Here." Yang-Su held up the message screen Yelim had sent and asked, unable to understand, "Teacher, what exactly does this message mean?" The message content was, "Meet me in library room 4 during lunchtime." Yelim excused herself for a hidden otaku as introverted as herself. There were too many curious gazes in crowded places. But this was one of the 3 quietest places she had found. At this, Yang-Su asked her why she had called him. "State your purpose for summoning me." Yelim heard that and helplessly pointed at Yang-Su, reminding him again, "You took my novel, I haven't finished reading it yet." Yang-Su also remembered at this moment. My mistake it was. I shall retrieve the item immediately. It must surely reside within my sacred bag." Before he could leave, Yelim grabbed his clothes and said, "Wait, if that were all I would have sent a text message telling you to bring it." Then Yelim said excitedly, "You seem like a really interesting person. I'm a bit curious. Can you tell me more about that dragon race thing you're setting?" Yang-Su heard her refer to him that way and angrily said, "That is not a setting. That is reality." Seeing that, Yelim in a flustered state changed the subject and said, "By the way, you can just speak to me casually. Yumiya and Kanglam don't use honorifics anymore either." Yang-Su heard that and was still slightly puzzled. "Then are you the trustworthy ally he mentioned? I have no issue with that, but by human societal standards your age is—" Yelim heard that and, awkwardly shy, subtly asked about a girl's age. Seeing her so excited, Yang-Su helplessly spoke even more politely. "Understood, teacher. From now on I shall speak in my own manner. We are not so far apart in age." Yelim happily told him, "But you still treat me as your teacher." She admired him. "Like a mobile game, I'm really not a teacher." To briefly explain, Yelim was disguised to monitor Kanglam at this time. Her real job was a freelance hacker working in the underground world with the nickname Magic Hacker. Yang-Su, perhaps not hearing clearly what she said, asked again, "What did you say?" Yelim saw a few students passing by the place they were talking and said, "People are passing by, let's go deeper inside." And she grabbed Yang-Su's hand and pulled him somewhere to talk. Yelim grabbed Yang-Su's hand and excitedly asked, "So what's your true form?" Yang-Su still firmly said, "I told you I am a dragon." Yelim heard that and, not quite believing it, said, "If you're a dragon there are many types." Like a fire-breathing dragon or an evil black dragon? I'm really curious about your setting. Yang-soo got angry when she mentioned his setting. Do not call it a setting. It is reality. And I am a blue dragon, not a dragon but a drake. Yelim heard that and even more confused asked, what's the difference between a drake and a dragon? Dragon and drake are both translated as yang in Korean, so the English terms are used as is. Yang-soo was momentarily speechless when he heard Yelim's question. He awkwardly stammered and finally said, well, it's a drake anyway. Yelim realized he didn't even know himself and approached him further, teasing him. You really don't know, do you? Alright, you just vaguely chose it because it looked cool, right? Realizing he was found out, Yang-soo in a flustered state. I do know the difference. I merely chose it because it was more impressive. How did you know? She reassured him. It's okay, I've done similar things. Creating your own characteristics with a setting. Then, to break his awkward mood, Yelim changed the subject. Let's move on from this part. Yang-soo didn't think she would let him off so easily and retorted, did you truly believe I would let you off so easily? Tell me, what is your setting? Yelim, embarrassed, said anxiously. I'm a magical girl. Kanan Nakama. When I first watched the Magical Girl series. At this moment, Yelim realized something from Yang-soo's last words. Wait a minute, did you just say setting? The two then argued loudly, drawing everyone's attention around them. How rude, that is reality, not a setting, Yelim defended. No, don't say that, I said it first. At this moment it was so noisy that a student approached the two and said, excuse me, please be quiet in the library. The two perfectly acted, one pretending to look for a book. Which book should I choose? The other pretending to read a book. After the student left, Yelim closed the book and asked Yang-soo, so I saw the badge in your bag. You were there, weren't you? The Collaboration Cafe. Yang-soo did not answer seriously. Not only was I there, but I ate so much that my stomach hurt and I even missed school. Yelim heard that and, surprised and curious, said, oh, is that why you didn't go to school? I'm really curious. Legendary Wizard is my favorite game, so I'm also interested in its prequel, Legend of Yangnam. Then she sighed and said, but now I have to play 32 games a day, I'm worried. Yang-soo heard that and, thinking her words were not very credible, said with a suspicious expression, you really play a lot of games, are you running a gold farm? Yelim heard that and asked him, so what do you think, is Legend of Yangnam fun? Is it worth playing? Yang-soo stated his opinion. To me, Legend of Yangnam is more than just a game. From the original, it has always held a special place in my heart. Yelim was surprised by his answer. What? I thought you said you knew everything. What is it? Do you like dragons? Or should I say drakes? Yang-soo also inadvertently imitated Yelim's words. Then he suddenly realized and stopped speaking, saying never mind. At this moment, Yelim took out her phone and said, it's time to hunt. How about it? Add me as a friend and give me your ID. Yang-soo also agreed. I'll send it to you right away via message. Then the two exchanged IDs. Yelim checked the ID and asked Yang-soo, can we meet like this again? Yang-soo, perhaps not understanding her meaning well, asked again, what do you mean? Yelim referred to that way of talking. She said, awkwardly shy, this is the first time I'm sharing something like this with someone else and it's really fun. Can we meet like this again? Yang-soo smiled and said, of course. Then he reverted to his Chunibyo way of speaking, it is truly fortunate that I have accepted you as an ally. Lim blushed and felt awkward hearing him say that. What, a secret relationship? Oh my god, when you say it like that it sounds like we're already dating. Then she suddenly yelled again, stop it, I'm a teacher and you're a student. I'm not a teacher, I'm on secret mission number 22. Yang-soo also didn't understand Lim's words and vehemently retorted, what? That's not what I meant. Their conversation was so loud that the people around them in the library didn't understand what they were doing. At this moment, recess ended and class began. Yang-soo checked a text message he received from Lim during class. Sin-young, are you busy? What are you doing? Yang-soo texted back. What do you mean it's class time? And Sin-young, are you really calling me that? Lim explained to him. Since you call me teacher without honorifics, I'm calling you by the first two syllables of your name. Doesn't it sound authoritative? Sin-young, like a mysterious dragon. Yang-soo spoke arrogantly, stating his English name was Blue Dragon Yong God Jin. Lim burst out laughing upon hearing that. Really, you're so predictable. I thought you'd be slacking off during gym class, Yang-soo explained. The sun's heat is too intense, so we must hide in the classroom. This is an opportunity to train our mental strength. At this moment, the teacher was lecturing from the podium. Cricket may sound unfamiliar, but in England it's one of the top 3 sports. That's what I mean. Remember this well, it'll be on the test. Gehi raised her hand and offered her opinion. Teacher, that sentence seems too biased towards the English. Teacher seemed not to understand what she was saying. What do you mean? Gehi said. When I was studying in London, a friend who transferred from Scotland told me they had never played cricket. She said it was a matter of principle. Union also added, ranking the top 3 sports like that isn't objective. It can vary greatly depending on whether you see it as a professional sport or a community sport, and also by region and age. Especially since we are a united nation. The new information she presented confused both the teacher and the students. Konglum sighed inwardly at the sight, thinking, they're really giving the teacher a hard time. Yang-soo texted Lim, why did you think I'd be slacking off during gym class? Lim replied to him, because you're an otaku, you might get a fatal disease if exposed to sunlight. Yang-soo retorted, I'm not a vampire, I'm a drake. And teacher, you're in class too, aren't you? Lim said, that's right, I'm a teacher. Lim then explained her clever problem-solving method. I'll just make the students solve problems and I'll scroll through my phone in the meantime, Yang-soo advised her. You're too overconfident, I'm used to doing everything secretly, you forgot something important. Yang-soo wondered what the important thing she mentioned was. Lim said, let's go on a date next week. Yang-soo read the text and coughed. The teacher turned around. Kang-lim sitting next to him sighed at the sight and said, don't you think you're burying your face in your phone too much today? Lim hastily corrected her text. I made a mistake. I mean, let's go to Soon Animation World together. Yang-soo heard that and flustered scolded her. What kind of mistake? The two sentences are completely different. And why Soon Animation World of all places? To explain Soon Animation World, it's a very famous annual event in the otaku community. Na Kang-lim sometimes attends and Shin Young-soo never misses it. Lim said, I've never been there so I can go with you this time, can't I? At this moment, her students had already finished solving the problems and raised their hands. Teacher Lim, we've finished all the math problems. Lim was still busy texting. There's a competition I absolutely have to participate in happening there. Yang-soo seemed to understand her intention and said, I see. At this moment, someone snatched the phone Yang-soo was texting on. It was the teacher. The scene changed to Lim sitting on the stairs. Sin-young, don't be too depressed about being punished. The more you do it, the better you'll get at secretly using your phone. It turned out she was watching Yang-soo being punished by the teacher for using his phone. I don't want to get good at that, nor do I have that goal. How can someone like you be a teacher? Lim's eyes twinkled as she said, I'm not a teacher, this is our secret. It's to monitor Na Kang-lim. Actually, I'm a hacker, and for that reason this is just a disguise. Yang-soo heard that and said dumbfounded, ridiculous. It's like a comic. Lim heard that and yelled angrily, how dare you say that? Yang-soo didn't back down and said, instead of calling you teacher, I'll call you not teacher. Lim heard that and didn't understand. What? That's strange, just call me Lim. I like being called Lim, so do that. And I'll call you Yang-soo. Yang-soo blushed a little upon hearing her say that, if that's what you want, Lim. But what competition do you want to participate in? The Wizard Legend cosplay competition. Lim showed her character to Yang-soo and said, that's right, it's truly mind-blowing high-tech. I'm a magic hacker. Wizard Legend 3rd Anniversary cosplay competition. Location Soon Animation World. Prize life-size Mary's Special Wand, Couples Award. Then she excitedly said again, Mary Chan's life-size wand, isn't it amazing? It has textured details on the handle, and it even has a magic voice function. Incredible. Star power, give me strength, so cute. Yang-soo couldn't help but laugh at her. You're really cute. I go to Soon Animation World often, so being a guide is nothing. Lim wondered, are you and I participating as a team? Yang-soo didn't understand her question. Lim innocently explained, it's a couples award. So both you and I have to participate. Yang-soo was startled by that condition and objected. What? That's ridiculous. I've never cosplayed before. Lim also tried to reassure him. I haven't either, and you'd really suit it, Yang-soo. I think you just need to change clothes. Yang-soo heard that and refused again, saying that is an insult to cosplay. Insult me instead. And it's for couples. Lim still wanted him to participate. Why not? Can't we do it? She asked him shyly. Do you have a girlfriend? Yang-soo blushed and stammered. No, not yet in real life. Lim breathed a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Yang-soo approached her curious. What do you mean? Lim heard that and embarrassed turned away. Oh, just. Yang-soo kept following her and asking, tell me, Lim, how about you? Lim waved her hand denying it. What? A boyfriend? I don't have one yet. I'm too busy and I have high standards for men. I prefer a man I can have a good conversation with over a handsome, rich, tall one. Lim then blushed and laughed shyly. Yang-soo felt awkward seeing her smile. Lim excitedly said again, okay, let's start making the costumes now. Yang-soo asked in surprise, starting now? Lim calculated and said, it's not entirely impossible. We can use existing ones, but this is a competition, so we have to make our own. Then I'll have to sew some other things too. I didn't prepare anything because I thought I couldn't participate. Yang-soo took charge of that part, saying, you don't have to worry about that. I have all the costumes at home. Lim was surprised to hear that and thought, didn't he just say he'd never cosplayed before? Yang-soo then confidently said again, so let's go to my house. Lim was still lost in thought. What's the reason? She then asked Yang-soo again what he had just said. Wait a minute. Yang-soo didn't mind and continued, I'll prepare it today, so next week at the earliest. Lim heard that and blushed, lost in thought. Wait a minute, his house. The next day in the classroom, Yang-soo texted Lim, you don't need to wait until next week, you can come today. Address below. Lim, even as she wrote problems on the blackboard for the students, blushed and felt awkward. Really, what does this mean? I feel a deep connection with Yang-soo. But for him to invite me to his house after only a few days of knowing each other, isn't that too fast? And what does he mean by you can come today? It'll be night when I finish work today. Lim blushed and felt awkward, dragging the chalk across the blackboard, making a terrible sound, and the students sitting below covered their ears and called her. She didn't mind and thought, he's telling me to come at night, not during the day. Yang-soo then texted, it can't be helped. The Animation World participation date is approaching, and I've calculated that even if we start now, it's too late. Who can prepare everything in 2 weeks? Whether it's cosplay or doujin events, it naturally takes at least a quarter to prepare. Since we've agreed to participate, failure is unacceptable. We can't waste even a single day, so you must come today. This is an order. Lim then realized she was being coerced. I suggested it, but is it okay to suddenly invite me? What about his parents' permission? The scene changed to a late night in an apartment complex. Someone entered the apartment lobby carrying a suitcase. It was Lim. She nervously swallowed, thinking, I really came all this way. Before I knew it, I was here. I was in a bit of a hurry to buy fruit, but should I have gone home first? I left not knowing I wouldn't be returning home. What if I'm dressed inappropriately? What am I thinking? Just think normally. It's just a house visit. Right, it's late, so his family must be home too. Behind the closed door was a different world, but at this moment Young-soo came down. His parents aren't home, Young-soo said to her. Forgot to mention it. You must have heard about it at the fortune teller's house. Lim guessed it was Jamie. Young-soo explained, everyone stopped by here at least once before we planned our trip. Lim heard that and said, a little surprised, I didn't hear that much detail. I just knew you lived in a very cool house. Young-soo continued, my parents haven't been home for a long time. He opened the bag Lim brought and it contained snacks. They definitely won't be back until Animation World is over. Lim then came to her senses. I should have gone home first. Young-soo took her luggage and said, I'll get you something to drink. Want to see my room? Lim was a little confused. Room? Young-soo's eyes sparkled as he said, Lim will appreciate its true value. Lim arrived at Young-soo's room. She couldn't hide her excitement at the figures he had. Amazing, you have this at home. Mary-chan 5th Anniversary Battle Mode Special Edition. Oh my god, how can you resist this cute pose? So cute, Young-soo boasted confidently. This is an original movie poster limited edition. How did you get something that's not even in Korea? I flew there myself and brought it back. It turned out that Lim was also a collector with a very discerning eye for such things. Lim looked at the figures and posters in his room and answered his question. Of course, dusting off figures is my first habit every day. I've always wondered what other otakus' rooms are like, but they're really similar. Where are your comic books and light novels? I'm curious what you read. Young-soo heard that and sighed, saying, that's all I have. I only buy ebooks now. Lim heard that and froze as if she couldn't believe her ears. What? Young-soo's words were like pushing a classic otaku's button who couldn't accept ebooks. After 60 minutes of heated debate, Young-soo panted, wiping sweat from his forehead and said, exhausted, phew, that's enough. Come this way, the workspace is ready. Lim followed him into the workshop, looking around the house and thinking to herself. His parents don't seem to come home often. There are too many signs that he lives alone. And there are too many rooms here and the doorknobs are covered in dust. This room is really clean, it must be special. Lim pointed to a room and asked Young-soo, what's this room? Can I look inside? Young-soo answered firmly without thinking, no, that's my sister's room. Lim was surprised to hear that. Sister, Young-soo urged her. Hurry, there's no time. The two entered the workshop. Young-soo explained the plan. First, we need to discuss which characters to cosplay. Lim heard that and, surprised, asked again, I thought we already decided. Mary-chan and her dragon. Young-soo pointed out the difficulty to her. We still haven't decided what costumes to wear. The basic costumes are too plain to be meaningful, and we can't choose overly complex ones either. So we need to choose something recently released that's not yet sold in stores but still has details and a simple design that we can make ourselves. As he spoke, he showed Lim the costume designs. She cried out joyfully, these are the Mari-chan Gothic Lolita version and the Night Hunt Vampire Count version. These costumes allow us to buy basic outfits and add personal elements to create new ones, right? Young-soo nodded in agreement, saying, that's right, I've already ordered them, so now we just need to focus on making the accessories. Hearing that, Lim couldn't hide her admiration. Young-soo, you're amazing. How do you know so much? Is this really your first cosplay, or do you have a secret hobby of cosplaying at home? Young-soo fiddled with his equipment and reminisced. I used to often watch my sister make costumes. All the materials here are my sister's, but Lim, how far along is your work? Lim suddenly remembered. Oh right, his field is digitalized these days too. She opened her computer and showed him some research materials. I've researched which programs to use. I'll show you the team I brought the fabric samples to, but why don't you accept ebooks? What, are you ready? At this, the two began to work together. From sewing costumes and calculating sizes to cooking together a little later. Lim also told Young-soo about her magician. The two were so tired they fell asleep, and when they woke up they played games again. At this point the two seemed to have grown closer. The scene changed to Kanglam frustrated in front of his computer screen, rolling his mouse around and thinking, what, everything's too peaceful. I thought Bang Lim would put more pressure on me. I've removed the surveillance network and deleted the goddess note in case of phone hacking. But there's been no news for over a week. Or maybe the incident has already passed. When will Bang Lim reveal that she's an otaku? No news is probably good news. Thinking that, he turned his gaze to Shirin and Lammy playing cards. Shirin saw Lammy laughing. Shirin asked her, Lammy, you seem happy these days. Is there a special reason? Lammy just smiled and replied, no, I'm just happy. At this, the scene changed to Young-soo's apartment complex and a loud sound was heard. It's finished, Young-soo panted. Never again. I'm never doing something so last minute again. Lim also agreed. Yeah, if I had to do it one more time, I think I'd die, but we managed to do it and the quality isn't bad, right? He nodded. Yeah, then try it on. She was surprised. Try it on, Young-soo said firmly. Of course. What's the point if you don't wear it? That's why we made it. Lim forced a laugh. Alright, I guess I was a bit nervous, Young-soo suggested. I'll try on my clothes too. So you can use that room too, honey. She was silent for a moment. When she was driving and talking to her parents, they showed curiosity. Yejimi, you seem happy these days. Is there something good going on? She was quite surprised. I seem happy, her parents encouraged her. As long as you're happy, that's what matters most to your parents. Your sudden decision to become a teacher was a bit surprising though, Lim stammered. Well, yes, I'm having a good time these days. At first, making otaku friends and participating in cosplay at Animation World was just a dream. But she had always felt guilty during the past few days. She always felt sorry for Yemi. She's my closest and most precious friend. I haven't been honest with her about what I truly like. Was it a wrong decision from the beginning to be an otaku to like cosplaying Mari-chan? Lim had finished changing her clothes. Hamam dressed, but Young-soo had transformed completely, he commanded. Come to my glorious throne. Lim was bewildered. What? The Count really appeared? He's not just immersing himself in a chunibyo setting, he's using it. It's like the power of darkness really exists. It's like the Count has come back to life in this atmosphere. I can do it too. Lim immersed herself. All right, I bestow upon you a kiss contract. Young-soo sneered. Kneel, shall we go? They headed to their own world. The two danced like swans under the moonlight, but reality seemed a bit harsh. However, the two had a good time and everyone laughed happily. Finally, Young-soo promised, then let's meet at 10 a.m., she mused. It would be more comfortable to go early. Animation World opens at that time, but I have a few things to do on Saturday morning. Can I go to school, so we can go straight there when we arrive? Young-soo interrupted. I don't mind, but what if someone sees us? Lim reassured him. Oh, no problem. Oh damn, why didn't I think of that? If we win the competition, we'll take pictures. What if someone we know or people from school see us? Then do I have to give up being a hataku? Young-soo pondered. You're right, that could definitely happen. So what do you want to do, Honey? Should we give up? She was surprised. What? But we've come all this way, he retorted. It doesn't matter to me. I entered the competition to help you, and I really enjoyed making the cosplay. If you want to give up, I'll respect your decision. Yejimi was silent. She sighed. I was really foolish, keeping what I like a secret and being embarrassed about it. It seems it's time to change. Young-soo stared at her, then turned his head. If you want me to force you to show confidence to people by saying that, Honey, then I'm sorry, I can't say that. You know very well, Honey. Hoping for someone's understanding is too perfect. Uncommon hobbies are often rejected by others, aren't they? Oh, you don't know what negative impact it might have on your work and life in the future. If the only thing you gain after revealing your hobby to others is just relief, I would never advise you to do that. But instead I can advise you the opposite. Not to confidently reveal it, but to confidently hide it. Anyway, it's your choice. Be proud. What's wrong with being a hataku? Lim was stunned. Young-soo realized. Oh, I talk too much, she comforted him. It's okay, I'll confidently hide it. I've never thought of that. Thank you, you made me realize what I need to do. Can you help me fix the cosplay clothes a bit? The day of the cosplay competition at Animation World, Young-soo said, Honey, you can change clothes in the restroom at exit 3. Just follow the crowd and you'll get there. By the way, you don't seem as worried as I thought, Honey, Lim affirmed. Yeah, now I'm more confident even in front of a crowd. And since I'm not going alone, I'll enjoy it no matter what happens. Young-soo opened the car trunk. All right, Lim, you put your cosplay clothes in the newly bought IKEA bag, right? She confirmed. Yeah, it was the biggest bag, so I used that one. Why is something wrong? She stuck her head out and was startled. What? Where did it go? Our cosplay clothes, fireplace, lantern, and even the hall. Camping equipment. Young-soo asked Lim. Honey, did you perhaps bring the wrong bag? Lim denied. No, that can't be. I don't have this kind of camping equipment. I checked everything before leaving home, and I checked again before leaving school. Oh, maybe? She remembered another teacher coming out of the garage. Oh, Teacher Bang, you have quite a lot of luggage in your trunk. Lim also politely replied, oh yes, are you leaving work now? The teacher denied. No, I'm going camping with my husband this weekend. There's a dedicated camping forest in Gangwon-do. Lim chuckled. Oh, I see. That's fortunate. Well, I'm on my way now. The bags were swapped then and the two chatted happily without knowing anything. Lim called her, but she was sweating. She's not answering the phone. She's probably immersed in nature over there. Young-soo worried. Honey, do you know where they went? Lim recalled. I heard. Oh, she said she was going to the supermarket first. She's going to buy camping supplies at the supermarket right next to it, Young-soo said urgently. Let's chase them quickly. It's not too late yet. The car flew like an arrow. Yejimi worried. But that supermarket is too big. How are we going to find her? He reminded her again. Honey, aren't you a magic hacker? Yejimi, can't you hack the CCTV and track them? Lim shouted. No, CCTV is closed-circuit TV, and what I mean is how can you hack it from the outside? It's not an online device either. Young-soo was startled. Damn it, so everything in anime was a lie, she retorted. Can't you put that setting aside for a bit? That's not a setting, that's real. Real? When they arrived at their destination, the car stopped abruptly. Young-soo opened the car door. I'll start looking first. Park here and then follow me. Lim dissuaded him. Wait, you're going to search by circling around? Why do you have to do that? He explained. It would be a real shame to give up what we prepared. Honestly, I was really looking forward to going on stage with you, Lim. Then Young-soo closed the car door and ran off alone. Thudding, Yejimi took out her drone. She maneuvered the drone to scout. If you want to do that, never underestimate the power of a magic hacker. This time, it was already time for the festival. Young-soo looked around and quietly calculated, camping food should be meat and vegetables, but that alone makes it too difficult to narrow down the search. He called Yellam. Lim, start searching from the west entrance. Yellam was already engaged in her work. I've succeeded in hacking. I'm searching on the screen. Young-soo was surprised to hear that. Didn't you say you couldn't hack CCTV? Lim explained. That's right, CCTV installed by national agencies is absolutely impossible. But personal IP cameras installed by shop owners are different. Most of them are connected to Wi-Fi and their security is weak. And I'm also searching using a drone. At this, Lim found the person she was looking for through the CCTV and shouted, Found them? They headed to the parking lot 3 minutes ago. Judging by the amount of stuff they have, they seem to have finished shopping. We need to hurry. I'll guide you through a shortcut via the drone. Yang-soo followed the guidance and ran to a secluded three-way intersection. He panted, exhausted, and called Lim. I think I'm almost there. Which way should I go now, Lim? Lim then looked at her phone in a panic and said worriedly, my phone battery is dead. No, I was controlling the drone. She plugged the charger into her phone. Please, Yang-soo was still waiting for Lim's signal and guidance. He thought, something must have happened. There's no time to wait. If I don't go now, I'll miss them. Left or right, if I guess, the probability is 50-50. It's okay, I have the blessing of the dragon race. At this moment, a text message suddenly arrived on his phone. Yang-soo read the message and laughed to himself. Lim, honey, it seems you're also getting a friend's blessing. At this, the name fortune teller grandma on the screen guided him to another path. At this moment, a couple was walking when suddenly a voice called out, wait, wait. Yang-soo ran, panting and out of breath. Wait, over there, that, he thought, helpless and exhausted. Damn it, I can't even breathe properly. Since when did my stamina get so terrible? The man looked at him, puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you like that? Yang-soo suddenly hardened his face and glared at him. The man was also startled by his gaze. The woman with him seemed to realize something. She asked, you're a first-year student, aren't you? At this moment, Lim also ran over and rescued Yang-soo. The two were already in the car, both too exhausted to breathe. At this moment, people in a shopping mall were whispering about something. Look over there, it's the Mari-chan Gothloli version. Look over there, even the mask she used to infiltrate the dark church. Wizard Legend cosplay, the colors match so well, Yang-soo observed and calculated. The Mari-chan costume came out with the main quest update. The night before at Yang-soo's house, he told Lim, and her mask is an item from that quest, so people are speculating that the next story will focus on Mari-chan, and this mask not only covers your face but it also appears in the game. Lim couldn't hide her excitement at his words. It was a truly brilliant idea. Lim returned to the reality of the Dragon Teacher team winning the Wizard Legend cosplay competition, deeply impressed. Yes, from now on I'll try to hide it proudly. Yang-soo was fiddling with Lim's wand at this point. Lim looked at him with affectionate eyes, perhaps having fallen for him. The next day at school, Yang-soo shouted about something. What, you told her you're an otaku? He asked Lim again. Wait, I thought you were trying to hide it like everyone else. Once the problem is clear, other problems will solve themselves. Lim also shyly exclaimed. Jamie was the only exception, but it doesn't matter now. Jamie knows I'm a hataku. Yang-soo heard that and, not surprised, calmly said, it wasn't that hard to figure out. Lim's attire had all the hallmarks of a hataku, the suspicious two-tone hair, a mysterious necklace and casually draped jacket, unknown arm accessories and strange uniform with an unclear purpose. It was intentionally put together with two colors. Lim was surprised to hear him say that. Really? Was it that obvious? Yang-soo asked her again. Don't you think so? Lim laughed and calmly replied. Anyway, we were going to see an animated movie together. Yang-soo also enjoyed hearing that. That's great, Lim agreed with him, saying, but this time there are a few advantages to looking at the situation from multiple perspectives. And she shyly began, so I'm thinking of watching the movie multiple times. If you're interested, want to come with me? Yang-soo shyly nodded at Lim's invitation. That, if it's you, is fine anytime. I'll always be here. Lim was very pleased in her heart to hear that. The two then returned to the classroom. Wait, I think I forgot something, Lim thought as she walked down the hallway. That's right, Nakanglum. I completely forgot to monitor Nakanglum. I had all the surveillance systems and everything in place. And she tried to rationalize the reason, but then realized something. But come to think of it, since I've become Yang-soo's closest friend, he's not that suspicious either, right? But if that's the case, there's no longer a reason to disguise myself as a teacher. At this moment, some students behind her called out, Teacher Lim. The student said somewhat hesitantly, it's a bit difficult to say, but teacher, please don't get too close to the first-year students anymore. That's right. There are rumors that he's been involved in many problems since middle school. Lim was surprised that the students thought that. She remembered Nakanglum's story from Twin Middle School that Yemi had told her, but she hadn't investigated it because he said it wasn't necessary. A male student said worriedly, Nakanglum also seemed to have been involved in problems at Twin Middle School. A female student next to him was surprised to hear that. Really? Lim then asked the two. Were you two not talking about Nakanglum? The two students, startled, replied to her. No, it's not Nakanglum, it's Shin Yang-soo. There are rumors that he was forced to transfer from another region. Lim was slightly surprised to hear that name. A male student continued, he's not very famous here, but that kid is a real troublemaker. At this point, the scene changed to a hospital room where someone lying in a hospital bed suddenly moved a finger. At this moment, Konglum, back in the first-year classroom, asked with a teasing laugh, are both of you participating in the competition? That's really interesting. Yang-soo, trying not to show weakness to Konglum, said worriedly, that's right, my loyal subordinate, you're the only one who knows, but why do you look so happy? He told him, I'm just proud and happy. Konglum thought to himself, I'm really glad good things happened when she became a teacher. She was my favorite character in Girl Goddess. Then he sighed and said, damn it, I regret not being able to sneak out during 5th period math class. At this moment, Yang-soo suddenly read a text message and stood up abruptly. He said worriedly, Konglum, tell the teacher I'm leaving early. Konglum didn't understand what was going on. He asked, what's wrong? Suddenly, as if realizing something, he said, no way. Then Yang-soo quickly ran outside. Konglum also urged him, go quickly, go to the main entrance. I'll call a taxi while you run. Shirin and Gaehee stood at the podium not understanding what was happening. Young-soo was running down the hallway at this moment, and Lim also saw him running somewhere. At this moment he and the pretty girls were standing looking in one direction. Konglum stood facing the window scratching his head looking troubled. It's natural for you to ask that, but I don't know what to answer. Should I tell them about this? Gaehee looked at him with sparkling eyes. What is it this time? I feel like something dangerous is about to happen. Not everyone knows about Chunibyo. Shirin asked from the side. You don't know either. Yang also had a helpless expression. Should I call it Young-soo's secret? I know there's something but he doesn't want to talk about it. That's all I know. She looked at Kanglum's back, but Kanglum knew Young-soo better than she did. At this moment Kanglum still said nothing. Lim also desperately pleaded, please, I really want to know what's going on. If there's anything I can do, I'll definitely do my best. At this moment Yoon-young suddenly spoke, surprising Kanglum a little. Honey, it's time to tell us. Gaehee also had a surprised expression next to her. Ha, what? Lammy added, as if remembering something. Chunja Sunbae also seemed to know something. Mia immediately spoke from the other side of the screen. Don't call me honey. Now that I think about it, wasn't it when we were making travel plans? I think the two of them said something. Yoon-young concentrated and thought again. She judged, that's right, but I can't help. Honey, sometimes asking that person directly can hurt them more. Unable to remain silent any longer, Konglum finally told the truth. Young-soo is going to the hospital. He hesitated for a moment and said, to see his hospitalized younger sister. The scene changed to a hospital, and Young-soo frantically rushed to the nurse at the hospital counter and asked, then he dashed past people like the wind. His face was drenched in sweat. He recalled the moment he talked to the doctor alone. Young-soo then asked the doctor blankly, what disease? Sleeping sickness? The doctor explained to him. This is a type of Klein-11 syndrome, also known as sleeping beauty syndrome. It's a condition with an unknown cause where the patient experiences excessive drowsiness and irregular sleep patterns. Young-soo listened to the doctor's words blankly and froze. But what I can tell you is that it is currently presumed to be caused by post-traumatic stress. A girl was deeply asleep in the hospital bed. Especially in Sua's case, the symptoms are severe, and it's difficult to predict how the situation will unfold in the future. The more Young-soo listened to the doctor's explanation, the worse his complexion became. It's an extremely rare case worldwide, and in the worst scenario, she could sleep for a month or even a year. Hearing this, Young-soo became extremely furious. He stood up abruptly and shouted, aren't you taking the situation too lightly? The doctor calmly discussed with him. Financial burden is one issue, but family care will be very much needed. Please meet with your parents and discuss it. Young-soo's face hardened and he gritted his teeth, uttering each word. Money is not a problem. He remained motionless, head bowed, clenching his fists as if about to cry. And those two will never come. In a corner of the hospital, Young-soo quietly made a phone call. Yes, Mom really isn't coming? When a reply came from the other side of the phone, Young-soo suddenly became extremely angry and shouted, she's your daughter. And you can call yourself a parent? If she falls asleep again, who knows when she'll wake up? On the other side of the phone, his parents were excitedly carrying suitcases. His mother asked, son, are you yelling at Mom like that because you're a teenager? Dad also boasted. That's right, Young-soo, Dad and Mom are going to America. The two were so engrossed in going to see a musical that they were indifferent to their two children. They're restaging that classic musical on Broadway. Who knows when it will be restaged again? And getting accommodation there is extremely difficult. His mother also added, life is full of interesting things and waiting is boring. They didn't see their son gritting his teeth in anger on the other side of the phone. Son, have a good life. Haha, his father continued indifferently. And do you know how much it costs per day at the hospital? And what about the rent for the luxury apartment you're living in? The two parents walked and laughed together. Kids these days want to be born into wealthy families, right? So we've done our part as parents. You're right, honey. In a corner, Young-soo could only listen to the words coming from the other end of the phone. Oh honey, it's time to go now, let's go. Young-soo, if you need anything, tell the secretary. As soon as he heard one more sentence, you probably won't be able to reach us well while we're in America. Young-soo immediately threw the phone to the ground in anger. His face was filled with pain but also helplessness. As Young-soo opened the door, his clothes disheveled and arm bandaged, sweating profusely, a girl with long brown hair sat on the hospital bed. She was looking out the window. As soon as she saw him enter, the girl turned and called out, Oppa. Young-soo stared blankly at the girl for a few seconds, then rushed to her and hugged her tightly. He looked at the girl with loving eyes. Hi Sua. Sua also replied, yes, nice to meet you. Sua looked at him brightly. This is our first time meeting this year, isn't it? It's been quite a while, hasn't it? Young-soo put his arm around his sister's shoulder and asked, how are you? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Sua looked at him with innocent and clear eyes. I'm fine. The doctor said he'll examine me tomorrow. I'll be fine for a while, like last time. More importantly, how are you, Oppa? Young-soo covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat. Me? Of course I'm fine. Then he struck a cool pose to make his sister laugh. These days I'm actively participating in events to make legendary Yangnam more and more famous. Sua giggled upon hearing that. That's good. Oppa still likes legendary Yangnam, Young-soo said excitedly to her. Of course. These days there's even a game. Sua was very happy to hear that. Really? Legendary Yangnam game? How is it? Then he took out his phone and pressed something. Experience is better than 100 words. Thanks to Wizard Legend it was quite famous. He also told his sister about his experiences. I even went to Animation World and participated in a cosplay competition. There were hardly any people cosplaying legendary Yangnam there. Suah suddenly asked urgently and worriedly, Oppa, cosplay competition, did you participate alone Oppa or with Kanglum Oppa? He replied indifferently, not my subordinate, with someone named Bang Lim. After saying this much, Yang-su changed the subject and looked away. Let's put that aside. Suah became very excited again. Oh, what, is that Unnie your girlfriend Oppa? Yang-su held out his phone screen in front of his sister. I've created a new account for you, so try it out. Suah suddenly sighed and said, I like legendary Yangnam, but I prefer listening to your stories Oppa. Her eyes sparkled at this moment. Especially when I don't have much time. If I fall asleep again, I don't know when I'll wake up. Yang-su approached his sister, took her hand and gently encouraged her. Don't say such things, you'll definitely get better. I believe that. Suah received the phone from him. The game screen was already open. Thank you Oppa, then I'll try it except for gacha. I feel like it's a waste of money. Yang-su loudly disagreed with his sister's words. What's the point of a mobile game without gacha? Besides, money is something you should spend all of. While playing, Suah suddenly looked up at him and asked, Do you still hate mom and dad? I won't hide it. Yang-su replied coldly and firmly, hating them for this lifetime isn't enough. I harbor a grand revenge plan. After saying this much, Yang-su fell silent. Yes, I will never forgive them. In the end, the reason he became like that was all because of Yang-su's parents. They abandoned their daughter when she was hospitalized, but never fulfilled their role as parents. When he and his sister were young, after we entered an expensive private elementary school, every year my sister and I would have 2 grand birthday parties. At this moment, Suah was blowing out the candles on the cake. Those parties were filled with luxury and everything. But there were always 2 empty seats at the table. Our parents never came even once. The maid carefully said that Madam had an urgent matter. I noticed that lie for 4 years throughout elementary school. They gave him a card to use for pocket money. They only cared about themselves, believing that providing us with money was enough to fulfill their role as parents. Because I received no love, I never learned how to love, and I lived as if the entire world were my enemy. A few students in school uniforms lay motionless on the ground. As his fist was about to land on a face, the man barely managed to say, All right, I won't mess with you again. Yang-su still had his fist raised high. He sneered and struck down coldly. A few drops of blood splattered and Yang-su returned home exhausted. Suah was just a little girl who carried a teddy bear. She rubbed her eyes and called out, Brother, did you fight again? Yang-su was still gentle with her. I told you not to wait for me, just sleep. Do you have a fever? Suah was already very weak even before the accident. She mostly stayed at home and comic books were her friends and parents. She was innocent and naive. Yes, the housekeeper left food for you, Oppa, she continued, looking at her brother. She said you were late again. Yang-su coldly turned and walked inside. All right, I'll shower and eat. Suah quietly watched her brothers retreating back. Suah learned love from comic books and became much more mature than me. Come to think of it, that's why she suggested that. Suddenly, Suah called out to Yang-su, stopping him. Brother, do you have any plans for Halloween? Yang-su replied casually. Not really, why? There was always hope in Suah's eyes. I want to throw a party with mom and dad. I'll prepare the costumes and we all. Yang-su coldly cut her off. Stop. Suah was startled by Yang-su's reaction. Yang-su crushed Suah's hope. They won't come, you know that. The more you hope, the more you'll despair. Just give up. Suah immediately burst into bitter tears. I'm sorry, but I won't give up. It might be hard, but I'll keep believing. Suah said one thing that left Yang-su dumbfounded. If you really wish for it, it will come true. And Suah firmly held onto that belief. That's why she had the accident. Yang-su's hands were tightly clenched and bloody. He received a call. Young master, the young lady. Suah seemed to have been very enthusiastic about preparing the party. A weak child who rarely went out, she went shopping excitedly for preparations and then had an accident. The operating room light was still on, and the doctor came out and reassured him. The critical period has passed, but prepare for a long hospital stay. Yang-su reread what Suah had written in her letter, and his eyes welled up. Thank you, brother. Thanks to you, I was the coolest person today. I hope we can be together like this again. I believe that if you really wish for something, it can come true. That's why I want to get healthier. Yang-su lamented why the world was so unfair. Why did Suah have to go through this and not others? He wished he could have held Suah's hand a little longer. He made a decision. From now on, I heard Suah's sad story. She heard it from the doctor. It's a very rare disease. I'm sorry, brother. Mom and dad love to travel, so it must be hard for them. I wish I could get healthy so we could go together. Then our family could become closer. That's my dream, but it must be really hard to achieve, right? I know, but I'll keep wishing until it comes true. That's a story only in comic books. Yang-su asserted that it wasn't a made-up story. Suah didn't understand. While preparing for Suah's hospitalization, Yang-su found it. The book Suah said was her favorite comic, Legend of Yangnam. Some parts looked a bit worn and cliché, but one detail in particular caught my eye. The secret bloodline of the dragon race possesses a special power to make wishes a reality, and this is used to help good people cure illnesses and help those who try but fail to peacefully adapt to the world again. It was a heartwarming story. That's why Suah always said that. Yang-su comforted her. If you wish and wish again, it will come true. Her eyes widened. He was confident. It's not meaningless. There's a reason for everything. If you stop doubting it this time, I'll prove it to you. The world you believe in isn't a lie or an illusion. Because I believe they truly exist in this world. As a member of the dragon race, Suah smiled. Thank you, brother. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Yang-soo bowed his head and laughed miserably. Then he stood up abruptly and said loudly, "Ha ha ha, don't worry my sister, I am the true descendant of the invincible dragon god." Everything started that day. Kanglum saw that the seat next to him in class was still empty, reserved for the hospital. At this moment Yang-soo was looking at his phone. He was quite surprised to see so many friends gathered there. In the afternoon in the hospital room, Soo-ah politely told Yejimi, "Thank you for taking care of my brother." Yejimi's face turned red. "How, why suddenly?" "Why?" Soo-ah sighed. "Because there probably won't be another chance. It's been so long since I've seen my brother so happy. And if my intuition isn't wrong, Sister Yejimi thinks so too, right?" She was quite surprised. "You too, honey?" "Yes, I like Yang-soo." Soo-ah was delighted. "Wow, really? Shall I tell my brother?" Yejimi vehemently denied it. "Is there a need, really?" Soo-ah smiled. "Maybe it will come true someday. Break free from the cycle of revenge." "What I couldn't do." Yejimi was surprised. "Oh really? But honestly, when I heard that story, I didn't quite understand it. I don't want to meddle in family matters, but from what I see, the parents are a bit strange." Yejimi understood what Yang-soo had said. Soo-ah understood. "You don't need to be so cautious, honey." "Neither do I." The two started talking more openly. Yejimi also began to understand more about their family circumstances. Outside the hospital door, Yang-soo saw his friends off. He suddenly received a voice message from his mother. His mother asked how he was doing these days, and one more thing, that she would be returning to Korea soon. Kanglum stood outside the classroom door with Yami. Yami asked, "Did Yejimi tell you about Yang-soo acting like a chunibyo?" "Do you know Kanglum Sunbae? If you do, please tell me." "I always hate people who act like chunibyo." Kanglum replied casually. "No, I don't know either. Like you, I only know about his sister's condition, and I want to meet them too. I don't know if it's related to his chunibyo, but now I really understand how he feels. It's truly painful to know and be able to do nothing," Yami interjected. And Sunbae, about what Yejimi suggested. In the cafe, Yang-soo sat pretending to be very cool. "As expected, you've come again. Meeting in person will be much worse than you imagined. Yellam, are you really okay? It would be better if you left." When she said that, she retorted, "Oh, if that's the case, then all the more reason I should be here. I'll never let you fight alone. We need to maintain balance." Yang-soo smiled. "Thank you. If it weren't for this situation, I might have fallen for you." Suddenly a sharp voice came from afar. "Son, it's been a while." Yellam looked in that direction. It was Yang-soo's parents. They approached and asked, "How have you been these days? You seem to have grown taller." They hurriedly sat down with their friends and chatted. Yellam calculated that Yang-soo's parents had been there for 30 minutes but still hadn't looked at their son, showing no interest in him. They only talked about topics that interested them. They didn't ask Yang-soo a single question. They didn't even ask who I was. She truly sighed. "As I heard, these people seem more interested in whether their dinner reservation is confirmed right now than in caring about their children." At this moment, Yang-soo's father spoke. "Right, how could I forget this? Yang-soo, Mom and Dad are a bit busy. There's so much to enjoy in the world. If you need anything, just tell us." Yang-soo's mother finally noticed Yejimi. "Ah, right, who are you?" Yang-soo introduced her. "Ah, this is Bang Yejimi. She was a teacher at my school," but at this moment she said loudly, "I'm Yang-soo's girlfriend." Yang-soo whispered, not expecting things to turn out this way. "What on earth are you doing, Yejimi?" "Girlfriend," Yejimi reminded him. "If you say I'm a teacher, it'll get more complicated. Besides, I've already resigned, and I've explained everything. I'll start the story. I replaced another teacher in the system." "It's complicated," he got angry. "You're making this conversation more complicated. Look at what you said." Yellam was embarrassed. If we say we're dating, they might think I'm not serious." Yang-soo's mother reacted very excitedly. "Girlfriend, right. Yang-soo, you're amazing." His father also chimed in. "Ha ha ha, right. Yang-soo is handsome like his dad." Yang-soo's mother also agreed. Right. If he just fixes the way he talks, he'll be as famous as us. I wonder what strange game he's obsessed with now. Does he still like comic books? He's a high school student now. It's time to give up those hobbies," he said coldly. "It's you two. Let's get to the point. Why are you two in Korea?" Yang-soo's mother replied very casually. "Mom and Dad are going to watch the N1 car race. We've traveled the world following the Grand Prix. Isn't that incredible? Next time it's held in Korea," his father added, confirming. "That's why we remembered and called you." Willem sneered. "Fortunately, it's only been a few days since Soo-ah woke up, so maybe Soo-ah." They cut her off. "We know. We're too busy to meet, so we just called. Monaco car race is waiting, so we can't delay any longer." Yang-soo's father chimed in. "Monaco, a beautiful city." Yellam didn't care much. She made a call, in other words. She knew everything. "Ah, it's Soo-ah's birthday soon," Yang-soo's mother casually said. "So what?" His father still grumbled. "Monaco is full of our beautiful memories." She was startled to hear their answer. Yang-soo's mother wondered. "We wished her a happy birthday. What else is left?" "Birthday," his father chimed in. "We let her buy whatever she wanted. What else is left?" Yellam couldn't understand. What are these people thinking? This can't be called parenting. They emphasized again. "We've done so much and it's still not enough?" Yang-soo wasn't very surprised. They're always like this. They only think about themselves. Wasting emotions on such people is futile. This is clear child neglect and abuse, but they have power and wealth, so we can't win even if we sue. For now, ignoring them and pretending not to know is the only solution. He had endured it like that, comforting himself that a chance for revenge would come someday. "Because I can never forgive them, I won't act recklessly. From that day on, step by step, carefully and meticulously. I've harbored a revenge plan for 20 years and now it's time to execute it, even if it costs me my life." Yang-Soo thought deeply for a while. He resolved that he would take everything they had, leave them collapse behind bars to regret their past mistakes and make them yearn for their glorious days until they died, trapped in memory. And the reason I've held on to life until now is because I haven't yet achieved the purpose of my revenge, and now I ignore everything they bark. Right, just ignore them. But just this once, please, to our parents. Yang-Soo recalled his sister's desperate plea. Brother, please ask our parents about my birthday, he tried to explain. I know they won't say anything, Soo-ah knew. Yes, I know that a simple question won't get anything. So I prepared everything. I invited Mom and Dad to a hotel party with 2 Michelin chefs cooking, and right before the party there's a manga signing event for the N1 racer at a nearby bookstore. I've booked the venue, route and time, so they can stop by this party on their way. This will make our parents sigh. Why are you showering all your attention on them? Even the multicultural family members recently learned everything and visited. Meanwhile, the people we call family are worse than strangers, never visiting for years. But if that's what you want, Soo-ah, she pleaded desperately. Brother, please. Yang-Soo finally accepted. I can't promise, but I'll try to talk to them. Back in reality, Yang-Soo held out 2 tickets and said, this is a proposal my sister prepared for both of you. This should be enough time to meet, right? His mother excitedly asked. Oh dear, I want to go. What about you? His father also said with conviction. How could we miss a dinner cooked by a famous chef and a racer's signing event? They reached out for the tickets. Right, we're busy, but we'll try to stop by, Yang-Soo added. Think about it beforehand, it's fine if you refuse. This is just my message to you. But if you betray Soo-ah's trust again, you will face divine punishment, so since you've promised, you must attend. His parents looked at each other and then made their decision. In the hospital, Soo-ah asked excitedly and urgently, Really? They really said they'd come? Thank you, brother. Then I need to get ready quickly. Yang-Soo stopped her. Wait a minute, you'll get hurt if you're not careful. Soo-ah didn't care much. I'm afraid to wake up every morning. It was the same this morning. I was worried about waking up. I don't know how long it's been, months or perhaps years, you know, brother. I think I'll worry a little less after this party, so I can't help but be anxious. Soo-ah took Yang-Soo's hand and said, Let's go, brother. It's been a long time since we went out together, hasn't it? Let's go buy things for the party. Yang-Soo put his sister in a wheelchair and went to the mall. It was Soo-ah's first outing in a long time and she was very happy. She wanted to try on everything and even dragged Kanglam into it. The two had to take pictures in mafia style, Halloween style, street style and video game style, led by Soo-ah. Christmas was no exception. Seeing the two transform into red-nosed reindeer, Soo-ah laughed wildly. When they reached the comic book corner, everyone's eyes sparkled. In the restaurant, everyone had finished preparing for Soo-ah's birthday party. Kanglam was also blinking, drowsy. It was already getting dark. Soo-ah came out after changing her clothes, but she still looked a little sleepy. Yang-Soo said, You must be tired after traveling for 2 days and nights. She comforted him. It's okay, brother. Just thinking about the party recharges my energy, Yang-Soo added. But you should rest for at least tomorrow to recover. Soo-ah said excitedly, Yes, I'm so excited. The news reported that the N1 car race had returned to Korea after 8 years. But now, for unknown reasons, it was cancelled. Heavy rain poured down on Seoul. The rain grew heavier. Yang-Soo stood blankly on the crowded street. At the party venue, everyone looked tired of waiting. Soo-ah desperately prayed to her brother in her heart. Just this once, she kept staring at her phone. Yang-Soo continued to stand on the rainy street. Soo-ah kept waiting and waiting. Yang-Soo's mother texted him saying she would return earlier because the Formula 1 race to be held in Korea was cancelled. Rain poured down on the splendid shopping mall. Yang-Soo sat quietly on the bus. Thunder and lightning flashed outside. The airport situation hadn't improved either. Many flights were delayed due to bad weather. Yang-Soo's parents were at the airport. Even after hearing the announcement, they felt regret. Still delayed, dear. We should have done more shopping. Yang-Soo's father comforted her. Don't worry, honey. Korea's airport lounges are considered the best in the world. The two happily went back inside and sat down. Yang-Soo was still wandering the streets drenched in rain. He stood blankly. Yelam rushed over and said, Yang-Soo, what are you doing here? You didn't answer no matter how many times I called. She tried to comfort him. It's okay, I understand anyway. But we already knew they would be like that, didn't we? There's nothing more we can do about them, right? Let's go. Let's throw a birthday party for Soo-ah. Yang-Soo said nothing. Yelam guessed that he was still feeling guilty for not taking care of them. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'm a magic hacker after all. There are countless ways to bring them here, she suggested, for example. How about changing their plane tickets to somewhere else? Seeing Yang-Soo clench his fist, Yelam was startled and said, Calm down, Yang-Soo. Such thoughts won't solve anything, he sneered. Can't do anything, then what should I do to solve everything? If Soo-ah still had any affection for those damn humans had already destroyed it themselves, Yang-Soo shouted. That's right, I should have done this sooner. Yelam was flustered. What do you mean? Whatever you do to them? Yang-Soo knew that it wouldn't change anything, and what was already lost wouldn't come back. He had no intention of saying such empty words. If I left those damn humans alone, this would be the result. I always thought revenge was wrong. The only way to eliminate the victim's pain and hatred is to make the perpetrators feel that pain. No, even more painful than revenge. Besides, this isn't a sudden decision. I'm just executing a revenge plan I've harbored for a long time. Yelam grabbed his shoulder. Why do you think Soo-ah can't recover? You told your sister she needs to believe that if she wishes for something it will come true, right? Because you are a descendant of the dragon race and a dragon god, Yang-Soo shouted. All of that is a lie, Yelam was startled. Yang-Soo continued. Do you think such things really exist? It's all made-up stories. I know that better than anyone. Because I created it. Dreams don't all come true just because you want them to. There are no dragons or magic in this world. It's all an illusion. It's just a lie to deceive oneself. Right? It's just a comforting word. Even though I knew they were trash from the beginning. Besides, I left my sister alone. I feel so guilty for doing all this. If I don't do anything, I feel like I'll go crazy. So I always had to play the role of a big brother comforting my sister. In fact, I didn't know what to do, so I deceived myself with fictional stories. Deceived myself with absurd stories like being a member of the dragon race. It's a typical case of chunibyo. It's just an escape, nothing more, nothing less. I don't even have the courage to kill them. I won't hesitate or run away anymore. What I need to do is end this cursed relationship right now. Yellum heard everything and said, the only thing you need to do right now is run away. What will happen if you kill them? Everything will remain the same. You'll go to jail and Suwa will be left alone. Right now, you're only thinking about things that will free yourself. Then have you thought about what consequences this will have for Suwa? Remember that Suwa recovered thanks to the power of the dragon race. But now you're going to deny that and run away. Yangsu didn't believe her. All I know is what Suwa said. Do you think you're a stranger I've known for years? She sneered. A stranger if that's really the case. Yellum kissed Yangsu on the lips. In the pouring rain there were two lovers. Yangsu was flustered, his face turning red. Yellum, drenched all over, clung to Yangsu and only let go after a long time. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Yellum asked again, are we still strangers? Yangsu was flustered. What's wrong? She denied it. Not you, it's Yejimi. Yangsu, you don't know anything. You don't understand why Suwa so desperately wants the family to reunite. You don't know your sister's purpose at all. I don't know what you mean. Suddenly, Kanglim's voice was heard. Hey Shin Yangsu. He rushed over. A phone flew straight at Yangsu's face. Kanglim quickly said, sorry, I threw it without thinking. Yangsu picked up the phone. What is this? It's a call from Suwa. Suwa sobbed and asked, brother, are you thinking of doing something to our parents? She sighed and encouraged him. All right, brother, just do it. If it can calm your anger, I won't stop you. But if you're doing it for me, don't do such meaningless things anymore. Brother, do you know what I want most right now? Yangsu stammered. Of course, for you to recover quickly and for our family to reunite and live happily together, she admitted. That's right, I'm grateful to our parents for giving birth to us and for their support, but that's all. The secretary and housekeeper raised us. Is there any need for us to reconcile when neither of us wants to? Yangsu was startled. How you mean? I should stop hating them, Suwa nodded. That's right. I don't want you to be tied to our parents. If you can't forgive our parents because of me, will you feel more at ease if I try to prove that our parents are very good people? No, then we'll be able to break free from our parents, right? That's what I thought. Yangsu didn't understand. Break free? What do you mean I'm tied down? She interrupted him. I know you're still cleaning my room even when you travel. You don't miss any announcements and return without truly enjoying the trip. And your revenge plan is to bankrupt our parents' company and destroy everything they've built. Everyone was surprised by Suwa's appearance. Yangsu Kanglim asserted, this is a perfect 20-year plan. You don't need to worry about me failing. Suwa showed her belief. Yes, of course you'll succeed, brother. Because you're smarter than anyone. What I'm worried about isn't the plan but you, brother. Brother, what will happen to you after 20 years, after you've exacted your revenge? Yangsu asserted that he had never thought about that and didn't need to. Whatever happens, it doesn't matter as long as we're okay. He would take everything from them. Nothing else matters. Even if it costs him his life, Suwa shouted. I don't like that. The most precious thing to me is you, brother. Tied to parents who don't love us, tied to a pitiful sister. Don't want you to waste your whole life. I hate the thought of you dedicating your whole life to people who don't deserve it. Do you know how scared I was every time I woke up? That you would live a meaningless life. Seeing you change makes me even more scared and worried. I hate being unable to do anything. Do you know how I've been doing, brother? Brother, if it's just to vent a little anger, I don't care. But if you're doing this because of me, please don't do it. Live your own life free from our parents. I want the person I love most to live the happiest life, Suwa cried profusely. That's my biggest wish. Yangsu stood blankly. Why did he forget that day? On a normal birthday they still didn't come. Back then only two children sat together. Yangsu asked, are you sad because our parents didn't come? She smiled brightly and replied, I'm happy because I can play a lot with you, brother. You're always busy studying. Yangsu burst out laughing. Haha. Sorry, I'll spend more time with you, Suwa shyly asked. Really? You mean it, brother? Brother, Yangsu promised. Of course I'll always be by your side, Suwa asked again. Really, you promised? He smiled kindly. All right, I promise, but what about now? He chose to break his promise and run away, forgetting something truly important. Yangsu muttered, I won't go, I'll always be by your side. And Yangsu's parents safely departed the country. Our small commotion ended as a minor incident, and Suwa's birthday party still proceeded. The multicultural club prepared a lot for this part. Returning home, Yangsu led his sister inside. Kanglim looked very satisfied. He had collaborated with the restaurant but had to keep it a secret in case Suwa fell asleep. They didn't want to give Suwa false hope. She was startled. Brother, this is, before her, a landscape Suwa had never seen unfolded. Giant birds flew and strange animals moved. Suwa said excitedly, wow, legendary Yangnam has become a reality before my eyes. How did you prepare something like this for me, brother? Yangsu denied it. No, how could I bring that house here? It turned out Kanglim had planned it. Since Suwa was always in the hospital, they prepared everything as secretly as possible. But who knew the house password? It was truly a miracle to hold a festival and do something strange at the same time, especially with the equipment we developed ourselves. By now everyone must have passed out in their rooms. Honestly, everyone was asleep, but seeing that smile, wasn't it totally worth it? Everyone had fun and returned to their rooms, and Suah formally bid farewell. Oppa, thank you so much for today. Yang-Su waved his hand and said, no, I should thank you more. She confessed honestly, sleepiness is setting in, I think it's time. Yang-Su encouraged her, I'll always be by your side, see you next time. She called out, Oppa, I'll cheer on Yejimi. Yang-Su's face flushed. Why so sudden? Suah laughed excitedly. Seeing your reaction, Oppa, puts my mind at ease. It feels like my emotions have reached their limit. The next time I wake up I won't have to worry anymore. But I'll always cheer you on, Oppa. Yang-Su also told her to take care and bid her farewell. On the train, Kanglam asked Suah, how are you? Are you feeling alright? Yang-Su confessed honestly. To be honest, I think differently. Even though it's all over, nothing has changed. Not just Suah, but all of us are still living our lives just fine. Kanglam confirmed, that's often the case. You might think you've overcome all high mountains thanks to your efforts, but when everything's over, you'll realize you just tried to get what you wanted. But I think that's enough. It's truly remarkable to overcome everything even though nothing has changed. Have you graduated from Chunibyo? Yang-Su replied. I think it symbolized my own stubbornness, as well as my obsessions and enemies, but now I have a new goal and it's no longer suitable. Yang-Su made a decision. I'll become independent instead of seeking revenge. When I become an adult, I'll make a plan and act decisively to sever financial ties. It won't be easy, but I want to try. Kanglam assessed, that's a really big change. Come to think of it, hospital bills won't be cheap either. Yang-Su knew he had to prepare thoroughly, make many plans and focus on his studies. I need to prepare in many ways and dedicate myself to my academics. Kanglam looked at him and thought of a few words. So you weren't studying properly before that, but how are your scores always higher than mine? He didn't mind, and speaking of changes, there's one more thing. My subordinate, I need your advice. You're famous for your complicated love life, aren't you? Kanglam chuckled. Hey, that's like me. Yang-Su thought for a moment, then said, wait, don't tell me. He sat in class, rolling her eyes and judging. Kanglam patted himself. Phew, calm down. I need to compose myself. After such an astonishing reaction, I need to take a deep breath. Yang-Su approached and greeted, good morning. Kanglam looked him over and said, so you were here. Yang-Su returned to his usual way of speaking. My subordinate. Kanglam was flustered. But why are you still the same? What are you talking about? Didn't you graduate from Chunibyo yesterday? Why haven't you changed at all? I even prepared myself mentally and drank water today, thinking you'd take off your bandages and eye patch, he said arrogantly. I see, you were expecting a change in me, weren't you? Kanglam shouted. Hey, I even prepared to ask for the dragon's arm back. Yang-Su knew he was truly expecting such a scene, but I apologize, I've disappointed you. I plan to graduate from Chunibyo, but I don't think there's a need to do it so grandly, like someone ruining everything just to cut their hair. Kanglam irritably said. Hey, don't speak indirectly. Yang-Su smiled. And I've shed Chunibyo in my heart. Only my way of speaking still remains. As for the glasses and bandages, I've already gotten used to using them, and there's one more place I need to use them, he asked again. Are you really going to do it? Yang-Su sneered. Like someone who keeps procrastinating. I dislike indecisive romances. Kanglam's face flushed. Hey, you seem to be teasing me too much today. I can hear everything, you know. Do you think I'm deaf? He continued to tease. To be honest, I'm still a bit confused about you. But I held back. Look, you can't even deny that you hesitated. At words that seemed to pierce his heart, Kanglam said, why are you speaking such cruel truths? Yang-Su took out his phone and smiled. Anyway, I promised to meet her today. Manhwa Public Library. Yelim was staring intently at the conversation with Yang-Su displayed on her phone screen. After entering the meeting place, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yang-Su was already there. He turned around and said, I've been waiting, Yelim. Yejimi shouted, give me back Chunibyo. Yang-Su stood there blankly, not expecting this girl to do that. Only now did Yejimi look closely. She stared and asked, Yang-Su, why are you still dressed like that and haven't changed at all? What's going on? Yang-Su said helplessly. You too, seriously, everyone. Yejimi thought the opposite. No, I was really looking forward to it. I wanted to try the opposite. I wanted to see you graduate from Chunibyo. The scene she desired and the one she received were entirely different. Yang-Su thought, you all treat my decision like a joke. She gave a bitter smile. No, what I mean is, I thought you called me to show me your change, he denied. No, that's not it. It's because of our promise to keep meeting at the library, but since you left school, I found another place. This one's good too. There are tons of novels, and most importantly, we still have a lot to talk about, don't we? Yelim was curious. What else is there? I thought everything was resolved, Yang-Su reminded her. You kissed me at the airport last time. Yelim's face flushed upon hearing that. That was just because it was an urgent situation. That's what I thought. What should I do about something like that? No, that's not what I mean. She asked again. How was it? Did you dislike it? If so, forget about it. Yang-Su hesitated. Well, forget about it. Yelim was slightly disappointed. Really, all right. Still a little? Yang-Su interrupted. Anyway, like you, there are lines in reality. The best lines come from comics. Yelim was skeptical. Lines? What do you want to ask and what do you want to say? He replied. If I had to say my 3 favorite lines, the second line is leave it to me, just go. And the third line is did we take him down? What? Yelim gave a bitter smile. It's probably better not to use that in reality. Yang-Su cleared his throat. And the line I most want to say is this. It appeared countless times in comics, more than any other line. A kiss will naturally happen in such a situation. Young-soo swallowed hard and took off his glasses. His face flushed red with embarrassment. I like you. Will you go out with me? Yejimi was so surprised she couldn't believe her ears. She ran to Young-soo and hugged him tightly. I agree. After that, like all scenarios. Everyone, please imagine. Actually, the reason he took off his glasses was due to Kanglam's advice. He had said that he would look more handsome without them. A considerable time passed since Young-soo's incident at school. The idol goddess affair was still ongoing, and ordinary days continued. Lately, everything had become more interesting. I had placed a huge bet, but nothing happened. I thought it was time to get serious now, but why is everything like this instead of being more tense than ever? Everything was too suspicious, so I investigated again. The 5th and 6th heroines are Hong Soo-yeon and Hong Chae-yeon. To summarize, they are main characters in Idol Goddess. Probably due to complaints about too many transfer students in the same class, these twins transferred from the adjacent class. And one of them is the male lead's first love, turning the romance scene into a chaotic battlefield. However, the male lead doesn't remember which of the two is his first love, and furthermore, both twins claim to be his first love. Kanglam nodded. Truly a trite cliché always found in romantic comedies. Similar to the childhood friend trope, how could he not remember her face? Kanglam thought, when everything's over only regret will remain for me. Everyone else didn't understand why Kanglam was like that. Kanglam, he thought he would never meet her again. My first love, I should have asked. Why didn't my mouth move? Why? At this moment she finally spoke after a long silence. You know I came to meet you. Yellum, I have a reason for coming back here. I hoped you would greet me more joyfully. Everyone was startled to see the unfamiliar girl. Kanglam, who is she? Who are you dating? They made displeased expressions. Who are you? You're making Sunbae uncomfortable. Suna smiled. That's right, it was you. There are many rumors about the girls around you. Always true, aren't they? Still shining. So what? Yellum started everything over from the beginning. Gehi interrupted. Excuse me, but I'll ask. Who are you? The two girls looked at each other with sparking eyes, but the wise one was Kanglam. He ran off to another place. He always blamed himself for her being in mortal danger due to his hasty thoughts. Regret and conflict were mixed in Kanglam's heart. That was the reason he hesitated. The girl opened her mouth. Sorry for the late introduction. Everyone, nice to meet you. I am Sunable, Kanglam's first love, and to be precise, I am his ex-girlfriend. Yellum is still foolish, isn't she? That's a relief. If I were the only mature one, it would have been boring. Gehi stared at her with sharp eyes. As Suna said, see you next time, friend. Though I don't think we'll meet again, goodbye, and left. The 5 girls followed Suna, seeming not at all satisfied. Gehi thought, ignoring her disingenuous introduction, I can tell just by the boss's reaction that she's that girl from Twin Middle School. The past the boss couldn't talk about and struggled with. For her to appear suddenly with such a dismissive attitude, everyone was uncomfortable, but we still remained silent. Younga opened her mouth. We decided to wait until Kanglam is ready. Until Kanglam wants to speak, Yoon said. Let's just watch for now. Yami was also firm. We trust Sunbae. It must be because of what he said before. If it's a lie, if he says he's not curious, but if he doesn't want to talk about it, that's fine. Everyone was ready to wait. Younga also agreed. I think so too. Kanglam wouldn't do something like that. Rather than being curious, I'll respect him and give him time. But if you want to tell your story, I'll listen anytime. At school, Gehi walked alone, still thinking, that's what I said to the boss. I shouldn't have said that. I regret it. I'm so curious, I feel like I'm going crazy. I want to go ask him right now. What's his relationship with that boring, uncharming girl? Why does everyone keep talking about Twin Middle School? What exactly happened? But at that time, acting that way was the most rational. Moreover, I thought everything was over, but no, suddenly she appeared with an expression that looked like she would destroy the world. Gehi comforted herself. Look, I don't want to avoid the problem, but everything has changed a lot from before, hasn't it? I won't be curious. I'll probably find out on my own. The boss isn't someone who actively asks questions. Yes, definitely. It's not because I'm curious, but just for the boss's sake. Actually, she was just trying to rationalize her reasons for wanting to snoop on others. But if I don't tell him directly, how can I know? Gehi came up with a good idea. Who should I ask from Twin Middle School? Gehi quickly took out her phone and called a friend. After finishing the call, she couldn't understand what she had just done. I must have overdone it, Gehi thought, or should I look it up on the internet? If what Younga said was true, if Kanglam threatened a girl and that girl committed suicide. She searched for a few keywords she had heard. Here it is. It was an old newspaper article. The article reported that the cause of the student's death was reported that it was due to a video illegally uploaded by the victim's ex-boyfriend. Kanglam recalled that he had just played and communicated normally like other elementary school students. But unfortunately, I was assigned to that unfortunate middle school where I knew no one and no one helped me adapt. So I sat in the corner of the classroom throughout my first year, but I never felt uncomfortable or lonely. There was no cliched bullying like in comics, and more importantly, that was why I became deeply immersed in the world of anime. Although I still like it now, back then it was a completely new world to me. But because I didn't talk much with others, my otaku tendencies started right then. When apologizing to others, Kanglum made strange hand gestures. The girls in class wondered, why are you apologizing with such strange gestures? Believe it or not, that happened. Anyway, my school days were quite peaceful, and it continued like that until my second year. And in a joint class I sat next to Sunable. My first impression was that she seemed mysterious. Perhaps it was because as an otaku, when I thought of popular classmates I imagined active sociable people, or class presidents who helped many friends. I vaguely imagined someone with that aura, but on the contrary, Suna was calm and expressed little emotion. Nevertheless, she had something that attracted people. Even the smallest interaction between us would make a difference. The first contact was when she dropped her eraser and personally came over to pick it up. At that moment, Kanglum just shyly returned her eraser. Kanglum learned for the first time what it felt like to be enchanted. Of course, I wasn't the only one who felt that way. Kanglum could always feel the gaze of other boys around me. After every class, someone, presumably a boyfriend, would always come to pick her up. Sometimes it was a third year, sometimes a first year. And in a short time, quite a few people seemed to have actively approached her. Then on the way home I would sometimes see boys surrounding Suna and flirting with her. How about it? Want to go on a date with me? She simply refused gently. No, thank you. At that moment, I learned the lesson that anime and reality are always different. If you ask if I had a crush on Suna, of course. But it was similar to what boys my age felt. It was a natural reaction to popular girls. Since the teacher said we would be changing seats soon, I thought we probably wouldn't even talk if we no longer sat next to each other. The teacher said that this time we would be doing homework in pairs. Find a partner while I go to the office to get the materials. The boys ran to Suna, begging her to be their partner. Quick, be my partner. She calmly replied, I've made plans with someone else. At this, Kanglum pretended not to hear but was still curious who the lucky person was, but Suna just pointed this way. I'm going to partner with that kid. Later, she honestly confessed, I was annoyed and accidentally said it. If you don't want to, you don't have to be partners. Is this okay with you or is it not? Kanglum quickly replied, it's fine to be partners with you. Suna smiled, it's more fun than I thought and you seem to be good at studying too. Kanglum was slightly flustered. How me? She replied. You seem to read a lot of books. Usually if you read a lot of books, you're good at studying, right? He was slightly flustered. She mistook my novel for another book. He could only excuse himself. I don't really like studying, but I still get average grades. Suna smiled, and I'll leave everything to you. Kanglum's heart sank. He was already imagining a wedding venue with Suna and children. Suna spoke first. All right, since I brought this up, I'll plan it in advance. The plan is after class at my house. Kanglum blushed with embarrassment. Your house, isn't that too fast? Suna, seeing Kanglum react that way, asked. Why aren't you sitting down? She burst out laughing. You're much more fun than I thought. Why are you so eager to go to my house? Kanglum's face turned beet red. No. I'm sorry, Suna asked. We've been talking all this time and I still don't know your name. What's your name? He could only introduce himself. I'm Na Kanglum, Suna said with eyes full of anticipation. Your name is really special. I'm really looking forward to studying with you. Although Kanglum knew he was being led on at that time, he was still relieved. To be honest, it was hard not to like her. Kanglum replied, I'm looking forward to it too, Suna suggested. I know a place I'm looking forward to too. At the end of class, the classroom door opened but there was no one inside. Kanglum was curious. An empty room, why is there such a place at school? Suna smiled. It'll be quiet enough here for us to do our homework, Kanglum admitted. Right, I thought we'd have to study in the hallway or the library, she said again. But we can't talk there, then it would be too lonely. Kanglum was surprised, as he had always done everything alone until now. Suna continued, a cafe is also fine, but I don't like noisy places. Of course, I'm not the only one who knows this place. She picked up a cigarette butt. Some students do this here, but after class there probably won't be anyone. Kanglum understood. Ah, I see, but why? Perhaps I shouldn't ask. Suna, guessing his thoughts, said, you seem so curious how I know this place. Do you want to try it too? Kanglum was slightly flustered and confused. No, that's not what I mean, she reassured him. Just kidding, I don't smoke, I hate this smell. Just thinking about this smell clinging to my body makes me want to jump off somewhere and die. She ignored him and said, let's start our homework, push those tables together. But not long after starting their homework, Suna assessed, this is unexpected. I thought you were really bad at studying. Kanglum was surprised. This assessment is about how people search, like researching rather than studying. Do you understand what I mean? Ha ha ha, I'm quite proud of my online information retrieval skills. He didn't even understand why he had to explain this reason. Suna didn't ask any further. All right then, I'll believe you. Kanglum was quite surprised but unconsciously echoed, leave it to me, everything will be fine. Kanglum sighed in relief. He pointed to the screen, look at this, isn't the graph really impressive? If we adjust it a little based on the data we have. His explanation suddenly stopped. It turned out Suna kept staring at the male lead. Her hand beckoned Kanglum. Kanglum obediently moved the table closer. Suna suddenly stood up. She complimented his hair. Your hair, it's quite eye-catching. Suna's hand stroked his hair and said, it looks really special. For better or worse, it doesn't seem bad. Kanglum was embarrassed. It's not intentional. I naturally have curly hair and it's stiff too. Even with spray it doesn't work well. And it grows fast. I've almost given up on styling it, Suna teased. Haha, then you must have a lot of thoughts about messed up hairstyles, right? There's that saying people use, right? Kanglum vehemently denied it. No, not at all, I'm just an ordinary person. What on earth is she talking about? Suna's voice was still the same. My goodness, then am I in danger right now? The heart of the adolescent boy pounded wildly. She smiled. Just kidding, you're funnier than I thought. Should I cut it for you? Kanglum was surprised. Suna corrected herself. What are you thinking? I mean, I'll cut your hair. I actually want to be a hairstylist. I have a talent for styling and I really love this subject. Kanglum was curious. Really? But even at the hair salon they struggle with my hair, Suna explained. If you straighten your hair from the roots and trim the ends it'll be easier. They probably won't try that. Do you use intensive hair care products or scalp care products? Or do you just wash your hair with shampoo? Do you use hair conditioner? Kanglum was embarrassed. I don't do anything. She gently stroked his head. At least you won't have to worry about going bald. And you've gained one more thing to be proud of. I think hair is an important part of a man's masculinity. This was the first time he regretted being so annoyed with his hair, but it was also the first time he had bangs like this. And it was the first time he had heard such words. Perhaps at this moment Kanglum was enchanted. All right, I'll trust you. You cut it, Suna agreed. All right, let's end class here today. I'll bring the necessary tools tomorrow. He was slightly surprised. Already quitting, we only have one page left, she laughed. But we still have a homework deadline, right? Wouldn't it be a bit disappointing to finish everything in one day? Kanglum agreed. You're right, then let's meet here tomorrow. Suna said happily. Yes, see you tomorrow. It was the first day I wanted to go to school after entering middle school. Kanglum tried to touch his phone, but thankfully his playful hand stopped. Stop it, don't watch anime. Go to sleep or you'll be sleepy tomorrow. The next day at school after class, Kanglum was in the empty classroom from yesterday. Suna also came. Her scissors passed over his hair and the result left Kanglum dazed the next day at school. His friends stared at him. Everyone whispered behind his back. Kanglum was slightly embarrassed. Seeing Suna talking with her friends, Kanglum raised his hand to greet her. She just glanced over. He was slightly disappointed by that, but Suna's subsequent wave made him happy all day. In that empty classroom the two were still doing their homework. Even while doing homework Suna secretly smiled. The two studied and played happily and confided in each other. As night fell, Kanglum slept soundly. The next morning his overflowing energy puzzled his entire family. In that classroom Kanglum sat with snacks and drinks prepared. Hearing sounds from the hallway Suna took him out. The two hid behind the podium to avoid the handsome seniors. When class ended she said goodbye first and went home. Kanglum's heart also bloomed like a flower garden. Finally it was the last day to meet here. Suna complimented. Kanglum, you did well. Now the teacher's absurd demands are over. I also had to extend the deadline for other subjects' homework. But do you still want to do more homework? Kanglum was embarrassed. It's just that our class is right next door. We can meet anytime so there's no need for other classes. She nodded. Yes, but we won't have a chance to sit together here anymore. This will be the last chance. Kanglum knew but pretended not to. I know what you mean. Kanglum was not insensitive or stupid. But Suna, you have a boyfriend, right? Suna burst out laughing. You suddenly called me by a nickname, and I broke up with him a while ago. Kanglum knew that, but he didn't want to act like a jerk. Suna confessed. I met that person and lost interest. At that, I got the feeling that if she lost interest in me, the relationship would end. An inexplicable chill ran down my spine, but I still felt drawn in. Suna suggested, we can move our tables closer. Kanglum thought this was really cool. Until our relationship was completely changed by the next one. Suna came very close. If you're still scared you can think of this as a reward. Kanglum was surprised. A reward, she reminded him. All the effort we put into this homework doesn't seem to be related to the actual grade, I secretly asked, and honestly, no one else is as good as us. This project seems like it'll get an A, so you can think of it as a reward. Kanglum's heart pounded even faster. His back was already drenched in sweat. Suna tried to touch him, but before she could do anything the male lead ran away. Sorry, I have to go. She was also dazed. I didn't expect this to happen. In the empty classroom Suna laughed maniacally by herself. Ha ha ha. She curled the corners of her lips. Perhaps it was still too much for a fool. At first I just watched this to pass the time and it was quite fun, but I still haven't seen the expression I wanted, so I'm a little disappointed. No, I'm really annoyed. From Suna's perspective, when I received a confession, I felt very excited. When I slowly rejected them, I felt a sense of comfort. It was the result of a process of self-discovery that I called youth. I really didn't understand why I did that. The first confession I received was on the first day of school. Perhaps I just thought I felt that way because it was my first time experiencing it. But no, ever since then, every time I saw their expectant eyes and saw myself rejecting them, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction in my heart, and I had a special ability to find any pleasure I wanted. I didn't need to hide my true self and pretend to be innocent. Men were simpler than monkeys in a zoo. It was easier to handle them than to feed them. Even if I wasn't interested, they would find a way to approach me. And if I wanted to, I could have anyone. If they seemed interesting, I would date them and play around for a while. When I got bored, I quickly discarded them. To me, men were like toys, not very similar. Perhaps gum would be more accurate. After chewing a few times, it lost its flavor and I felt bored, so I broke up with them. But none of them were submissive. Some girls found it disgusting to see me spit it out, but 9 out of 10 whom I spat out were silent, because all the men they wanted were in my hands. But this didn't give me any interest, it just made it more ridiculous. But what annoyed me was the confusion of the monkeys. They must have thought I would like this. but that's no different from a group of parasites feeding off men, right? I just wanted to see that expression on their faces. When she returned home, Suah was greeted with insults. Damn it, where have you been wandering off to at this late hour? I should never have given birth to you. You've ruined the most beautiful years of my life. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have left me. I raised you with such care and you can't even study and have no dreams. Did Suah have a dream? Her biggest dream was not to become like that woman, not to walk the disgusting, loveless path that woman had walked. A lonely path shunned by everyone. Contrary to her curses, she decided to live a better life, a life better than anyone else's, and at the same time a life loved and respected by all. That was the path Suna had chosen, but recently she found it really boring. I have nothing new to chew and spit out anymore. The boys surrounding Suna became boring. They all turned black and clung to the ground. They were really noisy and I had to leave them alone. Then Suna thought about a change of pace. This kid will be fine. Okay, I'm paired with someone else. Then she pointed to Kanglum and said, I'm going to partner with that kid. Unexpectedly, everything was quite fun. And even now I'm still curious. How you'll confess and how I'll reject you. You were the easiest type I've ever met. You rattled on about what you liked and you were delighted by just a little praise. But you talked too much compared to others. Usually other people would confess 2 or 3 times. I couldn't understand why you were so shy. You fool. Come on, hurry up. Today's your last chance. Go ahead and confess and be rejected by me. If you keep going like this, I'll tear you to shreds and throw you away. For the first time, someone dared to reject me. Right? Perhaps it's not just about confessing and being rejected. Maybe this is even better. While other quiet kids fell into fantasies and ended up following me around like stalkers in public. These scenes were sometimes good and above all, really fun. In that case, I just needed to make him fall into even deeper fantasies. Suna deliberately approached him and said that today might be our last chance to be close. She attempted intimate contact. Kanglum broke out in a cold sweat then. Is Suah going to go further? But he ran away at the crucial moment. Sorry, I have to go, she laughed at herself. I thought something was going to happen. I wasted my time. If I go home now, I'll have to face that person. It's okay, I'll just call someone to kill time. Suddenly, someone appeared and grabbed Suna from behind. He asked in an accusing voice, Hey, why are you doing this to me? Suah sneered. Oh, it was Sunday. What's all this about? He shouted. That's what I should be asking. Why are you dating me and then flirting with other guys? So you planned to mess with me from the beginning, Suah laughed. Sunbei is my ex-boyfriend now, what does that have to do with you? I wasn't messing with Sunbei, I just did what I felt like. He hit and cursed at her. You whore. Suna was pressed against the cold ground. She still couldn't stop laughing. This surprised him. A disgusted expression appeared. Forget it, I still deserve an apology. If you don't say it, you'll have to compensate me in another way. Seeing him loosen his tie, she laughed. Oh, so that was Sunbei's intention, you pathetic man, he said furiously. Shut up, or I'll upload the video to the internet. Suah sneered. Oh, so Sunbei still wants to go back to that day? Isn't that a bit self-destructive? Don't confuse that day with a lost opportunity. I never intended to do that from the beginning, and Sunbei can't do anything to me either. What if everything ends up like last time? Aren't you ashamed of failing again? Her ex-boyfriend was startled, she added. And Sunbei is really foolish. You chose the wrong place. This is an alley near the school. Look how many kids who just finished class were watching, plus of all people. They're the kids I've been playing with. But her ex-boyfriend shouted, Hey, all of you get lost, what are you doing? The boys were startled by the threat and all ran away, leaving Suah bewildered. Damn it, these cowards are abandoning me? She clenched her fist. I'll never forgive these guys, never. I'll drag all of them down to hell. But suddenly Kanglum shouted, Police here. The man was startled as the sound of police sirens actually echoed. What? He tucked his tail between his legs and disappeared. Kanglum sighed in relief. I can't believe that worked. It turned out Kanglum had played a police warning video from YouTube. Suah was surprised. You came back here? He scratched his head and said awkwardly, Oh, this feels a bit strange. I just thought it was strange that I suddenly ran away. I came back to apologize and I saw Suah. I can't believe someone exists who overthinks so much just because I said something like that. Kanglum ran over and asked, Fire, are you okay? What was that man just now? Do you know him? Let's report him to the police. Suah took his hand and confessed. He's one of my ex-boyfriends, and reporting him will cause a lot of trouble. Thanks to Sunbei, it ended as an attempted crime. Kanglum was slightly surprised. Huh? But she clutched her head. My head is spinning. I want to drink something cold at the park. Suah recounted the incident. Kanglum listened and was furious. You were secretly filmed? What a piece of trash, she was surprised. Why am I more angry than that person? I'm the victim. And what's that strange drink? He even buys that when he comes to the cafe. You only drink strange things like yourself. Suah comforted him. Anyway, it's all in the past. Since he ran away, he won't have the courage to do anything more. Nothing will happen even if we leave him alone. But he didn't think so. No, that's unacceptable. People who do such things must be punished. And most importantly, even if it seems fine now, later he might use the video to threaten you. It will take a long time to report him, but the video must be deleted. Suah was slightly surprised. Why are you reacting like that? Even after I told you what kind of person I am, why does he? She laughed. Delete the video? How do you delete a video? He must have recorded it on his phone. Do we have to steal his phone now? Kanglum thought. That's one way, but it's not enough yet. He might have a copyright. These days, everyone uses cloud storage. It's really easy to save one video. So maybe we should find a way to force him to delete all the videos and then report him. She was annoyed. Stop it. He probably didn't film it from beginning to end anyway. He knows nothing about computers, so he won't have a copy. Why are you meddling in other people's business? In the end, it's a problem I have to solve myself. Kanglum was grateful inwardly. Really, it's a huge relief if he only has his phone. But we still need to hurry. Are you free tomorrow? I'm free. Suah was very surprised. You're going to help me? Why, Kanglum explained. Maybe everything that happened to you was a bit too much. You must be feeling a lot of pressure right now. You need to rest and recover completely. Suah was suspicious. Wait a minute, what does this kid want from me? No, it doesn't seem like that. If he did, he would have already crossed the line in the classroom. There's a limit to naivety. Only a fool would be exploited. Suah nodded. Okay, have it your way. See you tomorrow. So I accepted the offer of help. There was no reason to refuse this opportunity. Early in the morning, Kanglum arrived at the meeting place early. Suah also arrived. The two wore glasses that gave off a mysterious vibe and followed her ex-boyfriend. Suah imitated a cat's meow. Kanglum quickly ran and snatched his phone as soon as she got the phone. She immediately tried to throw it in the trash. Kanglum stopped her. Wait, you can't do that. Have you heard of forensics? These days, data recovery is very common. You have to overwrite the data several times before destroying it completely to be sure. At the internet cafe, Suah still couldn't understand, even after hearing a story similar to infidelity and knowing that I chew and spit out men. Why? Why is he still being as kind to me as before? Kanglum's attitude was still normal, and when leaving he even wished her to be careful. If anything happens, tell me. No, report it to the police first. The police are the only agency we can trust and report to first. They'll come much faster than calling other people, or maybe I'll. Suah stood blankly, then suddenly said, You don't know, do you? I never intended to get close to you. You're just one of the many men in my complicated and selfish relationships, so you don't need to be kind to me. I'm just using you. Kanglum sighed in relief. Was that all? That's a huge relief. It was a really wise decision to turn back and come again. I'm so glad I was able to avoid the trap of fantasy that otakus often fall into. I'm so glad I didn't become obsessed, Suah said. Damn it, then why are you helping me? Are you like me? Do you find pleasure in helping strange people? Kanglum scratched his face and said, I don't know, I'm just still in shock, he explained. I mean reasons like why or how. I've never thought about such things. So I don't really know. I just couldn't pass by, so I did it. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to sleep. Suah stood blankly. She bowed her head deeply. What? Boring. Don't come near me anymore. But there's no sweetness, only bitterness. This is the end of me and you. The next day at school, as usual, many boys were around her. Fire, you look sad today. What's wrong? She shook her head. It's nothing. They were curious again. Why is your hand hurt? Suah quickly denied it. I guess I bumped into something in that alley last time. She pretended to be fine. I didn't know. It'll be fine. It's almost healed. They worried. But what if you don't treat it? Suah got angry. Stop it. Don't meddle in my business. All her fans were startled. She started getting annoyed after Kanglum's nonsense. Suddenly Kanglum's voice was heard. Oh, Fire, are you okay? About the project. I have something to tell you. Can we talk privately for a moment? Suah thought to herself. Is it really about the project? I told him not to come near me again. Suah and Kanglum stood facing each other. He spoke first. Oh, sorry, the project was actually an excuse. There's something I can't say in front of people. I forgot to give you this yesterday. Kanglum rummaged through his bag. It was self-defense spray and a security app. I mean, technology these days is amazing. Look at this app. You can send a message with one touch. It's easy to use and it even detects impact. Suah barely held back. Don't do this to me. Okay, I'll use it. Don't bother me again from now on. And suddenly Kanglum shouted, What's that wound? Did you bump into something then? She denied it. You don't need to worry about that then. He leaned in close and said, How can it be nothing? It looks really painful. And you didn't even disinfect it, did you? It's starting to swell. You need to go to the infirmary right away. What if you get tetanus or something? Suah was slightly surprised. What is this? Didn't they say he was clumsy around girls? Don't look at me like that anymore. Kanglum smiled brightly. You're probably too embarrassed to talk about your wound, right? Don't worry, I'll help you make an excuse to the nurse. Her face turned red. Don't smile like that. During class, Kanglum and Suah were still sitting next to each other. The two tried to avoid each other's gaze and no one wanted to speak first. The two were always in an awkward atmosphere. Every time she faced Kanglum, she was still incredibly embarrassed. Their relationship still hadn't returned to normal. Kanglum spoke up. Fire, are you going home? She stomped her feet, too embarrassed, and shouted at her friends. Leave me alone, you guys go away. Okay, then we'll go first. Fire isn't in a good mood these days, so we can cheer her up. Kanglum was different. Look at this, it's my favorite anime. You seem a bit sad these days, but this is a masterpiece. Especially in the final scene when the hero dies. Suah burst out laughing. Only now did she understand. Kanglum was still bewildered. What had she longed for all this time? Sooner realized that the pleasure she derived from treating men like toys was merely fleeting, hollow, and twisted. Thanks to Kanglum, she experienced genuine emotions for the first time. But it was too late to change everything. No, perhaps if Limmy was on my side from now on I would. Suah spoke first. Limmy, want to go to the movies with me this weekend? The next day, Suah stared intently at her phone. Her face was lost in thought, unreadable. Kanglum rushed over from somewhere. Sorry, Fire, this is my first time coming this far. Have you been waiting long? Today she was dressed very prettily and her voice was very sweet. Hello, Limmy. He froze, dumbfounded. Fire you, Suwa cut him off. How is it? I was a bit excited about hanging out with Limmy, so I dolled myself up a bit, Kanglum said awkwardly. You're so beautiful. Suwa noticed the change and Na Kanglum noticed it too. However, she had declared that she would not consider him as a romantic interest. Na Kanglum, always awkward in relationships, thought that their relationship was no different from a male and female friendship. So Na Kanglum didn't realize that Soa's feelings had taken a different turn. Suwa walked Kanglum home. He refused. You don't need to walk me all the way home. Have you been waiting long? She smiled brightly. I just arrived. Kanglum noticed something different and was curious. How you got a new phone? Suwa nodded. I dropped it last time and it seemed to be broken, so I bought a new phone with Limmy. He saw Soa's injured finger and worried. Why is this finger hurt? Did you hurt it making lunch? Suwa looked awkward. Well, how long has it been? It's been a really long time since I've worked like this. Just then Na Kanglum couldn't say what he needed to say to Suna. That remained Na Kanglum's greatest wound and regret. Suna had changed, but that change was not very positive. After settling her relationships with the boys at school, the boys who had protected her disappeared, and the girls who had always despised and resented her now unleashed all their anger on her. Suna silently accepted this as a deserved consequence, and her twisted feelings for Na Kanglum grew increasingly intense. In their text messages, Kanglum told her not to come home too early, but now she was here. Suwa secretly texted good night to Limmy, who was at the phone store. The employee kindly offered advice. Oh, you just need to replace a few parts. There's no need to buy a new one. She resolutely picked up the phone, slammed it hard on the floor, and her eyes were cold. The employee was very surprised at this sight. Customer, Suwa said firmly, this is definitely broken. I'll buy a new one. Every night, Suwa waited for text messages from Kanglum. She started to become even more frantic. Why are your replies 2 people slower than mine? She realized she was going in the wrong direction and ran at full speed in the opposite direction. But there was no guarantee that the opposite direction was the right one. With her mind fixed on only one thing and her vision narrowed, she now seemed unable to see other paths. In the girls' restroom, Suwa was drenched with cold water prepared by the female students. They were very happy and Suwa was soaked, but all she cared about was the keychain she had made with Limmy. What should I do? What if Limmy hates me? The female students approached Kanglum. Now Kanglum, we're only telling you this for your own good. Suna is the type who likes to play with boys. You know, she probably meets different boys every night, right? Everyone knows about her. I heard she even plays with kids from other schools, so we're really worried about you, Kanglum. We're afraid you might believe she really likes you. Kanglum stammered. Well, at his next words, Suwa froze. You might be right. She froze in place and then left like a ghost. Suwa dropped the keychain Kanglum had given her. The story continued. Kanglum retorted, but even so, you shouldn't say such things. His friends were surprised. Kanglum said calmly. Actually, what you're saying isn't coming from concern, but rather from gossip and ridicule, at least to me. Suna has been a precious friend since I started middle school, so no matter what you say behind my back, don't insult her in front of me. Kanglum left the classroom. He found the keychain he had given to Suna. It was soaked with water. In the empty classroom, Suwa looked at the boys and smiled very sinisterly. It turned out that Suna had 2 goals. One of them was to toy with men's emotions. Her gaze became much deeper at this moment. At this point, someone said that her remaining goal stemmed from a deep hatred for her mother and was to live a luxurious life loved and respected. At this moment, the flower on the ground withered. Everyone whispered at this moment. However, when Fire realized that her original goal was wrong and that there was no Na Kanglum to lean on, she used her remaining strength to revive the flower. Suna clung to her second goal. As if it were her sole purpose in life after that, she opened her phone, scrolled through the names of the boys and persuaded and comforted herself. Yes, this can't be helped. Fire walked down the hallway receiving all the attention from the boys at school. She resolved in her heart, I can't give up now. After that, Fire walked out of school and was once again subjected to the gaze of rough youths. She always told herself, I shouldn't end up like Mom, I have to be strong. At this moment, a young man on a motorcycle stopped in front of her. Fire thought to herself at this moment, that's my only dream. Soon after, Fire got on the young man's motorcycle and he drove away. While driving, Fire continued to sort out her thoughts. As if a rebound had returned, even though she knew what would happen, she raced even more recklessly than before. At this point, the screen changed and Fire lowered her face and shouted loudly. No, after that, she pointed her finger at the young man and chased him away. You're really boring, get out of my sight. The young man heard that and, angrily riding his motorcycle away, cursed. Damn it, after that, she looked at her phone and her face turned pale. At this point, someone said that no matter how much she chewed and spat, her face was pale and she gritted her teeth. People said at this moment that what she felt was only bitterness. She scrolled through her phone book and selected Na Kanglum's name. Fire hesitated at this moment. I'll have to apologize later. At this moment, she stared intently at her phone. Cars were speeding down the road at this moment. Everyone said at this moment, this is inevitable, I can't give up. At this moment, Fire entered her house. People then said to live a luxurious life and prove it to that person, her only goal. She entered the room. Inside, a girl was hanging herself. They said she was gone. Fire curled her lips into a smile and then collapsed. Just then, in the classroom, Kanglum glanced at the empty seat next to him. After that, he approached 2 female students and asked, but the 2 female students shook their heads, saying they didn't know. He then made a very worried phone call. He was calling Limmy at this moment. On the other side, Fire slapped the man. Immediately, she was violently pushed against the wall. Fire opened her eyes at this moment, and tears streamed down her face. There were many scratches on her face. After that, she stumbled out onto the street. Konglum was also walking down the street from the opposite direction at this moment. The two were about to meet each other then. Suddenly, two foreigners grabbed him and asked for directions. Konglum was very flustered, not understanding. At this moment, Fire walked past him, and after that she continued to skip down the street. She returned to her room and found many cigarette butts. Her face briefly showed melancholy at this moment, and after that, Fire's eyes turned red. People said at this moment, "In the end I'm still like this." In front of her was the shadow of a man with a somewhat frightening expression. She said at this moment that she chose to be alone first, fearing abandonment. His gaze was very frightening, and at this moment Fire's phone was dead and lying on the ground, and she said, "I want to end everything." At this moment Konglum made a very flustered and worried phone call. "Fire, where are you? I'm so worried. You've been gone for weeks." On the other end of the phone, Fire was answering the call. Her face looked very satisfied. "Limmy, can I ask you a favor? Do you like me?" When she asked that, he was so surprised his face turned red. He stammered, "How you like me? Why so sudden? I mean, I felt that way at first, but after that," he stammered. "Don't worry, right now I'm still." Before Konglum could finish speaking, Fire spoke first. "I think I really love you, Limmy. At this moment she has something for you to do. Can I ask you one last favor?" When she said that, he asked very worriedly, "Wait, what's wrong? Where are you?" Fire was standing on the rooftop at this moment looking into the distance and said, "How about this, Konglum?" She asked with an expressionless face, "Do you want to die with me?" Immediately, the rooftop door opened. She was already outside the railing at this moment. "I knew you'd come. Thank you, Limmy. It won't hurt at this height." After that, she looked back at Fire and answered herself, "No, it can hurt. If you're with me." Konglum immediately put his phone in his pocket and tried to calm her down. "Stop that nonsense, look at me. Why are you like this? I don't know what happened, but I'll help you." After that, he approached her and said, "Come here and let's talk." Fire replied, "No, it's too late." Fire curled her lips and said, "I realized from the beginning that I was going down the wrong path. Now there's no turning back." Hearing that, he said, very flustered and worried, "What do you mean, stop joking? Come here." And Fire was already standing on her tiptoes at this moment. Seeing that, he shouted loudly, "Stop." At this moment she was very stubborn. "I can no longer be by your side. If we're together, you'll have to follow me too. I'm sorry, but this is also partly your fault." Fire's phone fell. She said in her heart, "Limmy, you brought out my darkest side. I would never have realized it without you." The phone fell even faster. At this moment she continued to say in her heart, "Consider this your punishment. Imagine you're stuck with a delinquent child." She extended one hand inviting him. "Will you take responsibility for me, Konglum? Let's go together." Hearing that, Lim firmly refused. "No, I can sacrifice my life, but I cannot accept a proposal that requires you to sacrifice yours as well." Fire gripped the railing with both hands and said, "You're really kind. I knew you'd say that. That's why I prepared. I didn't want to use this method, but." At this moment, Lim said nothing. She continued at this moment, "Before I came here, I posted a scheduled message on social media saying that we were dating and that we recently broke up." She then continued very profoundly, "And that you threatened me by saying you'd release the video." Hearing this, he shouted in great confusion, "Huh?" At this moment, Fire told him the plan she had prepared. Of course, it wasn't just a simple text message declaration. "I prepared everything very thoroughly. I contacted my ex-boyfriend and got the video from him." "You were right, Konglum. He had a copy," she continued. "His face was obscured in the video and I edited it like this, as if you filmed it and saved it on your computer." At this moment she said, "Because many people at school saw us always together, and even if my past was entangled with boys, people would understand that you held a grudge against me because of that." When she said that, he asked, "Why are you going to such lengths?" She replied angrily at this moment, "If I don't do this, you won't come with me. I had no choice but to force you because..." At this moment she hesitated for a moment and said, "Because I knew, actually Limmy, you too." She lowered her head deeply and felt awkward. "If you ask for a deeper reason, it's due to the desire to end everything, the fear of being alone. I think those reasons definitely played a part, but more than anything else." Then Fire smiled brightly. "From the beginning I wanted to dye you with my colors, Limmy." After hearing everything she said, Lim lowered his head and remained silent. After that he opened his mouth. "I didn't know. I don't understand, but if that's what you want." Konglum raised his head and answered calmly, "All right, I'll die with you." Hearing that, she happily reached out her hand. "Thank you, Limmy. Come slowly." He immediately approached and replied, "Understood." Suddenly, Suna's eyes widened in surprise. She withdrew her hand and said sadly, "What a shame." As she let go, he rushed forward in a panic. She then said, "Is this your answer?" Suna screamed in terror. "Do you think I would let you die?" As he reached out to grab her hand, she pulled it back, preventing him from catching it. Suna fell, bidding farewell to Limmy. "Goodbye." Konglum's face was filled with terror and panic. As Suna's head fell from above, she thought, "I should have known." Her face was filled with satisfaction and she thought, "In the end I isolated myself first the moment I let go." Suna's eyes closed tightly at that moment, and she thought to herself, "There's nowhere left to lean on." She then fell with a thud onto a life raft. Suna was very flustered at that moment, looking around and shouting, "Since when? There's no time." She immediately guessed Or was it from the moment you started climbing the stairs to the rooftop, she then inferred, recalling Limmy's appearance from just before. So the first thing he said was, look at me, and not come here, that's why I wouldn't have seen what was prepared below. At that moment she angrily struck the life raft, and from above Konglum looked down checking if she was okay. Suna helplessly placed her hand on her forehead and said in frustration, I hate this. I don't want to live anymore. I'm sick of this life. The two rescuers were very surprised to see her. At that moment she immediately said, but if you want to save me you'll have to pay the price. Limmy, if you don't die with me I won't delete that post. She placed her hand on her forehead and smiled slyly. Let's go to this hell on earth together. At that moment she looked up at Konglum and thought to herself, now you will face a difficult path no different from mine. Live a life full of regret, that is my curse upon you. Suddenly at this moment her face saddened and she thought, but if you keep looking at me like that I can't do it. Even at this moment why? From above Limmy's face looked very pained and he kept thinking, seeing you look so sad. A short while later, just as Suna had said, a suicide note was posted on social media. Because her video spread widely and the fact that she had jumped, it became a hot topic overnight and even made it to the news. Articles quickly made headlines with this topic. Immediately after, he was summoned by the police for questioning. Na Konglum was immediately identified as a suspect and interrogated. He did not make excuses throughout the investigation, and despite his family's persuasion, he admitted to all charges. However, due to Suna's silence and lack of further statements and the discovery of video manipulation, he was cleared of all charges. People on the street were constantly hearing this news at this moment. The narrator continued, neither the suicide note nor the articles mentioned real names, and as always, public interest quickly faded. The kids in the classroom were also constantly talking about this topic. However, the area around Taekwang Middle School was still noisy. For rumors, a not guilty verdict meant almost nothing. Even the rooftop door was sealed, making it inaccessible. Suna jumped after posting a message, and from that moment on Na Konglum stopped coming to school. At the police station, a rumor circulated that someone had seen him there, which was enough to make the rumor plausible. The kids in the classroom kept whispering. Na Konglum threatened Suna. The article said it was her ex-boyfriend. Other kids in the classroom also kept whispering. Really? He had a video like that? That's why she jumped. Everyone started whispering behind Konglum's back. Really? I saw him at Taekwang Middle School. Na Konglum of Taekwang Middle School. He sat quietly in a classroom full of laughter and mockery. Na Konglum made a girl commit suicide. The narrator then said that this was the whole story of the Taekwang Middle School rooftop incident. On the other hand, Gaehee also learned the information only after hearing it from a friend. Yu Gaehee met other people, gathered rumors, and researched. Immediately after, she opened her computer to investigate. People kept talking, connecting it to what they knew about Na Konglum. People then said that with her brilliant intellect she meticulously deduced the truth known only to two people. At that moment she was in the shower thinking to herself, this is definitely something I shouldn't get involved in. Water droplets ran down her face. At that moment she was deep in thought, but she thought, but leaving it like this isn't like me. At that moment she made a call and from the other end a voice shouted, Yu Gaehee. Immediately, from the other end of the phone someone explained, why did you call? About what happened this morning, I just wasn't feeling well. From the other end they continued to explain, I was dizzy. She, annoyed that the person on the other end was talking too much, shouted, sorry, I investigated the Taekwang Middle School incident. I found out everything. Hearing Gaehee say that, the person on the other end was dumbfounded and shouted loudly, how what? She was also quite flustered at this moment. I said I'd wait until you were ready to talk, but it's not because I'm curious. She then told the person on the other end that she was only about 92 curious and the rest was out of concern for him. The person on the other end angrily said, so you investigated out of curiosity. At this moment she angrily shouted, stop it. I feel like I'm getting too curious just like you. Isn't it my fault? It's like you're blaming me. It's unfair. Hearing that, the person on the other end replied, I don't know how much you investigated, but it's not a pleasant story. That's why I didn't talk about it. It's all in the past. Well, not really, but then. From the other end she was asked again, anyway, is that all? Why did you call? Hearing that, Gaehee replied, no, there's one more thing. After seeing everything I wanted to tell you this. At that moment she said to her boss with all her might, I believe that I am different from that girl, and all the other people think so too. All the girls, she continued. If you come to us we will never let go of your hand. Someone needs to save you just as you saved us. At that moment she said hesitantly. Konglum replied calmly from the other end of the phone, I know, you fool. Hearing him say that, Gaehee was very surprised and shouted, At that moment Konglum recalled the past and said to her, when everything was over and we were in the classroom I just apologized and you thanked me. He then approached Gaehee and said, actually it should have been the other way around. I should have said that. At that moment Konglum looked at her and said, thank you, Yu Gaehee. The scene changed. At this moment he was running quickly with a very worried expression. From his mouth he shouted, grab my hand. Konglum with a very worried expression reached out his hand and shouted, Yu Gaehee. Immediately after, he quickly grabbed Gaehee's hand. Hearing that, Gaehee from the other end of the phone said, thank you so much for holding my hand. After that, Konglum, very grateful to her, said, so before I even realized it I had already overcome it. Konglum continued, even though I was still shocked when I met Suna again, that panic was mainly because I thought I should feel that way. Hearing that, she asked again, puzzled, what do you mean? I don't understand. Kanglum thought for a moment at that moment and replied, how should I put it? After that, Kanglum talked about reading a horror comic. You know, when I was little I was scared of ghosts when I read comics. He was very scared back then, but when I grew up and looked at it again, at first, I was unconsciously scared because of old memories. Immediately after, Kanglum concentrated on reading the book and said, as I calmed down and got closer, it was just an ordinary comic book. Something only children were scared of. I overcame my fear without even realizing it. At that moment, Kanglum ran out into the hallway. I realized this afternoon while running down the hallway. At that moment, Kanglum was drenched in sweat. His face was filled with surprise. At this moment, he put his hand on his chest and felt it. Kanglum then continued, I overcame it. I'm much better than I thought and less scared than before. After that, he walked step by step along the street and said, if you ask me when I overcame it. At that moment, Kanglum recalled the feeling he had then. The moment I pulled you up. His face was very scared and blank at that moment. Hearing that, Gehi said hesitantly, if you say that. Gehi raised her head and said, I saved you. HMPH, should I really regret thanking you? You didn't save me. From the other end of the phone, Kanglum immediately replied, we're having a touching moment. Why are you trying to ruin it? If someone says something kind, accept it gratefully. Hearing that, a smile spread across Gehi's lips and her cheeks flushed as she said, I'm still very happy honestly to see you doing so well. At that moment, Kanglum opened the door and there was a creaking sound. The sound pierced her ears and she asked, what's that noise? My ears? Are you on the street? As she asked, he replied, yes, I said we'd meet to resolve everything. Kanglum then said to her, I need to go meet her before she comes looking for me. It's no use regretting it now. At that moment, Kanglum said calmly, I won't run away or hesitate anymore. Kanglum said very firmly, even if I'm not okay, I'll try to be calm. Suna then slowly walked step by step down the classroom hallway, and after that she opened the classroom door and smiled slyly. Everything's happening faster than I thought. I thought it would take you a few days to get over it. Kanglum was standing with his back to her in the classroom. She then continued to confide, but this is better, Limmy. Since you called me here, you don't have to endure it alone anymore. She then continued to speak, and he was lost in thought. Let's all live as sinners together. After that she approached him and said, it's just the two of us in the classroom, isn't it? It reminds me of the old days. At that moment Kanglum turned around and looked at her with affectionate eyes, saying, this is no longer a classroom. She hesitated for a moment, looking at his face. Why do you look so okay? You weren't like this during the day. This isn't fun. It's not what I wanted. Kanglum then scratched his head and replied, you knew everything, didn't you? Now I know why you're wearing that uniform. Every time I heard anything about you, I was flustered. She heard that and asked, puzzled, then why? After that she smiled and said, no, never mind, I won't care anymore. I just wanted to take care of a suffering Kanglum, but there's no need to start over like this. At that moment she stood facing him and continued, anyway, you already considered it when you called me that, right? Since we were interrupted before, let me say it again. Suna extended her hand, inviting him. Kanglum, let's start over. The streetlight shone into the classroom. At that moment Kanglum looked at his clenched hands and said, actually I'm much better than I thought. I realized it more clearly after facing you again. Suna was very surprised to hear that and immediately asked, what are you talking about? If you mean you want to start a new relationship, he replied very coldly. No, you and I can't be in that kind of relationship. Hearing that, Suna was very surprised and asked, why? Or have your feelings cooled, or is it because of the other girls? Don't worry, I'll make you forget them in a week. Kanglum couldn't look Suna in the eye, clenching his fists and denying it. No, it's not me, it's you. Suna then heard the narrator explaining his feelings. Now Kanglum came here first and spent a lot of time thinking. His hands were tightly clenched at this moment, and his mind was still filled with many concerns. How could he finally say what he couldn't say that day? How could he face Suna again? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. People then said, but the moment he met her, Na Kanglum was speaking without even realizing it. At that moment he said sadly, because you don't like me. Hearing that, Suna's face changed and she immediately replied in a panic, what are you talking about? After everything that happened, you're telling me you don't like me? Kanglum stood before her and said everything he had thought. I have to admit I was really stupid. Perhaps I was momentarily excited when I saw you. Just like when we first met, I was strangely drawn to you. While he spoke, Suna was bewildered, but when you told me you loved me that day, it wasn't me. The two made eye contact. Kanglum continued to explain, the person you truly loved wasn't me. Rather, it was another version of yourself. He recalled her actions and attitude one by one as he spoke. You've never experienced such things, nor have you done them. You are someone who has lived an ordinary and boring life. You loved another version of yourself, another future you could have had. Hearing this, she burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, that's just like you, Kanglum. Suna sat at the table and said sarcastically, why don't you get to the point? What you're saying is that I regret myself when I'm with you, isn't that right? At this moment she lowered her face and tried hard to assert, if you think that, you're wrong. Those words didn't come out of her mouth because Suna knew too well that it was a lie. After that, she recalled her feelings while standing on that rooftop, my feet trembling in that cold wind. She recalled the scenery then, the darkness below. Suna gripped the railing tightly and thought to herself, it still remains vivid in my mind. At that time I didn't want to die. In her heart, she had to endure so many painful things. Suna sat curled up in a dark room and said, I was just afraid of being continuously shocked. All I wanted was to erase my mistaken past, but I knew it was something I couldn't change. Suddenly, a light shone in her mind and she turned her head. I turned my gaze to you, Kanglum, but the harder I tried, the more I revealed my bad sides. Suna looked at Kanglum with sparkling eyes and vowed to herself for revenge. I became obsessed with the wrong goals. Then she looked at his hair and thought to herself, I wanted to drag you down and project my thoughts and feelings onto you. I hastily gave up, threw everything away and tried to die, even though I didn't want to do that then. Even though I really didn't want to die. Hearing this, Kanglum felt very sorry and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't understand then. I'm a bit clumsy with female friends. No, I'm just an idiot. Suna lowered her face deeply at this moment. He said with great regret, I should have realized it the moment you started calling me Kanglum. Couldn't say what I needed to say. In her heart, hearing this, she thought to herself, in fact, I knew that too. I just wanted to be comforted by someone who lived a proper life like you. At this moment, Kanglum scratched his neck, feeling very flustered. Perhaps it was a cliched and self-consoling remark. So I didn't say it, but now it's different. If you knew about your wounds, if you were watching from afar. Then Kanglum's eyes widened and he wondered, I'm not blaming you, but I really went through a tough time. Just looking at scissors vividly reminds me of the days I spent with you, like the opening scene of a movie. That's why I still can't cut my hair. At this moment, Kanglum confided about the time he transferred schools. I had to transfer from one academy to another due to rumors. And I also grew distant from my younger sister, and my school life in general wasn't good. If I had met Youngsu later, I might have forgotten how to talk to people. He transferred to a new school and was surrounded by many girls who admired him, but even someone like me is doing well now. I'm okay after that. Kanglum hesitated and said, so you can do it too. Hearing this, Suna thought to herself, in fact, I knew that too. The person you truly loved wasn't me, but another version of yourself. What you're saying now is what I've always wanted to tell myself. She looked back at her previous actions and thought to herself, to myself then, to myself that day. After that she recalled the scene where she tried to commit suicide and thought to herself, and to my foolish self. Then returning to the present, she looked at him and thought to herself, it's not too late to start over. Tears welled up in her eyes and her eyes turned red as she thought to herself, that's what I wanted to tell myself, and what I wanted you to tell me too. The external lights cast shadows of the chairs, and after that, Suna bit her lip and ran towards Kanglum. She raised her hand to hit him, but at this moment she didn't have the courage to hit him. After that she lowered her hand and leaned against Kanglum's chest. She clutched his clothes tightly and cursed like a spoiled child idiot. At this moment she leaned against him and sobbed, I've walked the wrong path for too long. And you told me to come back. Hearing this, Kanglum smiled and gently said, yes, what can we do? That was the path you chose. No matter what others say, you have to come back. You'll be fine. Hearing this, Suna cried until her eyes were swollen and replied, I'm not fine. Why are you acting so calm as if everything is okay? At this moment, Kanglum replied to her, it's actually been quite a while, and it's thanks to a few people. Hearing this, she clutched his clothes even tighter and continued to sob. How unpleasant. Kanglum is acting as if nothing happened. Suna then asked him, what if I run away and jump again? As she spoke so helplessly, he encouraged her, I believe you won't. If something like that happens, he looked at her and said firmly, this time I will definitely save you. After that, Suna stepped back and asked, answer me one more question. If I had chosen to ask you for help instead of trying to jump off with both of us that day, tears flowed from Suna's eyes and she asked seriously, would you have been angry with me, and would things have been okay between us? He heard this and fell into thought for a moment. After that, he opened his mouth and said something to her. Hearing such an answer, her eyes widened in surprise. After that, she burst out laughing, hee. If you hadn't admitted it then, I would never have been able to apologize. The scene changed and Kanglum walked out with a depressed expression. At this moment, Gehi was already waiting for him and said, is everything alright? Hearing her voice, he was startled and shouted, you scared me. Wait, why are you here? Seeing his face, Gehi immediately guessed, looking at your face, it seems everything has been resolved, hasn't it? If you blame her and lose yourself, I'll hit you myself. As she said that, he shivered, recalling several scenes. Kanglum backed away in great confusion and asked, what kind of person am I in your eyes? As he wondered, she replied, I can help you with the things you couldn't finish. I mean the rumors about you. After all, they're all just slander, aren't they? With the help of me and my other male friends, we can fix everything. At this moment, as she tried to explain further, Kanglum had already left. If you want, we can reveal all the truth. Hey, I'm not finished talking yet. At this moment, Kanglum told her to forget about it. Hearing this, she asked in great surprise, why do you want her to be hated, or do you still have feelings for her? At this moment, Kanglum replied in great annoyance, I told you no. Hearing this, Gehi complained and replied, then why are you trying to shoulder everything alone? He replied calmly, whether I want it or not, it's also a memory in my life. Kanglum left, saying, and playing the dark night is just a dream for lonely people. As he said that, Gehi shouted as if it was very hard to understand. Night fell and the streetlights came on. Suna walked out at this moment and thought to herself, what do you mean by start over? After that, she stood still and said emotionlessly to herself, idiot, at least you should have walked me home. What if I want to die again? In front of her, two female students were whispering to each other, isn't my hair pretty? After that, Suna turned her head and looked at the hair salon. She saw a female employee happily cutting a young man's hair. At this moment, she looked at herself in the mirror. Just then, Suna brushed her hair back. She said shyly that her hair was a bit long. The scene changed to a room with a calendar and hearts on the wall. At this moment, a girl was tidying her clothes. The scene changed to the next morning and Kanglum had just woken up after the Suna incident. Now Kanglum realized that the problems in ESW could now shift and occur in different ways. A moment later he put on his neat school uniform and went to school. Therefore he prepared for all eventualities and formulated countermeasures. And even when unprepared he reminded himself never to be complacent. At this moment Gehi cycled with all her might. Her face looked very scared at this moment, and she said never to be complacent. She rushed quickly, making all the pedestrians flee in fear. Meanwhile Kanglum, who was sitting behind her, screamed in great fear. The next day he knocked on Youngsu's door and asked Youngsu. After that the two took out their tablets together. At this moment Kanglum seriously explained the problem to Youngsu. After that Kanglum went to eat jjajangmyeon again. He went to eat jjajangmyeon with Shirin and was very surprised by Shirin's appetite. The two ate jjajangmyeon very deliciously and gave the chef a thumbs up. Just then at the abandoned dog shelter, Kanglum took Lami and showed her around the puppies there. After that Lami took a puppy. He followed behind her and vowed to himself never be complacent. Another day, Yoonyoung remembered her broken phone and told Kanglum. Immediately the two flew to Dubai together and bought a new phone amidst Kanglum's surprise. The two entered a Dubai store together and chose a new phone for Yoonyoung. Another day Nari texted Kanglum and asked, "Oppa, want to go for a walk in Hangong Park this weekend?" Immediately Kanglum replied, "Yes, sounds good." The two camped together at Hangong. He lay on his lap, making Kanglum flustered and embarrassed. After that the two rode a duck boat together on the Han River. Another day Mia and Kanglum participated in a quiz show together. At this moment he said the correct answer to the program, and she was very surprised and astonished. Dong stared blankly, frozen, after watching the program Kanglum participated in. Through this it can be seen that Kanglum is making very good use of his time. Despite preparing everything, nothing happened. And just like that, it was already November. His school organized an outdoor activity for students in November, just before the outdoor activity began at a time when hearts could flutter. A problem suddenly occurred without any warning, as if mocking Kanglum's preparations. Just then at school, Kanglum received a text message from Youngsu. "My servant, are you really a dragon?" She continued to text. "What kind of magic did you use to cause all this? Hurry up and come here." After reading the entire text message, Kanglum scratched his head and said, what is this guy talking about?" A few girls grinned at him, and the young man next to him stared blankly at him. Seeing everyone staring at him, he felt embarrassed and put his phone in his pants pocket, saying just in case, but no way, absolutely not. Just then on October 1st the class whispered, knowing he was in the same class. "Kanglum again, this is really crazy, how can this be?" Youngsu sighed as everyone whispered a lot. Just then Kyung happily entered the classroom. Meanwhile Gehi said, looking very troubled, "So you've come to meet the president, Kanglum." "You mean the blue-haired Kanglum we know, right? The Kanglum who makes an intense approach?" Hearing this, Kyung replied excitedly, Yes, that's right, I've come to meet the Kanglum I know, to keep a promise I made a long time ago, but why are you asking?" At this moment Shirin, lost in thought, said, "Is Kanglum trying to form a soccer team?" I play soccer often too." At this moment Yoonyoung continued, "Perhaps Oppa secretes a special kind of stimulant. I think we need to conduct a physical examination of Kanglum quickly." Hearing this, Gehi said, as if something had just occurred to her, At this point it's more disgusting than shocking." Hearing everyone talk, Dong thought to himself, this girl must be a character from a comic book, right? Given that Suna was an acquaintance of Kanglum's from middle school, she couldn't possibly be the 6th heroine this year. The ponytail girl said helplessly, "Even an expert. Even a lover of humanity, this is beyond my comprehension. Kanglum is driving me crazy." Suddenly Kanglum entered at this moment, and a young man shouted in great surprise, "He's here!" The female students shouted happily when they saw him. Kanglum, seeing everyone's joyful expressions, was very surprised, as if he couldn't understand at all. He looked at him and frowned, saying, "Hey President, what on earth is going on?" Kyung looked at him and said happily, "Welcome darling, it's been a long time, I missed you so much," as she said that to him. He was utterly flustered. He looked around, then pointed at himself with a finger, asking blankly, "Me?" Kyung immediately confirmed joyfully, "That's right, who else but you, Oppa? Don't you remember our promise from when we were little?" Right away she closed her eyes and began to tell a story, going back a very very long time to our childhood. At that time he and she were building sandcastles. Then little Kyung asked, "When I grow up I'm going to be Kanglum Oppa's bride." Hearing that he replied, "Really? Yes, that's right." Lim quickly gestured to Kyung and they promised together. "Then it's a promise?" Kyung immediately agreed. "Of course," the little girl then answered joyfully, "if you break your promise 1,000 needles." Back in the present, Kyung said very shyly, "I haven't forgotten that confession even once. Without that promise I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." Hearing her words, the other girls turned pale and were surprised. The other male and female students were equally surprised. On the other hand, Kanglum was stunned to hear that. Immediately Gehi approached Lim and pressed him. "President, this won't do. You have to reveal everything. Exactly how many are there?" Lim then stood blankly and replied, "No, wait, just a moment." His face was drenched in sweat at that moment, and he replied to Kyung very coldly, "This is just a prank, right? What is this?" Not only that irrational flashback scene, but before that Kyung approached him step by step, and Lim was still very hesitant at this moment. "Who are you? Do I know you?" The boys in the class looked at each other very worriedly at that sight. When he didn't remember her, Kyung was very disappointed and sobbed, "Wait Oppa, you forgot me, that's too cruel." He then thought blankly to himself, what kind of situation is this? After that he looked at her and thought to himself, this arrangement feels strangely familiar, as if I've seen it countless times, but there's no heroine with that hairstyle in ESW. He suddenly remembered the two twin female students and thought to himself, oh, not at all, besides all the heroines in ESW have already appeared since Suna replaced the Hong sisters. After that, Kyung secretly stole a glance at him. Suddenly Lim looked at her and had a different thought. Wait, is Suna a real-world person like Suna? If so, it's even more irrational. Such a person can't exist, he then thought, recalling Kyung's words. What was that ridiculous flashback scene? What's an engagement? What are the needles about? Did she mistake me for someone else? Returning to the present, Kyung was still covering her face and crying, saying, am I the only one who's honest? Seeing her cry, Yehi approached and comforted her. Don't cry. Calm down, the president is just like that. At this moment Lim thought to himself, it must be related to ESW. It's too irrational. I don't know what's going on. Suddenly Kanglim spoke. What's your name? Tell me that first. When Yehi showed a different attitude than before. She asked, very surprised, President, what's with that attitude? Hearing him ask her, she stopped crying and replied, so Oppa forgot my name too. If I tell you this, Oppa might remember. She approached him and said shyly, our childhood past back then a different thought crossed her mind at this moment. It's all a lie, I'm just playing around, this is our first meeting. Her eyes were very sly and she thought to herself, if our first meeting is this boring, it's really disappointing, isn't it? I always wanted to draw a scene about a childhood promise, Kyung then replied shyly. But I already gave the childhood promise model to Hong Soo-yeon and Hong Chae-yeon. Hearing that, he said very surprised, are you perhaps? At this moment she introduced herself. Then my pen name is Lord K. Pitt and I am the author of ESW. Immediately he grabbed her hand and pushed her against the wall. Lim immediately pressed her. What are your intentions? Seeing Lim's attitude, she cried out in great surprise. Wow, I didn't know Oppa had this kind of personality. You're really firm, aren't you? Good job, right? Pinning someone against the wall always works, it's a classic method. But you don't need to worry too much or be nervous. Lim then gritted his teeth and said, stop the nonsense. If you're the author of ESW, if you're the one who caused all this, then you're the reason I've suffered for so long, aren't you? And what's with the warning message afterward? She then replied calmly. That was unavoidable. I had my own circumstances, Kyung then replied calmly. But it will take time to explain everything. Hearing that, Lim slammed the wall in exasperation. He then ordered her, tell me everything, don't hide anything. After that, he said angrily, if only I had suffered, I could have moved on. I could have laughed off getting struck by lightning as an unfortunate journey. Lim gripped the wall with his hand and pressed her. But that's not the problem, is it? Do you understand? Do you know how many times other people have been to the brink of death? Do you know how much I suffered because of that? His face was unpleasant at that moment, and he thought to himself, so don't try to distort your words. I need to know exactly why you did this and what your purpose was. Kyung then waved her hand and replied, all right, you definitely deserve to know this, but can you step back a bit? You're too close. He then stepped back and she then said, where should I start explaining? That's right. Kyung then looked up at the sky and replied, all 6 heroines appeared and this webtoon reached its peak with countless positive reactions. I was seriously preparing for the next installment. Kyung's face was grim at that moment, but I couldn't publish ESW anymore. Because at that time I was diagnosed with an incurable disease. She recalled the days when she would constantly get nosebleeds while drawing webtoons and wipe them away with her hand. Kyung then thought to herself, the doctor told me I didn't have much time left to live as an author. I realized how lucky I was to be loved by everyone, and I thought I had lived a life without regrets. She looked at the unfinished webtoon and was dissatisfied. Except for one thing, I was angry that I couldn't finish ESW. Kyung then thought to herself, I wanted to show a lot of content to people and I wanted to draw many scenes. Although I received a lot of criticism, many people still encouraged and supported me. Kyung was very stubborn then and wanted to finish the webtoon. She clung to the webtoon day and night. Everyone advised me to stop, but I stubbornly continued to draw the webtoon. I decided not to put down my pen until the very last moment. Suddenly one day, a blue wave appeared in her room, but immediately, a being appeared before me. A man in a suit with blue flames for hair emerged from that blue ring. She was very flustered to see him then. At first I thought he was a grim reaper or an angel of death. After that he smiled and introduced himself. She then thought to herself, the two could talk to each other, and he introduced himself as the manager. After that he said to Kyung, webtoons are quite popular these days, aren't they? So the boss specifically allowed you to continue serialization until it's finished. She sat upright, listened to his words and asked blankly, then what does that mean? When she didn't understand, he spoke bluntly. That's right, I'm going to extend your life. Hearing this, she cried out with great joy. Really? Wow. After that, Kyung vomited blood. Cough, cough. Suddenly he crossed his arms and made a condition. But there's one condition. You have to improve the logical consistency of your webtoon even more than now. Hearing that, she said, very surprised, what? When she showed that attitude, he sighed and lamented. Please stop. Isn't it over if the protagonist solves everything by violence alone? It's receiving severe criticism for being completely irrational. After that, he also admitted, I agree, the solution is always the use of violence. It's probably worse than logical consistency. It lacks realism and exciting development, Kyung then retorted. but the protagonist has to be someone who never loses. The manager was still not satisfied and said, even considering that, it's irrational. He solves everything alone. Or how about adding a male supporting character who is the male lead's friend? Hearing this, she was stunned and replied, "What? This is a harem romantic comedy and you're adding another male character? The male lead's friend position is popular, but besides that, listen to what I have to say." As she still hesitated, he presented his view. "Do you really need the harem genre? Many romantic comedy genres don't have harems. In fact, the everyday couple romance genre is the trend these days, isn't it?" Kyung then asked, not understanding. "Wait, what is everyday couple romance?" When she didn't understand, the manager explained, "As the name suggests, it's a subgenre where a couple is formed at the beginning. It starts with a declaration that the two will be together," he then continued. "So readers don't have to worry or stress over complicated competition." Hearing that, Kyung thought to herself, what if my heroine isn't with him? At this moment, he still continued his thoughts. Big events are less emphasized and more focus is placed on daily life. After that, the manager presented a vision. So it's gentler and it allows for more couples to be formed. Plus it can show people the diversity of male and female characters. Kyung then stared at him with her mouth agape. He then said, "That's why it dominates the modern romantic comedy genre. Wow, you know quite a lot, don't you?" After that, he still said very confidently, "The harem genre is already old-fashioned. Its golden age ended in the 2000s. From now on, ESW will be themed around everyday couple romance." And hearing this, Kyung was very angry and displeased. Suddenly at this moment she switched to berserk mode. She looked at the manager and shouted furiously, "Shut up, what do you know?" After that, she pointed her finger straight at his face and cursed, "What do you know? Adding another male lead breaks the taboo of the zombie comedy genre. Besides, a necessary element of the zombie comedy genre is a harem. Understand?" Seeing her curse at him, he was very flustered and cursed. "Wow, how old are you?" He then frowned and said, "Who watches that these days? I don't understand those jealous people." Seeing him ignore her, she pointed her finger and shouted, "Take that back. What did you just say? Apologize right now. I'm really sorry. Respected seniors." This fool said that. He still refused. "No, that's the trend these days." Kyung was very angry to hear that, and he still sneered and mocked. He then said to Kanglam, "I fought with the manager all night, but neither of us could reach a conclusion. No matter how much we fought, my condition worsened, and I was almost on the verge of losing consciousness." He then sighed and replied, "Then there's no choice. I'll lend you some strength first." Immediately, Kyung felt her body getting stronger. My body is healing," he then also said. "Not only that, that power will allow you to do anything." His gaze became even scarier at that moment. "So prove that your story development method is correct." Hearing that, Kyung took off her glasses and said blankly, "What? Prove it? What do you mean?" When she didn't understand, the manager explained, "Actually, some of the bosses also have similar thoughts to you. Even in reality, the idea that one person can save all the heroines, let's test if that's really true. By choosing someone to play the role of the male lead," he then continued. "Anyone is fine, you choose that person yourself and bring them into the world of ESW. That will be your test." At this moment she finally understood and replied, "So this is a showdown between me and you?" His face then smiled slyly and replied, "That's right, and you can also find candidates through that power." Immediately she stood up and tried it. "How do I use it?" Status window. When he saw her, he said flustered, "Will it work, fool? The genre will be different." He then pointed at her with his finger and said, "It's quite difficult for humans to use power. It would be more realistic for you to find a way to use it yourself." His eyes narrowed and he replied, "But you'll have to search through billions of people's information. Usually tools are used for this kind of thing." After that, he pointed at the laptop with his finger and suggested, "Laptop is fine too, put your hand on it." Immediately she sat down and placed her hand on the laptop and a powerful force emanated. Immediately, countless people's personal information appeared before her eyes. As she looked at the people's information, the manager explained, "Through the power transmitted through the laptop, you can see detailed profiles of all humanity and even observe their lives like CCTV." After that, he urged her to find the most suitable person for this task. Kyung still hesitated, asking if it was okay. "Isn't this an invasion of another person's privacy?" He gave her a murderous glare and said, "It's no problem. You're going to die anyway." Hearing that, she was startled. Seeing her reaction, he continued, "Besides, the bosses don't care about these kinds of issues." At this point, Kyung told Lim, "I had a method for selecting candidates." For several days she scrolled through profiles to find a suitable individual. "I will continue publishing the story until the very last day." She was conflicted. There were many profiles of various brothers with different personalities. Whom could she trust? A genius with an IQ of 200, a handsome wealthy heir, a national sports champion. Kyung was in deep contemplation at that moment. Who could become the hero to save the heroines from their predicaments? Then, by chance, she stopped at Lim's profile. At that moment, he was looking at his phone complaining, "Always so humble. Why are all the male leads in stories so timid?" At that moment he angrily stood up and shouted, "I will never refuse this. If it were me, I would have dated and even thought about marriage." After that, he stood up and threw a few punches. "I can fight if I want to." She watched him in silence. Kyung immediately and resolutely pressed the select button. This select button was irreversible, and she loudly exclaimed, "Bring it on." Returning to the present, she winked playfully and said, "That's how you were chosen. It was 200 an impulsive decision. Even during that process he was very angry and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" He couldn't believe his eyes at that moment. "No, what is this?" she then said with a wry smile. "Haha, to be honest I was very flustered at first too. Look at this damn otaku who knows nothing." A dull student continuously leading the story. Hearing that, he glared at Kyung. At this point she said that she cried and begged the manager, so I cried and begged the manager to allow a loop. Kyung knelt and begged, "I'm sorry, just this once, please let me start over. What should I do with this child?" Hearing that, the manager was very angry and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" After that she continued, as if it were an advantage. She smiled with a satisfied expression at this moment. "The result is, well, you did really well. I'm truly grateful." Lim at this moment complained greatly. "This is absurd. In the end I was just used because of a bet between you and that manager." Kyung immediately glared at him and said, "Watch your mouth. This isn't just a simple bet. ESW is my everything." Hearing that, he became serious and asked, "So what happens now? Why did you appear?" "No, before that, did a problem occur that changed the situation?" she said at this moment. "Ah, that was a temporary measure for fair competition, like a balance patch. You used ESW's information to gain an advantage." Kyung was very worried about that. "But if you completely block or change the flow of the story, that can't be a fair evaluation, including unnecessary actions trying to find me. You're cunning too." At this point she said, "So I observed you and made necessary adjustments." Hearing that, he was very surprised. "You observed me?" She had always watched his every move. "You wouldn't know, but ever since Yugehi transferred I was always around you guys." She even monitored him through the system. When he was chased by many girls, sometimes she used her power from a distance, other times she watched him directly with her own eyes. Young closed her eyes and said, "This isn't your concern, but as an author you wouldn't understand how happy I was to see my characters appear in reality." She opened her eyes and said proudly, "But because of that, everything became even uglier to watch." The manager agreed that this was enough. After that, she informed him. These words surprised him extremely. So the final test was to introduce Suna. She replaced the upcoming problems with a very serious expression. Kyung extended her hand to him and said, "You passed that test too. You successfully proved my belief. This challenge is our victory, yours and mine. I came to announce the end of this game." Right at this moment she smiled and walked away. "So I told you, when everything is over we will meet." Kanglam heard that and disagreed. "I don't like these one-sided endings. Anyway, does this mean there are no more incidents related to ESW?" After that, Kyung smiled brightly, turned back and said, "Yes, no more. Everything is over. Now all that's left is to send you back to your original world." Hearing that, Lim was slightly surprised and asked again, "What, my original world? What do you mean?" Seeing his reaction, she explained, "Exactly as you heard. Sending you back to where you started. To a world without ESW problems or life-threatening situations." At this moment Kyung playfully turned back and said, "To a world without the heroines I created." Kanglam asked Kyung in a stern voice, "What? So what you're trying to say is?" She replied calmly, "That's right, you have nothing left to do here." Kanglam angrily shouted, "Don't be so brazen, who would want that?" Kyung looked back at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "What? Why are you shouting?" At this moment he was surprised, realizing his recent actions, and sighed, "Oh wait, what is this? I didn't even realize it." Anger flared in Kanglam's eyes. "But anyway, there's no need for that. You don't need to send me back, absolutely not. I truly hate that. If you send me back I won't stand idly by." Kyung's expression showed she didn't understand his words. "What?" He spoke to her frankly and honestly. "To you we might just be pawns in a bet about your life and death." He remembered himself getting along with his girlfriends and was overcome with emotion. "But to me they aren't just comic book characters. They are the most precious people in my life, acquired after going through countless dangerous events." He finished speaking and glared at Kyung, snarling, "If it's a world without them, I'd rather die. 1,000, 10,000 times rather die." Hearing that, Kyung laughed nonchalantly. "What are you talking about? They're just simple characters, aren't they? Yes, they became people here thanks to power." Kyung clapped her hands, looked at him and smiled brightly. "Ah, you're complaining that the reward for your efforts isn't fair, even though you've spent extra time here. Alright, I'll give you an additional reward because of Su. Actually, I discussed this with the manager. When you return to your original world you'll be granted one wish. Of course, wishes like wishing for more wishes are forbidden." Kyung continued to try to persuade Kanglam with many words. "Just tell me what you want. What do you want, money or perhaps?" His voice coldly cut her off. "I'm not going. I'm not leaving." He looked at Kyung and said in a firm and confident voice, "If I have a wish it's to live with them. If it's a world without them, I don't need money or anything." She scratched her head in exasperation and sighed, "We have a problem." "Hey, listen." Kyung looked at him directly and her eyes held a captivating yellow glow. "Will you please stop complaining? It's truly annoying." As she spoke, she poked Kanglam with her finger. "You are no longer useful. Don't you understand? It would be better to make your wish and go back while I'm being kind. I'll even give you time to say goodbye." Kanglam looked her straight in the eye and retorted, "You're the one who doesn't understand. No matter how many times you say it, the outcome will be the same. I have no intention of going back. To be precise, I have no intention of leaving." Facing Kyung's hypnotic gaze, he spoke each word clearly. "Because this is where I belong with them." The sky was still clear and calm. Kyung leaned forward, maintaining a relaxed posture, but her voice held a threat. You'd better not be hostile to me, otherwise you'll regret it. I have to send you back whether you want to or not. If you keep being stubborn, I'll have no choice but to do it my way. Hearing her threatening words, Kanglum sneered and thought to himself, don't worry, this is my choice. I won't regret anything. Kyung turned her body ready to leave. She turned back to him, waved and laughed provocatively. All right then, I understand. Let's see how you can live peacefully from now on. The double doors opened, slowly creaking open. Kanglum leisurely looked up at the sky and sighed. So everything related to ESW is over. It feels like a dream. It's truly refreshing, he muttered to himself, a slight smile on his lips. But definitely, this feeling is like, did I defeat them? So I need to be careful. Lord K. Pitt must be planning something, but let's think about that problem later. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. All the girls appeared from somewhere and said one by one, President, what were you just talking about? Oppa explained. Kanglum, is it true? Sunbae, an engagement at this moment. Kanglum froze, and he also received a threatening message from Mia. Kanglum, marriage, what? There were also 7 missed calls from Nari. This is really a headache. Perhaps I should solve this problem first. At this moment, the school was noisy beyond words. As night fell, the street lights came on and lights lit up in every house. In one of the lit houses, Kanglum was fast asleep. In Korea, there was a sudden whooshing movement. At this moment, the movement grew faster and faster, transcending Earth. Suddenly, with a loud bang, everything became blurry. Kanglum was still drooling, deeply asleep. At 10 a.m., the clock chimed. Kanglum woke up, still half asleep. What, I feel a chill, like I had a nightmare. He heavily got out of bed. Something strange, a nasty feeling, as if something happened last night. Did Lord K. Pitt do something? Hearing this, he was startled and scared. Wait, is Mom still busy in the kitchen? Kanglum's sister looked at him as if she couldn't understand him. Oppa, did you change yourself to be an early riser? Don't just stand there, help me. Suddenly, Kanglum ran to her, grabbed her shoulders and asked loudly, Hey, you know Yu-Gehi, right? Yu-Gehi and Kun Mia. His sister looked at him as if she was afraid. Gehi, why suddenly, he asked, even more nervous and urgent. Do you know? Answer quickly. Did I return to my original world while I was asleep? That can't be. Did I return to a world without them? Seeing Kanglum's fierce reaction, his sister shook off his arm and continued to answer. I know, but why are you so flustered so early in the morning? At this moment, Kanglum gradually calmed down. You know them, right? Phew. All right, I think I can rest easy. Over there, his sister tattled to his mother. Mom, Oppa, suddenly, his mother complained. What now, is it you again? Kanglum didn't care what they said. He quietly put his hand on his chest and felt. Since ESW ended, I feel like I'm going to die. It's probably a misunderstanding. Kanglum, confused, slapped himself in the face. No, it's a misunderstanding. I can't say that. On his way to school, he kept slapping his face and muttering, making everyone turn their heads. Remember why all this chaos started. This damned mouth, again, this damned mouth, this damned thing. I only escaped from a dream, but what's left I don't know yet. He walked muttering, but at least Yu-Gehi and Mia are here. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him and called Kanglum's name. Yanga? As soon as she appeared, she brightly asked, You've appeared with dead fish eyes again today. At least you're not late, that's good, he said blankly. Yanga, hey. Yanga quietly asked, why Kanglum, is something wrong? The two walked, and he showed a hesitant attitude. No, I'm just thinking a few things, Yanga, that. Yanga listened carefully. Yu-Gehi and Cha Shuren. You know them, right? Hearing that, she was dumbfounded. Gehi and Shuren. Yeah, why? He swallowed once and his face hardened with tension. What? It'll be fine. Something strange, I can't remember. I have to see them in person. Thinking that, he started running at full speed. Sorry, I'll go first. See you after school. Yanga stood dumbfounded, watching him. Entering the classroom, he quickly slammed the door open. Inside the classroom, everyone was chatting and laughing. He found Gehi wiping the whiteboard. Kanglum rushed over, gasping for breath, and said, Yu-Gehi, I'm really happy to see you today. She stood dumbfounded, then replied to him. Oh, nice to meet you, Kanglum. Gehi was still puzzled. But why, are you and I on duty today? Kanglum was startled again. What is this? I don't think so. But why does her voice sound so nice? Kanglum frantically pulled out his phone. Wait, what month is it now? It can't be that time went backward, could it? Phew, thankfully. I was scared I went back to the past, he muttered to himself. But why is this? Gehi looked at him as if she couldn't understand, and he found Yunyang and Shuren talking in a corner of the classroom. Kanglum raised his hand and waved to his two friends. Shuren, Yunyang, can you come here for a moment? I have something to ask. The two friends heard his call and immediately turned back. Shuren also greeted him. Oh, you're here, good morning. Yunyang also smiled and replied, Hi, we were waiting for you. Only then did Kanglum let out a sigh of relief. Phew, what a relief. As he raised his hand to greet them again, what happened? Before he could finish speaking, the two girls approached him and brushed past him like the wind. Shuren called out, smiling brightly. Ingong, my friend. He turned around, bewildered. What? Gehi also said happily towards that direction. Oh, you're late. The person named Ingong then approached, scratching his head. He smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. Sorry, I was helping an old lady move her luggage on the way here. Ingong appeared, tall and with striking red hair anyway. Good morning, everyone. Gehi, Shuren, Yunyang. Kanglum froze, bewildered. Everyone in the classroom also greeted him with bright smiles. It's Ingong. Ingong's here. Ingong, do Ingong. Kanglum stood alone in one corner while everyone else was surrounded by Ingong. The three girls still clung to him, enjoying themselves. This was Kanglum's biggest fear. Kanglum fell into deep thought for a moment. Do Ingong, were you late again on your way here because you were helping someone else? That's just like Ingong, always the same. Gehi chatted happily with Ingong. That's why you helped us so much before. You were truly Ingong back then. This story again? It's embarrassing, ha ha ha. Kanglum, who had been watching the whole situation from afar, stood blankly for a while. He intuitively knew that he had not only appeared but had also reclaimed the role of the male lead. As Ingong conspicuously appeared in the classroom, Kanglum realized that he had taken back the male lead role that he had assumed. Ingong ran in a hurry with bread in his mouth. "Oh no, it's a disaster. I'm late. Hello. My name is Du Ingong. Despite the meaning of my name, I'm just an ordinary high school student." He ran frantically and bumped into someone. There was a loud noise. "I live the typical high school student life you can find anywhere in this country." He fell to the ground with a thud and rubbed his head. Ouch, ouch. Only then did he realize who he had bumped into. He exclaimed, "Oh, Shirin." Shirin, who he bumped into, was also rubbing her head, seemingly in pain. "Good morning, Ingong. I'm sorry. I was in a hurry and made a mistake," Gehi also said, smiling. "Ah, it's okay. I'm tough, so I'm fine." Just then, someone slowly approached from behind him. As soon as Gehi appeared, she said teasingly, "Seriously again, you two are quite clumsy." The two also greeted her enthusiastically. "Oh, Gehi, good morning." "Good morning, Gehi." Lammy also arrived just then, adding to the cheer, and as soon as she arrived she put her hands on her hips and said coldly, "Seniors, what are you all doing? Are you all going to be late again like last time?" His friends also greeted Lammy. "Oh no, is it that late already?" She hesitated. "Oh, but I shouldn't be saying this, I'm late too." Then everyone urged each other, "Yeah, we need to hurry." The sound of a car engine was heard from afar, then the car screeched to a halt, drawing the attention of other students. Someone in the car said, "Then shall we go together?" Yoonyoung and Mia were in the car. Yoonyoung smiled brightly. Let's go to school together," Mia said coldly and haughtily. You should be grateful to be going to school with me." Ingong and his group immediately got excited. "Oh, Yoonyoung, really? Thank you so much, and Mia, Unnie too." "Hello, Unnie." Ingong was very satisfied with his current life. "Ha ha ha, unlike my ordinary self, all my friends are special, aren't they? But they're all really kind and wonderful friends. We got to know each other through countless incidents and we overcame difficulties together." He mentioned club activities and got excited. "Sometimes we even spend a fun day together. There's something strange about the club activities called APC, but it doesn't matter," Ingong vowed to himself, not knowing what would happen in the future. "Of course this peace can't last forever. You never know what trials life will bring." Ingong raised his hand and looked at it. "But for my precious friends, I will always rise again and fight." He clenched his fists and resolved, "No one can stop us from escaping." As soon as he met Ingong, Hochul approached and asked, "Du Ingong, what's going on? There's not a single day you come to school peacefully." Ingong also greeted him. "Oh, Hochul, hi." Ingong also asked about him. "How are your preparations for the upcoming taekwondo competition? Are you okay?" Hochul replied with a bright smile. "Yeah, it's thanks to you helping me practice last time, but what about you? Have you thought about my suggestion to participate in the competition?" As he was about to say more, Gehi appeared and cut him off. "Oh, more importantly, Ingong, about the APC club." Ingong replied, "Yeah, I know, we're all here." They continued to talk animatedly. "Right, as I said before, the snack party is." Kanglum merely stood quietly in a corner of the classroom. "This is the worst. I have nothing more to say." He looked at Gehi, who was talking and laughing, and seeing that Gehi wasn't turning on her good girl mode for that guy. It meant that the days he had spent with him had not completely disappeared. It was then that Kanglum realized with despair that his role had been completely stolen by that guy. He stood blankly, clenching his fists and suppressing his emotions. "Should I consider this lucky? At least not everything was a dream, right? Gehi and the others were saved, right?" Kanglum looked at them with even more hateful eyes. "No way, I can never think that, damn it. Just watching this scene makes my blood boil." Recalling Kyung's previous gaze and words, Kanglum realized that this was what Kit had warned him about. Like a declaration of war. Yeah, undoubtedly, what's called power must have caused this. There's no way the male lead can do everything alone. He looked towards the girls surrounded by Ingong talking happily. "I suspected she was up to something. I thought I was already used to the worst. I thought everything would be fine if we just united. But everything turned out like this." The scene before his eyes became even clearer. "I have to do something to turn this mess back to normal. But how? Is there a way to deal with this?" Thinking that, Kanglum decided to approach them. "Damn it, I don't know, I can't think of anything right now, but if I just stand by and watch I'll go crazy." He walked closer and said, "Hey you Gehi." Gehi also turned to him. "I have something to ask you, a few personal things, it won't take long." She was still blank. "Oh me, why?" Kanglum was slowly losing control and shouted, "Before that you were trying to tell me something too. Please I beg you don't talk to me in that good girl mode." Hearing that, Gehi immediately made a displeased face. "What is this? We're not even that close. Why are you being so loud?" Ingong quickly approached and asked what was wrong. Ingong approached Kanglum, placed a hand on his shoulder and said worriedly, "Kanglum, are you okay? Is something wrong?" Despite Ingong's concern, Kanglum looked at him with hostile eyes. "Does this guy always look so disgusting?" Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Stop." Shirin stepped forward, seriously defending Ingong. "It seems you've picked the wrong person to vent your anger on." Yoonyoung also rushed in on the same side. "How rude." Kanglum became even more hostile and rude. He still spoke in an unrestrained voice. "Hey, you're not kidding, are you? This is just a prank, right?" Everyone in the classroom muttered, looking at Kanglum. While he was not calm and spoke loudly, "Shirin, Yoonyoung, you Gehi, you too, do you really not remember?" While he was still aggressive, whatever that damn Kit did, Ingong then approached and said in a low voice, "Enough." Ingong's expression was very solemn then, and his voice held a threat. I can forgive you if you fight me, but if you harm your friends for any reason I will not forgive you. As the situation grew tense, Gehi immediately tried to calm everyone down. Now Kanglam, I think you should take a break today. I'll tell the teacher. So why don't you go home and rest? His feeling then was that he didn't like being teased as an outcast, but he also didn't want this to happen. Shuren and Yunyoung's eyes still looked at him with hatred. Don't call me that, don't look at me like that as if I'm a stranger and enemy. Suddenly a strong movement swept past, separating Ingang and Kanglam. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed loudly. Of course I know it's not their fault, but the crowd was captivated by something. The murmuring continued ceaselessly. I'm a huge fan, the Idol Goddess concert was really good. To actually meet Kuon Mia. Students rushed towards Mia vying for her autograph. What, Unnie always comes to school? Oh right, I forgot. Please sign this. Seeing Mia, Kanglam again lost his composure and rushed forward. Kuon Mia, why do you go to this school? What, it's different from before. What has changed? And she can, he asked frantically. Do you remember me? We know each other. I'm Na Kanglam. Mia looked at him with haughty eyes. What is it? You startled me. Have you ever been to a fan meeting? You look quite familiar. She spoke as if she didn't know him at all, and he froze for a moment. The sounds of people were still noisy. Hey, line up, don't cut in, I was here first. Kanglam froze in place. People murmured and asked, who is this guy? Na Kanglam, he's in the same class as Ingang. Over here, Lammy was reading tarot cards for students. Misfortune may strike in the future, but you have the ability to overcome it. Suddenly a thud came from somewhere and Lammy was startled and looked in that direction. Kanglam ran over, panting and laughing. Ha ha ha, do Amy. Lammy looked at the cards in her hand and smiled brightly at him. Who are you? Oh, did you come for a tarot reading? There's a customer right now. Can you come back later? Hearing that, his face darkened again. No, it's nothing. In classroom 21 was Kanglam absent. Gehi said he had just come to class and then left. He must not have been feeling well. Hearing Gehi talk about Kanglam, he covered her mouth and giggled. He's probably in the infirmary or went home early. Kanglam was sitting alone on a school bench looking very dejected. Just then Yangsu approached and asked, what's wrong, my servant? Hearing his voice, Kanglam was startled and stammered. Shin Yangsu, you. Yangsu spoke to him in a chiding tone. I've been looking for you, but you didn't answer my call, he still asked, shocked. Do you remember me? Yangsu again emphasized, puzzled. Remember me? He frowned. Strange question, of course I know. It was then that Kanglam slowly realized something. Oh right, I was so flustered that I didn't notice. When I went to school, Yanga talked to me normally. Maybe it's because we were friends before the ESW incident happened. I was so deep in thought, especially in our class, that I thought it might be a breakthrough. Except for Yangsu, no one was on my side. He didn't hear Yangsu still talking at this moment. I heard there was a fight in the classroom before class started. He was still focused on his own thoughts. Yangsu continued to babble. They said you and my benefactor had a quarrel. Tell me what happened and I'll help you as much as I can. Suddenly he turned his head as if he heard something and asked, my benefactor, you say? What did you just say? Yangsu replied calmly, adjusting his glasses. My benefactor, of course. Naturally I'm talking about the main character, aren't I? After all, it's all thanks to the main character that I could be with Limmy, he continued. Kanglam couldn't say anything. I hope you two don't fight anymore. Hey, are you listening to me? Yangsu scratched his injured hand, added a few words and then prepared to leave. So cool off, and if you need any help just tell me. Finally he left. Kanglam sat blankly, head bowed, a can of cola in his hand. He gulped down the cola as if trying to clear his head, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. All Kanglam felt was helplessness. Honestly, should I be grateful right now? If everything was just the absolute worst, I'd probably be sad and desperate. Kanglam got up ready to leave. But if it's this serious, I'm angry enough to fight back, he resolved firmly. So I'll accept this fight, I have nothing left to lose. He asked angrily, what do you want? Kyung put a hand to her mouth, a mocking smile on her face. Oh, shouldn't you thank me first for making the heroines friends with the main character, that is? Kanglam stood up angrily, looked directly at Kyung and replied, nonsense, if you go that far, you're no longer an author. And that setup is stupid, playing with people and treating my friends like toys. Answer quickly before I punch you, what do you really want? Kyung with great patience rested both hands on her chin and comfortably listened to his insults. If you've been sitting here waiting, there must be something. So what is it? What do you want from me? To his words, Kyung replied calmly, I told you, I have to send you back to your original world. She maintained her composed demeanor. It's because you kept being stubborn that I had no choice but to do this. I had to use every method to send you back. When she gained power and authority and created the ESW event, the way this world was created was very important. The elements of ESW didn't merge with the old world to become the ESW world. Instead, the old world and the elements of ESW separated, creating an independent world different from the real world. In other words, the fictional world of the comic became an independent real world. However, this meant that the old world of ESW was exiled. The Webtoon ESW no longer existed. Kyung calmly explained to Kanglam what she wanted. So the original plan was for you and I to return to the old world and for this world to close and revert to a comic. Kyung also informed him of a very important fact. But because of your stubbornness, everything has become quite difficult. If you stay here, we can't close this world. And if I return to the old world alone, she rose, analyzing seriously, it means returning to a world where ESW doesn't exist, and that means I can't successfully complete ESW. Do you understand? Kyung gritted her teeth in anger. That's my only regret. The regret of receiving that diagnosis. So I had to pass the manager's test and I almost won. At this moment she approached Kanglum even closer, emphasizing each word. But because of your stubbornness I have to lose my mental child, don't even dream of it. Kanglum listened to Kyung's words, clenching his fists without a word. Oh, don't even think about that foolish suggestion of republishing ESW in this world. She closed and opened her eyes, coldly envisioning the future. I'll have to go through that terrifying test again. Moreover, the agreement about my death doesn't belong in this world. Don't think you can choose the world you want? Kanglum asked her with an uncertain expression. It seems you can't force me back, can you? Kyung slowly turned and walked away. That's right, if you refuse I can't force you back no matter how much I dislike it. That's why I created this situation today and why I asked you. She turned back slightly and asked Kanglum with a smile, do you really want to stay here? Honestly, even in this situation, you should be grateful. She revealed everything she had done. I removed all attachments related to you, including your memories in the heroine's minds. Hearing this, Kanglum seemed utterly powerless. He put a hand to his head, looking exhausted. Yeah, I get it, but to summarize, this is for your benefit, isn't it? Kyung immediately retorted, what? He slowly approached and spoke to Kyung in the coldest voice. You were selfish, using me for some so-called test. Wasn't it enough that I was manipulated like this? Who followed your plan and won for you? He looked down at her, being a head taller than Kyung, and asked in an interrogating tone, now you're telling me to forget everything and leave? Oh, that's absurd. Get lost, you damn bitch. Kyung immediately glared at him. Then do you really think you can live here when no one remembers being with you? Kanglum defiantly asked again. What do you mean? Do you think I'd just let that happen? Kyung immediately retorted sarcastically. Then what will you do? What will you accomplish? He calmly replied, according to his thoughts. If necessary, I'll use force. Kyung laughed mockingly. What a foolish thought. Seeing her holding her bag straps with both hands, Kanglum's gaze immediately fixed on the bag. You've been carrying that ever since you appeared. I thought it was small, but isn't it big enough for a laptop? That laptop is your tool for using power, isn't it? The power is inside it. She remained silent, letting him speculate. Then you can use that immense power to restart this world, right? Beads of sweat dripped down her face. It seemed she was afraid of something. Do you think that will work? At this moment, Kanglum couldn't help but tell her everything. Otherwise, why would you cherish it so much and carry it around? It's an important item, so you have to keep it close. No, actually, the more I explain, the funnier it gets. He recalled an item from the past. It's recycled, like Chairman Hong's USB, right? You couldn't use it in ESW, so you brought it into the real world, right? Kyung's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but she still listened to his words. When I overcame all the problems of ESW that you came up with, now I am. According to his speculation, Kanglum could confidently declare to Kyung that he had the upper hand. So don't try to fight me. I can see right through you. Hearing Kanglum's words, Kyung immediately clapped her hands a few times, mockingly praising him. Truly the male lead I chose. Impressive. You're usually clueless, but you're sharp in important moments. Footsteps were heard. Kyung slowly walked over. Moreover, your fighting style is beyond ordinary. That's why I said before I didn't come to negotiate. Kanglum grabbed Kyung by the collar and said in an angry voice, if negotiation isn't an option, I'll resolve it with force. She still calmly teased, what a waste. I'd give you 90 points. He was silent, not understanding what she meant. You understood everything, but you missed the most important part. That's right, I was going to wait for you after class and talk to you. She asked him again, but do you know why I waited here? Because I had an appointment to meet him here. He was startled and urgently asked, what, meet whom? Kyung's sarcastic voice was heard, the corners of her lips slightly curled in triumph. That's right, the heroines and the main character are just friends, but I never said the main character was single, did I? Hearing her words, Kanglum was suddenly flustered. You don't mean? Kyung, anticipating this, prepared one thing. A powerful force emanated. With a loud bang, everything around them shattered and scattered in all directions. Kyung spoke each word clearly. I made the male lead my boyfriend. The classroom suddenly shook violently, and desks and chairs were shattered. As feet stepped over the broken desks and chairs, a crunching sound drew attention. Ingong approached with an insane amount of power. He had just shouted, now Kanglum, it's you again? Kyung immediately cried out, acting, help me, Ingong, this man is harassing me. Kanglum was helpless and flustered, seeing her scream. Hearing that, Ingong clenched his fist in anger. Wasn't it enough to harass my friend? How dare you lay a hand on my girlfriend? It seems I can't have a civilized conversation with you. He immediately jumped up, ready to punch Kanglum. At this moment, Kanglum raised both hands to defend himself. A white light burst forth and immediately an earthquake shook the building. Ingong punched Kanglum. At this very moment, a scratch appeared on Kanglum's face. Behind him, a huge hole appeared, and Ingong completely smashed a section of the wall. The desks and chairs in the room continued to shatter. Kanglum was very surprised to see the debris. At this moment, Ingong protected Kyung. It's dangerous, so step back. Seeing him protect her, she replied very happily, yes, my Ingong is the best, she thought to herself. But when the male lead in ESW confronted the bosses, they were all very strong, but they didn't exceed human limits. At that very moment, Kanglum quickly fled into the classroom. However, the power of the protagonist, Ingong, was on another level. The protagonist, Ingong, was created to overwhelmingly defeat them. At that very moment, a black shadow flew into the classroom. It was a comic book character created with overwhelming realism, rationality, and even the concept that his limb didn't exist. At this moment, Ingong balanced himself and prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Kanglum. His kick grazed Kanglum's face, surprising him greatly. His foot completely shattered the wall. Even Kyung admitted that he had extraordinary and absolute power. The power was so immense that it even pierced through the school roof and shot into the sky. At this moment the smoke cleared, revealing In-gong's muscular physique. In front of him was a huge hole he had made himself. Kanglam was very surprised to see the hole and said, "Whoa, this is beyond imagination," he thought to himself. He's already entered the world of superpowers. He's not just the strongest, but also the strongest in the story when fighting with superpowers. In-gong looked at Kanglam with cold eyes and threatened him. "I deliberately missed. Apologize while you still can." Kyung watched it and shouted very happily. The group of male and female students standing in the corner said, "You haven't seen the male lead in ESW at his strongest, have you? That's why you shouldn't mess with his girlfriend." The group of male and female students whispered, their faces pale. What just happened? Was that an explosion? An earthquake? Seeing everyone murmuring, he turned around and smiled. "Oh, it's nothing. Sorry for the mess. Sorry, we just had a small disagreement. I was trying to make him understand a little." "Oh really?" Kanglam still said with a surprised face. "What, you smashed all this and it's just this much?" Hearing his words, the students outside exclaimed, "Oh, so that's what it is?" The students who saw this burst out laughing and said, "Well, he's the main character after all, as long as it's not too loud. We can understand In-gong." Seeing everyone say that, Kanglam shouted helplessly, "What are you talking about? Are you all blind?" Kanglam still tried to explain loudly. "You believe this? All this is too irrational." "Irrational?" Kyung chuckled. "Irrational, this is the main character, In-gong," Kyung explained, looking at In-gong's back. "The main character, In-gong's first ability is invincible combat power. The main character, In-gong, is invincible, unbeatable by anyone, and perfect in every way. His second ability is to rationalize all irrational situations with his charm. No matter what the main character, In-gong, does, everyone around him will understand and accept it. Why? Because he's the main character, In-gong." After that, she calmly replied, "Don't try to use the police or any tricks. You've used too much power in the story." Hearing this, Kanglam cursed in anger. "Damn it, stop joking. How can I beat something like that?" As Kanglam expressed his doubt, In-gong immediately grabbed his head and slammed it hard onto the floor, threatening him. "How to win? Who allowed you to win?" After that, he calmly said, "I'm not very smart, so I don't really understand what you guys are saying. But what I understand right now is that you have bad intentions towards my girlfriend." At this moment, Kyung got up and explained, "Like the super strong character you found in the student handbook, at least there must be an enhancement effect inside it, right? This is a typical super strong male lead genre, isn't it? Why are you so surprised? So it would be better to accept it while you still have room." Kanglam, with his head stuck to the ground, still spoke his thoughts. "Besides, this role originally belonged to the main character, In-gong. You just borrowed it. Now it's just back where it belongs." Chapter 150. Upon hearing that, Kyung shrieked in surprise. "What did you say?" he continued. "If this were a comic, it would be about 150 chapters, and I've spent that much time with them." At his words, In-gong was also slightly surprised. "We've had experiences different from ESW. Things that never appeared in ESW, and those are intact memories that we must cherish. They're ours." In-gong was still gripping Kanglam's head tightly. At this, Kanglam roared in anger. "Go back to your original owner? The one who snatched them from our hands. They are not ordinary characters you can manipulate at will. How dare you play with them and mock their memories? I'd rather die than comply. I will refuse again and again. I will say it as many times as I can." Kanglam tilted his head, his eyes wide, and screamed, "I will refuse even if it means death. Give me back my friends," he continued furiously. "The time I spent with them is too precious. It may not even be a year." In-gong then slammed his head harder into the ground and cursed, "You goddamn bastard." Kanglam, feeling unfairly treated, remembered that because of her it felt like 10 years, not one. At this moment, Kanglam said with all his heart, "You Gehi Cha Shuren Kong Jia, I will never give them up. I will not hand them over to anyone." In-gong then slammed Kanglam's head down even harder. Still with an injured face, Kanglam struggled to lift his head and said, "I was truly foolish. Now I've really become an outcast. I only realize it now, but I must have cherished them all deeply." Kyung listened silently. Her face was scrunched up at this moment, and she thought to herself, "This is really annoying. Is everything really going to go his way in the end?" Flashback to last night, Kyung had then exclaimed joyfully, "All right, it's all over." Her face looked quite sinister at this moment, and she said, "So the world changes tomorrow morning?" The manager replied, "Exactly. You've become accustomed to using power." She then said wickedly, "Manipulating the world as I please. That's what an author does." After that, Kyung straightened up and replied, "Besides, I'm the one who chose him as the protagonist." The manager then said mockingly, "That was merely an impulsive decision." She heard that and replied, "I've watched him from the beginning. I know what will hurt him the most." After that, she said with great confidence, "This will make him surrender or even beg to come back." The manager then slowly said, "Perhaps, but what if the opposite happens?" His face looked very serious and he said, "If Na Kanglam endures, he deserves a chance." Upon hearing that, she immediately turned and retorted, "What, a chance? What are you talking about? Why should I don't want to. I don't agree with that idea." He then said, just like her, "The same goes for us. A battle decided before it even begins is too boring." The manager continued with a serious face, "Your challenge made the bosses lenient towards him. They don't want such a meaningless fight. No, they don't want something as boring as crushing ants." Hearing that, Kyung replied, "Cheating in a game isn't fun, and watching it is nothing short of painful." At this moment she told him very seriously, "But that's not what you said. You said I could do anything I liked in this world." The manager then explained to her, I didn't say it had to be a fair fight. Let me tell you, I'm not taking sides. But if you have an overwhelming advantage, the other side should also get a small chance. He then reopened the agreement, saying, when our challenge is over, we must meet, the manager then said. That's the meaning of the challenge. Hearing that, she immediately sat down and accepted a fair fight rather than an overwhelming one. All right, this challenge was originally between you and me, but as long as I have power, I'm still omnipotent. The manager then suggested, it's best not to draw too much attention. Just using power has made everything unstable. Kyung tapped on her computer and said, but seriously, can Na Kanglam endure this? Returning to the present, Kanglam is still being held down by Ingong. Kyung then lowered her head and mumbled, Tisk, if you had agreed to go back, it would have been beneficial for both of us. After that, she said to Kanglam, listen carefully, Na Kanglam, I'll resolve everything during the upcoming outdoor activity. Right at this moment, she held up her bag and said, as you guessed, the laptop, the tool of power, is the key. If you can snatch the laptop during the outdoor activity, this world will be restored to your will, and you win. Her face looked serious at this moment. But if you fail, I win after the outdoor activity, and you will face the worst outcome. Upon hearing her words, Kanglam very seriously said, what do you mean? The ESW world was only temporarily created. She then explained to him, of course it's the trajectory and focus of the heroines. They are what tie you to this world. But if they all forget you and have no connection to you, eventually you will no longer be able to stay in this world. You will be forcibly exiled from this world, but being forcibly exiled is different from leaving voluntarily. Because this world is unstable, if you are forcibly exiled, you won't belong to any world. You'll be trapped between two worlds and deleted forever. Kanglam then lifted his head in great surprise, and Kyung then said, in simple terms, you'll really die, understand? She then folded her arms and continued to explain, it's like a file being lost during download. Usually if that happens, there are no more loops. It's the end, it's ruined. That's why I'm advising you to go back voluntarily, after all that commendable effort. She then said exhaustedly, anyway, the deadline is after the outdoor activity, just so you know. This isn't a suggestion, it's a notification. After all, I can wait a little longer. Once you're gone, I'll peacefully return to my original world and complete ESW. Upon hearing that, Kanglam replied, so if I snatch the laptop during the outdoor activity, everything will be fine. Otherwise, my friends will return to being ordinary characters and I'll die. After that, he stood up with all his might and said, simply mess everything up and then notify me like this. I'd always thought the loop could disappear suddenly. He stood upright and wiped the injuries from his face. That's why I've kept going until now. Every moment I've always put my life on the line. Do you think I'd be afraid now? Kyung then turned around and said, I'm the author, the god of this world. Do you think you want to make an enemy of me, an omnipotent being with power? After that, she walked away and called Ingong, let's go Ingong, leave that fool. Hearing that, he was very surprised. But, she then shouted furiously, enough, aren't you going to listen to your girlfriend? Immediately, he chased after her. I'm all right. The classroom then became quiet. Right at this moment, he spat blood from his mouth and collapsed on the floor, lamenting, I swear I'm going to beat that bastard. He then walked out and down the hallway, thinking, should I be happy that I at least have a chance, but it's really disheartening. She just commanded. Ingong moved like a servant. He walked out onto the street, continuing to think, if she orders him to protect the laptop, then it's over, isn't it? How can I fight and win? It's impossible, absolutely not. Kanglam walked among the passing people, tormented. I always complained that everything was difficult, but this time it's for real. Even if I have superpowers, it won't help. If he's the strongest in a fight, he recalled the students who trusted Ingong so much and Ingong's absurd ability to distort reality. It's better not to think about it anymore. So my ordinary schemes won't work. Kanglam then looked up at the sky and thought, how have I handled these things until now without relying on loops or schemes? What's left for me is he stopped on the street and said with vacant eyes, asking for help from others. After that, he said helplessly, since when did I become so dependent on others? I was an otaku and a loner. My pride is hurt. Returning home, he applied medicine to his wounds, thinking, of course I can't ask everyone for help. Yanga and Youngsu are still here, aren't they? After that, Kanglam continued to think as he put a band-aid on the scratches on his face, but Youngsu is difficult for me to follow, and even if I persuade him, there will be risks involved. Kanglam, too exhausted, lay down on the bed to rest. The risks associated with the loop, I don't know if the loop will work. Even if it does, these two aren't ESW characters. Involving them might be dangerous. With his injured hand outstretched, he was still lost in thought. But if that happens, won't I be back to square one? The condition is that this person is from ESW and not Ingong. He lay on the bed, continuing to think, is there such a perfect person? Suddenly, as if realizing something, he sprang up. Kanglam's eyes widened and he mumbled, there is. Right at this moment at the Starlit Cafe, a girl named Yu Naji in the cafe was receiving a call from her older sister with a quite flustered face. Ani, are you pulling an all-nighter? Girl was then standing in line to buy coffee. She then said, don't say you're with Ingong Oppa. On the other end of the phone her sister explained, "Oh my goodness, how many times do I have to tell you, he has a girlfriend. I never thought of him that way. It's just that Yonga suddenly invited me over." After that her sister asked Naji, "Naji, you seem to dislike doing gong oppa." Hearing that she helplessly said, "Alright phew, alright honey, be careful. Don't worry, I'll pick up Gammy." Yes, just then the clerk asked her, "Next customer, what would you like?" Hearing that, she put down the phone and replied, "Ah yes, 4 iced Americanos." And on the other hand, Kanglum was sitting in this cafe drinking coffee and thinking, "Naji, she's yawning next to me. I was too shocked yesterday to pay attention, but it's strange that my role was taken by doing gong." After that, Kanglum turned his head and glanced at her, continuing to think, "Even if she's friends with others, why doesn't Yu Gei turn on her good girl mode for me? We're in the same class." He then recalled the girls he had met and judged. She wasn't that kind of person after the stalker incident. So that change isn't related to that incident. That can't be. In other words, she'll also turn on her good girl mode for doing gong. After that, he thought about the other girls. Then what about Cha Shuren? Why is she still wearing the old school uniform? Why is Jia attending our school? Returning to the present, Kanglum continued to stare at Naji and thought, Yuna too. I checked that restaurant, she doesn't work there. I'm not sure, but I feel a loophole. Was this what she meant by the world being unstable? Seeing Naji's innocent appearance, he continued to think, perhaps that's why Naji still feels hostile towards doing gong. I can do something to win her over. After that, Kanglum sighed. The problem is how to approach Naji when I'm not someone she knows. To you, Naji, I'm just a stranger. Naji then plunged her fork into her cake. After that, she ate the cake very deliciously. Kanglum thought very worriedly, it's a really terrifying feeling. Right at this moment, Kanglum bravely stood up. Actually, a stranger might be safer, but if I bring up a sensitive topic, never mind. Naji is my last hope. Naji's friends were then chatting very happily. Right at this moment, Kanglum approached her and asked, Excuse me, are you Naji? Seeing someone ask her, she turned around and replied, Yes, that's right, you're Naji, and you're. Hearing that, Kanglum forced a smile and said, That's good, thank goodness. You're Geihi's younger sister, right? I have something to tell you about your sister. Naji calmly faced him. Now Kanglum, that's an unfamiliar name. Hearing that, Kanglum also said happily without awkwardness, I've heard that a lot, that's right, I'm in the same class as Geihi. She must not have told you. He looked at her happily with a calm gaze. Those words made Naji slightly flustered. Sorry, I just met you. After that, he happily suggested another name. Is that so? Then have you heard the name Doing Gong? The moment she heard that name, her face darkened and became displeased, and she gave him a disgusted look. Seeing her disgusted expression, he scratched his head in slight embarrassment and distress. It's a bit strange to say this, but there are some bad rumors about that guy. I'm really worried about Geihi, and I thought you at least should know this. As soon as he told her what he needed, Naji was startled, slammed her hand on the table and said in a hurry, What rumors? I was also suspicious of him. With this, Nari revealed her feelings for Kanglum. Good. Since I asked, now I'll keep fabricating. He began to lie with a sad expression, not batting an eye. If there was one word to describe Doing Gong, it would probably be womanizing playboy. No, he's even worse than that. As soon as he uttered the words, Nari's expression instantly darkened and became anxious. A personification of desire, a womanizer. Thus Kanglum poured out slander about Doing Gong with great zeal, not noticing the murderous aura shrouding Nari. That guy seduces every woman he meets indiscriminately, like this and like that, everywhere. The real reason Kanglum spoke like that was because he wanted to insult Doing Gong, so he exaggerated. After talking for a long time, he slowly raised his head to look at Nari, whose expression had completely darkened, holding an electric shocker in her hand, and the murderous aura surrounding her had all the customers in the store terrified. Can you call Doing Gong Oppa to come here? I think I have something to say to him. Even Kanglum was flustered and tried to calm her down with words. No, wait a minute, you're really just going to talk, right? Put that down. After calming her down for a long time, Kanglum finally looked at her helplessly and worriedly. Are you calm now? Nari finally calmed down, bowed her head with a shy face and said, Yes, I'm sorry, Oppa, it's just that it's related to Unni, so I was worried. I didn't mean to. He sat in front of her and looked at her warmly. Worried because of that despicable Doing Gong? She yawned even as she listened to his words. Why is she yawning? After that, her attitude immediately returned to its dark and murderous state. That's right, Unni said they were friends, so I've been patient, but if it's not just that. As she finished speaking, Kanglum once again felt a chill run down his spine, a fearful wry smile on his face. Really? Have you met Doing Gong before? Nari quickly changed her attitude again, saying with slight hesitation, Yes, I just greeted him, but there were many suspicious things about him. But as soon as Doing Gong was mentioned, her body once again blazed with a murderous aura. There are many rumors about that Oppa always hanging out with many women. Unni said that Oppa is too kind to refuse others, but that's just because Oppa is indecisive and tries to tempt many people. These words made him even more confused. Nari's voice grew increasingly firm, and anger permeated her entire body. Or he's trying to keep his options open, or he likes the chaos when people compete with each other. Anyway, that Oppa is an enemy to women. He's no different from the scum of society. All her words felt like they were directly piercing his body at this moment. No, my body is tingling. Indecisive, enemy of women, scum of society, temptation. His entire body was deeply wounded internally at this moment. We're talking bad about Doing Gong right now, right? Why do I feel hurt? Kanglam's gaze almost avoided hers at this moment, and he said somewhat indifferently, maybe there might be a reason for it. These words once again revealed the reason he had spoken, and he felt guilty defending himself, but Nari's attitude was somewhat aggressive and annoyed. What kind of excuse is there for cheating? He was even more confused at this moment, and fabricated a few words. Maybe their feelings for each other aren't clear, or they don't know if that feeling is love or not. His explanation made her reveal her firm belief in love. Oppa, what are you talking about? That excuse is even more ridiculous. Besides black and white, the only thing that can be divided into two in this world is the feeling of love, he asked with slight embarrassment. Does it have to be said that much? She once again firmly retorted. Why is that an exaggeration? How can you confuse love and friendship? He scratched his cheek blankly. I don't know. No, I mean Doingong might not know either. Nari drank a sip of her drink in annoyance. No, that can't be. I haven't experienced anything like this either, but love is like. After that, as her cheeks gradually grew hot, she shyly turned her head away. That feeling can only be love. She was completely embarrassed and hesitated, looking elsewhere. It's like wanting to kiss someone and wanting to be with them all night. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and blushed. She backed away, covering her chest with both hands. Why are you making me say such embarrassing things? You're a pervert, aren't you? Pervert. These words made him even more flustered. People are looking at me strangely. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything. You said it. Immediately after, Nari's face changed to a suspicious expression as she looked at him. But wait a minute, now that I look at it, Oppa is also suspicious. Suddenly approaching me and telling me these stories, she asked seriously. How did Oppa know I was Geiani's sister? He was flustered and confused and made an excuse. Gei mentioned you. Nari took out her phone without any change in expression. Then how about I call Ani and confirm? He started to worry now. No, that's a bit, After that, she calmly exposed his plan. All right, I almost fell for it. She looked at him with an indifferent expression. Oppa, you're on Doingong Oppa's side, aren't you? He started to worry even more. What? Why do you think that? These words made Nari understand his plan better. It's too obvious. Oppa came to tempt me after hearing Doingong Oppa's words, didn't you? Because I keep telling Gehi Ani to be careful of that, Oppa. Knowing that he had been exposed, Kanglam stood up anxiously and worriedly, hitting the table and stating the facts. No, it's not like that. Actually, I don't like that guy either. His words made her look at him with a slightly incomprehensible expression. What? Then what is it? He was now silent, his lips pressed tightly, hesitating in his mind. I really need Nari's help right now, so I'll probably have to mix in some lies. I'll have to buy something related to Doingong's outdoor activity plot. He had already decided to speak, but still hesitated for a moment. Is it really right to deceive her like this to get help? Then I'd be using her too, wouldn't I? No different from what Lord K. Pitt did. He looked at Nari's innocent face and tried hard to think. I deceived and used them, but I don't want to do that anymore. They might be in a difficult situation right now, but they have their own thoughts. They are all my friends living together in this newly created reality. I want to treat them fairly. I want to treat them as human beings, not characters. So I have to tell them everything. After a brief monologue to himself, he decided to tell her everything honestly about ESW and all the stories he had hidden. He spoke firmly, raising his voice to argue. But what he ultimately got was the sound of Nari's house door slamming shut. His face was still full of disappointment and frustration. But why is the outcome I received so cruel? By the time he realized it, he was already standing outside, knocking on the door and shouting worriedly. Naji, wait, this isn't right. This is where we should trust each other. Nari's flustered and worried face was heard from inside the door, and she warned him. Oppa, what are you talking about? Please leave quickly before I call the police. For a bright future. He tried to persuade her from outside the door in a flustered and worried voice. Wait, open the door, I'll explain again. But Nari still firmly refused to listen to any more explanations. Explanation about loops, about comics becoming reality. Oppa, you're a grown-up, why are you still caught up in delusions? I regret wasting my time listening to these stories. The blonde twin girls inside the house looked at Nari innocently. Ani, who is that Oppa? But she indifferently admonished them, leaving Kanglam outside. Gammy, don't worry, he's just a pervert. He finally became disappointed and regretful. Damn it, I thought I could convince her if I was honest, he still stubbornly shouted in a worried voice for Nari to hear. You Naji, give me one more chance, everything you have is me. Nari still stuck to her argument. That's what stalkers often say, isn't it? Please go somewhere else. He didn't give up easily and tormented himself by standing in front of her house door. No, I'm not leaving. Should I wait here until you open the door? She said, even more frightened. Oppa, you really are a stalker. I'm going to call the police. Realizing that he couldn't convince her anymore, he just leaned his head against the door in disappointment, quietly swallowing worriedly, then quietly said, I'm sorry, I won't bother you anymore. I'll wait quietly. If you change your mind, open the door. I mean it, everything you have is me. A moment later, young Ji came out of the bathroom inside the house and looked at Nari innocently. Ani, I'm done with my bath, Nari gently praised her while preparing dinner. Good job, shall I call Zami? Let's eat. Only then did Nari think worriedly about Kanglam. It's been a while, is he still there? She checked the camera outside the door to see Kanglam's situation. Should I call the police? She saw Kanglam shivering outside in the cold, but she decided to ignore him. He'll stop. If he's still there before Ani comes back tomorrow morning, I'll call the police. He sat on the stairs hugging himself, slightly regretting. It's colder than I thought. Ji came out of the room rubbing her nose, looking tired, and approached Nari. Ani, I'm hungry. What are we eating for dinner today? She gently turned her head and said affectionately. It's almost ready, just wait a little longer, Nari unconsciously said softly and happily as she untied her apron. Tonight's menu is vegetable fried rice and thinly sliced meat. She suddenly remembered his favorite dish. Suddenly she was surprised and mumbled blankly. What did I just say? Countless images flashed through her mind in an instant. The last image that came to mind was the warm memory of the two of them with him sleeping on her lap. Her face was completely blank as soon as the short video ended. What was that just now? Something just flashed through my mind. No way, I just met that person. Was it a dream? After dinner, she started preparing to wash the dishes. Suddenly from behind, Ji yawned, rubbing her nose, her face slightly flushed. Yan, honey, I'm a bit cold. These words made Nari worried. Again suddenly, wait a minute, let me see your face. Nari put her hand on Ji's forehead with a slightly flustered and surprised expression, worried. Ji has a fever. Since when? Next to them, Gammy also approached, looking tired, clutching her neck and saying, Honey, my throat hurts. These words made Nari's heart even more anxious. What? After struggling for a long time, she finally put the two children to sleep and temporarily covered them with wet towels to bring down their fever. With an anxious and worried heart, Nari hastily looked for medicine, but there was no medicine in the cabinet. What should I do? We're out of medicine at home. By now the nearby hospitals and pharmacies must all be closed. Buying fever reducers at a convenience store won't be enough. She looked around anxiously and worriedly, searching. It's far, but I think there was one pharmacy open all night. I should go there and see, and if not, I'll have to think about going to the emergency room. As she put on her jacket, she worried. Ani can call later, but Ani always took care of us and she's never spent the night at a friend's house before. As she opened the door and stepped out, Nari was slightly cautious. It's rare to see Ani playing around and I don't want to call her for something like this. She looked around quickly to find Kanglum. Is he here? Seeing no one, she felt relieved and stepped outside. He's gone. Just as I thought. She quickly ran down the stairs at this moment. No time to take the elevator, I have to take the stairs. Suddenly all her senses blurred and numbed and her body lurched forward. My body isn't listening, I must have caught a cold too. Her gaze was directed forward and she thought indifferently to herself. This is going to hurt quite a bit. Ani will worry again. Her vision grew darker and darker and she felt no emotion. I'm really sorry. Just then an arm caught her. Kanglum appeared, lifting her with a worried face and said, Naji, are you okay? Only then did she come to her senses and look at him with confused eyes. Oppa, why are you here? He looked at her indifferently. I said I'd stay, remember? I just went to the pharmacy for a moment. His hand holding a bag of recently purchased medicine gripped Nari tightly. I thought you might need medicine because you seem to be catching a cold and I guess I was right. These words surprised her even more. Oppa, how did you know I wanted to go to the pharmacy? Is this what you talked about before, knowing the future through comic book stories? He calmly denied it, mentioning the slightest details from when they met at the cafe. What are you talking about? This isn't ESW information. You've been sneezing since the cafe and Jihi coughed a bit on the way here. After that, he gently continued the story. Besides, I went to the pharmacy yesterday and it was packed with people all coughing and talking about the trending illness these days, so I guessed. Finally, he sighed in relief and gave her a gentle smile. It was just luck, but thankfully, I was really right. As soon as his bright smile appeared, her eyes suddenly went blank and her heart suddenly beat faster. He made her stand directly, but worried that something else might happen, he extended his arm ready to catch her. Anyway, I'll take you home, go in and rest. Her cheeks flushed, but she stubbornly said, No, I can't let a suspicious Oppa like you into my house. But he looked at her firmly and seriously. Look, I'll just give you the medicine and leave right away. I can't leave you alone in this state. If you don't trust me, call Ani to come here now. Then I'll leave. Hearing these words, she finally accepted shyly. All right, you can come in, but don't call Ani. The tranquil night, Gehi and her sisters were sound asleep in their beds, the space peaceful with only the gentle sounds of the two children breathing. In the softly lit room, Kanglum quietly approached Nari's bed carrying a tray with a thermos. The little ones are all asleep. I brought you some tea in a thermos, just drink it. Nari, though tired, offered him a grateful smile. She lifted her head and asked, puzzled, But have you been to our house when I wasn't home, Oppa? You seem to know what's inside the house. Hearing that, Kanglum was startled and stammered awkwardly. Well, I told you I'm Gehi's friend. I came over to study once. He then quickly regained his composure, scratched his head and quietly said, Now that you've rested, I'll leave right away. Text me if you need anything. Oh, but you don't have my number, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, Kanglum turned and walked away, continuously glancing back at Nari. I'll write it down on a piece of paper before I leave. Feel free to call anytime. Immediately, Nari, without thinking, grabbed his sleeve and held him back. Kanglum coldly turned and left. Nari sat on the bed, desperately trying to grab his hand. She sadly lifted her head, pleading with him not to go. Nari bowed her head in embarrassment, thinking, Oh no, what did I just do? What did I say to an Oppa I just met today? Am I holding on to someone I brought into the house because I'm sick? At that moment, she waved her hand to calm herself. I wanted to say sorry. It's too late, so Oppa should go home too. Your family might be worried. Kanglum turned back. When would Gehi return? Nari sat blankly on the bed with a puzzled expression. Ani said she would be back late in the morning or around lunchtime. He stood there coldly watching. It's probably fine as long as you're okay. She quietly watched Kanglum sit by the bed and close his eyes. Nari thought to herself, he'll be here until then. Then he looked at her and scoffed. It's hard when you're alone during difficult times, isn't it? I know that very well since I've been like that since yesterday and today. Don't worry about it and sleep. One of the things the president often does is talk to himself. Nari stared blankly at Kanglum quietly, but said nothing. He casually said, you probably don't know what the president is. It would be funny to explain, but the main reason is just that. Feeling her body lighten, she quietly pulled the blanket up, preparing for sleep. Nari was deep in thought. Perhaps I fell into a deep sleep and had a very long dream. I don't remember the content of the dream, but one thing was clear. There were many emotions, laughter, tears, anger, and within them the most precious thing to us was the warm heart we shared with someone. Gentle sunlight streamed through the window, warming the air. Birds chirped as if greeting everyone. Nari had just woken up, pulled back the covers, and was about to get out of bed. Suddenly she found a note and quickly picked it up. It read, Gei seems to be coming soon, so I have to go. I made some porridge and put it in the fridge, so warm it up and eat it. Here's my number. Suddenly Gei called out from outside, Naji, are you up? Were you all sick last night? And who did you let into the house? But inside, Nari was just reading the paper, her face red with embarrassment. Without hesitation, she picked up the phone and made a call. She paid no attention to Gei calling from outside. After that, Nari threw her phone on the bed and ran away. At the same time, she also replied to Rahi that she was fine and her fever had gone down. She added from outside, good heavens, if the children were sick, you should have called Uni. The phone screen on the bed was still lit. She had just sent a message. I want to hear more about the comic book story Oppa mentioned. When are you free? Sitting on the bus, Nari sighed. That was a really long story. Her face was drenched in sweat, making her look dejected. My sisters and I are actually characters from a comic book, and after becoming real and going through many hardships, we became close to Oppa. Then the original author appeared and gave us some kind of test, and Oppa Du Ingong, the original male lead, took Oppa's place. And the final test is during the upcoming outdoor activity, right? Kanglum sat next to Nari, staring blankly, unable to say anything. Then, startled, he pointed at her. You summarized everything. You were like that back then too. Exactly right. Nari looked sad. So this isn't a fantasy but a reality. Kanglum bowed his head. That's right, but it still sounds like a lie to me. I completely understand why you can't believe it. Now that you've summarized it, it sounds even funnier, Nari said seriously and calmly. I didn't say that. I never said I don't believe you. I believe it. It's hard to believe, but I believe everything you're saying. Kanglum listened to her quietly. Hearing that, his eyes widened with surprise and emotion. Thank you so much, it means a lot to me. As the bus reached its final stop, Kanglum continued, if you didn't believe me, you wouldn't have come this far. As soon as they arrived at the bus stop, the notification bell rang. Getting off the bus, Nari sighed glumly. We really did it, skipped school and came to Jeongju. Kanglum followed, his face still grim. This is the outdoor activity destination, he advised her. Just think of it as a new learning experience. Nari put a hand to her forehead and grumbled irritably. I wish it were as easy as persuading Uni. Kanglum looked at her without hesitation. We'll find a way, but first let's eat. I'm hungry. You haven't eaten anything today either, have you? The two entered a small restaurant, sat facing each other and ate silently. After eating, they still bought bread. Kanglum took a bite of bread and picked up another one. His gaze was fixed on Gei. She slowly ate along with him. The two walked, chatting happily in the autumn air with leaves slowly falling. Suddenly, Nari, embarrassed, shouted loudly, Wait, this feels like a date. Kanglum, caught off guard and worried, was beside her but quickly regained his composure. We're just on a field trip. Isn't this normal? Dating is just you exaggerating. Coming from someone who calls herself a loner too used to dating. She stared blankly at Kanglum. As Nari gave no reply, he continued leisurely. And besides, we just came to investigate. Fighting is out and my usual schemes won't work, but we can use ESW information to gain an advantage, right? Kanglum recalled the Minhyuk High School outdoor activity guide and said, We know everything that's going to happen during this outdoor activity. Investigating beforehand to create a favorable situation is the best thing we can do right now. Nari looked at him, puzzled. Okay, but the opponent is the author, the one who created the problems. I wonder if our preparations will be effective against someone who knows ESW better than Oppa. Kanglum rested his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and then hesitated. Actually, I'm doubting that too. So I need to give her a sense of relief first. Nari immediately interrupted him and began her introduction. Kanglum walked, replying, Right, the weaker side always has to find the stronger side's introduction. Especially when the male lead is incredibly strong. Lord K. Pitt might not know some areas or might be complacent. So preparing and giving her a sense of relief is key. Nari quietly followed him, listening to everything Kanglum said. She gestured for him to stop talking and let her speak. Putting aside the main problems, the two of us alone aren't enough. Nari's sharp gaze began to emerge. I know we can't ask Oppa's friends or Aniyanga, but is there really no one else on our side besides Oppa? Kanglum replied without looking at her. If you ask who, there are two people. But whether they'll be willing to participate is still a variable. I'll ask them one by one. For now, let's just assume it's the two of us. In the sunlight streaming over the sunflower field, he continued. Our preparation goal is clear. Lord K. Pitt and Ingong will stick together during the outdoor activity. The key is how to separate them. Nari sat on a chair next to the flower field and asked Kanglum, is there a way? What if the author keeps them together? He said without hesitation, it doesn't seem to be a convenient ability like hypnosis. He just seems to be dragged around simply because he's her boyfriend, she asked, surprised. So he'll even destroy the environment to kill Oppa. What an unprincipled person. Kanglum looked sad. It's not just getting angry because of his girlfriend, it's an excessive obsession with justice and right and wrong. That's the ESW male lead's principle. He recalled Ingong's enraged attitude. The way flames erupted around Ingong, that was the principle ESW was often criticized for. He's too naive to. Can't tolerate even the smallest mistake. In summary, he's a person bound by principles. But the more I read, the more irritating it gets. That was my mistake. That's why this happened. Nari frowned, displeased. So even the manager thought the male lead's actions were irrational. A hero of justice, how ridiculous. Anyway, according to Oppa, he's incredibly strong, but his principles only go in one direction, right? But is that an algorithm? Kanglum said gloomily. Right, like a machine or a game character. So if a big problem arises that requires the male lead's help, he might abandon Lord K. Pit and go there. Nari hesitated blankly. Basically, it's the opposite of what Oppa has been doing so far. Instead of preventing problems, we have to cause them. Kanglum looked at her. And that's a method even Lord K. Pit won't expect. We have to make it very serious. In a building with flashing purple lights, Nari asked suspiciously. But I have one question. Why would the author give Oppa a test? The two walked in the dark. Kanglum answered her question. I don't know. It probably isn't out of kindness. Maybe it's because of the situation with the manager. Nari immediately followed up, showering him with several questions. I'm not asking why she's giving a test, but why this kind of test? If her power can do anything, why does she have to carry a laptop and wait until the outdoor activity to resolve everything? Why doesn't she just have Oppa hit by a truck right now? There are many simpler ways she could handle it. Kanglum seemed to understand the problem and replied, right, it does seem a bit roundabout, she analyzed seriously. According to my hypothesis, the author's power has some limitations. If she were truly omnipotent, she wouldn't need to worry about these things, so there must be something she can't do. Kanglum clutched his head beside her. I'm curious about that too, Nari continued. I don't know what Ingong's uniform and Kumiya transferring to this school mean to Oppa, but why can't we find incidents related to Cha Shuren? And why is Gei's good girl mode being interfered with? The two walked unconsciously. She continued, if it's not the author's intention but some kind of error, that means the power can't do everything she wants. In that confusion, he might not have noticed, but the author actually only showed one possibility, and it could be explained in 2 words. Just then, Nari was startled to see Kanglum heading towards the reservation counter, and her face turned red. He stood facing the employee and said, I have a reservation under the name Na Kanglum. The employee replied brightly and politely, for 2, correct? As soon as Nari heard that, her face turned red and she quickly shouted, Oppa, what are you doing? He turned back and looked at her, expressionless. Still listening, don't worry, Nari shouted loudly. Who asked that? How can you walk so naturally? But more importantly, her face was red and she shouted, confused, unable to believe her eyes, Am I sleeping alone with Oppa tonight? Nari's face turned red and she covered her chest with both hands, saying awkwardly, Pervert, what is this? Is Oppa saying we're staying overnight? In the end, you're after me, aren't you? Conversely, he scratched his head, expressionless, slightly awkward. I mean, of course we have to stay overnight. We can't see all of Jeongju in one day. We have to leave as soon as we arrive, and it's late now and we haven't even seen everything yet, have we? Nari was completely confused and embarrassed at this moment, but Oppa never said anything like this. As he spoke so casually, a hint of surprise was also evident. I brought you all this way, so I thought I should at least prepare for this. As he said that, her face turned red and she said, confused and awkward, that, even though it's true. After that, Nari shouted in embarrassment, but just because it's true doesn't mean everything's okay. His face showed an even more bewildered expression at her words. What on earth are you saying? How should I answer? She looked at him at this moment, awkward, red-faced and bewildered, unsure how to handle it. I can't back down anymore. Since I've come this far, I've walked right into the tiger's den, haven't I? Then he calmly walked ahead, and Nari, embarrassed and worried, trailed after him. Regarding what we talked about earlier, I've also been thinking about Kit's power. But Nari, following behind him, secretly watched him with an anxious, flustered and flushed expression. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're talking about, Oppa. Why are you so indifferent about this issue? After that, Nari clutched her head, went over all their encounters and inwardly screamed in embarrassment. In hindsight, the date itinerary itself was suspicious from the start, yet he maintained a composed expression about everything, as if he had done it countless times. What exactly happened before the world turned strange? I know you're very close with those unis, but how close have you become? Immediately after, she deduced something, and her expression turned tense and worried. It was different from Du Ingong and the unis being merely friends. In other words, he and the other unis were walking, clutching their heads in distress. It was a relationship beyond friendship. Hearing Nari's groan, Kanglum turned back, a little worried. Hey, are you listening to me? When she didn't reply, he turned completely, looking at her with a slightly worried face. Why are you talking to yourself? At his gentle voice, she snapped out of her thoughts, startled. I'm sorry, I just had a few things on my mind, she denied it inwardly. No way, that can't be. Nari sighed. She denied it inwardly but was still a little worried. He can't be with all the unnies. I probably got too caught up in that pervert Opa's story. When they arrived at their reserved room, a large mattress, a single blanket, and 2 couple pillows lay before her eyes. In contrast to the composed Kanglum, Nari's entire body stiffened, her face darkened, and she froze. Her face flushed once more, and her eyes and mouth widened in dismay. She pointed ahead and said blankly, "Opa, but this is a single room, which is already inappropriate. But why? Why is there only one bed?" Looking up, he was already calmly taking off his outer clothes. "Oh, I asked if they could put in another bed, but I said it wasn't necessary." His answer made her even more confused and incomprehensible. Why?" He continued to take off his clothes, thought for a moment, and then answered her. "Because I probably won't be able to sleep tonight." What he said made Nari misunderstand even more. Her face flushed even redder, and she felt all the strength drain from her body. "I'm going to be eaten alive." But then she realized a fact that almost shut down her awareness. "If I don't run, I'm really going to get caught." He continued to walk calmly, completely unaware of what was happening behind him. Until now he would always think there was some effective method. She was still listening to him, and watching him walk ahead, she gradually grew a little worried. He still looked very calm. Perhaps he was used to using loops, or he might be too optimistic. Maybe that's how he kept his mind clear, but this time everything was different. Looking up at the serene night sky, he continued to speak calmly. "Some of the weapons I had have already been taken away. So in this situation," Kanglum stood in the hallway, lost in thought, clenching his hands. Bathed in the soft light of the night sky, he spoke in a gentle voice. "I don't want to rest my mind. I need to plan and simulate. Based on my experience, that's all I can do, but I have to give it my all." His blue eyes were directed towards the sky, as if countless things had happened beneath the current temporary peace. "That's why I can't sleep tonight." But immediately after, his face softened, and he slowly sat down on the stairs. Don't worry about me. You just go wash up and go to bed early." As he had said before, he spoke in a calm and gentle voice, completely unaware of Nari behind him. He was very good at talking to himself. Nari, who was behind him, darkened her face and finally understood everything. This is what he was thinking. Her face was clearly embarrassed, and she bit her lip. "I'm such a fool. I can't understand how he feels. Who's the pervert now? Who?" She just looked at his back from behind, thinking to herself, "Now I want to trust my feelings more than logic. That everything he said is true." She clearly understood his feelings now, while he sat looking up at the calm and peaceful night sky. "Whatever it was before the world changed, whether I'm a comic character or a pawn, it doesn't matter now." Nari quietly placed both hands on her chest and felt her heart beating. "No matter what happens, this unchanging heart will always be here." She finally understood her feelings. This heart that loves Kanglum Oppa is right here. After that, she drew his attention with a soft voice, and a slight surprise appeared in his eyes. "Oppa," Nari leaned slightly against the door and gently gave him an affectionate smile. "Let's win this battle together." After that night at Kanglum's middle school, the day before the outdoor activity, Gehi stood with one hand on her hip, her face cheerful. "We're going to Jeongju tomorrow, right?" Ingong also approached Kit King Pit, laughing, unable to hide his excitement. "I'm really excited to think that I'll be immersed in the history of our country with my own eyes. Right, darling?" Kit King also teased playfully with enjoyable excitement. "What?" Ingong is always cheerful. "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too." Immediately after, her expression quickly changed, and she sharply turned her golden eyes to the left. Looking through the classroom door, he was sprawled on his desk, not moving at all. "He's been absent for a few days and he's too quiet. As if nothing happened. He probably got scared and gave up." After that, she smiled inwardly with satisfaction. "Don't even dream of it. Do you think I'm that foolish? I hate scenes where the strong lose by being complacent." Kit King's mind pictured Kanglum digging a small pit. "Didn't I tell you, you can only use underhanded tactics? You must have gone to Jeongju during your days off to set a trap, taking advantage of my complacency." She still looked at him, sprawled on his desk, and smiled inwardly with satisfaction. "That's your plan, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's all exposed. It's too obvious to me, who has always been watching you. Besides, I'm the author. I can do anything." Standing next to Ingong, she crossed her arms and said boastfully, "I wish tomorrow would come quickly." The next day in Jeju, an excited voice echoed, "I'm already so excited." Ingong stood with both hands on his hips, his face excited, proudly shouting, "I'm going to explore Jeju Island, a proud island that represents our country." Sure, and also had sparkling eyes and tightly clenched hands, brimming with anticipation and excitement. "I've never been to Jeju Island before, and I've been waiting for a whole month." But Gehi was a little displeased to see Lammy coming along. "Hold on, why are you following us again? We're in different classes." But Lammy still looked at her proudly, with one hand on her hip, saying calmly, "There's always a way, isn't there? It would be such a waste to miss out on a trip to Jeju Island. President Charunya and Mia Sunbae said they're busy with work and will join later." Kit King, who was next to them, playfully stuck out her tongue and winked mischievously, enjoying using her power. Right. The power of authority. I used authority to manipulate it again." She was inwardly triumphant, satisfied that she had circumvented all of Kanglum's traps. All of Kanglum's elaborate schemes have been nullified now that the outdoor activity location has changed from Jeongju to Jeju, and all his hopes have been swept away. How does that feel? Desperate, regretful. After that, she looked around for Kanglum, curious and delighted about what his expression would be, but he was quietly hiding in the crowd, holding his phone, staring intently. That made Kit King a little incomprehensible. "What? Why is he so calm? Is he still hiding something? her gaze fixed on him, scrutinizing his every move. No way, he's probably trying to trick me into thinking that. I've also prepared to monitor him. As soon as the students got off the long bus, the noise continued to reverberate. Gaehee, holding a pre-prepared itinerary, said cheerfully, "Okay, before we start, let's check the travel schedule one more time." She cheerfully announced their stay in Jeju. This Jeju outdoor activity will be for 3 nights and 4 days. Yangsu also followed Gaehee's words, mentioning famous places like the Sea-Stack columnar joints, Jungbang Waterfall, and Black Pork for lunch. Thinking inwardly, this is a pretty common itinerary. Shirin also helped confirm the itinerary with an excited expression, but there was a peculiar aspect about the accommodation. We'll be divided into 2 groups, with one group staying in a guest house and the other camping. Lamy sighed helplessly, rechecking the itinerary. We sleep separately every night, and the 2 groups' daytime activities don't quite align either, even if we can go to the campfire together. Gaehee thought inwardly, a little incomprehensible. Am I the only one in the camping group? But why did I sign up for that group? It's more fun to go together. Just then, someone on the bus said they had chosen the guest house group by mistake. I think I chose wrong too, instead of the camping group, right? After that, the bus began to move to its designated location. Kit King, who was sitting next to Ingong, looked away with a bored expression, lost in her own thoughts. In the original story, the camping group and the guest house group were also separated. Of course, I didn't intentionally write it that way, but here I put only Kanglum and Gaehee in the camping group, so that Gaehee can observe him. She looked out the bus window with a disturbed expression, thinking about Kanglum and her plan. Anyway, we'll be moving in groups in the morning, so Kanglum actually has no chance to steal my laptop. And by changing it to Jeju, the original problems have also been nullified. Kit King's mind had already pictured Kanglum's plan to separate them. So he can only attack at night. That's why I put him in the camping group, to separate him from the beginning. After that, she still looked at Ingong, who was talking. A foolish old-fashioned character. He can't be in the same room as the girls, but concrete walls don't exist for him. She recalled moments when she had previously flirted with Ingong in case Kanglum acted according to plan. Ingong had a surprised expression but understood nothing. Besides, since what happened in the classroom, I've been constantly suggesting to Ingong, Kanglum keeps staring at me, it's making me so uncomfortable. When she said that, a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on Kit King's lips. So if Kanglum tries to touch me again, Ingong will protect me 24/7 from then on. In other words, the entire outdoor activity will be the decisive moment for our challenge. It's just a lie. She rested her chin on her hand, satisfied with her pre-planned scheme, thinking to herself, if I just stop his first attack, that's my victory. A boring, one-sided development. Oh well, what can you do? Victory is what matters. On the 3rd day of the outdoor activity, with a bright sky and warm sunlight, Ingong looked at Kit King affectionately. Darling, nothing strange happened last night, right? She thought for a moment, feeling a little incomprehensible. No, nothing happened. Her face was confused but surprised, trying to find a reason. Why is it so quiet? It's already the morning of the 3rd day, we're already halfway through. Why isn't Kanglum doing anything? She thought of Gaehee. But Gaehee had made no useful moves. There was nothing unusual in Gaehee's information either. If he's not moving according to the group schedule, he's just sitting in one place. Huh? How about Na Kanglum today? Her eyes turned to surprise and worry. Did he realize he only has one chance, so he's carefully waiting for the right moment? Looking at Ingong, who was blankly staring at her, she was still lost in thought. Then the upcoming campfire event will be noisy and crowded, the best opportunity to act. Maybe then, when even Ingong is away from me. She put her hand on her head with a disturbed expression, trying to think of his next move. It makes sense, but it's too predictable, so predictable that it's suspicious. That might not be all. There might be something more. Just then, a bead of sweat ran down her chin. Did he realize? Kit King recalled the moment she secretly laughed when she was at school. No matter how many advantages Kit King Pit had, the advantage of a preemptive strike was still tilted towards Na Kanglum. After that, she said triumphantly when she was on the bus heading to the designated area. Even though blocking it once is enough, Kit King had fully realized this fact. Feeling a momentary void, she fell into worry and despair. She was wary of Kanglum before the trip to Jeju. She never let her guard down and always did her best. But this immense advantage led to unpleasantness and discord. It gave rise to unavoidable emotions, although she knew this was unnecessary and she didn't need to feel this way. Being on guard 24/7 always kept her mind in an unstable state. Kit King, in her shared room with Ingong, had a worried expression with hidden surprise and concern on her face. It meant she had to reevaluate everything. As a result, Kit King came to one conclusion. Beads of sweat formed on her chin. With one hand supporting her head, her face was completely worried and flustered. Did he realize the limits of my power? The scene where Kanglum and Nari had talked earlier, looking at the night sky, came back to her. Let's continue discussing the problem we talked about before. Nari, having regained her composure, found Kit King Pit's weakness. Kit King's power is not omnipotent. The two exchanged opinions and made a plan to avoid the loop scenario. The night Kit Pit King chose Na Kanglum as the protagonist, Kit King herself didn't know that the virtual world of Escape of the Six Wives had become a reality. It was initially just a virtual world, an embodiment of the plot applied by the romance novel's plot book. It became a world of destiny where the outcomes of events were already predetermined. Because everything was so predetermined, the challenge between Kit King and the manager became impossible. And since then, as Kanglum also gradually understood his abilities, the power to change destiny passed to him. Thanks to this, now Kanglum and the things around him changed the course of ESW. Thin, light-colored lines, those were the threads of destiny. In other words, her power could do everything, but its core had been transferred to Kanglum, the hands that processed and manipulated all the storylines on the computer. Therefore, unlike manipulating the world like a god, the only remaining ability Kit King had was to refer back to where they started. As soon as they arrived at Jeju Airport, the starting point of the outdoor activity, Kit King looked around for Kanglum with a curious face. She was curious what his expression would be, but he stood calmly in one place, looking at his phone as if nothing had happened. Kit King found it hard to understand, but she didn't know he would immediately call Nari. Regarding the hypothesis you mentioned then, it has become even clearer with the change of the outdoor activity location from Gapyeong to Jeju. On the other hand, Nari also inwardly confirmed that Kit King's power was simply the power of replacement. Her face was slightly gloomy as she laid out all her hypotheses. Replacing his protagonist role with Do In-gong, replacing his relationships with the girls with the author herself, and even replacing the school outdoor activity location with Jeju. She continued to speak. But when you think about it, everything is just a replacement, he was now almost certain. That's right, she mistakenly believed she could act like a god because she's the author. The subsequent words further solidified his conviction. She can't suddenly create events or conjure something from nothing, and probably conversely she can't just erase things at will either. Nari continued to boldly present the possibilities for Kit King's power. If she could do that, as you said, she wouldn't need to do these things. She could directly threaten him or harm his friends to create new incidents to attack us, or simply eliminate the outdoor activity or other people. The small battle between the blue flame-haired man and Kit, the challenge between Kit King and the manager, they inferred from that point that the power of change was given to Kanglum. But if Kit King cannot fully intervene, that became a problem for Kit King herself. If he happily followed a predetermined path full of traps, even if Kanglum easily went in a different direction or tried to avoid problems, she would be powerless, and in that case the challenge would also fail. So one could understand why Kit replaced the details. Therefore the remaining power was the power of replacement, or more precisely the power to revise the world like an author. Nari sat on a long chair, thinking calmly, and then quietly continued, but revision is still just revision. It's not creating something new, it's replacing all the pieces, and it's not always perfect. Thanks to Nari's intellect and composure, the two became convinced of one hypothesis. That's why the contradictions and loopholes he found strange appeared. But he still hesitated slightly, referring back to previous details like Yu Gae-hee and others changing slightly, or the world's instability Kit King had mentioned before. Nari lightly tugged at her beret, a determined expression on her face. At first it seemed like a small detail, but it's nothing special if only the outdoor activity location changed. And in the end Kit King herself realized she was wrong, and became worried and confused. To be precise, I didn't make this trip safe. Kit King herself brought In-gong into a minefield of ticking time bombs. Instead, this trip is full of ESW incidents. In Kit's imagination, the path In-gong was running on was riddled with intact bombs. I created external situations by replacing the locations of the incidents, but the presence of the detonators still remains. They are like bombs with their fuses cut, but they still have a chance to be reignited and explode. In other words, the incidents appear to have disappeared because the conditions weren't met, but in reality, the incidents weren't eliminated. It's like cutting the fuse, but the bomb still remains. At this moment, she had already caught on to his plan. Kanglum's strategy was not to create new incidents, but to ignite incidents that she thought were over. She still looked at In-gong's bewildered expression, who knew nothing, and created confusion to distance In-gong from herself. She anxiously and hastily opened her laptop, but he didn't know what kind of detonators they were. He hadn't done anything because he was looking for them. She was annoyed. Damn it, I was too complacent. I've been had, but it's okay, it's not too late. In-gong, still clueless, asked worriedly, Darling, what's wrong? What's happened all of a sudden? Kit King's face had already lost patience and was filled with annoyance as she quickly processed. Mission failed. At this moment she belatedly realized Kanglum's plan and was very annoyed and bitter. I filled this trip with all kinds of incidents, serious ones. In her mind, an exploding truck appeared. A truck carrying gasoline catching fire and exploding. Next, a dense forest. A mountaineering accident. Next, a collapsing building. A landslide accident at the student dormitory in the middle of the night. Finally, darkness, and it became an incident covering the changed room during the main trip. A power outage due to heavy rain during the courage test, and just a traffic accident on the last day. Forget it. Anyway, changing the travel location didn't erase their existence. It only scattered and hid the seeds of the incidents all over Jeju Island, not yet activating them. She looked at the computer with anxious, trembling eyes. If Kanglum finds them, these locations need to be replaced. But what if he hasn't found them yet? If they're well hidden, why move them? Her anxiety and worry reached their peak. I can't intervene so hastily. I might inadvertently help him find them. After that, she hastily and roughly closed the laptop. This method won't work. I have to stop them directly without using power. But I can't send Ingong. Annoyed, she hastily spoke loudly to Ingong. Hey, call everyone you know and tell them to find Kanglam. Ingong, not understanding what was happening, asked, what are you talking about? Why should I do that? But Kit King, annoyed, shouted, you idiot, don't question me, just do as I say. Confused, he scratched his head as he made a call. Hochul isn't answering. Annoyed, she quickly helped. Damn it. Don't you have anyone else? Those names that appeared and disappeared at first, Ingong still asked nonchalantly, but suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Jun. At the sound, the two looked back in surprise. Ingong hastily opened the door and Kit King followed, holding her laptop. Ingong looked at the black smoke floating in the sky with fear. What is this? She said from behind in surprise. Is it a wildfire, an accident? Kit King realized inwardly, it's fire. Did he find it and start it? A traffic accident caused by a gasoline truck exploding. Ingong watched, groaning in fear. Damn it, why is something like this happening on a peaceful outdoor activity? Another accident. The thick black smoke still floated in the clear blue sky. No way. If I hadn't moved it there, this would just be an irrelevant fire, right? Damn it, she gnashed her teeth in anger. No way, there's no such coincidence. Let's assume he found the truck somehow and moved it there. And his goal was to make Kit Pit secretly realize it. Ingong stared at the accident site not far away with a surprised expression and quietly said, as if drawing out her surprise, I have to go now, this incident is calling me. Pit King shouted anxiously and nervously at Ingong's retreating back. Where are you going, you idiot? You have to protect me. But Ingong's attitude was unusually firm. No, with that kind of fire, the damage will be immense. I can't tell you not to go when people might die. I can't do that. Kit King, still unconvinced, continued to shout loudly and stubbornly. What are you talking about? Kanglam is after your girlfriend. Ingong gently turned his head. Darling, I trust you, don't you trust me? But then he said something that surprised and froze her. It's already been 3 days and nothing has happened. At this moment she clearly realized his plan and was in complete panic. He was planning this all along. She didn't react. Ingong turned and left. Then call me, if anything happens, I'm going. In a panic she hastily grabbed her laptop and chased after him. Wait. But before she could catch up, Ingong had disappeared and she was furious. Damn it, you useless fool. In the end I have no choice but to intervene. But Pit King calmed herself down and tried to continue her actions. I have to put out that fire myself. Among the 4 major incidents I prepared. The power outage accident, she continued to think inwardly, looking for a way to put out the fire. I can't cut its detonator myself. One accident had occurred, due to heavy rain. I already changed the date of the heavy rain to the day after checkout. I just need to move it to today. As soon as she finished thinking, she hastily opened her laptop. A simple fire won't hold Ingong for long. He can put it out with a few kicks. In ESW, a gas station explosion accident happened right next to a factory. She sat in the hallway, anxiously starting to type. But his plan here is to explode it inside the forest and let the fire spread. But if I make it rain, I can stop the fire and get Ingong back quickly. Shortly after, she immediately pressed the enter key. Black clouds began to appear in the clear sky. Finally, rain started pouring down without warning. Her triumphant smile grew increasingly eerie. Sitting in front of the glass door where the rain was pouring heavily outside, she was still looking down at her laptop. But then Pit King suddenly burst out laughing, refreshed and loudly. She happily lifted her laptop and stood up triumphantly. I told you, didn't I? Your methods won't work. This is the sign of my victory. She hastily turned back as Kanglam's voice came from behind. Don't say such ominous things. Words can come true. That's a lesson I learned. Watch your mouth. With an indifferent expression, she glanced at him, showing a hostile attitude. Not bad. You're aiming for this short moment, aren't you? You think Ingong won't come back even if I intervene. You're trying to steal the laptop in this situation? Kit King said triumphantly, holding her phone in her hand. But you know Ingong's abilities. The fire is out now. A single phone call and he'll be here in 3 seconds with teleportation or supersonic speed. I don't remember. But the moment she put the phone to her ear, it rang. But again, after ringing once or twice, no one answered. What? Why isn't he answering? A sense of victory appeared on his face and Kit King felt threatened. What did you do? A voice from the phone. The person you are calling is currently unavailable. Please leave a message. Kit King, with a confused expression, held the phone to her ear, flustered that Ingong wasn't answering. She recalled their previous encounter. Her boyfriend had a call coming in and she had even warned him in advance that he might be in danger, but if he didn't answer the phone, it meant he couldn't answer the phone. Back in reality, the rain was still pouring outside and Pit King froze. No way, is Ingong in a situation where he can't answer the phone even after making it rain to put out the fire? Then she looked at Kanglam, and he tilted his head, sneering. What did you do? Her face was filled with worry. Exactly what did you do to stop Ingong from coming? He indifferently put his hands in his pockets. I just did what I could, Kanglam sneered gleefully. I just recycled something at the gas station Fu Jeju. The sun is gradually rising, the morning of the second day of the outdoor activity. Kanglam and Ani stood side by side. She tilted her head and looked at him. Oppa, I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but he calmly chewed his bread, a nonchalant expression on his face. I told you, causing a truck explosion accident is the best option, Kanglam mumbled as he ate his bread. If we put the truck near the forest and explode it, we can create a fire to lure Ingong and there will be no casualties. Ani frowned upon hearing that. Yes, I understand, but we still haven't found it. She closed her eyes there and sighed. How do we find it? A steel oil tanker truck that had an accident due to a flat tire. She looked around. I thought it would be easy to find since it's an island. I've been to all the gas stations since yesterday, but I haven't found anything. I must have missed it. The oil tanker trucks kept moving. Ani turned and looked at the sea behind her, grabbing the railing with her hand. The sun is rising and it's already the second day. Should we give up on this method and look for another accident? Next to her he was still chewing, holding a bread bag in his hand, leaning against the railing. Ani, he mumbled. Think about how much time it took to find and prepare everything. Kanglum didn't reply. After that she looked into the distance again. Besides, Oppa has to go back to the campsite. You have to act naturally to avoid suspicion. Suddenly, Ani stopped and stared at him, and he stared blankly back at her. How, what's wrong? Her face was red, her eyes were confused, and she grabbed her clothes with her hands, covering her chest. You pervert, Oppa, you're not trying to get into my hotel room, are you, using the excuse that you're having a hard time now? She turned and ran, cursing, Oppa, you were after me from the beginning. Her foot kicked his. Kanglum leaned back, admonishing, I never said that. Stop, what are you talking about? His face was contorted in disgust and the screen was full of judgment. Actually, I thought about it before, but you're the real pervert, okay? Like at the restaurant, right? You probably don't remember that now. He looked up at the sky. Anyway, yeah, you're the real pervert, Ani, thus accused, glared back. What kind of unfair treatment is this? I didn't do anything. You're clearly lying to trick me into following your perverted plan. Kanglum closed his eyes and shrugged. If you did wrong, admit it. If you'd seen yourself then, you couldn't say you did nothing. He paused there, turning his eyes to the side. Ani also looked up at him, puzzled. What's wrong, Oppa? Suddenly Kanglum mumbled, wait, I just figured something out. Maybe the thoughts buzzing in my head. He said he did nothing, but he was clearly lying, and he told her to admit it if she did wrong. He stroked his chin and mumbled, not creating something new, but activating incidents that haven't exploded yet. That must be the direction of our plan, right? Ani replied. Oh yes, but, he then asked, then if we just adjust this a little, we don't need to make a bomb, we just need to make something like a bomb's detonator, right? She also froze at this logic, staring at him. Kanglum gave an evil laugh, crumpling a bread crust, and said, and we don't necessarily have to be the ones to set off the detonator. Ani still didn't understand. Then what do you mean, Oppa? Kanglum's eyes widened and he glanced at her, smiling. I mean, let's not look for the oil tanker truck anymore. We just need to play a bigger game. Annie's face flushed with panic. What are you talking about? As she was too confused, Kanglum retorted irritably. No, I don't mean play a bigger game like that. I mean take a risk. Like Nari, but she didn't listen and kept shouting, you perverted, Oppa. Two people fighting before sunrise at sea. Back in reality, Kit Pit King put down her phone and looked at him. I thought you were doing something great, but in the end you just faked a truck accident. Pretending to explode it, but actually just setting the forest on fire. Do you know what a big crime setting a forest on fire is? Her face was wary and she frowned. And what was the purpose of that? Anyway, it's too late. Whether it was an ESW fire or your fire, I already made it rain and put it out. Everything is over, she then asked. But where did that damn Ingong go? He calmly replied. It's not over yet. Kit Pit King was surprised. What? He pointed at the people running around behind her, saying triumphantly, it's not over yet. Thanks to you kindly lighting the fuse of our new detonator. The incessant noise echoed. Kit Pit King frowned, looking down in confusion. Suddenly she looked out the window in surprise. Rain was still pouring and the people below were frantically rushing into the building to take shelter. Their bodies were covered in dust, chaotic. Kit Pit King cried out in panic. What is this? What happened? Where did these people come from? She carefully hugged her laptop and backed away. You caused a new accident. Kanglum held up 4 fingers and explained, it's not a new accident. Think again, there were 4 major incidents during the outdoor activity. Immediately after, he explained a series of incidents one by one. Kit Pit King, you used 4 incidents to put out one fire, didn't you? A truck carrying gasoline catching fire and exploding. A mountaineering accident. A landslide accident at the student dormitory in the middle of the night. A power outage due to heavy rain during the courage test. He then asked, but the result only affects the first accident? Kit Pit King approached blankly. Wait, I mean outside the rain was pouring incessantly. The sky was dark and the brown-haired girl was buried under a pile of dirt, struggling to call for help. Is this 911? Please help, we're at the campsite. It suddenly started raining heavily and on the mountaintop, dirt poured down with the rain and campfire smoke. The buried girl screamed, landslide? Then a hand grabbed the brown-haired girl's hand. It was Ingong. He cleared the dirt from the girl's body, pulled her up with outstretched arms and smiled reassuringly. It's okay, I'm here. The girl looked at him in surprise. Ingong, they escaped from the pile of dirt. Ingong clenched his fists in frustration. How could such a disaster happen? The girl frantically pointed. There are a few more friends over there, please save them. As soon as he heard the location, he quickly turned and ran. Understood. Trust me, I won't let anyone get hurt. Someone's phone was lying on the ground and it kept ringing. Missed calls from my girlfriend. Kanglum calmly looked at Kit Pit King opposite him. The fire was just a bait to trick her, to make her call for rain and cause a landslide. When he caught her, she bit her lip, surprised. He calmly walked towards her. In ESW, the cause of the landslide was a dilapidated fence, and the sequence was for the landslide to occur before the heavy rain. She wouldn't have known that rain would cause a landslide. At his words, she cried out in panic. That's right, that's impossible. How did you know? I even changed the location where the landslide would occur. I changed it from the guest house group to the camping group. Like the oil tanker truck, a landslide is an unchangeable natural phenomenon, she accused. How did you know where I moved it? Before she could finish, he interrupted. Your replacement ability creates a loophole when you try to force it. Kanglum sneered, widening his eyes and hypothesizing. To minimize that loophole, it had to replace the students with the relevant conditions in the camping group. Actually, I guessed the truth and I saw it. He recalled the previous cliff scenery of the campsite. Since I was in the camping group, I saw the warning sign near the campsite. Hearing that, she was even more flustered, frowning and shouting at him. What? Just with that. Hey, warning signs are everywhere. How did you know a landslide would happen there? He scratched his head, embarrassed. You could call it an occupational hazard or perhaps loopitis. Before I even realized it, I developed a habit of paying attention to small things like warning signs. He recalled the blue warning sign. Even when I go to the cinema, I first check the emergency exit. He then recalled the pedestrian crossing. And when crossing the road, I check left and right at least twice. Then he recalled the fire extinguisher. And when waiting for the subway, I always look for the fire extinguisher first. His face was nonchalant. Because all ESW incidents are like this, immediately after, he looked down with a very gloomy expression. I witnessed those people's deaths countless times from those small warning signs. Hearing this, Kit Pit King began to get confused. What happened to this guy? Surely, even as the author, I know less than him. Outside, thunder roared incessantly. Rain poured continuously. Didn't she hear what people say? Once a work is published, from that moment on it belongs to the reader. You may have created ESW, but I know it better. Inside, the electricity went out, leaving only the light and thunder from the rain. Kanglum narrowed his eyes nonchalantly. Don't think you can beat me when it comes to ESW. Kit Pit King hugged her laptop and looked up at the light. Her face was strained with tension. Damn it, now even a power outage. She looked at him with fearful eyes. Kanglum reminded her. Damn it, now everything's chaos. Du Ingong doesn't have time to worry about you now. He put his hands on his hips, asserting, if Du Ingong hadn't actively gone to put out the forest fire somewhere where no one was, I might have faced a problem too. But causing a landslide that buried other people made me hesitate a little. He then grinned triumphantly, tilting his head and glaring at Kit Pit King. But I trust the author's guarantee for the strongest protagonist. Understanding his meaning, she quickly hugged her laptop tightly, clicked her tongue and turned away. He calmly watched her from behind, smiling. Hey, running away won't help. She bit her lip and ran with a tense expression. A voice echoed from behind. Hello, Ani. She approached with an electric shocker in her hand and a friendly smile. Nice to meet you. Oppa told me a lot about you. Kit Pit King was seized with fear, gnashing her teeth and panicking. An uncontrollable crazy yandere, so this child is on his side too. This child also loves him without any memories? Ani opened her eyes full of jealousy and smiled. Her face darkened and the electric shocker in her hand crackled. You played a very interesting prank on me and my sisters, didn't you? And so, one in front, the other behind, the two walked down the hallway. Kit Pit King couldn't hold back and clenched her fists. Damn it, all right, I just have to do it, don't I? She said irritably. I understand, I just have to do it, don't I? In the hallway, the teacher struggled to guide other students, shouting at them, Hey, what are you doing there? Get in quickly. He told them to evacuate with the teacher. But immediately after, Kit Pit King reopened her laptop and madly began to revise the details with a satisfied smile. If this is what you want, let's play, let's fight to the end, Nari cried out worriedly. We have to stop her, Oppa. Kanglum also ran after her, shouting worriedly in reply. Okay, but just then the teacher, manipulated by Kit Pit King, stepped forward to protect her. Stop, what are you doing to my daughter? She then praised him even more triumphantly from behind the teacher. Dad's the best. He lunged at her to keep her from running wild, extending his hand forward. You crazy bitch, even here you're mocking and using others. But she was not afraid at all and continued to sneer and disdain. She was completely triumphant about what she had done. This isn't using, this is rational utilization, because I am the creator of this world. As soon as he lunged, he was caught by both hands by the teacher. Even if you are my student, if you dare lay a hand on my daughter, realizing he couldn't pursue her further, he entrusted Kit Pit King to Nari. Naji, you go first. I'll follow. She accepted his entrustment with a slightly helpless and incredulous expression, but still agreed. All right, I can't believe it. I didn't think she would do that. Kit Pit King, even at this moment, was still holding her laptop with a satisfied face, trying to escape. Triumphant, as if you've won. Even confronting them directly isn't disadvantageous for me, it's just a little annoying. But immediately after, she was no longer satisfied and looked somewhat worriedly ahead, thinking as she ran. I still have a way to summon Ingong, but even without him, the replacement ability is enough. Moreover, when my incurable disease was cured, my physical abilities, including my eyesight, greatly improved. Kit Pit King thought simply as she ran. But suddenly, Nari appeared in front. Actually, if I just run away, there'll be no problem. Nari ran out from the opposite side with a blank face, blocking Kit Pit King. Not only that, as she passed a broom, she naturally picked it up. Then she hit her knee. Nari broke the wooden broom in half. No, with an outstretched hand, Nari threw half of the broom forward. It flew rapidly, grazed Kit Pit King's face, smashed into the glass window, and shattered. Without further hesitation, Nari rushed forward with completely emotionless eyes. That made Kit Pit King even more afraid, making her scream, You crazy bitch! Nari then pushed Kit Pit King, crashing through the glass window together, shattering it, and jumped down from a high floor. Kit Pit King fell down, splashing water, but she was still safe. She slowly got up from the ground, saying irritably, but she still held the laptop in her hand. Seriously, you don't understand what metaphor means. When I said fight to the end, I didn't mean fight to the end like this. Nari stood in the rain, slightly brushing her hair back with one hand, her blank eyes silent. Seeing that she didn't react, Hit Pit King became even more triumphant, mocking her. Honestly, you don't know that I'm your parent, do you? Don't you want to call me Mom? If you're unfilial, Mom will be heartbroken. But as soon as she finished speaking, Nari pulled out an electric shocker from somewhere and swung it with cold, blank eyes. Die! She charged at Kit Pit King, who dodged several times in surprise. But it was almost a feint, and she immediately turned and kicked Kit Pit King fiercely and mercilessly. But her kick only caused a small amount of damage to her arm. She then had to immediately step back 2 paces. Ah, that won't do, don't even dream of it. Kit Pit King watched it, looked at her triumphantly, and smiled. Although I'm still a little worried not creating a tense situation while defeating the final boss, the story will become too boring. Besides, if we're going to talk about that, I have nothing more to say. Nari looked at her and said, but she was still a little puzzled, because in fact this battle had already been decided. Kit Pit King thought triumphantly to herself, Mia's episode, I was really sad that I couldn't show Chairman Hong, but the USB wasn't the only thing I recycled. She also recalled her victory in an old story episode. That's a detail recycled from Chairman Hong's USB, isn't it? You couldn't use it in ESW, so you brought it into the real world, right? Not only that, Kit Pit King had predicted her and Kanglim's movements in advance. They even put a heart rate monitor inside her body. The heavy rain made the signal weak, so it sent me outside. Her triumphant smile remained and grew even wider. She slowly pulled out a bracelet from inside her clothes. It's all thanks to you, IJ. Thanks to you, Doingdong will soon receive the signal. But as soon as she pulled it out, she froze. How, what is this? The signal light is off too. Is it broken? Kit Pit King looked at the signaling device with wide eyes full of surprise and worry. Did it break from falling and impact? The antenna is broken too. No, this can't be. Wasn't this a special device made by Bang Yerim? Who counterfeited it? Next to Nari, a familiar high shoulder and voice appeared, startling Nari slightly. He didn't know what was happening, but it seemed not everything was going her way. With an ally, Nari immediately became serious. Oppa, let's finish this. Beside her, he responded with a confident face. Yeah? The two quickly rushed towards Kit Pit King, who froze in fear, but suddenly a giant shadow appeared before them. A shadow that surprised both of them. Kit Pit King was also wide-eyed and astonished with a confused expression. Oppa, how are you here? I couldn't use the transmitter, and weren't you busy with the landslide? Ingong heard that, emitting a flame-like aura from his body, and replied with a calm and indifferent expression. It's all done. I saved everyone. I can say I've awakened. Something's boiling inside me. This created an even more advantageous situation for Kit Pit King, giving her a triumphant smile. This is it, Ingong's third ability, infinite growth potential. Ingong grows stronger the more difficulties he faces. Ingong's first ability is invincible combat power. His second ability is to rationalize all irrationalities with his charm. After that, he turned slightly, looking at his forearm with a magnificent expression as if it were natural. That much damage can't kill me, it only makes me stronger. Kit Pit King seized the opportunity to praise him even more. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. He glanced back, asking in a low voice, how is it, darling? What's the current situation? Why are Nari and Kanglim attacking? Seizing this opportunity, she said to Ingong, as you can see, Na Kanglim did such and such. Immediately after, his eyes became angry and serious with an overwhelming presence. I see. Na Kanglim, you really are incorrigible, to ruin our pure and innocent Nari. But what greeted Ingong was a mocking and sarcastic smile. Nari, excuse me, but at this moment, Nari's smile seemed to mock and disgust Ingong, as if she were a completely different person. Ingong, you're really disgusting. Can you not act like we're that close? That smile startled Ingong. Now Nari, even if Kanglim Oppa hadn't told me, everything would have proceeded like this. Because Oppa, don't you know? A bent finger touched her face and her eyes were hazy and filled with disgust. I've always hated you, Oppa. Ingong was bewildered by the malicious and contemptuous words that came out when her bright hair color was mentioned. Oppa's disgusting voice, she put on a sneering expression, her eyes refusing his familiarity. Oppa's foolish way of speaking, the way he laughs like a robot with loose screws, or Oppa's hypocritical actions. And the climax was when she emphasized each word as if scratching at Ingong's pride. His eyes are cold and even Oppa's face. Lim stopped speaking because Nari's words were too sharp and he advised her. Hey, that's a bit much, but she just coldly replied, Oppa, don't interfere. You're also a coward, trembling, aren't you? Ah yes, it's my fault. Ingong bowed his head, but the surrounding aura still remained and he looked haggard and pained because of her words. He never thought Nari would say such things to him. You've been completely brainwashed by Na Kanglim. Nari continued, ceaselessly, in a provocative and teasing tone. So everyone who dislikes you is brainwashed? You're just a narcissist or a foolish person who can only think in black and white? That's why you're being used by that hypocritical author. Kit, infuriated, hugged her laptop with one hand and pointed with the other, saying, hypocritical, what did you say? Suddenly, Ingong's protagonist-like energy plummeted. Ingong's intense power and energy were disappearing. Perhaps Ingong was hurt by Nari's words. His vibrant and good image can only be exerted when he has people supporting him. Ultimately, the driving force behind him is his belief in doing good deeds. His motivation comes from the encouragement and support of others. Kit Pit King became increasingly frightened. seeing Ingong demoralized and losing his will to fight, and now especially when Nari, whom he thought was on his side, said such things directly, all of it was being rejected. Lim realized, delighted. Amazing, well done Nari, spew more venom, it's very effective. Instead of a reply he immediately received her murderous glare. Oppa, I told you to be quiet. Sweat poured down his face. He immediately said meekly, Ah yes, I'm really sorry. Lim returned and looked at the advantageous situation with a satisfied smile. But with this has he fallen to a human level if we use the traps we prepared rationally. But before he could laugh for long he suddenly stiffened due to a punch that flew too fast. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant with a bang an explosion echoed. Ingong still maintained his posture, his fist clenched. Nari cried out in surprise and worry. Konglom Oppa, Kit King, feeling the momentum of victory, laughed triumphantly. It's no use, how many times do I have to tell you? Absolute power cannot be overcome by any trick, even if he's fallen to a human level. You're no match for him. Ingong was also preparing to target Nari. Lim leaned against the pile of debris behind him, nodding and sneering. I know, that's why I prepared this. Ingong gritted his teeth in silence, still in a fighting stance. Do you see, Ingong's true nature? Before he could reach her, he was kicked in the shoulder by a red-haired man who appeared from behind. He raised his eyebrows in anger and chastised. I misunderstood you. Were you always someone who solved everything with violence? Lim rubbed his chin and looked in that direction with a relieved expression. Right then, in the forest, Konglom gathered a pile of leaves in one place and then said, It's done. If I burn this, there'll be a lot of smoke. No one will get hurt. Of course, there'll be a small forest fire. From behind, Nari approached and said to him, This is an emergency, but more importantly, Oppa, we're about to confront Kit King directly. How is that progressing? At her words, he asked back in confusion. What's progressing? Seeing that he didn't know, Nari continued. When I asked if there was anyone else besides me who could help, Oppa said there were 2 potential people and that you would approach them separately. Hearing her words, he finally remembered and was flustered. That? Yeah, I contacted both of them and talked to them. Lim at this moment said that Suna, one of them, was an old friend of his. After the change, he thought their relationship had been reconciled, but it became messed up again. He tried to end things amicably and brought up the story. He scratched his head and sighed at that moment. He was rejected and ended up making her cry again. She said she'd think about it, but honestly that answer wasn't unexpected. Nari listened dejectedly at this moment. Now it's just pretty awkward to redefine their relationship right then. She glared at him and asked, What kind of relationship is this? Like an ex-girlfriend? Hearing that, he sweated and got angry. Anyway, she said no, keep going, keep going. After a while he calmed down and continued the story. The other one is Kong Hochul, my classmate. This isn't just about increasing our numbers. His combat ability is also very solid, but the chance of recruiting him is currently 50-50. At school a few days before the outdoor activity, right then Lim approached him and asked. Hochul exclaimed in great surprise. What do you mean? Lim then calmly explained to him. Exactly what I said. Haven't you ever felt like an outcast because of Ingong? Didn't you have a problem with Ingong just a few mornings ago? After that, Lim continued to analyze. And I heard there were a few disturbances after school. That must be why you're spreading such rumors, right? That's why I hate petty and whining things, Lim thought to himself at this moment. Really annoying, but scaring him a little is also effective. Hearing his words, Hochul was annoyed and retorted, Hey, don't talk bad about others behind their backs. If you have a problem, say it to their face. Lim then gave a sly smile. After that, he looked at Hochul with murderous eyes and said, Can you stop this nonsense and just focus on answering me? Hearing that, Hochul trembled and stood blankly. At this moment Lim asked him again, Then did you feel it, that feeling of discord? Hearing that, Hochul asked back in confusion, What are you talking about? What discord? Hearing that, Lim continued to attack his psychology. And Hochul hesitated and thought, What's going on? Something's making me uncomfortable. Recalling everything, Lim smiled very contentedly and thought to himself. Before Ingong appeared, Kong Hochul was the center of the class, but after that Ingong came and took his place. Think about it, he's also someone whose status changed like me. It's natural to feel a crack because of that privilege. Hochul scratched his head at that moment and said, It's really hard to put into words. But there's definitely something. What is it? My head feels like it's going to explode thinking about it. Hearing that, Lim calmly replied, To be honest, that guy stole something from us. That guy shouldn't exist in the first place. Hochul exclaimed, completely baffled. But who's there? Lim calmly replied, He's an enemy definitely. At this moment he asked in great surprise, I lost, so anyway what do you want now? What do you want from me? Hearing that, Lim quickly turned and said, Not now, but if you feel something strange from Ingong during the outdoor activity, think again. Immediately after he turned back and smiled, but with many secrets hidden, he said, Then I hope you'll stand on this side and help me like before. As he said that, Hochul, not understanding the problem, asked, How like before? What? Lim walked away at that moment saying, Nothing, forget it, he thought to himself. That was the best gamble I could make. After a while, Hochul gritted his teeth and quickly jumped into the fight. He then kicked Ingong in the face when Ingong was about to do something to Nari. Lim thought to himself at this moment, and it received a reasonable reward. Nari, too afraid at this moment, fell to the ground with a thud. Rain poured down, splashing water everywhere. Ingong was still astonished by that kick. After that, he came to his senses and asked loudly, Hochul, what are you doing here? He then calmly replied, That's what I should be asking. Ingong, at this moment Hochul shouted in great anger, what you always talk about how you fight to help the weak? To be honest, I always thought it was a bit cringeworthy. After that he continued to yell and curse. Cowardly, immature and simple-minded. Seeing him curse so passionately, Lim also said in surprise, he seems to dislike him quite a bit. On the other side Nari still couldn't stand up in the pouring rain. Hochul then said, nevertheless I think it's right. Lim, then in the rain, was still kneeling listening to his words. But what is this situation? This is just violence, isn't it? Hearing his words, Ingong immediately retorted, it's not them. Na Kanglam attacked my girlfriend. Right at this moment Lim stood up and in a sarcastic voice, stop making excuses. Do you think what you said is rational? And it's like. Lim stood up, slowly wiping the corners of his mouth and said sarcastically, have you forgotten the words you always used on villains? Hochul quickly followed up from the side. That's right, I'm tired of hearing that too. Ingong heard that and took a defensive stance, and seeing him like that, Lim continued to provoke, good timing. We're alive thanks to you. Honestly, I never thought you'd come here. Hochul then continued to press him with threatening words, don't misunderstand, it's not because of you. Sometimes Ingong goes too far, so he needs to be controlled. Lim continued, what's with this tandem action? I think I might fall for you. After that, Hochul approached him and said to Lim, shut up, this is just this once, a temporary alliance. Hearing that, Lim sneered and replied, oh, that's what Yangsu really wanted to shout. Seeing them approach him, Ingong immediately protected Kit and said, darling, stay by my side, you're outnumbered. It's hard to protect you if you're too far away. She hugged her laptop tightly at this moment and replied with a very scared face, yes, anyway, I was planning to stick to you no matter what. She then analyzed the situation. Now that Ingong is here, there's no reason to avoid a direct confrontation. After that, Kit encouraged Ingong. Hang in there, Ingong. I'll give you a special prize when everything's over. On the other side, Lim helped Nari up and asked, what's wrong, are you hurt? She said, touching her ankle in great pain. I'm sorry, Oppa, I twisted my ankle slightly when I fell, but I'm fine. I can still help. Hearing that, Lim said to her very gently, no, don't move anymore. Rest. I won't target Kit anymore. At that moment, Lim looked at his opponent with a determined gaze and thought, since Du Ingong has completely entered this fight, I can't ignore the tires. It seems I have no choice but to confront him head-on. He looked at the opponent lying on the ground and thought to himself, I can do it. From what I see, he's quite weak right now. Just then, Ingong struck the ground with all his might, and as the ground shattered, his hand plunged deep into the earth. After that, he grabbed a piece of the broken ground, lifted an entire large pipe, and shouted loudly, ah! Both of them were startled by this sight. Lim muttered blankly, he's crazy. What is this? Tron, standing next to him, said in bewilderment, damn it, I think I chose the wrong team. Hearing this, Lim turned around very discontentedly and cursed, hey, stop complaining and do something. You're good at fighting. My ultimate move is summoning Hochul. Hearing that, Tron shouted very discontentedly, what does being good at fighting have to do with it? And this isn't really for you. I'm just trying to stop Ingong. Nari, hearing the two arguing, cried out helplessly, are you still talking about that? Ingong, with a very displeased expression, lifted the pipe and said, honestly, I don't want to fight Hochul, but it won't help anyway. I won't kill you, will I? He then loudly stated his opinion. Not killing is a belief I firmly uphold. Hearing that, Lim was very angry and openly cursed, damn it, so as long as you don't kill them, it's okay to turn them into vegetables. Just then he swung the large pipe. He threw the large pipe at the two of them. The pipe hit them directly, but they quickly dodged it. At that moment, the area was very smoky. Right at that moment, Ingong burst out of the smoke and lunged at Tron. He tried to attack his face with his knee, but Tron was lucky enough to dodge in time. From behind, Lim stooped down trying to ambush Ingong. At this moment, Ingong threw a punch, but the punch was quite weak, which surprised Lim. Seeing the situation before him, he speculated, this is the worst, but his strength has definitely weakened. He's not the strongest invincible being he used to be. Then Ingong noticed Lim's presence. Seeing this, Lim continued to think, above all, the values and justice he upholds have been negated. There's also hesitation when he attacks a friend, so he's probably unconsciously holding back. The two continued to punch and kick Ingong. His mind was very resolute at this moment. In other words, this is the only chance to attack. He could only block the two's attacks with his hands at this moment. Thinking the time was right, Lim shouted loudly, now follow me. Hochul, hearing that, asked blankly, how now? But Lim, without listening, ran into the forest thinking, damn it, I didn't think he would actually fight. Tron, seeing Lim disappear, angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, but somehow this choice seemed to be the right one. This deja vu feeling was as if something similar had happened before. After that, he chased after Lim and asked, what is this? Do you have a plan? Lim ran and said, yes, I prepared for this kind of direct confrontation. Seeing them escape and Ingong not reacting, Kit stretched out her arm and shouted loudly, they escaped, what are you doing? Hurry up and chase them. At this moment, Lim said, this situation isn't completely disastrous, is it? Now they've revealed their intention for a direct confrontation. We can now do what we couldn't do in the first fight. Lim said with a very sly expression at this moment, this is it, let's use ESW to our advantage. The rain was still pouring down and a battle plan had already formed in Lim's mind. There's an abandoned building near us where construction was halted. The original owner planned to build a resort but went bankrupt. In the past, female students explored it with flashlights and they were very surprised. Lim continued to talk about this setting as it was mentioned in ESW. Everyone was very interested. It seemed like there was a plan to hold a courage test there during the school outdoor activity. But reality was the opposite. It passed without anything happening. Considering Kit's lack of ability as an author, she probably forgot about it or couldn't utilize it. Now we'll have a courage test there again. Lim, very confident in his plan, continued, so since I'm a kind person, I decided to replace it and utilize it ESW style. I've already set a trap there. According to the plan, the two escape there. First, if you try to escape from Ingong and target Kit, it'll be useless. There's no way to separate them. But now Ingong is our target, Lim said at this moment. In this direct confrontation I can choose the battlefield. At this moment Ingong had already started entering the dark building. He looked around and muttered, where is this place? After that he carefully climbed the stairs one by one and shouted loudly, it's no use running anymore. Stop running, come out and face me fairly. Suddenly, Ingong carelessly stepped into a trap and pulled a rope hard. Right at that moment all the rebar in the building fell on his head, but very quickly Ingong used his strength to bat away the rebar. Lim, observing from a dark corner, muttered, as expected, he's merciless towards inanimate objects. After that he smiled slyly and pressed a button. But what if something happens that can't be solved with force? Right at that moment 2 cans of paint flew out and struck Ingong. The paint cans with their momentum splattered paint all over his body. He was very angry at this moment and shouted, what is this? Paint I can't see. Right then he carelessly stepped on a preset plank. He immediately fell into a pit. In front of him, sparkling dust suddenly appeared. On the floor below, sharp shards of glass were scattered, embedding themselves in his body, causing blood to flow heavily from Ingong's back as he groaned in pain. Ingong cursed with a pained and angry face, you vile bastard. Right at this moment bags of cement poured down on him from above. They created an enormous cloud of dust with a thud. The dust was so thick that nothing could be seen. In this dust Lim was still struggling to get up, staggering and coughing. Cough, cough, you vile bastard. Just then Lim, wearing glasses and holding a cane, rushed out from behind him, smiling maliciously and saying, it's truly enjoyable to keep hearing that. Thank you, that's quite a compliment. He heard Lim's voice, turned around and squinted at him, not missing the opportunity. Lim quickly struck his head with the cane. After that, Ingong quickly blocked Lim's continuous attacks with his hands. I can't take this anymore. He shouted loudly, summoning his strength. I can't take this anymore, I'm going to kill you. Tron, hiding behind them, was very surprised by this sight and muttered, what? That's not human, that's a monster. Suddenly he seemed to realize something and said, no, that's Ingong of course. What am I thinking right now? That's, Lim's words to Tron resurfaced in his mind. Tron knew what he had to do. Alright, I know what I have to do. Right at that moment Tron jumped down and rushed at Ingong, shouting loudly, now I understand. Tron jumped up and kicked Ingong's body. On the other hand, Lim swung his cane, preparing to attack him. The fight was very intense at that moment. Ingong had no time to recover from the two's attacks. Lim then speculated, finally Lim has gained the upper hand in the fight for the first time. But deep down he had a hunch. He was very afraid and thought to himself, everything can't continue like this speed isn't enough yet. Because this advantage isn't actually the first time. After re-examining all the incidents, Lim began to calculate that Lim had truly done his best when the trap-filled battlefield and combat-capable allies were combined. Right at this moment the two were still fighting very fiercely. The sounds of thumps, bangs and crashes continued to echo, and his mind kept thinking, but this small advantage is all the current situation can give. This advantage alone isn't enough. There's an advantage, but it's not enough to win yet. After that, he noticed the veins in Ingong's neck and thought to himself, Ingong's stats have already decreased, they're now recovering. The emptiness of his beliefs in justice has been replaced by anger. Right at that moment he counterattacked and summoned his strength, targeting Tron. But fortunately Tron dodged. The hesitation when hitting a friend and the reluctance towards the other two had decreased. He also gradually adapted to the darkness as he learned to fight, and to the types of enemy traps. Lim saw this and predicted the situation. On the other hand, both Lim and Hochul began to waver. At this moment Tron shouted very angrily, you idiot, you're really trying to kill me. Ingong didn't care and struck his stomach with his elbow, sending him flying far away. His attack was so strong that the wall shattered into many pieces. At this moment Lim took off his glasses, observed the situation and thought, he's gradually being overwhelmed by cumulative injuries and fatigue. This of course was expected. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain dripping down. His mind thought at this moment, but there's one thing Lim didn't expect. It's fear. It's slightly different from the primal fear of death. All the sweat flowed to the ground. Lim continued to analyze, thinking at this moment, it's a fear that only Lim, who has experienced countless time loops, can feel. Lim struggled to get up, thinking because he knows, if he fails again this time everything will be over. The fear of knowing this is his last episode. Lim's thoughts returned to the past, to when the two were preparing to fight Ingong together. About 10 days earlier in Lim's time, Hochul approached Lim and said, shut up, this is just this once, it's only a temporary alliance. Hearing this, Lim scoffed and replied, oh, that's what Yangsu really wanted to shout. He immediately took a ready stance and slid on the ground. After that he struck the ground hard and the ground there shattered. Right at that moment Ingong lifted a very large pipe. He swung the pipe and threw it at the two men. Right at that moment Ingong quickly rushed at Lim and Lim shouted in great surprise, damn it! He immediately attacked Lim's neck. Suddenly Lim felt an enormous heart-wrenching pain. A moment later Lim was in another space wearing a school uniform and on the phone. He then looked around very surprised and thought, what is this feeling? Is it a loop? Am I stuck in a loop again? The voice on the other end of the phone cut off his train of thought. Oppa, why did you suddenly go quiet? At this moment, Lim quietly muttered, wait, this day was definitely not the day of the outdoor activity. Hearing this, Nari replied very puzzled, it is today. Today is the first day of the outdoor activity. Right at this moment, Lim looked around, seeing his friends gathered and whispering, his heart filled with joy, and he thought, I succeeded, I'm back. Despite the challenge with Kit Pit King, a loop happened. With this method I can definitely win. But Lim calmed himself down and thought with a sneer, no, don't jump to conclusions too early. If she knows I'm looping, if she's aware of my loop, the story will be different. Lim's eyes opened at this moment, and he saw, then she can prepare accordingly. Kit was still staring at Lim at this moment, smiling very eerily. She was still holding Ingong's arm. Seeing this, Lim was very surprised and thought to himself, she doesn't know anything. Kit Pit King has no idea I'm looping. Right at that moment, Lim suppressed his joy and thought happily, with this method I can win. It will take some time, but I will win in the end. When the camping group all arrived at the campsite, the sky was already covered in dark clouds, but that belief in victory did not last long. After the fourth repetition in Kanglim's fifth outdoor activity loop, Lim carefully went out of his tent and said, just sleeping is a waste of time. I need to set more traps during this time. After that he went into the forest. Lim was very cautious in all directions. At this moment, several blue lights appeared and a voice was heard, a walk late at night. Ah, it's the manager. He then walked out and asked, and Lim was very surprised, I only have something to say to you. After that he took a step back in great surprise and shouted loudly, ah, is that the person Kit mentioned? He was startled, but the manager replied calmly, yes, I am the manager. I have something to tell you. At this, Kanglim had many questions for him. Wait, I have a lot of questions. What exactly are you doing? He said he was just there to inform him of one thing. The next time would be his last loop. Hearing this, Kanglim again asked blankly, wait, what did you say? The manager then explained to him as he had said. The next loop will be the last, but as you know, it can't be a fair fight if only you can loop. I've given you 6 chances to win over the 6 heroines. You've used 5 chances and 4 loops so far. The next time will be your last loop. Hearing this, he shouted loudly, wait, just a minute you. The manager said nothing, and he quickly changed his mind and said, no, never mind, forget it. Just tell me one thing. What will happen? Will I die after looping again? Hearing this, the manager's face darkened and he said, what will happen? Simply put, you'll die just like everyone else. Do you think you're special? Kanglim no longer cared and turned to reply, yes, I half expected that. It seems we don't have time to talk now. He looked up at the black sky and thought. Now Kanglim did his best to maintain his composure. However, despite his efforts, the 5th loop ended even more futilely than expected. He then recalled Kit and Ingong's arrogant expressions and thought to himself. He was easily overpowered before even reaching the stage of direct confrontation with Du Ingong. His combat power was seen through by Kit Pit King. Kanglim then fell into a panic and sank down helplessly. He could no longer deny that he had no more chances, so as soon as he entered the 6th loop, he was in a state of panic at this moment. Kanglim was deep in very negative and disappointing thoughts. What should I do? This is truly the last chance. Damn it, I shouldn't have wasted the loops like this. No, don't think about it anymore. What's done is done. Suddenly, Kanglim began to think in a different direction and regained his confidence. No, what the loop can do, it can do. All failures must end this one time. I have to find something and learn from it. He immediately asked himself many questions. But can I succeed? What if I fail? Is this really my last chance? Will there be another chance to loop? Damn it, if I die now, what about the others? Kit Pit King, Du Ingong too. Will they win like that? No, I can't accept it. What should I do? How can I? Now Kanglim fell into despair. Inside him were various emotions, confusion, despair, regret, pain, and criticism. And finally, now Kanglim. At this very moment he swallowed and thought again. The scene changed to under a bridge where Kanglim was lying stretched out on the grass, looking at Nari with a disappointed expression, saying, now that I think about it, even while being trapped in loops all this time, not once did I habitually saved everyone without any other choice, but this time is different. I can easily escape any time I want. She was still blank, understanding nothing, but he didn't care and continued to speak. Actually, now is the only chance to escape. But strangely, I don't want to escape at all. I guess it's not because I have many lives to save everyone. He then hesitated and continued. It's because I truly want to help. The reason I'm doing this is because of all of you. So it doesn't matter if I can't loop again. In his heart, he resolved to rise again. Back in the building, Lim immediately turned his neck and thought. There's fear, contempt, and unexpected changes. At this moment, Ingong slowly approached Lim. In his heart, there was a very firm thought, but there's no problem. Immediately, Lim took a fighting stance and said with cold eyes, I will fight until the very last moment. No matter how ugly it gets, I will keep fighting. Until my last breath, I will keep fighting. Hearing Lim's threat, Ingong was not afraid at all and laughed loudly. Ha, you're going to keep going? You're really going to die if you do. Hearing this, Lim said disappointedly, hey, how many times have you said that? Threatening with death is useless. Reality is already a mess anyway. Lim then looked at him with murderous eyes and thought, anyway, the situation right now is very dangerous. I should have defeated Du Ingong before all this happened, because this was the end in the precious loops where everything went well. He looked up at Kit, who was frantically typing on her computer, and thought, if I don't defeat Du Ingong now, Kit will crawl out again as if time has run out. And she'll use her authority. Lim's face was covered in sweat and his eyes were filled with worry. Yes, that's it. If we can't stop that, this is also the end. But the problem is Ingong is interfering. He then shouted to Nari, Nari, come here. Hearing this, Ingong also instinctively turned around. He looked back and saw no one. Seizing this opportunity, Lim immediately fled. Seeing him run away, he shouted in great surprise, coward. Lim then quickly ran up the stairs. Immediately, Ingong flew in from the side, chasing him and using his strength to smash the stairs he was trying to climb. The stairs immediately shattered just as Lim was about to take another step. The stair fragments then fell to the ground with great force. In that chaos, he stood up with a clang and thought furiously to himself, damn it, as expected, tricks are useless. I need a new breakthrough. Carelessly, he pulled hard on a rope he had set up earlier. At this, Lim gasped, ah, immediately. Rebars fell on him from above. Seeing this, Nari cried out in great surprise and worry. Oppa, his time seemed to slow down at this moment. Seeing Nari worried about him, he thought to himself, ah, despite having more time than others, he continued to think, staring blankly at the falling rebars. This is the first time time has gone so slowly even for me who has a distorted sense of time. Perhaps this is what people call life flashing before your eyes. Watching the rebars fall slowly, Lim then fell into deep thought. With this exhausted body I can't dodge, and the chances of survival are almost zero. This was a trap for Ingong, so it's fatal. A helpless smile appeared on his lips at this moment. But to end my life by dying in a trap I set myself. This is why looping is difficult. It's easy to make trivial mistakes. His thoughts began to turn negative. Looking at Nari, he thought to himself, if I die now, only Nari will be left. I'm sorry, Nari. I promised to be honest with you, but I couldn't tell you the last thing, that I was looping. Anticipating the situation, he had already written his will. I've already prepared my will and blamed everything on Ingong. At least I can alienate and isolate him from everyone. It's just a minimal measure. But that's the best I can do. Lim then decided to give up and leave it to fate. Besides, I trust you, Gehi, and the others. Even though they're being manipulated by the author now. Eventually, just then, the rebar almost fell on his head. His thought then was, oh no, was my last will too long? This is how it ends. Suddenly a car appeared and rushed in. The car flew over his head and blocked all the rebars. At this moment the car stopped and Lim sank to the ground helplessly. A girl's voice was heard from inside the car. Oh, why won't this open? The door's dented. Come over here. Behind the girl, other girls also came out in a line, murmuring, we thought we were late, but it seems we arrived just in time. My navigation using the target was accurate from the start. Driving was the problem. Ah, I don't blame you, Shirin Sunbae. Racing games and reality are completely different after all. It might be better to connect to a controller. No, that won't work either. Just then, Gehi approached Lim and said softly, but boss, I'm glad you're alive. Seeing her, he was very surprised and stammered, who, what, how? Just then, Lamy approached and reprimanded Lim. Kanglam Sunbae, we agreed not to act alone in secret. Shirin immediately followed up, continuing, we agreed to resolve this situation first. It's nice to see you again. Kanglam, I'm sorry. Hearing the loud noise, Kit turned around blankly and thought to herself, what? Why are they here? And wait, Gehi called him boss. She was very surprised then, her eyes wide as she tried to guess the situation. No way, that can't be. Seeing them, Ingong excitedly ran towards them and shouted, wow everyone, you came to help me, thank you, come quickly and defeat Na Kanglam. As he reached out his hand, Shirin and Lamy rejected his hand with very contemptuous expressions, and seeing this action he uttered in great surprise, who, what? At this moment Gehi stared at him with a very displeased expression, then approached him and said, I know you're also being used, I understand, but emotionally I can't forgive you. Immediately, she swung her leg and struck his vital spot, and he couldn't even finish saying, wow, what does this mean? Ingong froze, his eyes wide, cold sweat pouring from the extreme pain spreading from his vital spot to his entire body, his head empty, his legs trembling and his mouth open but unable to utter a single word. He was in so much pain that he collapsed and screamed. After that, she tossed her head back and continued, all right, and you, fake author. Lamy looked at Kit with cold eyes and said, we have a lot to repay you for. Shirin continued from the side, you're next. Lim at this moment was still surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. You guys, no way, your memories. Just then, Gehi gave tactical instructions. I'll handle that, fake author. Shirin, support the boss and go outside. After that, she ordered Lamy. Lamy, make sure to deal with that red-haired guy. Suddenly, she screamed, wait, that red-haired guy is gone. Seeing Ingong disappear at this moment, he picked up a large rebar, jumped up and tried to kill Lim, who was still not fully recovered from his surprise. Do you guys remember? Ingong muttered blankly. Kill Na Kanglam, kill Na Kanglam, kill Na Kanglam, kill Na Kanglam. Seeing him hesitate, Kit, clutching her laptop tightly, ordered very worriedly. Kill him. Her mind was very anxious at this moment. The only power I have left is the replacement ability. But this is different from Ingong. You have a similar ability to change reality. She gnashed her teeth in anger and was resolute. This is a situation I absolutely cannot lose. Na Kanglam just needs to disappear. If I just kill him, everything will be fine. Ingong immediately rushed forward and stabbed him with the rebar. Lim suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared blankly, unable to react, thinking, no way, really, I'm going to die like that? This is completely different from the situation where I tried to give up before. If I die in this atmosphere, it's really unfair. Suddenly, Yanga ran over, grabbed his shoulder and pulled Lim to the ground. Fragments of the ceiling shattered and rained down. At this moment, Yanga spoke. I've always been in a position to be helped. I've always been grateful to you for seeing me for who I really am. Fragments of debris fell to the ground with a thud, scattering everywhere. She was still deep in thought at this moment and said, "This time too I'll see you for who you really are." She shielded him with her body and said, "It seems I've finally met Kanglum properly." Hearing this, Lim exclaimed in great surprise, Do Yanga? Yanga said with a sad face, "It really hurt me to watch all this time. I'm really sorry for only appearing now." After that, she looked up and forced a smile. "But this time, was I able to help Kanglum?" Suddenly Lim seemed to realize something, his eyes wide as he thought, I know that look. The look of someone who knows everything." He looked deeply into Yanga's eyes, reading the reflection of someone fighting on behalf of another. Lim then surmised that Kit Pit King had treated Yanga as a supporting character. Yanga stood among her classmates, but her consciousness was very different as it wasn't tied to ESW. Kit Pit King believed that Yanga would be swept along with other incidental elements during the reality-altering process. Therefore, unlike the other heroines, she hadn't adjusted anything. Lim continued to analyze this. However, what Kit Pit King overlooked was Yanga's emotions. He remembered and analyzed all of Kit King's actions. Feelings for Kanglum fought against the tide of reality alteration. So, just before the school outdoor activity, she momentarily looked around with great unease. Her mind was utterly confused at that time. What's happening? Everything is so strange. Even APC. Who is the protagonist? Am I dreaming? Then a very large explosion suddenly occurred and she was shocked. Ingong made a very large hole in the classroom. Everyone around peered in curiously and asked, What just happened? Was that an explosion? An earthquake? Seeing people peering in curiously, Ingong turned around, smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Sorry for the mess. Sorry, we just had a small disagreement with a friend. I was trying to talk to him directly." That's right. As he said that, everyone blindly believed him and left, saying, "Don't be too loud. We can understand Ingong." Yanga, who was looking through the door nearby, said blankly, "So it was Ingong after all." Inside the classroom, he grabbed Lim's head and slammed it hard onto the floor. Lim still turned his head and cursed with effort. "I'd rather die than comply. I will refuse again." Yanga witnessed everything from outside and many things flashed through her mind. Protagonist, author, incidents, reality alteration, webtoon, challenge. At this moment, Yanga seemed to realize something. No way, that's impossible. All of this, she then reached out to open the door, but she hesitated, thinking inwardly, no, if my guess is correct. Even if I go in now, it won't help. I need to step back so the author doesn't notice. After that, she saw Kit King holding Ingong's hand and leaving, and she stood still, thinking inwardly. So, inside the classroom, Lim spat out a mouthful of blood and leaned against the wall, laughing helplessly. "I swear I'm going to beat that bastard." Witnessing this scene, she desperately wanted to scream and comfort him, but she couldn't. So even if I want to help Kanglum, I have to hold back for now. The next morning, Yanga picked up her phone and called someone. On the other end, the person answered cheerfully, "Oh Yanga, I was just about to call you." She then asked about Yanga's well-being. "I heard you were absent today because you were sick. Are you feeling better?" Hearing that, Yanga replied, "Yes, I'm fine, Gehi. Yeah, why don't you come over to my place tonight?" A short while later, Gehi arrived at Yanga's house. As soon as she entered, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness, Yanga, you look really tired. Didn't you sleep? Are you okay?" Yanga heard that and reassured her. "Yes, I'm fine. Come in quickly, everyone's waiting." At this she paused and said blankly, "Everyone?" Seeing everyone there, Gehi was very surprised but still asked curiously, "Everyone's here, but your expression doesn't look good at all. Hey, don't tell me you guys too." At this, Yanga immediately took out her phone and sent it to everyone. Everyone, the reason I called you all here is because I want to show you this." Gehi opened her phone and said blankly, This." On her phone, a picture of Lim was introduced. "My name is Na Janjan and I'm a very handsome and capable high school student," Gehi exclaimed in surprise. "It's a webtoon." Gehi looked at her phone and asked excitedly, "Yanga, this webtoon. Yanga, did you draw this?" She quickly admitted, "Yes, I want to hear your thoughts after you all read this." Yanga slowly summarized the plot for them. The protagonist pretends to be indifferent to everything, but he's actually the kindest person of all. The story revolves around him fighting to save his precious friends, she told the people there. "I have many stories and ideas I want to draw. I've sent you all different chapters and I hope you all read them." Gehi read it and exclaimed in surprise, "This is." She saw the male protagonist desperately holding the hand of a girl who looked very similar to herself. Shuren was surprised by the story content from the other side. In it, she was hiding behind a wall with the male protagonist who whispered for her to stay away from him. Lammy was also surprised after reading it. She read a scene where the male protagonist, holding her hand, ran and cursed, "You don't need to worry about fate." Yoon paused while reading. "Oh my." The male protagonist was excitedly proposing to her. "Give it to me," Mia suddenly exclaimed. In it, she saw herself saved by the male protagonist from a trap, smiling cunningly. "I'm here." The atmosphere in the room immediately grew quiet. Yanga suddenly collapsed onto Kanglum's body. He barely managed to ask her, "Yanga, by any chance all this time?" Yanga had no choice but to explain. "It seems Gehi and the others need a little more time. So until then, I'll have to move secretly on my own." She wearily lowered her eyes. "Not everything went according to plan, but I hope at least some things worked." Yanga said, "Things like breaking the heart rate monitor, leaving cleaning tools in the hallway, or slightly opening the construction site door." Kanglum was surprised to hear that. "All these things happened because of Yanga, the things I thought were just luck in this loop." In fact, Kanglum only then realized that all of it had been planned. Looking back, it was the same before. He recalled Mia and Gehi's performance venue. Kanglum had climbed onto the scaffolding to check the lighting. What is this? Why is everything the same? He wondered if something was wrong with his memory as he pulled it. No way, it was clearly hanging here and was going to fall during the performance. Kanglum fell into deep thought. Moreover, only the highlighted parts here are new. Does that mean it broke down and was recently replaced? And other minor things were also the same. For several reasons, everything was evidence of an accident. So in other words, he raised his eyebrows slightly and exclaimed, I won the lottery, Kanglum said triumphantly with a smirk. That's right, am I thinking too much? Surely someone among the staff would have noticed. Back in the present, he exclaimed in surprise, Yanga, you knew that a long time ago. She gently grasped Kanglum's clothes and honestly admitted, yes, I knew Kanglum was suffering from the Webtoon incidents. From then on, Kanglum kept a slight distance from me, Yanga said sadly. I felt like you would suddenly leave me one day, she confessed. At one point I wavered and harbored bad thoughts, Yanga expressed. But Kanglum's smile swept everything away. Thanks to that, I could make it this far. She reached out to hold Kanglum's face. So please don't carry everything alone again. Yanga stammered a little because she smiled brightly and said, I like you, Kanglum. Hearing this, his face suddenly turned red. Yanga's hand suddenly slipped and Kanglum exclaimed in a panic, Yanga, he cried out in fear as he saw her fall. You're bleeding. No, but she didn't react at all, and behind her was a blood-stained rebar. No, Kanglum panicked. Yanga's body was slowly turning red. No, don't die, Yanga. His voice grew softer. No, Yanga, your blood. She propped herself up with her arm and quickly shook the person below. Kanglum, calm down. You're the one who's bleeding. In fact, Kanglum's vision had turned red because of his own blood, and Yanga had only collapsed from exhaustion, and the rebar had suddenly flown to the side. Kit King suddenly appeared and exclaimed, That damn bitch, she ruined my plan. She gnashed her teeth in anger. An amateur who hasn't even debuted, just a childhood friend character with no special personality, dares to do such a thing, Kit King ordered loudly. Ingong, kill Ma Kanglum and that damn bitch immediately. Don't worry about anything else, just focus on killing them first. The wall quickly shattered. Ingong staggered in, muttering, Kill them first, kill them first. He immediately lunged at Kanglum and Yanga. Suddenly arms appeared, blocking them. Shuren and Lammy blocked Ingong, making him hesitate. Suddenly a fist flew towards his face. Gehi rushed forward like an arrow, and Ingong was immediately sent flying far away. The three looked at him with angry eyes. Flashback to a few days before the outdoor activity. Gehi sat in the car and asked Hyungdu, What's the schedule today? Only the Education magazine photoshoot, she replied. Yes, so we can take our time even if we're a little late, Gehi sighed. Yes, it's Director Choi today. Mentioning him, she grew gloomy again. He's very strict about tardiness, and that fiery temper will show up again. The atmosphere on set has finally improved, so let's just keep it relaxed. Suddenly, Gehi's eyes widened, and fragmented memories of Kanglum and Director Choi slowly surfaced. Hyungdu saw her doing that and said worriedly, What's wrong, Gehi? Gehi came to her senses and replied, Oh, nothing, it's nothing. Hyungdu suddenly spoke. By the way, you still haven't joined a club after school, have you? That club with the weird name, what was it again? Gehi looked out the window and replied indifferently, APC Multifunctional Culture Club. Hyungdu continued, That's right, that one. You often stayed late because of it, didn't you? She hesitated. Yes, but for some reason I don't want to go now. Gehi thought to herself, I don't know what the reason was that I enjoyed going, but I don't feel that way anymore. Throughout the outdoor activity, she stopped by a Jeju souvenir shop. Her two friends next to her asked curiously, What are you going to buy, Gehi? Tangerine chocolate. Gehi held a box of chocolates and replied nonchalantly, Yes, you can guess, but Dami and Ji haven't tried it yet, and I want to give Nari something more special. She picked up a keyring and was excited. This is it. Something the boss would like, Gehi grinned and said to her two friends. Look, these two look similar, don't they? But they're different, see, the tail shapes are different, because they're twins, plus in the setting this one came from the demon world and this one came from heaven, she reminisced. I watched this anime with the boss before. The boss was so noisy about the minor details, really, Gehi remembered clearly. The boss was very interested in topics he knew about. Friend said, slightly confused, hey. Gehi turned around, scratching her head, and explained, Oh, sorry, did I say too much? I guess I caught it from the boss. Her friend asked curiously, Who's the boss? Who are you talking about? She paused at the question. Gehi recalled a day in the summer last year. She handed Kanglum an ice cream cone. Hey boss, I bought you one. Under the hot sun the two stood together under the eaves. He said calmly, All right, I'll eat it. Gehi paused and asked, What's wrong? Is something bothering you? Kanglum explained, No, seriously, this isn't ice cream. It can only be called ice cream if it contains a certain amount of milk, got it? So this is an ice cream bar, he added, to be precise, both whole milk powder and skim milk powder. She impatiently cut him off. It's as hot as hell, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you have a disease that kills you if you can't be a lone otaku? Gehi angrily bit into the remaining ice cream. Fine, I'll eat it all. Kanglum saw that and exclaimed in a panic, What? I didn't mean don't eat it. She provoked him while eating. Too late, it's super delicious. Kanglum's voice grew louder. Hey, are you really eating it? My ice cream, Gehi retorted. You said it wasn't ice cream, he shouted in vain. Give it back. She laughed coolly and teased him. Catch me. Her two friends' voices brought Gehi back to reality. Gehi, aren't you working these days? Is she sick? She clenched her fist tightly. No, just, Gehi couldn't understand why she was reacting this way. It's like I've forgotten something important, she asked herself. My chest keeps aching. Who are you who keeps appearing in my heart? Gehi's eyes gradually calmed, and she seemed to have found the answer. Heroine is currently at the Jeju Minute Entertainment Center. The crowd below pushed and jostled, continuing to loudly chatter about her. Just then 2 unfamiliar people approached. The Devil Twins laughed loudly and shouted, "We meet again finally, are you ready? Today we will take our revenge for that day." Heroine hesitated for a moment, seeing them. "You guys," they proudly said in unison. "That's right, of course you couldn't forget us. We're the ones who pushed you to the brink." But even though they appeared, she didn't recognize them. So Heroine casually asked, "Who are you? If you want an autograph, please line up." At her words, the twins grew angry. "We are the Dark Twins." She casually tilted her head slightly. "Ah, I see. So you're the Black Tigers." They exploded in fury, shouting, "We are the Dark Twins. That name will drag you down, so remember it well. Since that day we've trained in the mountains to defeat you." These words caught everyone's attention. Heroine coldly snorted and challenged, "Since there's an audience here, if you challenge me I won't back down, but if you want to fight 2 on 2, you can't participate alone." Having said this, she confidently called out to Kanglum, "Kanglum, can you fight with me?" But next to Heroine was only an empty chair. In a flashback, she remembered often playing games with Kanglum. He had tidied Heroine's room multiple times without a single complaint. Once she was having a very enjoyable phone call with her father. Kanglum walked behind Heroine at that moment. When Chamo saw him with his daughter, he grew angry and smashed the phone screen. Heroine recalled the moment she taught Kanglum how to play games. She was so serious about this matter that he also grew tense. When they realized their distance had become too close, they paused and awkwardly looked at each other. Both blushed and quickly pulled away. Returning to the present, the Devil Twins arrogantly said when Heroine didn't say anything, "What's wrong, are you scared?" She no longer had the energy to care about them, and tears flowed incessantly, following the current of her memories. Outside the sea, waves continuously crashed onto the shore. Lammy stood on the balcony looking into the distance and thinking, since coming to Yanga's house, something strange. It's an inexpressible discomfort, she wondered. Besides, I feel a bit strange too. I'm a first year, but I don't know why I'm participating in the school trip. At that moment, Ingung passed by and waved his hand widely. "Lammy, hello." Lammy arrogantly didn't answer him and continued to be lost in thought. "I came here because I wanted to work with the seniors from the Department of Multilingual Studies. Actually, I don't know why Senior Ingung is the representative of the Department of Multilingual Studies." She hesitated, but that person was a bit strange. He must have been helped to escape from his family. It sounds a bit cruel to say this. He's not my type. Thinking this far, Lammy sighed awkwardly. "It's better to be honest, right? That hairstyle is a bit..." Suddenly her eyes widened. "How what? I mean that senior. The senior who saved me didn't have such red hair." Lammy remembered what Kanglum had said to her. "I'm still not used to getting my hair cut 3 times a week," he said, touching his hair. "To be honest, it hurts a bit," Lammy immediately suggested. "Then I'll pay for your haircut today. I've recently started earning money with Neotool." Kanglum hesitated upon hearing that. "That's a bit, I feel like a girlfriend." She didn't deny it either. "Ah yes, that's right." He grew angry and chastised. "At least say no." Lammy playfully skipped to the side, laughing and urging, "If you're done talking, let's go shopping. I need to buy some autumn clothes. Just think of it as a reward." After changing clothes, Kanglum tugged at his outfit and asked, "How is it?" "It's my first time wearing a jacket like this." He sighed uncomfortably. "I don't think I suit these clothes. There's a comfortable-looking windbreaker over there." Lammy immediately turned her head. "No, this is good. Let's go with this." She blushed, her heart pounding. "Senior Kanglum, why is his body so handsome? Oh my, and the haircut and that reaction." Lammy tried to calm herself down, but it was no use. That face definitely wasn't my type. "Now he looks too handsome." She casually searched for her card in her wallet and told the employee, "Please ring up all the clothes I just tried on." Kanglum, wearing a cute hat he pulled out from who knows where, pressed another hat onto Lammy's head. "Please ring this up separately." He smiled brightly at her and said, "Since I'm indebted to my girlfriend, shouldn't we have something matching?" These words made Lammy even more excited. "Let's wear this when we go out today." She remembered everything and stood quietly on the balcony, calling out, "Senior." Returning to the present, Ingung regained consciousness after Gei's fatal attack. He groaned in pain. Gei coldly withdrew her fist. She suddenly said, "Boss, I have a lot to say and a lot to do, but due to the current situation, I'll skip everything and just do one thing," Gei said quietly. "I'm sorry, boss." She expressed her heartfelt words. "I'm sorry for leaving you alone. It's too late, but..." "I'm sorry," Lammy and Heroine also said in unison. "Kanglum, me too, Senior, me too." Kanglum placed his hands on the ground and sat, stopping them. "It's okay, it's nobody's fault. And this is also an opportunity for me to reflect on myself." After that, he promised, "That's why I asked you to stop for a moment. I'll give you an answer after this is over." The girls quickly surrounded Kanglum. Gei clenched her fist, determined. "Good, if it's a happy ending, everything will be a memory." Kit King, seeing this from upstairs, was very angry. "I commanded the protagonist not to attack the hero with all my omnipotence," so she shouted loudly, "How annoying, why aren't you listening to me?" Kit glanced at her sparking laptop and muttered, "Anyway, it was enough time. Now I can use all my power." Kit King's ability was simply the power of replacement, but it was also the power to change reality. In other words, she could change the protagonist's perception. Therefore, the strengths of the two could synergize. That is, just as Kit King chose Kanglum as the protagonist, replacing Ingung as the protagonist would gradually make his power wider and more ferocious. Currently, she was expending so much energy that blood was flowing from her mouth. But Kill Pit King shouted madly, "This is too cruel for the body, but it's not a big problem. It's just a small sacrifice for the work." Her ability violently shook this abandoned building. Kill Pit King was very satisfied to see Kanglam's flustered face. "This time you won't be able to stop the ending. That's why I destroyed all the schools before." She replaced the protagonist with their enemies within a 3 kilometers radius. The synergy of changing reality would amplify the anger. If that happened, an attack like a zombie apocalypse would erupt. Thinking this far, Kit King grew even more satisfied. "Of course the target is the protagonist, but you will be swept away and die first. It's over. Everything's over. I am the victor," Kanglam said urgently. "Yanga, take everyone and get out quickly." She clenched her fist and comforted him. "It's okay, Kanglam." He looked at the door in surprise. Kill Pit King was also very confused. "What? Shouldn't they have burst in by now?" Yanga said then. "I don't know what kind of power that person has," she continued. "But I know that person can secretly monitor Kanglam and manipulate others, although I can't stop that person directly. What if," Yanga hit on the core point, "what if there's no one around for that person to manipulate?" Kanglam looked at her, slightly flustered. "Huh?" Yanga revealed the secret. "That's why I asked those two to stop everyone," Kill Pit King shouted. "Impossible. Nearby dormitory. Shouldn't all the students gather due to the landslide?" She muttered in disbelief. "No one is reacting to that power. How can this be?" It turned out they were gathered elsewhere. A special guerrilla concert and fan signing event were being held there, and the students were enthusiastically cheering for the person on stage. This was a special concert to heal hearts exhausted by the accident. Mia stretched out her hand and said to the audience, "Everyone, please cheer as hard as you can and show your gratitude." The students below were very excited and cheered passionately. Kit King was flustered by this situation and shouted, "Impossible, are you kidding me? You're blocking other students like this, damn it, even if you're cheating, do something more plausible, that's why you're just amateurs." But Yanga laughed and interrupted her. "This is possible. And it's not just this." Meanwhile, some students complained and left the concert. "Damn concert, what's with suddenly gathering in the gym? I'm going to sleep. I don't care about idols." At this moment, all the students were drawn by the noise upstairs. A helicopter hovered in the air and scattered countless dollar bills below. The students immediately rushed to pick up the money, shouting excitedly, "Huh, real money? I don't know, I'll just pick it up." There are even Kerr 100 bills. It turned out Yoon was behind all of this. On the other side, Mia was still performing enthusiastically. Flashback to the past. After a long and hard work, the staff said to Mia, "Okay, good job, filming's wrapped." In the actor's waiting room, the manager praised her enthusiastically. "Ms. Mia, you did really well, I'm moved," he praised happily. "This is your first official work, but it's already so successful. You might sweep all the awards this year." As Mia frowned and glanced at him, the manager immediately lowered his voice. "I'm sorry, I'll be quiet right away." She sighed and lightly brushed her hair back. "Actually, it's nothing. It's too early to talk about awards. It's not even a movie airing this year." He forced a wry smile. "Haha, yes, you're right." The manager was slightly surprised by Mia's attitude. He had expected to be scolded. Her personality seems to have become a bit kinder recently. So he asked worriedly, "You seem a bit down these days. Is something wrong?" The manager advised her. "Tell me if you're having a hard time." Not the same Red Moon demon of the past anymore. The director also said she could rest whenever she wanted. The contract was clear from the beginning. Hearing this far, Mia frowned slightly. "Red Moon, yes, that's right." She thought a little sadly, "This is definitely an event that completely changed my life. Somehow the memory of that time is very vague. There's nothing. I knew that protagonist helped me, not anything else, someone else's face." The manager, seeing her like that, covered his head in a panic. "Are you sick?" Mia immediately called an ambulance. Mia stood up annoyed. "No, I'm fine. I'll go home alone today." Having said that, she quickly left. Turning a corner, Mia suddenly bumped into someone. She angrily chastised, "Hey, watch where you're going." After scolding, Mia habitually turned to the person behind her. No, I'm not angry, so don't blame me," but there was no one there. A moment later, Mia wore a mask and went shopping. The clerk asked her back, "Yes, 2 mango juices to go. Anything else?" Mia reached for her wallet. "No, just ring it up." A stream of memories of a blue-haired man flashed through her mind. The employee called out curiously, "Customer?" Mia unconsciously straightened her back. No, I'm just getting it out." She quickly rummaged through her bag. Mia wondered why she was doing this. She suddenly pulled out the earring hidden inside. Mia suddenly remembered all the beautiful moments she had shared with Kanglam. She felt as if she had gone back in time, embraced in his warm arms. Mia abandoned everything and ran away in a hurry, running with all her might to escape reality. Leaving behind the clerk's urgent shouts, Mia hastily took off her mask. "How could I have?" she sobbed. "How could I forget?" Mia finally remembered his name clearly. Kanglam, on the other hand. Piles of documents lay on the desk. The maid said quietly, "Young lady, it's very late." Yoon frowned and said, "There's no choice. I have to finish this before the deadline if I want to participate in the outdoor activity in a few days." The maid gently advised, "You've been pulling too many all-nighters recently and your health is a concern. Would you consider returning to your home country after the school trip?" She rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. "Return to my home country? Why did I come to Korea in the first place?" The maid was slightly puzzled. "Yes," she then spoke. "My close friend came to visit with Yu Gae-hee. That's what I heard." Yoon didn't deny it. "That's right," but she suddenly stood up. "I still have another reason. Wait, I need to check the safe." The maid led Yoon. In fact, it took 30 minutes to get to the safe, she explained. This safe contains my most precious belongings. There have been some inconveniences since the security measures were installed. Yoon picked up an old book and flipped through its pages curiously. Flashback to a few months ago. At that time, the maid gave Yoon a list and said, I have hired 3 excellent decoders. They are all great detectives and adventurers, she added. However, due to their studies, it's difficult for them to start immediately. She rejected the list, saying, please proceed as quickly as possible. Yoon said seriously, I must protect my grandfather's honor for the family. First, I need to find the artifact my grandfather left behind, she instructed the maid. Now, take down the notice you posted on the internet. Why is it so noisy outside? What's going on? One person explained. We came after seeing the treasure hunt notice on the internet. Yoon asked back in surprise. What? Then why didn't you let them in? The maid revealed that she heard they were high school students. After interviewing Kanglum, Yoon had gathered quite a bit of information about him. I understand what you're saying. You're from Korea and a friend of Gaehee's. She was still skeptical, but it's hard to believe you can decipher the code. Even famous detectives have tried multiple times and failed. If you keep lying and waste my time. Kanglum immediately reassured her. Don't worry, that's not the case, and from the start a high school detective might be more capable than famous ones, right? My hair color is Norwegian blue, he confidently suggested. So you hired 3 new detectives, right? Investigate them again. Yoon was bewildered. What do you mean? Kanglum quickly pointed out. One is an imposter and the other 2 are hired individuals. The real detective died last year while investigating. She signaled to the maid. The maid bowed and confirmed, I will investigate again immediately. Kanglum stood up and urged. If I were you, I wouldn't even trust myself. First, confirm whether what I said is true or false. Then we can talk about the code. Anyway, I'm a bit busy right now, so I have to go back to the US. A short while later, the maid reported to Yoon. As you said, all 3 were imposters. We missed something in our investigation. Hearing that, she asked Kanglum in surprise, how did you know? He of course didn't answer. I can't tell you, that's a trade secret. More importantly, you'll entrust me with deciphering the code and finding the artifact, won't you? Yoon frowned and conceded. All right, I'll ask you to do it. Kanglum smiled slightly. Good, I'll find it. That artifact. He arrived at an estate consisting of a huge mansion and magnificent buildings. Kanglum's face turned pale with surprise upon first sight. What is this? No. I know where the artifact is. I know its actual location, but I don't know how to solve the code. It appeared before, but I just passed it by, he thought deeply. But if I only know the answer and can't explain it, it'll be very suspicious, so I'll have to at least pretend to do something. Kanglum walked along the Golden River, carefully reading the instructions in his hand. I hear the whispers of the stars in the night sky, a hidden place beneath the silver moonlight in a silence where time seems to stand still. See where the moon's tears flow, see where the shadows point when dawn begins. The gate of truth will open. After that, he lamented helplessly. I really don't know what to do. Kanglum glanced at the bodyguards behind him. What to do? I'll have to buy some time, Yoon said awkwardly to them. Please understand my schedule. He felt very sorry for her. I don't know. Yoon isn't appearing now. She's currently trying to find the inheritance. Her fatigue is visible. Her nerves must be frayed. Kanglum fell into deep thought. Because he wanted to restore her vitality even for a moment, he asked the butler, Excuse me, could the bodyguard step back a bit before we start searching? The butler immediately refused. No, we cannot. It's due to safety regulations. If you intend to move around, we must accompany you. Kanglum used this excuse. How can I move around with so many eyes watching? I told you I have a plan. I need to find the artifact. Please cooperate. The butler eventually compromised. Very well, then we will maintain an optimal distance and provide protection. But do not forget that we are always watching. After that, he left with the bodyguards. Kanglum watched them leave and asked Yoon worriedly, Oh dear, you must be tired. She bowed her head and replied, Yes, they not only protect me but also monitor me. These words surprised him slightly. What? They monitor her, she said. Not only my grandfather's inheritance but also his will is missing, amidst fierce disputes among relatives trying to seize the assets. I almost lost my vulnerable position, Yoon said sadly. At this moment I am merely a puppet manipulated by my relatives. She told Kanglum that her schedule was decided down to the minute. Not just walks, even meals are political moves. Every word and action must follow a pre-prepared script. Yoon frowned. Clearly I have everything but nothing goes my way. She looked up at the distant sky and sighed. Sometimes I think, if only I could live just one day on my own terms. The atmosphere between the two grew heavier. Yoon said awkwardly, I should stop with my personal complaints, shouldn't I? Kanglum suddenly asked, What kind of day on your own terms would you like to experience? She hesitated and replied, Just like ordinary people. That's right, if possible I'd like to spend a relaxing day like my friends my age. He immediately praised her. You're a genius. If that's what's ordinary, I'm confident. As promised, I'll definitely find your artifact within a few days. But for just today, will you entrust it to me? Kanglum suddenly grabbed Yoon's hand and she was startled. What are you talking about? He pulled Yoon and they ran together. Kanglum grinned at her. What are you hesitating for? Shall we go on a holiday in London? Hearing that, Yoon was touched and blushed in embarrassment. Inside the dressing room of her general store, Yoon said worriedly, I don't know if this is all right. Kanglum from outside reassured her, saying cheerfully, It's all right, everything is going according to plan. I'll definitely find your grandfather's will within a few days, Yoon, reassured by his words, told him. All right, I trust you. but she still expressed her doubt. But I don't know if this outfit suits me. I've always only worn formal clothes. After that, she drew the curtain and came out, and Konglum, hearing her words, said arrogantly, "Doesn't it suit you too well? Besides, these clothes are just for disguise." Yoonyoung at this moment came out wearing a mysterious and elegant black outfit concealing her beauty within. She shyly asked Konglum, "How is it? Does it look strange?" Konglum's heart pounded when he saw her dressed like that, and he was momentarily stunned in embarrassment before replying, "Ah, of course, well, the disguise might not work very well, and the guilt won't disappear, but After that, he continued to praise her shyly. "You're pretty, no, I should say beautiful, it really suits you." Yoonyoung, hearing that, was too shy to say anything. She changed the subject and said, "Anyway, you're quite something. A high school student who managed to ditch the bodyguards and escape." Konglum, hearing her worry about that issue, said confidently, "I'm an escape expert. I don't even need to confront them. I didn't know they were still looking for them outside. They must be around here. Search thoroughly." Konglum, hearing their voices, said helplessly, This pattern again, damn it, I just made a slip of the tongue." They were then moving around searching for the two. Clearly, someone had reported that they were nearby, and they approached where Konglum and Yoonyoung were hiding. One of them asked the other, "Are they gone?" Konglum and Yoonyoung were lucky to hide in a corner at that moment, but the distance between them was so close that Yoonyoung's heart pounded with embarrassment. After that, she looked up at Konglum and her face blushed again. Konglum at this moment motioned to her and quietly said, "Shish, just bear with it a little longer." This made Yoonyoung even more embarrassed. Eventually they left and the two also stepped outside. Konglum took Yoonyoung to eat ice cream and asked her if it was delicious. After that, the two sat on the roadside drinking tea. Yoonyoung suggested they go play tennis, but Konglum refused, saying he didn't know how to play. However, when he imagined Yoonyoung playing tennis in a sexy way, Konglum harbored many impure thoughts. After that, the two continued to walk looking at the roadside flowers just like lovers. It was already night by this time. Konglum was surprised to hear Yoonyoung's words. "Oh really, is today your first time? Is this the first time you've been to a place like this today?" Yoonyoung nodded and said, "Yes, it's right nearby, but I've never thought of going." Konglum, hearing her words, said helplessly, "Are you really only focused on work and social life? If I had known earlier I would have come sooner." Yoonyoung was surprised to hear his words and asked, "What, sooner?" Konglum, hearing that, paused and changed the subject, saying, "It's nothing, but isn't it too dark here?" He raised his head and looked up at the streetlights. He said, "The streetlights here are different from ours." Konglum thought to himself, "Gae-hee, now I understand why you never thought of coming here." This girl was so comfortable with Konglum that she unconsciously wished time would stop, but wishing for the one a friend loves is impossible. She clenched her teeth, but Gae-hee hasn't realized her feelings yet. Yoonyoung suddenly stopped and Konglum bowed his head and asked her, "Yoonyoung, are you listening to me? How was today? Did you relieve all your fatigue?" At that moment the wind swept through Yoonyoung's hair. The streetlights had just turned on then. Yoonyoung stood under the brightly lit streetlight and said happily, "Yes, today was really enjoyable." Konglum nodded upon hearing that. "Then that's a relief." After that he said, "Wait for me a bit, I'll contact you again after I go to the US." Yoonyoung was surprised to hear that. "The US?" Konglum nodded and said, "Yeah, about half of the code has been deciphered. The remaining clues are scene transitions." Yoonyoung arrived home at this moment and the maid followed her, saying, "Young lady, Yoonyoung." Yoonyoung took out the mail addressed to her and opened the package. Inside was a marriage registration form with 2 signatures. Yoonyoung teared up and crumpled the paper. At this moment Mia was rushing somewhere on the street and simultaneously a car passed her. It turned out Yoonyoung was inside the car, and seeing Mia she had some suspicions. "Ms. Mia, perhaps you too." After that the two entered the classroom together. Yoonyoung shouted as she flung the door open. Konglum was also inside and a girl stood and said, "You're here?" Gae-hee and her group also heard the news and all buzzed with excitement. "Oh my, she's here, she's here." Sharon also heard the news, ran over and flung the door open. Konglum, Lammy also realized the news during the outdoor activity. Konglum, Sunbae. All three approached Yanga and she said, "Come in, I've been waiting." Kit King saw them all gathering together and scoffed in anger. "How did everyone appear? This is ridiculous. I clearly played a trick. You are just foolish puppets controlled by a few taps on my keyboard. You are just characters in a webtoon. Why are you trying to resist and rebel? You have no right to resist the author." Gae, hearing that, spoke. "I understood what Yanga explained, but why does it suddenly feel strange to be treated like a fictional character? Honestly, it's truly laughable. Of course, all my joys and sorrows until now, the day I was happy to debut, the day I was sad to lose my parents, the day I was angry when I was harmed. If all those days were just your playthings, how dirty would that feel? Perhaps this would be a complex debate about determinism and free will, but I don't think I need to think that complicatedly. I know nothing about the outside world or webtoons or anything other than myself, because the one who chooses the path ahead and makes decisions is me, standing right here. Even if you create a character exactly like us, the person standing before you is not a fictional character, but me, you Gae," Lammy also said proudly. "It was something decided in my heart a long time ago. From the moment Konglum Sunbae broke fate and saved me," Sharon also calmly said to the system creator. "Even if you manipulate our memories, our existence here proves it." Gae at this moment concluded with a statement that even surprised Konglum. "Simply put, the fact that my webtoon self and Konglum appeared here, that's what it is." Kit King was seething with anger. "This is ridiculous. The story changed, you people. I won't let you get away with this. I can't forgive you. How dare vile characters mess with my work?" She held the malfunctioning tablet in her hand. A drone camera flew at her, laughing loudly. "You can't do anything, can you? I don't know who's controlling this, but they're really showing off. An electromagnetic interference network has been laid throughout the dormitory. You won't be able to use electronic devices without special countermeasures. Kit King barely recognized the voice. Bang Yerim, why are you here? She would never forgive Kit Pit King. What, it's your fault, you used me and tormented my friends, she thought to herself. I don't know what he's doing, but it can't be a supernatural power like omnipotence. I just need to get out of the interference network and go somewhere else. Kit Pit King ran as if flying forward, not forgetting to remind him. Protagonist, you can do anything but please buy me some time, Kanglum shouted. He escaped. Don't let him get away. As long as Gehi is here, nothing will get past her. Don't worry. Leave the chase to me. Unexpectedly, rocks split and fell in front of her. Ingong appeared right in front of Gehi, startling her. You really still haven't come to your senses. He was acting crazy, clearly jealous of him. I don't know. Are they all brainwashed by Kanglum? Gehi briefly explained to Ingong. And she was busy, so she couldn't waste time. The situation is like this, do you understand? There's no time, so move quickly. He kept asking about the webtoon as if he had fallen from the sky. You expect me to believe that now, that I'm just a character in a comic book? She still analyzed carefully. Honestly, I don't know either, but you were used by Kit Pit King. If you think normally, you'll understand. Despite the urgent situation, Ingong thought about the past, but it had nothing to do with the current situation. I saved you guys and we had good memories. I know it's not a good time to say this, but it was impossible to tell if he was being sincere or pretending. Sharon hugged herself and her friends tightly. Sharon felt her life had suddenly changed. Ironically, thanks to the recent terrible incidents, Lammy also became more cautious. Thanks to this, we became more convinced of one thing, and Kanglum was very confused listening to their conversation. I also wonder why he's acting so emotional. But that's not the result. My memory was also manipulated. I thought the protagonist saved me, but can I trick Gehi with a few words? If I don't tell that story, nothing will be suspicious. She resolutely turned and left. Certainly my love for him hasn't changed. Rather, as my memories returned, I became even more convinced it's not that I like Na Kanglum because he saved me, but that I like him because he is the one who saved me. After all, these feelings are clearly feelings of love. The three girls surrounded him, expressing their affection one by one. I want to say it too, me too. Kanglum, Sunbae, Gehi, Sharon and she simultaneously said, me too, I love you. Mia was so aggrieved that she could only just now speak. Me too. Why is everyone interrupting? It's noisy. My head hurts, me too. While this side was busy, Yerim felt dizzy amidst the surging crowd. You guys. If you keep doing this, Yunga will be happy now and then. Nari was very puzzled. Wait, what are the unnies doing? He clenched his fists in rage. Unexpectedly, no one is on my side. Ingong slammed into the wall behind him, causing an explosion. The girls only now whispered to each other. It's open. Hurry and chase. There's no time. Hurry. As he brushed past, he heard him mumble. What? Was I wrong? Kanglum evaluated the previous story. Before talking about romantic comedies or horror movies, I want to say this. The protagonist is pure and passionate, but a bit too much. Ingong is really lonely. He feels like the whole world has abandoned him. I don't know, but why is no one there for me alone? He thought. Mine, I definitely won't give up. No, I told you before. I won't give you to anyone. Kanglum could now confidently claim his girls as Gehi suddenly stopped. Sharon and Lammy were also confused. It turns out Kit Pit King was in front of her. Why is she following me? 5 minutes ago, she had planned everything. I need to completely escape this outdoor activity location. I'll hide in the forest and calmly use my power. Pit King was very confident as she was the author of the story. Then this way, this is a shortcut. She unexpectedly encountered a stranger standing in the dark. Youngsu's solemn appearance made others suspicious. Kit King was startled. What, it was you? Are you trying to stop me too? Damn it, why are you doing this? I helped you get close to Lim. She continued to test his limits with harsh words. Oh right, move. If you don't move, I'll use my power. If I use my power, your relationship with Lim will shatter. Youngsu had changed like another person. You're really foolish. Still haven't come to your senses. He took off his glasses and his words contained a hidden meaning. Do you still think you're a middle school or high school student? Why are you only having futile fantasies like in a comic book? Youngsu was muttering to himself. He seemed self-centered. Who in the world would carry your bag for you and speak arrogantly like your slave? She didn't understand. Youngsu, stop talking like that. What are you saying? Is it because of your sister? He broke his glasses in one go and revealed his identity. That's the story of this body's owner. I mean Shinyu, Clang. I'm just helping out in return for borrowing his body. This traumatized Kit King. What? The power in Youngsu's body is abnormal. Still don't understand? It seems his identity is no lower than yours. I am another agent from down below. Kit King was gripped by disbelief and fear. What? This guy. Flames and wind erupted from his body. That's truly absurd. Now she should be scared too, is that right? Gulp. Youngsu only spoke difficult words. If, as the agent I met before explained, I am an enforcer. He clearly said it was the final battle, so how did you escape? He unexpectedly reminded Kit Pit King. If you don't immediately return to that place, your life will end in failure. She was confused. That can't be. What on earth is Youngsu trying to do? Why is he doing this? These are your actions. Do you feel wronged when you suffer a loss yourself? She began to worry. Damn it, this guy is another agent. Ahai and the other children know nothing about the agents or the core clues of the battle. Everything was swirling in Kit Pit King's head. Surely Yunaji must have told them all of this. At this moment, Na Kanglum didn't know that the memories of others had returned, so he had no chance to speak. Then they know the core clue. That's right, even as the author I can't control my own story. More importantly, the flames and wind seem to come from a fantasy novel, Yangsu said triumphantly. Now go back quickly. Go back and accept your ending, Kilpit King asked him, not knowing what he was thinking. Then just one thing, give me one more hint, so that the protagonist no longer suspects me and I can use my power there. He suddenly softened his heart. I can only do that much. Alright, I'll give you more. She returned to the starting point with a vain dream. Good. I can win if I fight the protagonist head-on. He felt disillusioned with life. Why are you following me? Kit King hesitated and said, I don't want to either. She immediately pointed at Kanglum and commanded, Protagonist, obey me from now on. This is an order. The other agent guaranteed it, so you don't need to think anymore. Ingong, who was standing nearby, also stiffened. He and the girls said nothing. Her system had an error. Why is it doing this? Why isn't it working? Kanglum didn't know whether to believe her or not. Who is this other agent you mentioned? When I met the agent, I confirmed it. He said he was the only one. He still insisted. I was worried about an unreasonable development, so I asked him if there were more people like him. He said he was the only one. Kit King couldn't believe she had been deceived. That can't be. Yangsu's image appeared in her memory. Kit King still hadn't learned her expensive lesson. I almost logged everyone out of this world, that disgusting trashy guy. He tricked me. Yangsu seemed satisfied with the result. He grinned and said, tricked you well, didn't I? Yangsu had already prepared the equipment in advance. Art fireworks set, firecrackers were actually just small magic. Hologram projector, large fan to send fireworks in a dark environment. LED lighting system, small fan to blow a cape. He was determined to kill him. Now let's finish this, my servant. No, Kanglum. Yangsu had an internal spy in his group. All talk, but he couldn't do anything alone. Harem helped him prepare the equipment, and I got the core clues through the code. He was excited. I need to report mission complete. The noisy classroom during break time was originally normal. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Kanglum was waiting for the girl he wanted to meet. He immediately explained everything to Sunabu about the girl named Kit King. So she's an agent. She asked Kanglum's opinion. Does Lim like this kind of thing? I don't know what kind of plan they exchanged, but she was very confident about helping like a secret knight. Kilpit King was furious as the computer kept reporting system errors. No, move. I told you to move. This can't be. It can't end like this. Gehi was loosening her wrist just in case. I don't know, but you don't seem to have anything now, do you? It's over, isn't it? She was fidgeting, unsure what to do. Just a moment. I have a proposal. Kit King still tried to shift responsibility to others. From the beginning I had no intention of harming any of you. I just want to return to my world, so I'll negotiate with the agent. There must be a compromise that satisfies all of us. Of course, she wasn't someone who would be easily fooled like that. Is that all you can think of? Even kneeling and begging won't be enough. Shuren would never forgive a traitor either. It seems you haven't grasped the situation yet. You have no choice now. I don't know why, but even amidst all this you're making demands brazenly. If I had to choose one, I'd choose that laptop. Will you exchange it or just give it to me in the end? Kit King had no choice but to hand over the computer with both hands. I'll give it to you. Kanglum quickly examined the data. By the way, how do you use this power? Yanga, standing nearby, said worriedly. If it's an illusion, should I scream? He thought, its owner surely knows well. It'd be faster to ask him. Hey Kit King, tell me how to use it. Gehi, just out of boredom, delivered a light physical attack. Kit King's face was swollen and she was puzzled why she was hit. I gave it to you. So why? She told him the reason. I asked if I should exchange it or just give it. I didn't say I wouldn't hit you if you just gave it. Nari felt this was unfair to her. Unnie, really, why are you dirtying your own hands? Kanglum couldn't bear to watch the trick she showed Rahi. Here's a more convenient method. A huge earthquake shook the entire castle. Gehi, ignoring Kit King lying at her feet, asked him, Hey boss, what are you doing with that computer? Yanga guessed. Is it an earthquake? Kanglum was surprised to find information on the computer. No, it's like the castle collapsing after defeating the Demon King, he shouted as if he hadn't known before. No, it's just collapsing. You and the protagonist broke it down a while ago. Lamy tried to persuade everyone. Let's run away first. Shuren was worried, trapped here. But the exit. The drone camera flew over and transmitted information. Go up to the rooftop. I'll pick everyone up with a helicopter. She thought this was a good idea. Alright, but what about this person? He's unconscious. Kanglum still couldn't untangle all the questions in his mind. Take him, I still have things to ask him. Who would have imagined? Gehi carried Pit King on her shoulder and ran up the stairs. The girls also hastily chased after her. Kanglum felt uneasy as he hurried away. What is this? I've been feeling like I've forgotten something since earlier. It turned out he had forgotten his injured friend. He couldn't move. Oh right, Kong Hochul. Since they were originally best friends, he was being helped by Ingong. He would keep his word and take Hochul. I understood the whole situation. Kanglum didn't want to leave anyone behind. Aren't you coming with us? This place is going to collapse completely. Ingong carefully helped him up. I have to go out right now. Kanglum really cherishes her. Gehi, I'm leaving it to you. When Gehi turned around, he was gone. What are you doing? Come on quickly. Kanglum hastily caught up with everyone. Yeah, the protagonist was swept away by the collapsing building that day, disappearing into the flames and never reappeared before us. Yoon was waiting in front of the helicopter, waiting for everyone to arrive. He couldn't take his eyes off the fiercely burning flames. Perhaps not only Kanglum but everyone was afraid. The helicopter prepared to leave this dangerous place. He wanted to reconfirm the information. It's really over now, right? We got rid of her, right? Gehi didn't seem to have any intention of putting her down. I have a lot to say, but first, thank you to Nari and Yanga. She first set the rhythm, and Osa and everyone said simultaneously. I'm sorry, Kanglum had exhausted his strength. It's okay, I understand without you saying it. Let's go back quickly, I'm so tired. Mia disappeared before she could even speak, but he still vividly remembered all the moments he shared with the girls. Besides, we haven't even had a campfire during this outdoor activity, have we? I can't miss that. The landing spot is too far, so we'll have to walk a lot. Kanglum saw that she was having a hard time and wanted to switch to an easier task. You Gehi, I'll carry Kit Pit King and you carry the computer. Anyway, the computer is more important than that guy. The group walked along the road immersed in a happiness that no one could catch up to. They talked about the future, putting aside boring past stories. Of course, the future wasn't that grand either. For example, what they wanted to eat, and what they would do to make up for this outdoor activity. It was as if everything had found its place, ordinary but always hoped for. Simple but very interesting stories. Gehi stopped again. Wait a minute, even though everything is over, there's one thing that needs to be clarified. That made him a little scared. Huh, what are you talking about? Her face flushed because she hadn't received an answer yet. That thing just now, aren't you going to officially answer it? That thing is a bit embarrassing, but we confess to you, saying it so honestly. If Kanglum doesn't answer, how can we move on to the next step? In his heart, he already had his own answer. Actually, I thought I answered quite well, right? It's important to clarify. Remember what I told you girls back in the multicultural club? The girls listened intently as Kanglum expressed his feelings. Kit Pit King chuckled as he tried to create a tense atmosphere. In the end, I realized. Kanglum couldn't help but be surprised. What? When did you come to your senses? Why are you laughing? Are you crazy? She said, as if intentionally provoking him. If you want a happy ending so badly, you should definitely kill me. Kit King always played strange tricks. Otherwise, I'll want to sprinkle chili powder on a perfectly good meal. We're going to watch fireworks instead of a campfire. I can't use my power without the computer, but the manager told me during our first meeting. He didn't clearly explain why, but it was good to know this weakness. It's very difficult to use power with a human body. You can use it, but only on yourself. The manager told her one method. Generally, in such cases, you use an intermediary. That computer is fine. Kit King was triumphant, thinking she was the only one who could control this story. The computer is just a tool, the power is still mine. Laugh, just get used to using it on yourself and you can do it alone. She spoke as if she knew the future. The traffic accident on the last day of the outdoor activity is happening right now. Be my stand-in. Before Kanglum could understand what was happening, she killed me. I don't know why her name is Kit King. What's a damn happy ending? Let's all die together. A truck really was rushing towards them. He and Kit King seemed to jump in front of the car. Kanglum had no other choice, damn it. The girls reached out to save him, but the car didn't seem to stop. The car headlights shone brightly in front of Kanglum's eyes. He could no longer feel anything. The moment that dazzling light covered the world, all 7 girls rushed towards him. In the middle of the road, memories flooded back to those girls, memories with Na Kanglum. Probably countless loops of memories that even Na Kanglum couldn't fully remember. They were struggling to achieve something. Kanglum snapped back to consciousness but was still confused. The guide said to him, "Are you awake?" After looking around, Kanglum asked puzzled, "Where is this place?" He explained that this place was like a gap between 2 worlds. The guide said that his presence here was entirely in accordance with the facts. According to the laws of nature, you would have died in a truck accident in your previous life, but fortunately, you've come to another world. Because you defeated Kit King, the world is being rebuilt, and you were accidentally caught up in it. He seemed to explain but didn't explain. Perhaps the codes were mixed up, causing an error. It's all thanks to the girls who like you. The guide could only understand that this power occurred because the girls wanted to hold him in this world. They wanted to be with you, so they temporarily shook the order of the world. Of course, this was also the first time he had encountered such a case. Perhaps this phenomenon should be called Kanglum's miracle. He didn't like it at all. Why does that sound so cheap and lucky? His brain drank water again, and with sparkling eyes he put it down instead. How about the power of love? The guide was also unimpressed. He even used his own body as an example. Can it loosen stiff limbs? Should I really go out honestly now? How can you endure such a situation? It was truly a weapon of annihilation. I didn't know he was so sensitive, but I also agree with the spirit of love and peace. So the world of goddesses will truly collapse in this way. Kanglum didn't want to leave them at all. Hey, what about my girls then? What will happen? Bring them to the same world as me, the guide said with a blank face. What are you talking about? You guys were originally from the same world. Did you have a nightmare? He lay down comfortably as his mind relaxed. It was a setting, thank goodness, the guide seemed to urge him. They've already gone back first. Now only you are left, but before that, tell me what reward you want. Kanglum was still in a daze. Reward? What reward? He recalled his memories. Don't you remember? I said I'd grant you one wish from the beginning. Kit Pit King spoke without stopping for a long time. Ah, you think the reward is insufficient compared to what you went through? Although it was bonus time after Shinabel, okay, I'll reward you more. Actually, I've already discussed it with the manager in advance. I told him I'd grant you one wish when you returned to your original world. Kanglum barely remembered. Oh right, it was there. It means if I listen well and go back I'll get one wish, but is it still valid now? Didn't listen well and didn't go back. The guide had everything. The blue flame user doesn't speak twice. Tell me, is it money, or is it only one thing Kanglum hoped for in his heart? I don't need it, I just want to be with the girls. He knew that with them he could have everything. That's all I need, no other wishes. The guide felt as if there was something wrong with his ears. Okay, I've heard your wish so I'll handle it appropriately, just like the story of the golden spoon. A blue aura emanated from his hand. Am I going back? The guide said goodbye. Yes, I have to go punish Kit King first. He also cherished Kanglum very much. Good job, you truly deserve to be happy. He finally opened his eyes. Kanglum returned to the school classroom. Is class over? He thought the cycle of time had repeated again. Where are they? Have they returned to their original places? I worried for nothing. His phone wasn't there. I'll know as soon as I go to the multicultural club. There was a promotional flyer on the door. Recruiting for the multi-purpose culture experience department. A yellow post-it note caught Kanglum's eye. She explained so he wouldn't be confused. Oh, you heard the manager's explanation too, right? So we're moving the multicultural club, so come to this address. Kanglum hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. Thank goodness, it's the same world as the original, but they're moving the multicultural club. What does that mean? He stared at one spot. Standing in front of the house where the poster was put up, Kanglum couldn't press the doorbell. Is it here? After much thought and looking at the poster, he opened the door without hesitation and entered. Excuse me. Countless pairs of women's shoes were placed outside the door. Kanglum never imagined he would have his name on a property list. What? Properly handling it meant giving me real estate? Thank you, but a live interview was being broadcast on TV. Yes, next up is entertainment news. The MC introduced him like a fan. Famous actor Min Wook is getting married again. Mr. Min Wook's third marriage will proceed according to the polygamy law enacted a few years ago. Kanglum couldn't understand why he was standing there listening to this. The girl's footsteps came down the stairs. Oh, what? Has Osa come? Kanglum, come in, Ron. Ani was waiting. Kanglum, Oppa, Senior, you're too late, darling. Did you hear the news? Kanglum, we Oppa, here later. He couldn't help but be surprised by the manager's swift action. Is this how he handles it? Changing even the laws of the world? Then the girl simultaneously rushed to Kanglum and said, let's live together, let's live together. Kit King tumbled into another space. She rubbed her head and said, am I dead? She turned her head this way and that, asking blankly, where am I now? Ah, I was hit by a truck, so this must be the afterlife. The original manager appeared and said, no, unfortunately, Na Kanglum saved you, so you're alive too. Kill Pit King looked at the manager in surprise and said, what? Na Kanglum, that guy is still alive. The manager looked at her and replied, that guy went where he needed to go. The world of goddesses will soon be destroyed, and accordingly the existence of goddesses in the original world will also disappear. Kit King, angered, clutched her head with both hands and complained, ah, how annoying it ended up like this. Then if I go back I have to create a goddess from scratch again. I really hate it, but I can't help it, at least I'm alive. The manager looked at her and said calmly, well, your illness disappeared when you won the game with me. But since you lost the fight with Na Kanglum, you have to pay the price, right? Kill Pit King asked blankly, what? What else? The manager cleared up her confusion. I clearly told you to use your power secretly so no one would see it. Did you think everything was over just because you abused your power and lost? A comic artist who doesn't even know about exchange? The manager added. From now on you can only recreate goddesses in this space. Kill Pit King sat on the floor, looked at the manager and asked, here, where is here? The manager replied, the gap between worlds. Kit King stood up, turned her back to the manager, shrugged and smiled. Doesn't matter, they'll feed me right, and the computer and tools too. Of course, okay, then there's no problem, just keep quiet, just keep recreating, the manager firmly retorted. No, even if you recreate everything you can't leave this place now. There's a name for this room over there, so read it. Kit King asked what the name of the room was after hearing that. It was Time and Psychiatry. In front of her was a quite large door and the word room was engraved above it. If you don't get 10 points you can't leave here. Kit King's mouth dropped open at the sight of the door, completely shocked. She was flustered, unable to believe it. Kit King then fell to her knees and shouted loudly towards the sky. No, how many years will it take? About 500 million years. Just like pressing a button, she has to correct her way of thinking as an author. The manager could only helplessly watch her miserably scream in front of him. Meanwhile, Ingong was walking along the road, he thought as he walked. I've never doubted my justice. I thought that if I had good intentions, the results would also be good. He looked down at the paper in his hand and continued to think, but no, I was wrong. I have to earn points. I have to remember it as a lesson. This is the price for my mistake. Pro X Ingong thought he would study hard looking at the ballot. After that he quietly left and muttered to himself that he wouldn't make noise. Suddenly he bumped into two girls. Ingong hastily said, I'm sorry. It turned out to be Hong Soo-yeon and Hong Chae-young. Ingong was interrupted by their fight before he could even say, are you okay? Chae-young scolded Soo-young. This is all your fault, Soo-young. Soo-young retorted without backing down. You're the one who overslept, Chae-young. Ingong watched their argument and happily said, oh, what's going on? What are you all so worried about? He paused before finishing his sentence. After that, Ingang's expression was no longer cheerful and excited. He looked a bit gloomy. He looked at Sooyoung and Chaeyoung and said, "No, if you don't mind, could you all calm down and tell me what's wrong at school?" Gaehee stood at the podium reading her speech. "That concludes my speech. Valedictorian Yu Gaehee." Below the dais, Kanglam, along with Yoonyoung, Shuren, Yanga, and many other students, listened to Gaehee's speech. Next, we will hear a speech from the student body representative. Student body representative Ju Lamy, class 3 to 5. Sunlight shone on the school and a gentle breeze carried cherry blossom petals. Kanglam looked ahead and said awkwardly, "How should I put it? Graduation ceremonies are never fun." Gaehee put her hands on her hips, tilted her head and said, "That's understandable. Because true goodbyes are painful." Yanga stood beside him and said softly, "Yeah, luckily everyone said they'd be living nearby." Yoonyoung, Shuren, and Lamy stood together. Shuren said, "Then we can think of this as a multi-purpose cultural center." Lamy frowned and said, "At first I thought I had another year left." Yoonyoung smiled and said, "Of course, we might part ways sometimes for work, but times have changed, so there are many ways like video calls." Kanglam looked at his three friends beside him and said helplessly, "Speaking of which, I've been thinking, isn't the name Multipurpose Cultural Center a bit strange? It doesn't mean that originally." Just then another voice was heard. "What's strange?" Mia and Nari approached. Mia said with a blush, "You can't call it the House of Love." Nari stepped forward and said, "How about the luxurious home of the perverted oppa living with 7 girls? Then let's call it a multi-purpose residence." Kanglam put his hands in his pants pockets, looked up at the cherry blossom branches and said, "But graduation ceremonies, leaving school are moving." Nari looked at Kanglam and said, "Because oppa has come too far." "Because then?" Kanglam still looked at the cherry blossom tree and replied nonchalantly, "In terms of time, that's true. The rest of a long life might be tied up here." Kanglam continued blankly, "But it has its own value. Actually, the pain of looping seems to be nothing more than a solitude no one knows compared to death or other pains." Yoonyoung smiled and said, "Now you know." The moment Kanglam reached out his hand, Mia said, It's fragmentary, like a scene from a movie, but it left a strong impression." Yoonyoung approached and asked, "All right, now finish it off coolly." Kanglam asked, "How what?" Yoonyoung continued, "A fun congratulatory speech, no matter how cliché, I'll tolerate it today." Kanglam raised his hand, cleared his throat and said, Then Kanglam said, "Today's graduation ceremony is just the beginning." Before he could finish, Yoonyoung turned her back and walked away, saying with a disgusted expression, "I'll stop it, you're still doing it half-heartedly." Kanglam shouted, "Hey!" Yanga laughed. "Ahaha." Lamy carefully frowned and said, "It's a bit much to say that when we're not even parting ways." Shuren calmly said, "On second thought, everyone today." Kanglam said, "All right, let's go first." Under the cherry blossom tree, Yanga looked at Gaehee and said, "The fight with Gaehee has become meaningless." Gaehee closed one eye and said, lost in thought, "Oh, not really, because later, the order." Shuren approached and asked with wide eyes, "Did we finally break the one chance?" Lemmy stood in front, looked sideways and smiled triumphantly. "Isn't this 0.1? No, 0.01? Yoonyoung walked, crossing her arms, and said, "The real round starts tomorrow." Nari sighed from behind and said, "Yes, because the Unis will be at home together all day." "Phew," Mia followed from behind, frowning. "Let me tell you in advance, your molar shouldn't go first." Kanglam slowly put his hands in his pants pockets and followed the girls, then suddenly stopped, seeing something behind him. A dark shadow walked away, turning its back on him. He silently turned around and looked at the shadow. Kanglam turned his head, glanced back and smiled meaningfully. "I want to say something, but I don't know what to say." "You'll definitely make it." 7 years later, the Café 7 ma'am was noisy and lively. Someone observed the cafe from afar and said, "Why are there so many people here? Don't you know, it's super hot online here." Because of rumors that the part-timers are super pretty. The person's gaze turned to the drinks on the tables and the people talking. "I heard they're full-time employees. They change every day and all 7 employees are pretty. Not just pretty." A man approached a woman. The man said, "Excuse me, but could I get your number?" Before he could finish, the woman quickly said, "Oh, I'm sorry." It turned out to be Nari. Her appearance had changed slightly compared to 7 years ago, the most noticeable being her short hair. Nari covered her face with both hands and laughed with a very bright and lively expression, saying, "I have a boyfriend. We're engaged. We even had a hot night last night, hee." At that, the man said slightly incredulously, "What?" As Nari was happily grinning, a tall shadow approached her and said, "Excuse me, customer. Your request is prohibited." At that, the man standing in front of the counter was slightly flustered. That person was none other than Na Kanglam. "To reintroduce myself, my name is Na Kanglam and I have no special superpowers." Kanglam introduced himself. "I am the cafe owner, house husband, manager and personal driver." Nari complained, "In short, you're saying you're an omnipotent husband, oppa." Kanglam replied helplessly, "Could you not rub salt in my wounds? I forgot again." Nari covered her mouth with one hand, coughed, then smiled gently and said, "Now I can understand oppa's heart completely." Kanglam didn't know if this was all right, but these were very peaceful days. Kanglam inwardly marveled. To put it simply, there are days with long stories. Now his fiancées live together and take turns helping out at the shop every day. He smiled and cheerfully operated the machine at the counter, saying, he secretly looked at Nari, who was using the coffee machine next to him. Today, as you can see, was Nari's day to help out at the shop. Frankly, using her as an ordinary employee was too much of a luxury. Her beauty was second to none in capturing attention. And he recalled Nari's time after graduation, when she went on to study political science and diplomacy. Serving as a UN representative and helping children in need in various countries, Nari initially surprised everyone, but she achieved everything she wanted. Now, seeking flexible hours, she had stepped back and was working as a freelance translator. Nari was currently leisurely drinking tea and reading the newspaper. He recalled Nari's crazy demeanor 7 years ago. Of course, due to Nari's unique personality, there were quite a few troublesome incidents, but since they were living peacefully together, perhaps it was all right. He now looked at Nari leisurely placing desserts on a large tray and saw her making desserts as a hobby. In fact, it was beyond a hobby. She was the most proud treasure of the shop. Konglum crossed his arms at the drink counter and frowned, saying, "I need to make the sign bigger. No asking for numbers here." Nari still calmly covered her face with her hands and replied, "It's all right, it's better because it attracts customers." Nari suddenly hugged Kanglum's arm and he was slightly surprised. She smiled happily and said, "Oppa and I are really affectionate, aren't we?" Nari's actions drew envy from the shop's customers. Kanglum sat in the car, started the engine and reached for Yoonyoung's phone. A voice came from the other end of the line. "Honey, are you at the shop now?" Kanglum smiled and replied, "No, I'm driving. You go in first. Everyone's been so busy lately that we haven't had much time to eat together. I was thinking of making some stew for a change." Kanglum was slightly surprised by what Yoonyoung said on the other end of the phone. "Ha, you're coming late because you have work?" Inside the flying airplane, a white hand lifted a teacup and said, "No, I'm on a plane right now." Yoonyoung, looking more mature with time, sat on the plane holding the phone in one hand and the teacup in the other, talking to Kanglum. "Actually, I'm returning a bit earlier. If Oppa's at the shop, could you pick me up?" Yoonyoung had been serving as a UN representative and aiding children in need in various countries. Yoonyoung had accumulated knowledge over the years and now wielded political influence globally. Recently, she had been supporting non-profit organizations without borders. She also announced a 100-year vision plan for world peace. To reiterate, it was world peace, thanks to which she was selected as a prominent figure by IMS. But to Kanglum he brought the phone close to his mouth and said, "All right, see you later." The last thing Kanglum said as he hung up was, "I love you, Yoonyoung." At that her face turned bright red and she looked visibly flustered. But Kanglum actually just thought, "She's a cute girl." Kanglum was driving and listening to the news. A reporter said, "Next up is entertainment news. It's Ms. Mia, widely known as Bao," Kanglum exclaimed. "Oh, she's even on the news." The white car screeched to a halt. Mia, wearing a black coat and crossing her arms, stood waiting at the door. She frowned and said, "You're too fast." Mia got into the car, crossed her arms and said uncomfortably, "Why are you 10 minutes early?" "Phew, I haven't even bought a drink yet." Kanglum looked back at her, raised the coffee cup in his hand and said, "Oh, I figured that might happen, so I brought one from the shop." Mia had become a celebrity 7 years later. She confidently held a microphone and sang on stage. Mia was walking the path she had long pursued. She occasionally held concerts, but the response grew increasingly positive, and she was now active as a singer. Of course, she also acted. However, there were also many shocking scandals that followed. For example, dating and cohabitation. Famous actress Ms. Yu is cohabiting with a man and several other women have also been found. But so what? Yes, it's not like there's no core issue there. No, there are too many. The newspaper published an article with Kanglum's blank face titled "Publicly Confirmed Relationship with Manager and Cohabitation." The two stated that they were in a serious relationship. Looking back at past TV program clips, fortunately, people's reactions were quite warm. A scene appeared on TV where Kanglum teased Mia, causing her face to blush. The biggest reason was probably that she was a skilled actress and she showed a different cute side of herself in programs and photos which people liked. Kanglum looked at Mia and thought, "I think that's Mia's charm too." Mia still said uncomfortably, "Anyway, don't come too early next time." Kanglum calmly looked sideways and said, "Oh Mia, I think your earring fell off." At that her face turned bright red and she looked flustered. Mia turned towards Kanglum and poked his shoulder. Kanglum glanced at her, then raised one hand and said, "Just kidding." Kanglum pinched Mia's cheek and said, "Haha, you're really too cute." Mia was flustered by Kanglum's sudden action and blushed, saying, "Oh Mr. Kanglum," in the parking lot. At the same time, Yuna and Shirin were sitting in the car. Kanglum saw the two and said, "Oh Shirin Unni." Kanglum said, "When did you come back to Korea? If you'd told me in advance I would have picked you up." Yuna opened the car door, got out and replied, "Unni has to go again. I just came to meet Shirin for a moment." Kanglum smiled and replied, "Unni, have you eaten? If not, eat before you go. Tonight's dinner is stew." Before he could finish, Shirin ran to Kanglum and hugged him tightly. Yuna cautiously said, "Will it be all right now if an eighth wife is added?" Mia and Shirin heard that and exclaimed in surprise simultaneously, "No, no." Yuna walked away and said, I bought some alcohol as a gift from duty free." Mia heard that and followed Yuna, saying, "Oh, I'll help you with that." Shirin still hugged Kanglum tightly and said in a sweet voice, "Unni, just wait a little. Kanglum Oppa is recharging his energy." Yuna understood Shirin's intention and skillfully said, "All right, I'll recharge him quickly." Shirin became a professional gamer in her 3rd year of high school. She achieved many accomplishments and a brilliant career and was now taking a break. Shirin triumphantly smiled and gave a thumbs up with a game competition trophy behind her. Following that, Shirin practiced morning yoga and consistently exercised and danced. Initially it was for health and warming up, but she found it enjoyable and was now diligently training to participate in city bodybuilding competitions. Shirin still held Kanglum tightly and showed no sign of letting go. Kanglum smiled gently. hugged Shirin and said, "Hey, whether it's her natural field or not, she excels in both, so these days Yura Uni sees leadership qualities in her and seems quite eager to have her." A moment later Shirin lifted her head. At this her face turned as red as a tomato. She shyly said, "Kanglum Oppa us." Kanglum calmly looked down at Shirin's flushed face and said, I won't let go, let's just stay like this until we go home." As he entered the house, Kanglum took off his outerwear and folded it with both hands. His phone on the bed rang with a YouTube notification. Lamiling's live broadcast had ended. A pair of legs hurried over. Lami rushed to Kanglum, arms outstretched, and said, "Sunbae, you're here?" Kanglum looked at the person in front of him and said, "Oh, Lami." Kanglum was pushed onto the bed by Lami, then asked, "Just finished your live? You worked hard." Lami rubbed against his chest and said, "Yes, it was really tough." After that, she just rubbed her head against Kanglum's body without a word. Lami became an explorer after graduation. As she wished, Lami was doing tarot and travel streaming. She traveled to many countries and also wrote articles. She tried to take me with her, but the situation was such. Lami appeared holding Kanglum's hand and going despite everyone's opposition. However, there were places too dangerous to go alone, so either everyone went together or no one went. Lami posed like a cat, wearing headphones and a large t-shirt. But are you curious why she's only at home these days? It's because she's interested in creating content on YouTube. She created AIO Lamia. These days she's more interested in that than tarot live streaming. Kanglum reversed the situation, pushing Lami onto the bed and saying, "Then since we're all off work, shall we take a bath together?" No. Lami was stunned to hear that. "How, a bath?" He leaned his face close to Lami and teased her. You pushed me onto the bed so you thought you could escape from me." Lami was flustered at this. Her words stuttered a little. "Ah well." Lami's face turned beet red. She covered her face with both hands. But today, seeing Lami's face turn red from his teasing, unable to look at him, Kanglum sat up, narrowed his eyes and laughed. "All right, I'll let you off, we're having dinner together." Inside the room, Yanga was diligently drawing on her tablet. Kanglum approached from behind, rested his face on her shoulder and asked, "Still at it?" Yanga stopped her pen, glanced at Kanglum and said, "Oh Kanglum, you're here? I'm almost done." Kanglum didn't believe her. He whined, "Come on, stop. You said you'd be free in 6 or 7 days. Yanga rubbed her head against Kanglum's and said, "But then I can't go far with Kanglum on the holiday. When I work I have to do it properly." Kanglum looked at the character on the tablet that looked exactly like him and said, "Oh right, Yanga. Now that I think about it, the responsibility for speaking this time is..." Yanga is of course still working as a professional cartoonist. Unlike other cartoonists, she draws romantic comedies and even the male protagonist in them is modeled after me. Kanglum rested his chin on his hand, observing the character inspired by him, and mused, "His nose seems too pointy." Yanga and Kanglum then sat in chairs and talked. Yanga looked very excited like everyone else. "I also serve as Yanga's manager. Recently she completed a new work featuring 7 heroes, and during an idea meeting, Yanga stretched and said, It's done, I've finished this week too." Kanglum suddenly picked Yanga up. She had no time to resist. He said, "Good, now let's go eat." Kanglum scratched his head in the kitchen wearing an apron and said, Dinner's all ready." Actually today was. Kanglum secretly glanced at the 6 girls sitting at the dining table. Today was also quite a special day. Finally he could announce it to my lovely babies, but now it was almost time. As he was untying his apron, the doorbell rang outside the door. He said, "They're here." As soon as Kanglum said, "They're here," someone quickly rushed in. Gehi hugged Kanglum's waist and said, I love you today too." Gehi continued her modeling career after graduation and even launched collaborative products with various fashion brands. Kanglum said as Gehi looked at him and acted cute, "All right, I told you not to explain it every time." Gehi became a businesswoman, probably getting the idea from there and starting her own company. She created an app that recommends suitable outfits to users every day. You just input the clothes you own and the app tells you how to dress. Furthermore, there's an algorithm that recommends products based on your taste. I don't know, but it is said that the vastness of the database and the powerful brands featured in the app are the most important. With her modeling career, she built up a lot of good connections and signed contracts with various brands, not just cosmetics but also spas. Gehi shook hands with a man as numerous cameras captured the moment between her and the man. So to call it a startup, it might be too grand. Gehi, CEO of a multi-billion-won company. Below there was a pink business card that read Octopus Corset. Gehi closed her eyes and said seriously, "Anyway, everything went well with Kanglum Oppa's work. Oh right, I have something to tell you today." She sat on Kanglum's lap, crossed her legs and turned to face him saying, "Hi, it tastes bad, Oppa will eat it for you." Gehi put a cherry in her mouth and opened it. "Here." Kanglum's face turned red and he was flustered by her actions. Nari quickly said, "Honey, it's still my day today," Gehi said triumphantly. "Hi, eating time is shared, isn't it?" Kanglum regained his composure and said, Besides honey, I have something to tell you." He and Gehi sat in the center of the dining table and declared, "I told you before that if I achieved my goal, everyone could go out this week, right?" Hong Kong's society had unusually accepted polygamy culture. Although they were living together, they hadn't held a wedding yet. "This was entirely my decision." Old memories resurfaced. Kanglum watched TV, surrounded by many girls. Kanglum looked at the paper in his hand. Even as a householder, he wanted to collect congratulatory money. His face suddenly became unsightly when he thought the proportion of Nard's daily necessities was too high. Of course, to be precise, he received help from various places for daily necessities, cafe furniture, etc. Of course, just because I collected it doesn't mean it's all my money. Kanglum carefully tied his tie. So tonight at a fancy restaurant. Ae sat in front of him, and on the table were glasses and a bottle of wine. She frowned and said, "What is it, Oppa, booking such a fancy place?" "HMPH, I don't know why." Kanglum retorted, "You fool, how long have I been waiting for this?" At Kanglum's words, tears welled up in Gei's eyes and she couldn't suppress her emotions, covering her mouth with her hand. She wiped away her tears with one hand and offered the other for Kanglum to place a ring on it. Gei happily said, "Home, make me happy." Next was Shirin. She stammered, unable to look directly at him, and accidentally spilled water from her cup. She said, "Ah yes, there's something today." After a while she could finally look directly at Kanglum's face. Shirin's face was beet red. She frowned and said, "My heart has always been like that since then. Anywhere with Kanglum Oppa is fine." Shirin cried with a smile as Kanglum placed a ring on her ring finger. She said, "Yes, I'm the one who should be pampered." Next was Lammy. Unlike the others, Lammy looked directly at Kanglum, then covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled slyly. She said, "Sunbae, do you have something to tell me today that you're dressed up like this?" "I'm Lammy, always cute." After that, Lammy's face suddenly turned bright red and she stammered, "I expected it, but hearing this really." Lammy then gradually calmed down. She shyly covered her face with one hand and offered the other for Kanglum to place a ring on it. She said, "Yes, I like it. As much as you want, if it's okay." Next was Yoon. She calmly rested her chin on her hand, looking at Kanglum and analyzing. "Heh, Kanglum Oppa, you seem nervous. Or shall I not order anything?" "It's okay, Oppa, you lead the way." Yoon's eyes widened and she said in surprise, "Since that day in London I've been dreaming of this day." Yoon cried and happily watched Kanglum place a ring on her finger. "Kanglum Oppa, where are you going to take me?" Next was Yanga. She hesitated slightly, glanced to the side and shyly said, "Ahaha, it's my first time in a place like this, so I'm a bit embarrassed." It's okay, but I'm a little excited." Yanga wiped tears from her face with her hand, looked at Kanglum and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to cry, but I'm so happy I can't help it." Yanga extended her left hand smiling happily, and let Kanglum place a ring on it. She said, "Of course, make me your bride, Oppa, hee." Next was Mia. She clasped her hands together slightly anxiously and said, "Ah, what will our future hold?" "Well, I'm a woman, so there are a few things I want to hear." Mia covered her cheeks with both hands, her face flushed, and said in surprise, "Really, am I okay too?" Kanglum saw tears welling up in Mia's eyes. She wiped her tears, extended her hand for Kanglum to place a ring on it and said, "Make me your woman, Oppa." Last was Nari. She said with an excited face, "Yes, what do you have to say?" "No, I didn't expect it at all." After that, Nari's actions were even more surprising. She jumped up, leaned her face close to Kanglum's and said excitedly, "Of course, as much as you want, any number of times." Nari regained her composure, sat in her chair and shyly raised her left hand. Kanglum placed a wedding ring on her ring finger, then smiled and said, "I love you, I'll make you happy for the rest of my life, Oppa." One morning beautiful music echoed in the church, accompanied by the murmuring of guests and beautifully decorated flower arrangements. In the groom's waiting room, Minyoung and Kanglum's mother stood together with very flustered expressions. Kanglum's mother counted on her fingers. "The brides are 1, 2, 3. Minyoung said, "If it comes to this, I should make everyone happy." Lim-soo and Young-soo were also there, the three of them. Young-soo said, "Congratulations, Kanglum, my successor." Lim held a baby in one arm and congratulated him. "Congratulations, live happily." Soo said, "Congratulations, Sunbae." There was a knock on the door. Bull entered wearing a form-fitting white dress and said, "I heard my ex-boyfriend is doing something unprecedented, marrying 7 women, so I came to see. Don't worry, I won't interfere." "How, isn't this pretty?" Bull approached where Kanglum was sitting, bent down, and whispered in his ear, "I wrote my contact info on the congratulatory envelope. Call me if you get tired of your wives." With the vows, bells rang out in sorrow or in joy, in suffering or in prosperity. The priest asked, "Will you love your bride forever?" Kanglum faced one of the 7 brides and replied, "Yes." The priest asked again. For each bride standing in front of the beautiful wedding hall, Kanglum's name was called out. Kanglum Oppa, Sunbae, Kanglum Oppa. But finally, all 7 brides simultaneously said, "I love you." Kanglum began to kiss Gei. After that, he kissed Yanga. He kissed Shirin. Next, he kissed Lammy. Then he kissed Yoon. Next, he kissed Mia. Last, he kissed Nari. Flamboyant bouquets, yellow, purple, pink, orange, white and blue flowers were waved by Gei, Yanga, Shirin, Lammy, Yoon, Mia and Nari with smiles of joy and happiness. At the Administrative Welfare Center, an employee asked, "How can I help you?" Kanglum approached the counter and said, "I'm here to register a birth, but this form doesn't have enough spaces." The employee looked up at him and asked, "Oh yes, would you like me to give you a few more sheets?" Kanglum replied, 7 sheets. The employee, hearing that, was slightly flustered and said, "Customer, is your name your real name?" Kanglum picked up a pen, focused on the documents and replied, "Yes, it is." He lifted his head. His face showed clear signs of fatigue. Kanglum scratched his head tiredly and said, "I am Kanglum."